Chapter 1, Pleading Guilty is not an option. In the interrogation room, the massive fluorescent lights made it as bright as daylight. A male and female officer took over from their seniors, repeatedly interrogating a suspect. Name, male, gender, 19. The female officer clenched her fist on the desk, finally realizing just how tough this guy who had even stumped her seniors was to crack. She took a deep breath and continued asking in a calm tone. Age, female, slap. The man's casual and nonsensical attitude infuriated the male officer, who slammed the table hard. Lin Yen, correct your attitude. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. If you honestly confess to the murder and show remorse, you might even get a suspended death sentence. Think about your family and friends. Do you really want to keep dragging this out? Lin Yen struggled to lift his eyelids. The interrogation, which had lasted over 10 hours, had nearly drained all his energy, yet he still pressed his dry, pale lips together and enunciated word by word the same answer he'd repeated countless times. I didn't kill anyone. Confess? Ridiculous. Confession is absolutely out of the question. He really didn't kill anyone. Although he had crossed over, after fully inheriting the original host's memories, he was absolutely certain he hadn't committed murder. At the same time, Lin Yen realized a rather serious issue. He had transmigrated into a novel. The transmigrated character is actually the ultimate villain. This was the crime-solving novel he had stayed up late binge reading just days ago, leaving a passionate, lengthy review for it titled "Those Years I Battled Wits with High IQ Criminals." That's right, Lin Yen left that lengthy review because he shared the same name as the story's biggest villain and couldn't fathom the character's motives for crime. According to the novel's setup, the villain Lin Yen was a wealthy second-generation heir with an impressive family, a rich father, politically powerful mother, prestigious grandfather, tech-savvy grandmother, and mysterious reclusive grandparents in the mountains. Who would have thought that such a family could raise a high IQ criminal? If he hadn't transmigrated into the novel, following the original storyline, after being wrongfully arrested and nearly executed as a murderer, the protagonist would have embarked on this irreversible path of crime. He orchestrated multiple near-perfect crimes, becoming notorious unsolved cases in the Security Bureau, engaging in a battle of wits with the male lead for over 1,000 chapters, already stained with numerous murders. Not only that, he was also involved in prostitution, drug trafficking, smuggling, running casinos. His entire being reeked of the fragrance of the criminal law. Lin Yen, the evidence is now conclusive. No matter how stubborn you are, it won't help. You'll be transferred to the prosecution tomorrow morning on murder charges. Do you know how severe the circumstances of a home invasion murder are? I advise you to confess the crime process as soon as possible. Maybe you can take the fast-track procedure and spend fewer days suffering in detention. Lin Yen. Yes, it's this case. Lin Yen, who already knew the original plot of the book, was well aware of this part. Even if he didn't say a single unnecessary word, a verdict would send him to the detention center, quietly awaiting his last meal and the arrival of the execution bullet. Perhaps it was precisely the experience of nearly being framed and executed, coupled with the changed attitudes of family and friends after his release, that made this spoiled rich kid who had grown up in a honey jar and sailed through life experience a tremendous psychological, ultimately leading him down the path of crime and no return. Lin Yen really wanted to pinch the bridge of his nose to sort out his thoughts and defend himself, but his stiff body, almost immobilized in the interrogation chair, clearly didn't support this action. He could only look up at the blindingly bright fluorescent light, speaking in a calm yet weak voice. Criminal investigations must be grounded in logic and evidence. Is your chain of proof truly complete enough to form a closed loop? Take a look at my clothes. Do I look like someone who just murdered a person with a utility knife? Lin Yen let out a long sigh, closed his eyes briefly, overwhelmed by exhaustion and the sudden transmigration into the novel's world. The victim was 6 feet 6 inches, well-proportioned, and a regular gym-goer. Meanwhile, I'm just over 5 feet 10 inches and not a professional killer. Could I have killed him with a craft knife without shedding a drop of blood, leaving no signs of struggle, and doing it completely silently? Also, aren't you somewhat insulting my family background? Even if I truly harbored ill intentions toward him, I could just hire a hitman, couldn't I? By the way, aside from my family background, I should also remind you that I've frequently skipped grades since starting school and graduated from university almost a year ago. Lin Yen looked at the two somewhat stunned officers and finally smiled. With this level of intelligence, why would I need to get my hands dirty to kill someone? Though it sounds a bit arrogant, this was exactly what happened to the original protagonist. After all, since I've transmigrated into a fictional world, a little bit of the extraordinary is perfectly normal. To make the original male lead the true nemesis of crime, the shining star of investigations, and the guardian of people's safety, the author of this book was exceptionally generous to the ultimate villain with the high IQ criminal archetype. Not only did it grant him the background of a wealthy second-generation heir, impeccable super high IQ, and a decisive, ruthless personality, but even some special skills were maxed out from the start. After all, to engage in a 1,000-chapter-long cat-and-mouse game with the original novel's male lead, one needs serious skills to repeatedly pull off extraordinary crimes. After recording Lin Yan's statements, the two interrogating officers simultaneously fell into silence. The air grew eerily quiet for a moment. Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes strode in, his gaze sharp and stern as he looked at Lin Yan. "Good, Lin Yan. It seems you're now capable of communicating with us normally. Now, I'll ask, and you answer. Any problems?" Lin Yan moved his stiff neck slightly and smiled slowly. "Ask away." Glancing at the young officer who stood up to offer his seat, the middle-aged man gave a slight nod. "Go fetch a bottle of water." The female officer sitting nearby tightened her grip on the black pen used for taking statements, her expression growing noticeably more serious. And so, the interrogation process, repeated countless times with the same suspect, began once again. "Lin Yan, assuming you are not the murderer, please tell me, why did you enter the crime scene at the time of the incident?" Truly a seasoned officer. Cutting straight to the key question with the first words, Lin Yan's brow relaxed slightly, but his mind grew even more tense than when he first transmigrated. "I was called over by someone on the phone. You should have already checked my call records." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "We did find the same call record on both your phone and the victim's, but why did he call you over? Did you have any conflict with him after arriving?" "Yes," Lin Yan answered truthfully. "He deliberately made me go for nothing, and even verbally attacked and insulted me." As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned icy. Although the deceased had actively called to invite him over, the conflict that occurred after their meeting significantly increased the possibility of him committing a crime of passion. Still stubbornly denying murder even after all this? Chapter 2, Unlocking Silver Handcuffs in 3 seconds. Before the middle-aged man could continue questioning, Lin Yan took the initiative to speak, his voice calm and his words coherent. "You must have already investigated. The deceased was an artist under my entertainment company. After requesting contract termination, even when I reduced the penalty fee by half, he still refused to compensate for my financial losses. I don't care about this small amount of money, since the startup is still new. I just wanted an amicable parting, so I didn't pursue it further. But just yesterday, he suddenly called me, saying he had prepared the penalty fee and asked me to personally collect it at his home, along with an apology for his rashness and job-hopping behavior. His appearance is excellent, and I originally planned to groom him as the company's leading actor. I've always had high hopes for him. Since he said so, of course I had to go." At this point, Lin Yan paused to catch his breath, moistening his dry, chapped lips before continuing. "But when I went over, he suddenly changed his mind and verbally abused me. At the time, I had a gut feeling he was acting strangely, so I didn't want to engage further and found an excuse to leave." "So that's why you jumped out of the window from their guest bedroom?" The middle-aged man's interruption made Lin Yan nod sheepishly in response. "He's almost a head taller than me and works out regularly. If we really fought, I'd definitely be at a disadvantage. Given the image of my startup, I can't retaliate either. So of course I had to make a quick exit first." The middle-aged man frowned, signaling the officer who had left earlier to place the mineral water in front of him before continuing his questioning. "He owed you money and verbally insulted you. It's entirely possible you killed him in a fit of rage. Moreover, the murder weapon was an X-Acto knife from your office, covered in your fingerprints. Even if you jumped out the window to avoid his harassment, how do you explain this physical evidence?" Lin Yan stared fixedly at that bottle of water for a full 2 seconds before weakly saying, "Haven't we got the logic backwards here? He owes me money, not the other way around. If he dies, who am I supposed to collect from? You must have investigated already. My family has more money than we can spend. Starting a company was just to test my own capabilities. Would I be stupid enough to kill someone over a few $100,000 and end up with a bullet in my head? And if I really wanted to kill someone, couldn't I just pay to handle the knife, gloves, and surveillance? Would I leave such obvious evidence lying around?" The middle-aged man seemed convinced. After a brief silence, he picked up the water bottle and walked over to Lin Yan, unscrewing the cap before placing it on the small table attached to the interrogation chair. "Good. If you're willing to fully cooperate with the investigation, even if much of the evidence points to you, we'll ensure you receive justice." Lin Yan flexed his hands, still cuffed, before picking up the bottle and taking several gulps of water. After steadying his breath, he spoke again. "Apart from me, both my chief assistant and executive secretary have keys to my office and can enter freely when I'm not there. That utility knife covered with my fingerprints might have been taken by them. Although I was at the company when I received the deceased's call, I don't have the habit of carrying a utility knife when going out. You've searched me too. All I had on me was a fountain pen. Did you visit my office afterward? If I remember correctly, there was another utility knife in my pen holder at the time." as individuals with authorized access to my office and holding certain positions within the company. Both of them could have replaced my utility knife with an identical one. Those items are company issued with custom logos. Before the middle-aged man could lower his gaze in contemplation, Lin Yan preemptively outlined the next investigative direction. You can investigate who replaced the utility knife on my desk and run tests to see if it still carries my fingerprints. That should be enough to redirect the clues towards someone else, right? Also, while the victim's phone likely doesn't contain any traceable evidence, don't tell me your technical team is just collecting paychecks. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before his expression finally relaxed completely. Very well, let me introduce myself, Deputy Captain of Criminal Investigation, Zhou Yumin. Lin Yan glanced somewhat surprised at this middle-aged man whose face was amiable but whose eyes still held a sharp edge, quickly masking the flicker of surprise in his own gaze. Captain Zhou, I look forward to you clearing my name soon and bringing the real culprit to justice. When reading the original book, Lin Yan hadn't really noticed this point before. Who would have thought that the main person responsible for handling this framed case, which drastically altered the original protagonist's fate, would be the male lead's own father? These father and son truly have an endless entanglement with the original protagonist. The father sent a perfectly fine, high IQ rich second-generation heir to detention with a single verdict, pushing the original protagonist onto the path of darkness, while the son, after the protagonist's successful descent into crime and repeated bizarre offenses, chased after him relentlessly like a bloodhound catching a scent. What a cursed fate! Lin Yan cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he sipped water, soothing a body that had endured over 10 hours of interrogation without a single drop to drink. Yet, before his mind could fully relax, a virtual screen resembling a game prompt suddenly popped up before him, accompanied by a chillingly clear synthetic voice echoing in his heart. Host detected as perfectly matching all traits of a high IQ criminal. Genius anti-forensic system successfully bound. Young man, do you have a dream? Do you long to make a name for yourself and leave a mark in history? Come on, unlock those handcuffs in 3 seconds. Give the officer in front of you a little shock. Become an outlaw. Dance in blood. Manipulate lives and hearts at your whim, and make the entire future criminal investigation world tremble at your name. Put. Lin Yan spat out a mouthful of water, splashing Zhou Yumin's entire back as he turned to leave. Cough, cough, cough. To prevent Zhou Yumin, the male lead's biological father, from holding a grudge, Lin Yan swiftly knocked the water bottle to the ground, coughing so violently it seemed he might drop dead on the spot. Damn it, the sky's falling. Seriously, a divine genius anti-criminal investigation system. He has absolutely no desire to spread his wings in criminal law. Okay, is it still possible to time travel back now? Lin Yan coughed up tears with overwhelming realism, feeling like digging a hole to bury himself on the spot. He could unlock the handcuffs in 3 seconds, but since he was already a suspect, would he really dare to pull such a stunt in the interrogation room and walk out unscathed? After unlocking the handcuffs in 3 seconds, reward obtained. So what if I love playing with knives? As a rich second-generation heir who enjoys studying all kinds of blades, isn't it reasonable for you to master every knife technique? Lin Yan blinked, the reflexive tears in his eyes spilling over, clearly revealing the profound bewilderment in his gaze. Although silver bracelets shouldn't be handed out recklessly. But then again, click, with a crisp sound, the 3 security officers and Lin Yan in the interrogation room froze on the spot, unable to believe either their eyes or their own hands. No way. This is the latest upgraded silver handcuffs. They require a specially made key to unlock. How did this guy manage to open them in the blink of an eye? What kind of background does he have? Chapter 3, a criminal talent kissed by the creator. Lin Yan originally wanted to argue further, but before he could say anything, a new prompt popped up in front of him. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. I just love playing with knives. So what? In an instant, detailed information about various types of knives and their usage flooded into Lin Yan's mind like a tidal wave. From large cleavers and Zanmadeo to Tang-style swords, down to throwing knives, daggers, utility knives, and even surgical scalpels. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. It was even easier than when he first absorbed the original host's memories. After just a brief moment of closed-eye silence, Lin Yan had already fully assimilated and mastered all the knowledge. Now, he knew exactly how to kill someone with a single, fatal strike, ensuring the victim wouldn't even have time to cry for help or struggle. How to grip the knife most efficiently. How to avoid hard bones and drive the blade straight into vital points. How to dissect human tissue with perfect precision, and more. Using special blades with unique techniques, one can even extract internal organs without leaving a trace. Wait, what the hell is this? How is this even legal? Is this appropriate? Lin Yan smacked his forehead hard, feeling as though criminal law and a bullet to the head were beckoning him. The original host was a spoiled, privileged rich kid who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. Even in the middle and later parts of the original novel, there were always people willing to take the fall or die for him, all for money. But Lin Yan was different. He was just an ordinary police academy student who hadn't even graduated yet, with a deep reverence for the law. Naturally, he couldn't simply accept the predestined path the original author had laid out for him and steer himself toward ruin. What kind of genius anti-investigation system is this? Get out of here. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Yuman felt the cold dampness on his back. After a long silence, he walked back to Lin Yan and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to file a report first, then send you to the detention room to cool off. By the way, where did you learn this lockpicking skill?" Lin Yan. How did he know that? After spending several hours in the detention room, Lin Yan was finally released. He took a deep breath of the long mist-free air, pulled out his phone that had been away from him for nearly 20 hours, and sure enough, the call log was full of missed calls. Lin Yan closed his eyes for a moment, stepped aside, and was just about to hail a taxi to go home when the system's electronic synthesized voice echoed hauntingly in his mind again. At the same time, that virtual light screen resembling a game prompt popped up before him once more. "Congratulations, host. You've partially cleared suspicion and temporarily left the Public Security Bureau. Young man, now that you've regained freedom, doesn't your hand itch to accomplish something earth-shattering? Go forth and showcase that criminal genius kissed by the creator. Current mission, commit a theft and evade capture by the peacekeepers. Time limit, 24 hours. Mission reward, who knows computers better, you or me?" Lin Yan. Just end it all, he's exhausted. Damn that God-kissed talent for crime. Does he even need this? Need it. Sometimes, he really wanted to lie down on the spot and let out a groundhog scream. Can someone please come and save him? Over an hour later, Lin Yan paid the ride-hailing fare and walked into the villa neighborhood feeling a bit depressed. As he watched the countdown floating in his field of vision without a second's pause, constantly harassing him, his mood was complicated. 22 hours, 19 minutes, 43 seconds. He really wanted to know, if he failed to complete the mission assigned by the system before the countdown ended, would there be any punishment? But the system didn't seem very intelligent. It only spoke more when issuing tasks. No matter what methods Lin Yan tried, he could only open a blank information panel displaying, temporarily unavailable. If not for the countdown box ticking away right before his eyes, Lin Yan would have thought the so-called system he'd heard was just an illusion. Sigh. Lin Yan was feeling somewhat withdrawn until he walked back home. "Did you cause any trouble outside?" A somewhat authoritative middle-aged male voice rang out clearly, and only then did Lin Yan notice a man in a suit sitting silently in the living room. The man casually placed his cigar on the edge of the ashtray, turned his head to look at Lin Yan with a serious expression. Lin Yan blinked and instinctively called out, "Dad!" Lin Sunhai gave a nod, his intimidating gaze sweeping over Lin Yan's clothes several times before the amusement in his eyes gradually diluted the sternness, his tone no longer serious. "Where have you been fooling around? It's been almost 24 hours without contact. Did you get arrested for soliciting?" Lin Yan, seeing the barely concealed, somewhat mischievous grin on Lin Sunhai's face, Lin Yan almost doubted his own ears. "Is this really my biological father? Does this family even have a place for me? How could a father say such things about his own child?" Fortunately, Lin Yan had almost entirely inherited the original owner's memories, and quickly rolled his eyes at Lin Sunhai with practiced ease. "TSK, old man Lin. You're the one who should be careful, don't get busted in a vice raid during one of your business dinners. Hey, you little rascal." Lin Sunhai wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Since he started the banter, he wasn't about to leave it hanging. "Forget about running an entertainment company. Come be my chief assistant instead. I'll set up a few networking events for you tomorrow, guaranteed to get you in." Lin Yan was so amused by his remark that he slumped carelessly onto the sofa across from him and replied calmly, "Sure, then I won't open the company. Help me find someone, and we'll start the bankruptcy process tomorrow." Lin Sunhai was an exceptionally successful businessman, starting from scratch to amassing assets worth hundreds of millions. Finding someone to handle his company's bankruptcy was as simple as sending a single message. These words sharpened Lin Sunhai's gaze, and his expression finally regained its seriousness. "What? Facing reality now? Giving up on entrepreneurship? No more real man showdown with me?" Lin Sunhai glanced at his obviously unchanged outfit and said in a faint tone, "You must have gotten into trouble outside. Kid, you called me dad the moment you stepped in today. That's way too unusual for you." Lin Yan didn't respond, still lying flat like a salted fish, his gaze toward the ceiling somewhat vacant. The original host's intelligence and business acumen were truly impressive. That entertainment startup had already achieved notable success in no time, with many high-quality scripts in pre-production. However, as the original novel's plot unfolds and the protagonist embarks on a path of crime, this entertainment company gradually becomes involved in activities explicitly prohibited by criminal law. Currently, Lin Yan is plagued by a shady system. To prevent it from potentially forcing him to evade taxes, engage in illicit industries, coerce innocent women into illegal operations, or launder money, selling off the company now is undoubtedly the best choice. As for how to handle this theft case mission, he still has over 20 hours to carefully consider his options. Chapter 4 Testing a cadre like this. Lin Yan, are you really giving up on your company? Then I'll sell it for you. Kid, you've got the same style I had back in the day. This company isn't bad, with a slight discount in my reputation. Someone will definitely be willing to buy. Lin Sunghai leaned in and rapped Lin Yan on the head. TSK, your brain's not waterlogged. Hey, it's just a small company anyway. When you're done playing with it, we can sell it and get you some figurines. How about that? Lin Yan finally blinked, meeting Lin Sunghai's eyes, which held a smile but couldn't conceal their concern, and gave a somewhat helpless smile in return. We'll talk about it later. Right now I'm exhausted and starving. Lin Sunghai then ruffled his hair and said cheerfully, then go take a shower first. Auntie Lee will bring dinner to your room door when it's ready. Okay. Only after washing away his exhaustion and eating a warm, delicious meal did Lin Yan finally realize another possible reason for the original host's darkening. Love. The unconditional love and indulgence from his family, coupled with the constant praise he received for his high intelligence since childhood, made him unable to accept the experience of being falsely accused and tried, leading to intense disappointment and dissatisfaction with the justice system. After all, the original novel was centered around the experiences of the male protagonist, Zhou Chuanbai, and didn't provide much detailed elaboration on the original character's motives, criminal process, or family relationships. As a reader, Lin Yan only saw the superficial investigative materials from the perspective of Zhou Chuanbai and the Security Bureau, and now, having fully inherited the body's memories and understood the original owner's experiences, Lin Yan almost instinctively formed a conjecture regarding the current murder case he was framed for. The true killer, the details of the crime, the motive, and the irrefutable evidence pointing to the culprit were likely all uncovered by the original owner's parents, Lin Sunghai and Lung Shicheng, who paid handsomely for a thorough investigation. The intelligent original owner, after being transferred to a detention center awaiting execution, was suddenly acquitted and released. He would naturally assume his parents had intervened. As for what exactly this intervention entailed, whether it involved paying someone to take the blame, bribing the prosecutorial authorities, or something else, his exceptional intellect and strong sense of pride would likely prevent him from digging too deeply. And so, under layers of misunderstandings, the original protagonist's corruption meter just kept rising. TSK. Lin Yan leisurely wiped his mouth, placed the now empty plate he had polished off onto the meal cart, pushed it outside the room, stretched lazily, and flopped onto the large bed. What he said in the interrogation room wasn't an exaggeration. The Lin family's wealth was enough for him to squander for a lifetime. With such luxurious living conditions, why on earth would he turn corrupt? It's just this damn, genius anti-forensic system on me that's a bit troublesome. His monthly allowance is 2 million, and his parents give him extra during holidays or when they're in a good mood. And now they expect Lin Yan to steal? Steal what? Is stealing potted plants from the neighbor's house a crime? No. The residents in this single-family villa community are all wealthy. Any random potted plant in their homes could be valuable enough to warrant a criminal charge. Lin Yan closed his eyes and simply gave up, embracing complete resignation. Early the next morning, before the sunlight could fully penetrate the gently swaying light-colored curtains, Lin Yan was jolted awake from his sweet dreams by a phone call. Eyes still shut, he sat up and answered the call without even glancing at the caller ID. Who is it? Zhou Yumin. At the sound of that name, Lin Yan's morning grumpiness instantly dissipated by half. He pressed his lips together several times before finally opening his eyes to glance at the time displayed on his phone. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. What brings you here at this hour? Zhou Yumin's voice carried a hint of weariness, but even more so, resignation. There's no progress on the case. Come back for a while. Considering your decent performance yesterday, I won't send my exhausted colleagues who pulled an all-nighter to arrest you at your place. Lin Yan. Well, here we go again. They're suspecting him once more. Lin Yan let out a resigned sigh. I'll wash my face and be right there. This Zhou Yumin, what a seasoned officer. Using this to test a public servant. On the surface, this seems like a move to alert the suspect, essentially telling them, I'm coming for you, so you might as well turn yourself in. But in reality, it's a psychological game. If Lin Yan showed even the slightest hint of guilt and attempted to flee, he would likely be apprehended on the spot by plainclothes officers stationed near the villa community. By then, Zhou Yumin wouldn't believe a single word he said. Conversely, if Lin Yan went willingly, it would prove his innocence and lack of fear regarding the investigation, making his statements and assistance to the investigative team far more credible. No wonder he's the male lead's father, such a sly old fox. After finishing his morning routine, Lin Yan hesitated for a while before sneaking into Lin Songhai's study and swiping his treasured tea leaves along with a gold and silver-plated fountain pen. After stashing the tea leaves deep in his bedroom cabinet and slipping the pen into his pocket, Lin Yan finally left home with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Lin Yan yawned lazily as he wandered outside the residential complex. His gaze swept over the extra taxis parked at the entrance, and he suddenly burst out laughing. He casually picked one that caught his eye and walked up, lightly tapping on the passenger side window with his knuckles. "Hey, Public Security Bureau, no fare, will you go?" The undercover officer disguised as a driver. The young officer, appearing to be in his early 20s, opened the passenger door, his clear eyes filled with utter confusion. "How did you find out?" Lin Yan smiled as he got into the car, leaned back against the seat, and dutifully fastened his seatbelt. "This is an upscale villa community. People here usually have dedicated drivers when they go out and hardly ever take taxis." Not only did so many taxis show up at once, but the drivers inside were all sitting bolt upright, like elementary school students in class. Who would believe there's nothing fishy going on? Not only was the young officer driving left speechless, but his dedicated earpiece also fell into complete silence. The quiet atmosphere didn't last long before the young officer driving slightly turned his head and whispered into his earpiece, "Captain Joe, he's fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Wake up, we're here." Lin Yan rubbed his eyes as he got out of the car, patting his empty stomach. "I left in a hurry this morning. Do you guys serve breakfast here?" The young officer paused briefly before relaying the message from his earpiece word for word. "If you can actually help with solving the case, Captain Joe will treat you to the precinct cafeteria. TSK as long as they don't send him to eat at the detention center cafeteria." Lin Yan followed the young officer without paying much attention to the route, only to find himself led into an interrogation room again. He stared blankly at Zhou Yuman sitting across from him, clearly ravaged by the graveyard shift, his gaze quickly sweeping over the ashtray full of cigarette butts before glancing down at the silver bracelet in front of himself, already beginning to question his life choices. "You guys couldn't find anything all night, and now you're trying to pin this murder on me again?" Zhou Yuman, his messy hair sticking up like a bird's nest, fingers yellowed from cigarette smoke, stared with bloodshot eyes at Lin Yan's hands, clearly unaccustomed to manual labor. "We checked that utility knife you mentioned. It only had fingerprints from your executive assistant Su Chanshan, but she has a solid alibi for the time of the victim's death. Then she must be an accomplice at least, right?" Seeing the astonishment in Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Yuman shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "No, her statement is flawless. As a secretary solely responsible for your daily office activities, isn't it reasonable for her to notice your utility knife was missing and bring a new one?" Lin Yan nearly choked on his breath, frowned and thought for several seconds before a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, didn't you recover any useful information from the victim's phone?" Chapter 5. Couldn't you at least hide it from people? No. The technical department staff said there were only traces of a small amount of deleted information on the victim's phone. After recovery, they found it was just some daily photos and normal app uninstallations. After locking eyes with Zhou Yuman for several seconds and confirming the seriousness in his gaze, Lin Yan let out a long sigh. "I can help you recover it." It seems this plot is determined to bind him tightly, forcing him to receive a verdict no matter what. The criminal investigation team should be full of talented individuals. How could they fail to recover even a shred of useful information? Could that phone possibly have a national-level encryption program? But what Lin Yan didn't expect was that Zhou Yuman didn't agree immediately, instead staring straight into his eyes with a completely flat tone. "You're a suspect." "I'm just a suspect, not a criminal." The careless smile on Lin Yan's face vanished completely. "I know you're worried I might destroy potentially more critical evidence on that phone, and you doubt whether I even have such capability. As a test, I can help you recover data from phones involved in other cases." He refused to believe it. Was this bucket of dirty water poured over his head truly impossible to wash clean? After a moment of silence, Zhou Yuman finally agreed. "Fine, but you should understand that the evidence we currently have is sufficient to prosecute you. If you fail to uncover anything useful, I will personally escort you to the detention center." With Zhou Yuman's permission, Lin Yan was soon brought into the technical department. In the tech department a little past 6 in the morning, only one exhausted security officer remained, typing away at his computer. Lin Yan sat in front of a lit computer screen, checked the data cable connecting it to the victim's phone, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard just like the officer. His slender fingers with distinct knuckles tapped rhythmically, creating an almost aesthetically pleasing sight. To an unknowing observer, it might have looked like he was playing the piano. The reason Lin Yan dared to confidently propose restoring the phone's data himself was naturally because the system's reward had taken effect. Indeed, even Lin Yan himself was quite surprised. He had merely taken a can of tea leaves and a fountain pen from his father's study, yet the system's requirement for a theft case was somehow completed. As for the reward, Lin Yan could only say it was absolutely overpowering. "Do you understand computers better than I do?" You are an undisputed computer genius, possessing hacking skills far beyond this era, with unmatched brain and hand speed in the world. Young one, write your own anti-forensic program, turn fugitives into your puppets on strings, and weave your exclusive criminal network in this field. You are already invincible. With the support of this overpowered technology and the tug-of-war with the original plot, Lin Yan spent nearly an hour digging out the heavily encrypted deleted messages from the victim's phone. Zhou Yumin, who had been sitting casually at the neighboring workstation, merely lowered his head to reply to a few messages. When he looked up again, he was shocked to find Lin Yan already saving the victim's chat logs. Seeing the threatening and aggressive words above, Zhou Yumin instantly straightened his back. Who is this? My chief assistant. Fong 1. Lin Yan's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the printer nearby began humming to life. Zhou Yumin quickly stood up, swiftly strode over, and picked up the printed chat records. The more he read the content, the graver his expression became. Suddenly, Lin Yan's fingers froze midair as he glanced sideways at Zhou Yumin. Captain Zhou, do you want this? On the computer screen was a strikingly suggestive edited video. Zhou Yumin barely glanced before refocusing on the chat records in his hands. Save everything for now, regardless of whether it's useful. Lin Yan didn't say more, just tapped away at the keyboard, quickly restoring most of the deleted suspicious messages. When the young officer arrived at the tech department with breakfast for two, Lin Yan and Zhou Yumin were sitting in front of the computer reviewing the dazzlingly glamorous video. The soft, feminine voice, the unmistakable suggestive sound effects, and the overwhelmingly explicit visuals delivered a powerful psychological impact on the young rookie officer. His grip faltered, and the steamed bun in his hand slipped, plummeting straight toward Lin Yan's leg. Seriously? Even if this technically isn't official work hours yet, watching this kind of video with a suspect in the middle of an investigation, couldn't you at least be discreet about it? Lin Yan dodged with lightning speed, preventing the still steaming bun from touching his leg. Meanwhile, Zhou Yumin shot a glance at the young officer. Shao Li, come watch with us. Pay attention, we need to analyze the possible cause of death from this. Li Xiaoxing's face flushed red, but knowing that as a public security officer, he might encounter such scenes again in the future, he obediently sat to the side, meek as a quail. Zhou Yumin pushed his steamed bun in front of Lin Yan, his voice low. Eat first. Lin Yan shook his head. I don't have that kind of hobby. He wasn't a seasoned public security officer with years of experience, nor did he have Zhou Yumin's strong psychological resilience. Before long, the video finished playing, and Zhou Yumin had also finished his breakfast, leisurely wiping his mouth. Shao Li, tell me, what information can you analyze from the things found on the victim's phone? Li Xiaoxing shook his slightly blank mind and pondered carefully. According to the photos from the forensic team, the deceased can be identified as the man in the video. If these videos were all filmed and edited by the deceased, then he likely died from a vendetta killing. At this point, he glanced again at Lin Yan, who was yawning. Given Mr. Lin's framing, the perpetrator also possesses considerable computer skills. Considering the absence of other fingerprints or footprints at the crime scene, it's clear they also have some counter-surveillance capabilities. As the discussion turned to professional knowledge, the embarrassed flush on Li Xiaoxing's face faded completely, replaced by a focused seriousness in his eyes. The killer was likely filmed in such videos and threatened by the victim, harboring intense hatred that drove them to meticulously plan this revenge scheme. Zhou Yumin nodded and took out several printed chat records provided by Lin Yan. From these records, it appears that both Su Chanqian and Fong Wan were victimized by the deceased and had videos secretly taken of them. This edited video features so many different women, yet only the deceased male appears throughout, indicating he harmed numerous individuals and may have profited illegally from these materials. At this stage of the investigation, Lin Yan's suspicion could essentially be ruled out. Zhou Yumin patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, finally showing a relaxed smile. Not bad. Your computer skills, would you be interested in working as a special consultant for us? No fixed salary, but bonuses for assisting in solving cases. You'd only need to step in when our tech department staff encounter difficulties. How about it? Lin Yan smiled but didn't agree immediately. Captain Zhou, let's first expose the person who framed me. If possible, Lin Yan would rather stay far away from anyone related to the male lead, especially his father. TSK kid, with skills like yours, if you don't serve the people, I might have to pay you a visit at home every now and then. Lin Yan, any time. Chapter 6, Now I Regret It. Seeing Lin Yan's stubbornly unyielding attitude, Zhou Yumin inwardly shook his head. If someone with such skills could secure a stable government job, it would undoubtedly be a win-win situation for everyone. But recalling how he just had the man interrogated for over 10 hours straight, Zhou Yumin quickly suppressed his thoughts and pointed solemnly at the computer screen. Are these virtual number IP addresses completely unrecoverable now? Glancing at the call records he'd personally extracted from the victim's phone, records that couldn't trace the caller's identity, Lin Yan nodded calmly. There's a self-destruct program embedded. Being able to recover these virtual numbers at all is proof of my technical prowess. There's really nothing wrong with that statement. The tech department staff worked all night on the victim's phone and only managed to recover a few harmless daily photos. This phone's hacking difficulty speaks for itself. Joe Yuman clearly caught the implied meaning in his words. Thinking of his entire night's labor and the now empty cigarette box, his old face couldn't help but show some embarrassment. Alright, Shaoli, have someone bring Su Chanshan and Fawn Wen back for questioning. Lin Yan, let's go, I'll take you to grab a meal first. They had agreed beforehand that he would be provided meals if he helped with the case, so Lin Yan didn't refuse and followed him to the cafeteria. The security bureau's cafeteria served a surprisingly lavish breakfast. Since it was still early, many dishes had just come off the stove, steaming hot. Lin Yan casually picked a couple items and sat down at a convenient spot to eat. Though Zhou Yumin had already eaten, he now sat across from Lin Yan wearing an expression of hesitation, his gaze constantly shifting between Lin Yan and the sweet kanji. Lin Yancher was getting a bit uncomfortable under the gaze. Captain Zhou, if you have something to say, could you just say it directly? It's almost 8 o'clock even if you're not working on the case. Shouldn't you go back and get some sleep? Zhou Yumin smiled, covering his mouth as he gave a light cough. It's fine. Eat your meal. Your suspicion has been cleared, you can leave once you're done eating. But, would you like to participate in the interrogation of Su Chanshan and Fawn Wen? These two, like Lin Yan before them, are now considered suspects and can reflect on their lives in the interrogation room. Of course, Lin Yan very much wanted to question them personally, but for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something not quite right about the look in Zhou Yuman's eyes. After a brief pause, Lin Yan gently stirred the sweet kanji in his bowl. Just say it directly, Captain Zhou. Knowing he was facing a sharp-minded individual, Zhou Yuman didn't beat around the bush and stated plainly, if you agree, I'll apply for a temporary consultant ID for you, which will allow you to participate fully in the investigation of the home invasion homicide case. He stared straight into Lin Yan's eyes, speaking slowly and enunciating each word with deliberate clarity, including interrogating suspects. Lin Yan clicked his tongue, put down his spoon, and smiled wryly. Are you trying to trick me? This old fox. Knowing full well that Lin Yan was framed, not only enduring undeserved scolding but also being wrongfully interrogated for over 10 hours, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment toward the person who set him up and even consider beating them in a sack. For anyone, the chance to interrogate the very person who framed them and nearly got them executed would be an irresistible temptation. Noticing the complexity in Lin Yan's gaze, Zhou Yuman cleared his throat, his expression turning more serious. Actually, the main point is, I think this case still needs your help. Although not much information can be gleaned from an edited video, each clip adds up to over half an hour when pieced together, indicating the deceased must have recorded an astonishing amount of footage. Zhou Yuman rested his temple on one hand, his expression inadvertently revealing traces of exhaustion. He was stabbed multiple times in the spleen, leading to fatal hemorrhaging, yet there were no signs of a struggle, no traces of drugs or alcohol in his system, and even the vital reaction around the wounds was minimal. This indicates that when the perpetrator committed the crime, they were most likely in an unconscious or incoherent state. Lin Yan picked up the spoon again, his gaze resting on the pale purple sweet porridge as he spoke in a calm tone. You mean, you want me to help you trace the source of that batch of special drugs in his possession and track down the headquarters IP address of the website he used to profit from color videos? Although this sounded somewhat like a question, his tone was almost flat, confident and composed. By the way, I have another question. When exactly did you receive the emergency call? Zhou Yuman, having had his thoughts guessed correctly, didn't dwell on his surprise and blurted out as if he knew the case inside out. At 13:49 that day, according to the surveillance footage, you had just left the residential area not long before the nearest security officer arrived at the scene. By the time I arrived with the forensic expert and trace evidence specialists, the deceased hadn't even developed livor mortis yet. But when we called back the person who reported the incident, the phone was completely unreachable. Lin Yan took several sips of the sweet porridge before smiling and saying, don't you think it's strange? The victim had only been dead for a few minutes, and the car I hailed hadn't gone far when you received the report, complete with the exact house number. Who would have detailed knowledge of everything that happened in the deceased's home? Zhou Yuman slightly frowned, rubbing his yellowed fingers stained by smoke, his eyes dark and deep. Either it's the murderer, or someone was monitoring the deceased through surveillance. No. Lin Yan extended a forefinger and waved it in front of Zhou Yuman. It couldn't be the murderer. No matter how confident someone is, they wouldn't believe that a hastily arranged crime scene could be flawless. They would repeatedly clean up their traces and carefully inspect everything. Both Fawn Wen and Su Chanshan are meticulous people. At work, they would review a proposal multiple times, let alone in such critical moments. Zhou Yuman nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the murderer were the one to report the crime, they would likely wait an hour or two after ensuring they had sufficiently cleaned up the crime scene before taking action. Lin Yan rested his chin on one hand, gazing at Zhou Yumin with a faint smile as he said leisurely, "So, that leaves only one possibility. There was hidden surveillance in the victim's home, which fully captured the entire process of the murderer committing the crime. This surveillance footage can not only serve as irrefutable evidence to convict the murderer but also help trace and uncover those who were spying on the victim. Judging by the things the victim was involved in, those spying on him were most likely either people dealing in special drugs or high-ranking members of adult websites. If it were an ordinary surveillance vendor, they wouldn't have completely omitted their own information when reporting the case. So, no matter who filed the report, it should be the person you're looking for." Zhou Yumin stared blankly at Lin Yan, taking deep breaths of the cafeteria air tinged with the aroma of food, inexplicably feeling a slight toothache. Just how does Lin Yan's brain even work like that? He had only shared a bit of the autopsy report's information and combined it with the time the report was filed. Yet Lin Yan managed to deduce so much, not only guessing most of his thoughts but even laying out the direction for further investigation. To think he actually offended this investigative genius by treating him as a criminal. Zhou Yumin was utterly remorseful, wishing he could travel back in time and gently knock some sense into his past self. Now all he felt was regret. Deep and overwhelming regret. Chapter 7. What a coincidence, isn't it? Lin Yan paid no attention to Zhou Yumin's petty thoughts. After leisurely finishing breakfast and getting up to put away his tray, Zhou Yumin had already received 2 or 3 consecutive calls, his eyebrows furrowed in anger. "Are you all still half asleep? A living person who was just seen on surveillance footage moments ago, gone just like that. Check the surveillance, track the ID card, mobilize the SkyEye system, find that person at all costs." After hanging up, Zhou Yumin turned back to look at Lin Yan, his expression barely managing a forced smile. "Su Chanxian is being taken back to the station, while Fong Wen has gone missing. Let's go. I'll first take you to get a temporary pass. Later, we can also apply for a dedicated laptop for you." Lin Yan really wanted to say he didn't care about one more laptop, but considering the joy of conducting interrogations himself, he still followed Zhou Yumin's lead. Interacting a little won't hurt. Once this case is wrapped up, he'll take the concerned citizen standard bonus and stay far away from the protagonist father and son, with Zhou Yumin, the deputy head of the criminal investigation team, personally overseeing it. Lin Yan's temporary credentials were issued in just over 10 minutes. The exterior of this credential was almost indistinguishable from the public security officer IDs used by Zhou Yumin and his team. Both were small dark green leather booklets containing a photo and job information inside. Home invasion homicide case, temporary technical consultant. Lin Yan softly read the text on it, his mood somewhat complicated. From a suspect to a consultant in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. But no matter what, being a consultant is far better than being a scapegoat. Before long, Lin Yan was led into the interrogation room, this time as an interrogator, sitting right beside Zhou Yumin. Seeing Lin Yan sitting across from her, looking completely unfazed, Su Chanxian's anxious expression eased slightly. "Boss, are you here to bail me out? I'm sorry for delaying the work. You have a meeting scheduled from 3:30 to 5 p.m. this afternoon." Lin Yan glanced at Li Xiaosheng, who had recorded these statements in the interrogation notes, then looked at Su Chanxian with helplessness in his eyes. "Enough. As someone with higher education, you should know this isn't a place you can just come and go as you please, right? I don't have many questions, so I hope you won't disappoint me." Seeing the light in Su Chanxian's eyes gradually dim, Lin Yan also became serious. "Zheng Chaojie, you know him, right? After he hurt you, did you ever think about getting revenge?" Su Chanxian opened her mouth, but upon hearing the second half of Lin Yan's sentence, she swallowed the words "I don't know him" and changed them to "No." Lin Yan gave a slight nod. Even though he could tell at a glance that she was lying, he didn't press further and simply changed the subject. "I remember Fong Wen was quite close to you. When you were uncomfortable during your period, she even took the initiative to help share your workload. Now that she's gone missing, do you know where she went?" Su Chanxian shook her head, her face pale from emotional turmoil, but it visibly softened upon hearing these words. "The day before yesterday, she said something had happened at home. She left during the lunch break and never came back. I ended up covering her work in the afternoon." "Boss, how long has she been missing? Has she not been caught on surveillance since noon?" Lin Yan smiled, his expression appearing gentle and harmless, as if treating the interrogation room like a casual chatting spot, and spread his hands. "I also have very limited information. As you know, I leave earlier than all of you every day at noon. As the boss, I cared too much about her, which is why I wanted to do everything I could to help the authorities find her. After all, she was so young and beautiful, and she did her job exceptionally well. Now that she's been missing for so many hours, who knows what might have happened?" Zhou Yumin couldn't help but glance at Lin Yan sitting beside him, secretly astonished. It turned out that before entering the interrogation room, Lin Yan had specifically asked him whether Su Chanxian knew about Zheng Chaojie's death, just to use it at this moment. This guy is playing mind games here. Based on her behavior, Su Chanqian was very likely an accomplice to the suspect Fangwen. After all, she had supplied Lin Yan's desk with an additional utility knife, but she just happened to have a rather plausible excuse. As a seasoned detective with years of experience, Zhou Yuman knew all too well someone like Su Chanqian could easily evade charges of being an accomplice if she didn't confess voluntarily. Sure enough, after locking eyes with Lin Yan for a long moment and genuinely seeing the concern and worry in his gaze, Su Chanqian pressed a hand to her chest, closed her eyes briefly, and let out a long sigh. Boss, I'm sorry. Wen Jia and I did want to take revenge on Zheng Chaojie. We had discussed several versions of how to commit the crime, trying our best to make his death look like an accident, but plans change quickly. That noon, Zheng Chaojie invited Wen Jia to lunch and asked her to take the afternoon off. She took the utility knife from your desk and left. At this point, Su Qianxian, who seemed to have imagined something in her mind, had reddened eyes. Boss, if Wen Jia really goes missing, it must be Zheng Chaojie's doing. Zheng Chaojie is no good guy. He's blackmailed us many times with those videos. I was even taken by him and a bunch of others. Together, Su Qianxian sniffled, not daring to look Lin Yan in the eye. He definitely wasn't up to anything good when he asked Wen Jia out that day. Boss, Wen Jia only took your utility knife to protect herself. You should search Zheng Chaojie's place for Wen Jia. She's definitely being illegally confined by that bastard. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The last place Fangwen disappeared was near that area. The police must have already visited Zheng Chaojie's home for investigation. If they could find Fangwen that easily, they wouldn't have brought you here. Su Qianxian lowered her head, wiped the tears from her face, and silently cried for several minutes before finally speaking as if she had made up her mind. That bastard has a basement at home, which he dug secretly. When Jia told me about it, Lin Yan glanced at Zhou Yuman beside him, whose eyes were filled with admiration, then quickly looked away. Did she tell you where the basement is? Since Su Qianxian had already mentioned the basement, there was no point in hiding it anymore. After all, at this moment, she only wanted to rescue Fangwen from Zheng Chaojie's control as soon as possible, without giving much thought to why she was brought into an interrogation room instead of a questioning room. Under the bed in his bedroom, although the bed is flush with the floor, it's electrically operated and can be opened with a remote control. Taking cover behind the table, Zhou Yuman gave Lin Yan a thumbs up while maintaining a solemn expression as he looked at Su Qianxian. Are you sure? Su Qianxian, you must understand where we are. If you deliberately conceal or provide false information that hinders our case investigation and leads to serious consequences. He paused before adding, the sentence could range from 3 to 10 years. Su Qianxian nodded deeply, large teardrops rolling down her face. I'm certain, officer. Wen Jia treated me like her own sister. How could I possibly hide anything about this? Please, you must find Wen Jia, and arrest that bastard Zheng Chaojie while you're at it. Evidence of Zheng Chaojie harming her can still be extracted from Wen Jia's body. And I have the video. I have the video here too. After finding Sister Wen, I'll sue Zheng Chaojie together with her. We must make sure he goes to jail. TSK, what a coincidence, isn't it? After they find Fangwen, someone will indeed end up in jail. It's just that the gender of the person doesn't quite match Su Qianxian's expectations. Chapter 8. Why can't you just take the blame for me? Lin Yan looked at this naive girl who still deeply believed that Fangwen tried to kill Zheng Chaojie but ended up being imprisoned, and said nothing more. After leaving the interrogation room, Zhou Yuman couldn't help but give Lin Yan another thumbs up. You really have a knack for twisting concepts, don't you? Although the interrogation cloaked in routine questions didn't last long, Zhou Yuman could tell that Su Qianxian and Fangwen had an exceptionally close relationship. They were practically as close as real sisters. Even without thinking too hard, anyone with normal logical reasoning could guess. If they had leaked even the slightest hint to Su Qianxian that Zheng Chaojie is dead, and Fangwen is the suspect, she would have stubbornly stuck to saying I don't know and revealed nothing. By then, expecting to easily obtain information about Zheng Chaojie's basement would be nothing short of a pipe dream. On the contrary, if we muddle the concept and only convey the information of Fangwen's disappearance to Su Qianxian, out of concern for Fangwen's safety, she would undoubtedly rack her brains and do everything possible to help the authorities locate Fangwen. With just a few words, Lin Yan made Su Qianxian, who was already guilty, firmly believe that Fangwen had attempted murder but was killed in self-defense and might even be suffering from multiple instances of assault and humiliation. Such mastery of language is truly impressive. It's truly brilliant to have accomplices unknowingly help track down the real culprit. Even as he led Lin Yan and several officers to Zheng Chaojie's home, Zhou Yuman couldn't help but marvel at his own tactics. With your knack for manipulating people's minds, it's a shame you didn't join the Criminal Investigation Division. Lin Yan, without saying a word, he plopped down on the large sofa in Zheng Chaojie's living room, opened the field kit Zhou Yuman had specially prepared for him, pulled out a laptop, and immediately started typing away. Thanks but no thanks. I want nothing to do with you. Thanks to the information extracted from Su Chanshan, the officers went straight to the point, searching the entire house for the remote control to open the basement. When someone passed by him for the nth time, Lin Yan couldn't help but speak up. Stop looking. If Fong Wen is really hiding down there, she must have taken the remote control with her. The security officers suddenly understood and, without needing Zhou Yuman's orders, immediately went to work on the large bed pressed tightly against the floor. Before long, the heavy bed was shifted a dozen centimeters, revealing a downward staircase right before everyone's eyes. Keep going, move it a bit more. As soon as Zhou Yuman finished speaking, a horsewoman's voice clearly rang out from below. No need. I'll open it for you. Beep. The sound of the remote being pressed indeed followed, causing the heavy bed's footboard to gradually rise with a faint creaking noise. When the passage was fully opened, a scantily clad young woman walked up calmly, her face deathly pale. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, with numerous blue and purple bruises on her body and splatters of crimson bloodstains. Fong Wen, come with us. Zhou Yuman gave Li Xiaoshang beside him a look, who immediately took off his casual jacket and draped it over Fong Wen's thin shoulders. Click. Fong Wen was handcuffed with silver bracelets. As she walked out of the bedroom, Lin Yan remained focused on his computer screen, his thin lips slightly pursed. The moment she saw him, Fong Wen's pupils constricted sharply, her body involuntarily shrank back, and then she guiltily averted her gaze. Amidst his busy schedule, Lin Yan took a moment to look up and gave Fong Wen a faint smile, his eyes dark and unreadable. In the interrogation room, the bright fluorescent lights cast Fong Wen's pallid face in sharp relief, her gaunt frame and the blue-purple bruises on her body making her appear pitifully vulnerable. Fong Wen, do you plead guilty? Zhou Yuman's bloodshot eyes seemed to have multiplied, yet his energy remained remarkably high. The victim's blood is splattered all over you. Based on the spray patterns, reconstructing how you pierced his spleen with that utility knife isn't difficult anymore. Fong Wen's expression was eerily calm, carrying a sense of despondency as if her heart had turned to ashes. I confess, I killed him. Without Zhou Yuman needing to press further, Fong Wen had already begun recounting the crime process methodically. After he assaulted me, I threatened him. If he didn't do as I said and called the boss, I would fight him to the death. If I died in his house, he would be implicated in a homicide case, attracting the attention of the Public Security Bureau, forcing him to hide in the shadows forever. He listened to me. While he was outside picking a fight with Lin Yan, I found the knockout drugs he used and drugged him the moment he returned to the basement. After killing him, I faked the scene and hid back in the basement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuman raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, when you were faking the scene, did you hear police sirens? I did. Fong Wen clearly knew she couldn't escape now and answered every question truthfully. I don't know who called the police. I cleaned up the scene as quickly as possible and hid. Tell me why you framed me. Fong Wen. Lin Yan's voice was calm, but his gaze was icy cold. When you were making the murder plan with Su Chanshan, had you already considered all this? Which is why you took my utility knife when Zhang Chaojie asked you to leave. Fong Wen closed her eyes and did not answer immediately. The interrogation room fell into silence for a moment, the air so still that only the sound of Li Xiaosheng's pen scratching against paper as he recorded the statement could be heard. Several minutes later, Fong Wen finally opened her eyes, meeting Lin Yan's calm yet cold gaze, and gave a miserable smile. Yes, I deliberately took the utility knife. I specifically wore gloves to frame you intentionally, including the chat records on Zhang Chaojie's phone. I deleted those too. Zhou Yuman frowned and spoke up before Lin Yan could ask. Why? As your boss, Lin Yan has always treated you fairly. You know exactly how much higher your salary is compared to industry standards. Zhou Yuman tapped the case file rhythmically with his fingertips, his eyes filled with doubt. According to our investigation, your company's office environment and work culture are the envy of other employees in the industry, and there's never been any overtime required. What made you think of framing your own boss? Fong Wen tugged at the corner of her mouth, her gaze wandering, not daring to meet Lin Yan's eyes, and her voice lowered a few points. He has money. His family has both money and people. His father is Lin Songhai. Even if he was sentenced to death for murder, surely someone in his family would have a way to get him out of prison. Speaking of this, Fong Wen finally shed a tear. But I'm just an ordinary guy. I don't have that good of a family or that much money. If I get caught, I'll just have to collect the gun's son. She sniffled, her voice trembling as she finally mustered the courage to look Lin Yan straight in the eye. Boss, you're so rich. Why can't you take the blame for me? Chapter 9. How in the world did she dare to mess with Lin Yan at that time? Not only Lin Yan, even Zhou Yuman felt that this answer was a bit unexpected. He thought it was some kind of deep hatred, but half of the time, this Fong Wen is just a simple person who is cheap and has a bad heart, trying to kill someone on her own to plant her boss. Fong Wen was a ing genius. Lin Yan's eyes calmly stared at Fong Wen, Considering that this is an interrogation room, he will repeatedly hovering in his throat, knocking in the wow face without changing color swallowed. Lips pursed again and again pursed, before slowly said a sentence. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to get you clemency. Fong Wen's eyes trembled, looking at Lin Yan with some disbelief. Her hands, which were firmly locked by the silver bracelet, unconsciously scratched the tabletop with her fingertips, emitting a slight zera sound. She was silent for a long time, and suddenly laughed out, big tears like broken beads rustling and rolling down, her voice trembling. Lin Yan, you're really a murderous hypocrite. She has confessed to the whole process of murder in the house. With these hard evidence and the facts of the crime, with her own little skills, any leniency must be a death sentence. But if Lin Yan used his family's resources to splash out money for her to hire the kind of lawyer with a reputation and few defeats, Fong Wen is very clear. Just based on those deeds done by Zhang Chaojie, as long as the lawyer is powerful, she has a high probability that she can be resentenced to death, life, or even just 25 years. If all these assumptions came true, Fong Wen would really not know how to live her life. The memories of her being drugged, violated and tortured by so many people together are so engraved in her mind that even if she has already killed her enemies, she simply can't do anything about the past and let them go with the wind. Even if she received a high level of psychological counseling, she would still suffer every moment of the rest of her life, living in the shadow of those moldy clouds and having no peace. What's more, prison is not a nice place. It was a place for prisoners serving their sentences to have their minds reformed, and life inside would never be any more comfortable or fast than outside. No matter whether she is working, eating or sleeping inside, she will never be associated with the word murderer, even if she was once just a victim. The thought of the high probability that she would be numbing and frying herself in day-to-day labor made Fong Wen choke. She should have had a great future, 10 years of hard work to get out of the mountains, a mouthful of silver teeth to find such a high-paying job, would have been able to excel, so that the people who worked so hard to raise her to enjoy their old age. But all this was ruined by Zhang Chaojie, that man. Apart from the immediate execution of the death penalty, no matter which sentence, Fong Wen could not find even a tiny bit of hope to live. Fong Wen knew very well that the longer she lived, the more she would be tortured physically and mentally. Again, she knew her boss was a smart guy. He got himself clemency, not out of the goodness of his heart at all, but simply to get back at her for planting the evidence. He meant for her to live forever under the shadow of torture and the dark cloud of murderer, searing day after day with the remorse of a ruined future. Even suicide was a luxury. Fong Wen looked into Lin Yan's eyes, and for a moment tears fell like rain, her chest heaving uncontrollably from sobbing, and her voice began to break. You are sorry. Please, don't interfere with my judgment. I apologize. Lin Yan, boss, whatever you want, I beg you. Until this moment, Fong Wen finally knew regret. Whether it was when she regained consciousness surrounded by 7 or 8 men, or when she brought that art knife into Zhang Chaojie's home, or when she accurately stabbed through the spleen of that living man, Fong Wen never regretted it. But as long as a little fought Lin Yan home resources, it is not difficult to guess. I am afraid that even when she is serving her sentence, she will also be prepared for some malicious constantly care. Fong Wen was truly regretful. If she hadn't been immobilized in the interrogation chair, she would have knelt down on the spot for Lin Yan and cried out in pain. Boss, please, I don't want to. This is the interrogation room. Fong Wen, please cooperate well with the sheriff's questioning. Lin Yan interrupted her, his gaze retracting from the crimson bloodstains on her hand that he hadn't had time to clean off, curving his lips extremely shallowly, but the smirk in the bottom of his eyes couldn't be covered at all. Rehabilitate yourself in there, and if you make it out, don't do any of this killing and planting. I remember you came from a mountain village, right? It wasn't easy for the old lady to put you up for a master's degree all by herself with so little land. Don't let her down. You do well in there and maybe you'll come out and give her a pension. After saying that, Lin Yan left the interrogation room straight away, walking without any delay. Fong Wen froze on the spot, crystal tears dripping down the tip of her chin onto the tabletop, a suppressed wail spilling from her throat. She wasn't stupid. She who could come up with such a perfect planting plan. Her IQ wasn't any lower than Lin Yan's. Of course she heard the threat in Lin Yan's words. What those words translated meant was that if she didn't honestly accept Lin Yan's arrangement to obey the high probability of her sentence being changed to life imprisonment, her grandma far away in the mountain village would be in trouble. Only if she does well in prison and tries to get released as soon as possible will she be in time to see her grandma one last time. Fong Wen froze for a moment, then suddenly burst out in a low laugh. Her eyes were lightless and her laugh was demented. She's been walking on thin ice since she left her mountain village and now she's made such a stupid mistake. How in the world did she dare mess with Lin Yan back then? When Zhou Yuman finished his interrogation and found Lin Yan, he was sitting in Zhou Yuman's office tapping on his keyboard. A thick pile of printed paper, looking like a slab, had been placed under the printer on the side. Zhou Yuman casually pinched up a small pile, and after only flipping through a few sheets, his face turned completely cold. These little brats, they don't let anyone have any peace all day. Lin Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Don't mess up the order, and you won't be held responsible for not finding the key information. Zhou Yuman glanced at him somewhat helplessly, knowing that all of this information being printed was intercepted from different places, and there was no page number, so he took out his cell phone and made a call. Lee, get a couple of guys from the tech section who don't have any work on their hands right now and come to my office. Within minutes, 4 younger vigilantes walked in. After entrusting the job of organizing the information to them, Zhou Yuman also sat down on his office chair and started to get busy. After an hour or so, Lin Yan closed his computer and stood up to stretch leisurely. It's done, Captain Zhou. I've already helped you strip the information from this color video site. All the downline IP locations and incriminating evidence have been printed off, and the video of Fong Wen's murder also exists on the desktop, so you can see the rest for yourself. Saying that, Lin Yan put the laptop on Zhou Yuman's desk. A friendly reminder. Although I dug out the exact location of those underlings in this website who are responsible for the mesmerizing and shooting videos, there are too many of them, so you'd better arrest all of them in one breath. I'm not sure I'll have time to help if they sense something's wrong and run off. Seeing that Zhou Yuman was about to stand up from his office chair, Lin Yan hurriedly waved his hand and took out his temporary documents from his pocket and placed them on the desktop. No need to send me off, haha. I've called the driver to come and pick me up. Bye you. After saying that, he slipped out of Zhou Yuman's office like his feet were on fire and dashed towards the entrance of the security bureau like a large dog that had been locked up for several days. Li Shaoshang looked up from the mountain of information and muttered with a light smile. Leaving in such a hurry. If you didn't know, you'd think he'd committed another crime. Chapter 10. It's hard for me to do things for you with so little stuff. Auntie Li, the nanny, was cleaning when Lin Yan arrived home. When she heard the commotion, she walked out of the kitchen with wet hands, and when she saw that it was Lin Yan, she smiled and wiped the water droplets on her hands onto her apron, and the wrinkles on her face stretched out. Hikari's back. Is there anything you want to eat? What kind of fruits and drinks should I bring to the office today? Lin Yan's pace lurched slightly before he remembered that he seemed to have a company coming. I don't know what kind of luck the original owner had. The company recruited so many talents. A contracted artist actually dogged dare to the big boss of the general secretary and the general assistant to lay hands on. These two aggrieved stupid girl does not think of collecting evidence to the police. Backhandedly killed people to the boss head planted. It was really a blessing for the original owner to have recruited a few of them. But Fong Wen had already confessed to the crime, and Lin Yan quickly put it behind him. No, I won't be going to the office this afternoon, and I'll stick to the menu for lunch. His father, Lin Songhai, has to go to work, and his mother, Long Shixiang, often stays at the office and doesn't come home. So Lin Yan and his nanny, Auntie Li, are usually the only two people in the house during the day. Lin Yan briefly explained something, then walked up the stairs at a brisk pace, diving headfirst into his room before summoning the information panel that he had been longing for quite some time. The original, temporarily unavailable for viewing, written on the blank background has turned into 3 big golden letters. Unlockable. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together with some excitement, and between the slightest movement of his mind, other words finally surfaced on the information panel. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 0. Fitness, 8 speed, 9 stamina, 8 spirit, 15 average value for normal people, 10. Special skills. 1. I just like playing with knives. What's wrong with that? 2. Do you know computers or do I know computers? Extraction tasks, task review, task retrospective, props mall, not yet unlocked. Good lord. I can't believe there's something unlocked. Lin Yan swept a general glance and didn't immediately look into the 3 extra functions that had been opened, but instead landed his gaze on the word, points. How are we going to get these points? He had listened to this turtle dog system, opened the silver bracelet in 3 seconds in the interrogation room, and completed another, burglary. How come he didn't have a single point? Lin Yan stroked his chin, and as his eyes wandered, the text on the information panel in front of him quickly disappeared, and new lines of writing emerged. The Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System reward mechanism is as follows. Upon completion of the mission objective case, the host will immediately receive the skill rewarded by the mission. Base bonus points will be awarded if the case is completed and the maximum time limit for the task is reached without being apprehended by a vigilante. Mission target cases have a retroactive period ranging from 3 to 30 days, and additional bonus points will be awarded if they are not apprehended by vigilantes during the retroactive period. Lin Yan couldn't help but smack his lips and give this information panel a thumbs up. Who says this system isn't smart? It's way too smart. After confirming that this system could give answers based on his thoughts, Lin Yan threw a barrage of questions at it offensively. If this case becomes known to the vigilante before the mission's maximum time limit is reached, will the bonus skills I've already earned be withdrawn? No, there will just be no way to get base bonus points and no chance to get extra bonus points anymore. Lin Yan frowned, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. That's not right, is it? I was just seen by the sheriff when I committed the crime, but what if he didn't arrest me? The text on the information panel disappeared instantly, and it took several seconds before 6 dots slowly appeared on it. If he doesn't arrest you, you still get points. Oh, looks like as long as you don't get caught in an interrogation room drinking tea and thinking about life. Lin Yan stroked his chin, and the smile in his eyes couldn't help but thicken a few points. What's in the prop mall? Is it true that if I gain points, I can open the props mall? The mall pricing won't be outrageous, right? Don't give 10 points at a time and buy something that costs 10,000 or so. Toon-chan. The Toon-chan of other travelers will give the host a gift and a big red packet when they meet. Don't you have anything to show? Tun-chan. Aren't you being a little stingy, Tun-chan? Unity, tell me, when you first bound me, you didn't give me any awesome skills, but why didn't you give me more points after I completed the mission? Looking at the 6 dots standing silent on the information panel in front of him, Lin Yan put on a pained expression inside in his heart. Alas, Tuzi, it's hard for me to do work for you when you just give so little. Spend banana money and you'll only get minions. Don't you understand that? After a series of smooth dots were connected to form a line, Lin Yan's heart finally resounded with the system's almost ice-cold electronic synthesized voice, which was word for word and slurred. In view of the host's outstanding performance, the following rewards are granted. Points plus 100. Random skill card *1. Oh, come on. Lin Yan looked at the virtual card that appeared in front of him out of thin air. His eyes were suddenly happy, and he raised his hand and grabbed the translucent card that was as thin as a cicada's wing in his hand, not forgetting to continue to multiply his attacks on the system. No, Toon-chan, are you really swallowing my newbie pack here? There's no way to be a tutelary son like you. You're withholding the host's rewards like this. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Where are the complaint channels? Sue the center. I want to sue the center. Just as Lin Yan was getting more and more excited with his thoughts, and was already starting to mix in a little bit of real emotion, a small message alert box suddenly popped up in front of him. Points plus 1,000. Wow, so generous. It's a bit too generous. Lin Yan slowly took a breath, still thinking about whether or not to continue to scavenge some oil from the unified sun here. The translucent card clutched in his hand suddenly click sound disintegrated into countless fragments into the palm of his hand. The sudden loud noise made Lin Yan's hand shake, and when he lowered his eyebrows to look at it, he realized that his palm was unharmed. At the same time, a new alert popped up on the information panel in front of him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. I only need to make a slight kick, and it's already the limit of the human body. I only need to kick out slightly, and it is already the limit of the human body. Your physical genes have been transformed and enhanced, which will dramatically increase your running speed, agility, kicking power, resistance to blows and other comprehensive attributes. From now on, coming and going like the wind, being as light as a swallow, and kicking a tiger will no longer be a legend. Junior, you've got the scud. Can't you wait for a thrilling urban parkour? Congratulations to the host for triggering the skill task. Run. I'll just run. Just play. Running. I'll just run. Just play. Please select a suitable target within 24 hours and have the other person willingly chase you for 1 hour. Remarks, if the host is caught by the other party within 1 hour of the chase, he will be penalized by having his 4-dimensional attributes. Lin Yan. He bared his big white teeth and retracted them all at once. This dog system is definitely getting back at him. Definitely Lin Yan could be considered to have experienced what it meant to lift a stone and hit his own foot, slowly lifting his right hand, which was unharmed, and erecting a straight middle finger to the information panel in front of him. He had a sweet pear brew that he really wanted to shove into this dog system's head. Chapter 11, Long Shirshan's Magic Claw. After taking several deep breaths in a row to calm down, Lin Yan put away the quest panel and looked at his 4-dimensional attributes again. As expected, after obtaining the skill, I only need to slightly kick out. It's already the limit of the human body. After that, apart from the spiritual attribute, the rest of his attributes received a not-so-small increase. It went straight from physical, 8, speed, 9, endurance, 8, spirit, 15, 2, physical, 17, speed, 18, stamina, 15, spirit, 15. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The good news was that the 3 attributes of physical fitness, speed and endurance, even if they were cut in half, he would still be playing for nothing, pure and simple. But the bad news is that if the spirit gets a cut, this body's high IQ label may have to come off. No, this mission has to be done properly. Lin Yan lifted his legs and took a few steps in place, and there was indeed a feeling of lightness in his body and a brisk pace. He suppressed the joy and sputtering in his heart and went through his information panel again. Genius anti-criminal investigation system. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 1100. Physical, 17. Speed, 18. Stamina, 15. Spirit, 15. Average value for normal people, 10. Special skills. 1. I just like playing with knives. What's wrong with that? 2. Do you know computers or do I know computers? 3. I'm already at the limit of the human body with just a slight kick. Extraction tasks, task review, task retrospective, prop small. Current mission, run. I'll just run. Just play. Mission details. With the points scavenged from the unicorns credited, the props mall was indeed opened. Without hesitation, Lin Yan tapped on the props mall, and a well-organized and simple shelf screen was presented. There are only 9 items on the shelves, 3 in each row, 3 rows in total, with tiny profile tags attached to the bottom of the items. Mushroom egg, 100 points, a unique time bomb. Boom can destroy the sky and the earth, eliminating troubles. Where is the boom? Soul-stealing rouge incense, 150 points, fast acting. No residue. 1 puff can knock down an elephant. Can't be fooled. Tongue-in-cheek lollipop, 999 points. With it, you can imitate any voice. A walking recorder that deserves the name. Ancient martial arts, Bajiquan, 555 points. Ever seen a being who practiced a martial art to its peak? Buy it and you'll see it in the mirror. Special skills, going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? Minus 1000 points. Buy it and you'll never have to go to work again. Lin Yan scrutinized the brief descriptions of each item and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. While all of these look great, is the only 9? Nothing else? The system obviously didn't want to talk to him, and didn't give any response for half a day. But after looking the small interface over again, Lin Yan finally found a small refresh button at the very top of the panel. Refresh mall, 100 points / time. So it seems that with enough points, he can light up a lot of skills for himself. Lin Yan's eyes were on, special skill, going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? The introduction of the ancient martial arts, Baji Fist, paused for a few seconds before decisively buying it. This skill may seem like something, but Lin Yan is a rich kid like a fake. Even if he didn't mention the $2 million of pocket money that arrived every month at any time, Lin Yan now had tens of millions of dollars in total assets on his own card. He works? What shift? Joke's on him, even without that skill, he doesn't even need to go to work. Okay. It was a skill that if he had 100 points for it, he'd probably just buy it out of hand and see how it went. But this thing actually cost 1,000 points, and he had a brain fart to buy it. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient martial art, Baji-Quan. But in just a few breaths, all the moves of the 8 Extreme Fist were engraved in Lin Yan's body instincts. It was a wonderful feeling. Obviously Lin Yan's memory had never shown him practicing the 8 Extremes Fist, but those moves were clearly engraved in his mind, and it was as simple and natural to use them with his hands as eating and drinking water. Lin Yan was in a great mood and was just about to laugh to the heavens when the door to his room was knocked on abruptly. Hikari, dinner is ready. Will you eat in the dining room or should I bring it to you? It was Auntie Lee's voice that was gentle with a hidden smile. Lin Yan pressed the corners of his mouth and coughed lightly. I'll go over and eat later. Leave it in the dining room. After calming down, washing his face and changing into another set of clothes, Lin Yan went out and went downstairs. To his surprise, there was actually an elegant and beautiful woman with a slender body and pretty face already sitting in the restaurant. With just a glance, Lin Yan knew that this was none other than his mother, Long Shixiang, and his slightly halted pace resumed calmly, with a smile on his face. Mom, Long Shixiang nodded her head in response, and between the flow of her gaze, she inadvertently revealed a lofty and aloof aura, as if everything was already under her control. Elegant, dignified, subdued, and rambunctious. However, just as Lin Yan sat down, Lang Shixiang immediately showed her original form, both hands simultaneously pinching Lin Yan's face, pulling up the tender flesh on both sides of his cheeks and pinching and squeezing them. You brat, what did you get me into out there? How did someone check up on me? Even though Lang Shixiang's smile was bright and open, the force on her hand was not light at all, pinching Lin Yan's cheeks as if she was playing a decompression pinch. Speak quickly, did you wreak havoc on someone's good girl? Why don't you bring someone back for me to see? I'm telling you, if the girl you pick doesn't get past me, you'll find your own way to get $5 million to drop on her head and tell her to get lost. Lin Yan almost died in place by her hole, slurring his words while leaning back in his figure. Mayo, Wasi was wrongly accused. Lang Shixiang had read countless people. Of course she could see the seriousness in Lin Yan's eyes, so she loosened her fingers and turned to rub the soft flesh on Lin Yan's cheeks with her palm. Still smiling, what was that all about? Brat, who was so bold as to dare to wrong you? Lin Yan can finally speak clearly, knowing that the memory of the original owner rarely succeeded in breaking free from the clutches of his mother Lang Shixiang. simply do not struggle. Directly touch out the cell phone to find Zhou Yumin to give him the temporary documents of the photo. Here, first I was planted as the first suspect in this case, tried as a murderer for 10 hours, and then, maybe originated from the body-blood relationship on the instinctive intimacy, may also be the cold poetic love eyes inadvertently flowed out of the real care. In short, Lin Yan like pouring beans like, pick and choose to say their own 2 days of brilliant experience. The more Lung Shixiang listened, the colder her eyes became, and in the end, she had let go of Lin Yan's face and rubbed his hair instead. Good boy, worthy of being born of an old mother. You don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of it next. Chapter 12, has anyone ever experienced that kind of helplessness? Lin Yan blinked, and when he saw the undisguised color of concern in the bottom of Lang Shixiang's eyes, his heart felt as if it had been gently pinched, and a gentle and delicate sense of touch surrounded him in a flash. But when he thought of Lang Shixiang's highly classified work unit, he sweated for Zhou Yumin in Fangwan. Mom, my idea is to hire a good lawyer for Fangwan. No wonder they say that mother and son are connected. Lang Shixiang was silent for only a second before she laughed out softly. You want her to commute her life sentence? She picked up her chopsticks and gave Lin Yan some food before gently lifting her chin. So what are you going to do if she does well in there and gets out in 20 or 30 years? Lin Yan arched his eyebrows. Even though she caused me to almost go in and get shot, I'm not the kind of person who's too cheap to let her not even see her grandma one last time. Am I? Hey you kid. Lung Shixiang smiled helplessly, obviously guessing Lin Yan's thoughts, but her face was still full of doting. Then you can contact the lawyer yourself. I've been busy with work lately and I can't make that kind of call from my office. Lin Yan nodded curtly. After her happy meal, Lung Shixiang didn't even change her clothes before she carried her bag out the door. Lin Yan sat in the living room and watched her back, which was slender but with a hurried gait, and shook his head helplessly. According to the information in the original book, the original owner's mother, Lung Shixiang, was the biggest stumbling block on the way to solving the case for the original book's hero, Zhou Chuanbai. Unlike Lin Songhai, who was a businessman, Lang Shixiang is a powerful man, holding a high-ranking position in a secretive organization that is not explicitly stated in the original book, and is truly powerful in the truest sense of the word. Although Lin Yan wasn't quite sure if there was any exaggeration in this, he knew how much trouble Lang Shixiang had explicitly and implicitly caused Zhou Chuanbai. It was no exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for Lang Shixiang's power, even if Lin Songhai had more money, it wouldn't be enough for Lin Yan to get away with thousands of chapters. In the middle and late stages of the original book, in order to pocket those things committed by Lin Yan, Lang Shixiang no longer has 2 sleeves clean, and began to nearly frantically collect biographical stains of all levels of political personnel, to hold their illegal and criminal handles firmly in the hands, which leads to a very interesting phenomenon. The Zhou Chuanbai hard work for 2 or 3 years, Lin Yan's tail did not seize, but jerked down a lot of political personnel, and the security system in the assholes. And after those people went in, although it was clear that it was Lung Shixiang's hand, they didn't dare to confess any information related to Lin Yan at all, just because they were afraid that Lung Shixiang would be unfavorable to their families again. From this, we can see that Lin Yan was able to get away with so many chapters under the exhaustive pursuit of a person with a protagonist's aura, and how heavy Lang Shixiang, the mountain weighing on Zhou Chuanbai's head, must be. Ding dong. The beep of his cell phone pulled back Lin Yan's thoughts. He lowered his eyebrows to unlock his phone, and a transfer message came to his eyes. Langdame transferred $500,000. $0 to you. Transfer remarks, go out for a walk. Don't go to work for the next 2 days. Holy, $500,000 out of the blue. Kissing mom, still got to be kissing mom. Pure real money is really useful. Simply medicine to the disease. Will Lin Yan's heart of the few remaining depression directly to a sweep away. At this time, in a low-profile black sedan that had just driven out of the villa community, Lung Shixiang leaned calmly on the back of the seat of the co-pilot, and a cold aura raged in the bottom of her eyes. It wasn't until she saw the emoticon sent by Lin Yan that her expression eased, and with a very shallow hook of her lips, she copied down the string of numbers in the chat box and clicked open the chat. After organizing the information printed out by Lin Yan, Zhou Yumin had them all moved to the office of Wen Xiangjuan, the brigade commander of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Regarding these website downliners who use special drugs to force and control women to shoot indecent videos by illegal means, he had only just reported the beginning when his cell phone rang abruptly. As vigilantes, especially on the criminal side, cell phones are meant to be kept open 24 hours a day. Don't say that you are reporting to the leader, or dealing with life's events. Strange phone calls have to be answered. What if it's a report? What if answering the phone a few minutes earlier would have allowed the sheriff to arrive in time and save lives? So, Zhou Yumin pressed answer without even thinking about it. Hello? On the other end of the phone, a melodious female voice rang out calmly, spitting out words very clearly. Hello, I'm Lang Shixiang. Zhou Yumin. He opened his mouth and stayed in place for a moment. If it were before, he would never have reacted to the name in any particular way. But in the usual murder suspect Lin Yan's family members screening, to see sent out 7 investigation order was called back a full 6. Zhou Yumin know things are not simple. Lin Yan existing these close relations and the blood relatives. In addition to a company's father Lin Sanhai, the other froze what is not allowed to ask, what is not allowed to check. Can this be any simple character? The reason why Zhou Yumin was most impressed by the name Leng Shixian was because it was the only name he knew. The other 5 people. He repeatedly tried several times in the information network within the security system. Even a name could not be searched. A search for it, no such person. Really? Has anyone ever experienced that kind of helplessness? Now once you hear the name Leng Shixian, and then look at this, did not show any number of digits. Only asterisk 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 of the caller. Zhou Yumin people are numb. Not far away. When Xiangjuan, who was sitting at the desk, saw Zhou Yumin answering the phone but remained speechless for a long time, and suspiciously put down his teacup and asked, "What's wrong? Who's calling?" Leng Shixian on the other end of the phone obviously heard the inquiry and let out a low laugh. "Oh, Captain Zhou, just call me Mrs. Lin." Zhou Yumin raised his hand and wiped his forehead, wiping the shallow cold sweat in his hand on the side of his waist, still a little slowed down. "Ah, ha ha, Mrs. Lin, hello, hello." After these words, Zhou Yumin touched the pen on Wen Xiangjuan's desk, wrote cold poetry on a piece of white paper. The moment he read those 3 words, Wen Xiangjuan closed his eyes before slowly giving a thumbs up to Zhou Yumin. Zhou Yumin, he simply averted his gaze, and coincidentally, at that moment, Leng Shixian's voice rang out on the phone again. "I'm calling this time from a position of pure motherhood. I called back all the investigation orders you applied for before, but now, as Lin Yan's birth mother, I can answer any question you ask as long as it's not classified." It was fine if she didn't say that, but when she did, Zhou Yumin sweated even more. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, Mrs. Lin, we've completely ruled out Lin Yan's suspicion of committing the crime. There's no need to investigate his family members. And I have to thank Lin Yan for his invaluable help in solving the murder case. Don't worry, our criminal investigation brigade is rewarding and punishing, while severely punishing the criminals. We won't forget everyone who has contributed to the case. I've already reported Lin Yan's honorary title and bonus, and as soon as the city approves it, I'll personally deliver it to him." Ha! Leng Shixian's laughter was like a silver bell. "Then thank you, Captain Zhou. It will be my son's 19th birthday in a while, and at that time, I'll have the invitations sent. I hope that Captain Zhou will be gracious enough to take the time to come." In the smoothly traveling car, Leng Shixian didn't have any expression on her face, and in her hand, she idly turned a small bright silver pistol. Chapter 13. Who can stand this? Until Leng Shixian hung up the phone, Zhou Yumin felt that he was dreaming. "Old man, I feel like I might need to take a few days off and get some rest." When Xiangjuan looked at Zhou Yumin, who had a bitter face, and lifted the tip of his pen, using the cap of the pen to heavily tap the printing paper on the desktop twice. "There are still so many people left to be arrested. As the vice captain of our criminal investigation brigade, how did you come up with such words?" Zhou Yumin, he didn't say a word, but stared straight at Wen Xiangjuan with a look that said, "I'm about to die on the spot," as if he was looking at his last straw. Wen Xiangjuan was a bit helpless by his look, and took another sip of tea before he said in a serious tone, "Xiao Zhou, I'll be retiring soon. You know that. Such a large criminal network. Obviously you took the lead in uncovering. If you do not participate in the latter action, the credit will be all someone else's. You should be clear. This scale of the case has been enough for the ministry to supervise. If you do a good job, sitting in my position is not impossible." "Really say quit?" Zhou Yumin let out a leisurely sigh. "I've offended Leng Shixian, so I guess it's the peak of my rank now. Moreover, the reason why these downline IP address and evidence of crime so clear, all is Lin Yan's credit. I just apply for him a temporary work permit and a computer. Nothing else. The breakfast he was invited to eat was free from our cafeteria." The more Zhou Yumin said, the more he felt that he was more than likely going to be finished, and his face became even more bitter. The rest of the job isn't really that difficult. It's just a matter of coordinating and mobilizing the policing forces across the country to try to take out everyone on this criminal network in one day. Whether I'm involved or not, it doesn't make a difference in the outcome. When Xiangjuan shook his head helplessly when he saw the self-loathing look on his face. Okay, what do you take people cold, Mrs. Lin for? The pause in the words was short, but Zhou Yumin's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Old man, you know her exact position?" When Xiangjuan directly gave him a big blank stare. Asterisk 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 off. "All the advice I can give you is don't think badly of people. Go. I'll read this information myself. You hurry up and do what you need to do. Congratulations to the host for completing the burglary case and not being apprehended by the vigilantes when reaching the maximum time limit of the mission, earning base reward points of 100. The retroactive period for this theft case is 3 days. After 3 days, if the host is still not apprehended by the vigilantes, he will receive an additional bonus point of 300. Please keep up the good work. Keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. Lin Yan was rather speechless as he looked at the alert box that suddenly popped up in front of him and slowly gave it a middle finger. His initial guess came true. This system rewarded points that were really stingy. That 100 points for the base reward would only be enough to refresh them all once, and you'd have to think carefully about what you wanted to buy. If it wasn't for the 1100 points he had poked from the system at the very beginning, the current Lin Yan would have to find a way to break 1 point into 8 to spend it. Lin Yan looked at the current task, followed by the one that made him gnash his teeth at the punishment with a complicated mood, grinding his teeth and shouting at the system in the bottom of his heart. Why did the skill quest trigger? Since there are penalties for skill quests, what are the rewards? Are there penalties for all skill quests? Can I refuse this quest? Can a skill task that has already been triggered delay the start of the calculation time in some special cases where I can't help it? The text on the cue box in front of you disappeared in an instant, and gradually a whole new handwriting began to emerge. 1. When acquiring certain special skills, there is a 50% probability of triggering a skill task once the system determines that there is still room for the skill to be utilized and improved. 2. The rewards for skill tasks are directly related to the special skill that triggered the task, depending on the degree of completion. Points of 100 or more, with no ceiling, will also be awarded. 3. When a skill task is triggered, there is a 25% probability that the penalty mechanism will be triggered synchronously. 4. Skill assignments cannot be refused. 5. Except for physiological inability to act, a task that has already begun timing cannot be paused, nor can the start of timing be delayed. So please pay attention to the time limit of the task on the host's own. Lin Yan, what does it mean to be physiologically incapable of action? He just spit out a question, and the prompt box actually did give an answer, such as broken bones, paralysis, blindness, drug-induced coma, and serious injuries that could be fatal. Lin Yan, I know. Even if he's locked up in an interrogation room thinking about life, he's going to have to find a way to sneak out and finish the job himself. It's like this. Lin Yan, sometimes, he really wanted to smash this awful system. Can you delete those 3 big words, anti-criminal, from the system name, day after day? The net to him the netherworld skills, after the skills to fix him. This who can stand can't we just change the system or something? This time, not only did the text answering him not appear on the prompt box, but even the entire prompt box disappeared. Lin Yan pinched his brow with a complicated mood and read the mission introduction on the system panel again. Current mission, run. I'll just run. Just play. Mission details, please select a suitable target within 24 hours and make the other person chase you willingly for 1 hour. Mission penalty, having of 4-dimensional attributes. This kind of mission, more than likely cannot randomly pick a lucky person on the road, snatch the other person's cell phone and let him run after him. Whether or not that person would really chase him was secondary. If they just called the police, Lin Yan's mission would most likely be a failure. After all he can run, he can't outrun cars and bullets. Moreover, if he really dared to pull off a street robbery and be chased by the police for an hour, Lin Sunhai would definitely have to break his legs. Tasks played or not completed could be put to one side. Lin Yan's life and face were the top priority. Thinking about it, Lin Yan finally opened the chat software and sent a message to someone whose note was, "How's he? Both woods in the woods, going out for a while. Are you free?" The message had only just been sent, and there was a second reply from the other side. "Hiroko, yes brother, yes." Lin Yan helplessly held his forehead, found a private restaurant with a good flavor from his memory, and casually sent the reservation information over. "Hiroko, okay bro, I'll see you there." Recalling the memories related to this Yuhao, Lin Yan laughed softly a few times and booked 2 more sets of tickets at a hot springs treatment club. The reason why I chose Yuhao was because the other party was also a perennial gymgoer with a pretty good physique. All tendon meat, with a little bit of the right bait. This guy would be willing to play urban parkour with him for an hour. It's not quite hot enough yet, but running for an hour straight is going to put a little sweat on anyone who comes along. At that time, once the mission was completed, Lin Yan would just take Yuhao with him to take a hot spring and get a massage, which would definitely be soothing. Suddenly, Lin Yan suddenly thought of something. The smile at the corner of his lips slowly froze, and his gaze was a bit dull. Chapter 14, How Can I Live Without You? Hiko? If he remembers correctly, this Yuhao seems to be a male gender and a male hobbyist. He asked people to come out to dinner alone, but also we have to play a little smart during the meal, so that Yuhao willingly run to catch up with him for a whole hour, and then soak in a hot spring together. Yu Hao probably won't think much of anything. After all, they've been friends for some years. They're buddies from childhood. But if that little boyfriend of his makes a scene, it's enough for Lin Yan to suffer. Although it was for the sake of completing the mission and gleaning points and all that, Lin Yan didn't want to ruin people's good relationships. If Yu Hao were to favor Lin Yan, his little boyfriend would definitely make a bigger fuss. But if Yu Hao were to engage in this act of forgetting his friends when he sees them, Lin Yan would be even more wronged. He shook off the slight resistance to a friend of mine and took the time to pick through his memories, finally finding another suitable person. After successfully getting this person named Gu Wenting on a date as well, Lin Yan let out a long breath, feeling that the mission was mostly secure. At this moment, Lin Yan had no idea that asking Gu Wenting out on a date would be the best decision he had made since wearing the book. The sun is setting in the west, and twilight is in the air. Hiko, you've got to let me grab a handful. Hiko, what chow? You dog, when did you run so fast? Hiko, what hit you? It doesn't take you to play like that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's inhuman. Your ing scud? On the wide street, where vehicles and pedestrians were relatively sparse, three young-faced, well-proportioned men chased after each other, taking the road in a frenzy. The one at the front was naturally Lin Yan. Despite the fact that Yu Hao behind him was cursing while chasing him, the corners of his mouth were unable to hold back the crazy upturn. Detecting that the host is being pursued by a suitable target. Skill mission, run. I'll just run. Just play. In progress. Time remaining, 0 hours, 9 minutes, 21 seconds. It had to be said. I only need to slightly kick out, and it's already the limit of the human body. Although the name of this skill was a bit abstract, the ability it brought to Lin Yan was real, coupled with his speed attribute of up to 18 points. Even if both Yu Hao and Gu Wenting hadn't slacked off much on their fitness, they were all left behind by him not far behind. Of course, Lin Yan hadn't used his full strength yet. Fishing for people, of course, to leave each other a ray of hope. It was only Yu Hao and Gu Wenting who always felt that if they worked harder, they would definitely be able to catch up with Lin Yan, and he was able to steadily run out of mission hours. Hiko, you wait for me. Hiko, how can I live without you? Hiko, seeing that there were only 2 or 3 minutes left of the time Lin Yan had set in advance, Yu Hao began to dry howl again. Hiko, did you fall out of love? Or did you go to the police station and lose your mind? Look at Lao Gu in this tall customized suit. How did you bear to pit him? He is our closest friend and brother in arms. Gu Wenting, who was always silently chasing Lin Yan on the side. He turned his head sideways and looked at Yu Hao with a "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Look." He looked at Yu Hao with a "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Look." And compared to the other party, Gu Wenting was as stingy with his words as gold. You're no better, so why don't you pit me less? Being dismantled on the spot, the corner of Yu Hao's mouth deflated. Old Gu, you've wronged me here. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Yan snorted and glanced back at the two men, who were still primping at their feet, and slowly gave them a thumbs up. 1 minute to go, and whoever of you can outrun me owns that little entertainment company, and I'll be calling him daddy for a month. The company and all that is secondary to the man's dignity and the fight for patriarchal power. As soon as they heard this, Yu Hao and Gu Wenting all looked like they were pumped up with chicken blood, almost dashing towards Lin Yan with red eyes. Hiko, behave. Let's not run. Let me grab one. Just one. Lin Yan, I'm not stupid. Quite different from Yu Hao's shouting. Gu Wenting, who was dressed in a suit but running at a speed no less than Yu Hao's, was concise but to the point. Let me win and I'll buy your company at market value. Wah, Lao Gu, you don't speak of martial virtues. Yu Hao is painfully aware of this. Hiko, don't listen to this clothes horse. This is fair racing. Just as Lin Yan wanted to turn around, a prompt box popped up in front of him, and an electronic synthesized voice without the slightest bit of emotional coloring rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for not being caught and captured by the target within 1 hour, and for completing the skill mission, run. I'll just run. Just play. Receive the following reward. Points plus 250. Free attribute points plus 2. Props, Daylight Ghost Haunting Incense *1. Lin Yan's eyes looked happy, shouted times up towards Yu Hao and Gu Wenting, and began to slowly reduce the speed, changing from running to walking. Although the points rewarded by this awful system more or less seemed to be embedded in him, it had to be admitted that Lin Yan was very optimistic about those 2 free attribute points and the props. Hiko, you dog. Yu Hao covered his chest and panted heavily, patting Lin Yan's shoulder fiercely. When did you run so fast, you dog? His face was red with the redness of a strenuous workout, and he had a smile on his brow, though his mouth was unforgiving. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel like you were just pretending to be a pig before, weren't you? Gu Wenting ripped the tie out of the lapel of his suit, nonchalantly straightened the knot of his tie, and pushed the watch on his wrist, matching the piece of subdued face, looking as svelte and corrupt as he wanted to be. Feeling better? Lin Yan was a little weak at the look in his eyes, but still nodded a little. Well, It's much happier to have a run like that. The matter of the mission is always not to be exposed. Since Gu Wenting thought that he had entered the bureau hard is difficult, Lin Yan also went along with it. The three of them walked down the wide street for nearly 10 more minutes to comb their breaths before Hayashi brought up the second scene he had prepared long ago. I've booked the Hua Ching Chi hot springs. Let's go and soothe our muscles. Yu Hao lightly patted his chest, and the smile on his face suddenly became much thicker. It's okay, Hiko. I just dash. Before he could finish his words, the thin redness and blood on his face brought on by the exercise faded instantly. His eyes bulged out, and his whole body slumped back uncontrollably. Gu Wenting's eyes and hands were quick to hold him up, and Lin Yan's face also changed as he made an immediate decision. Get him flat on the ground. I'll call 120 and you contact the personal physician. Gu Wenting immediately complied without thinking, but he didn't listen to the second half of Lin Yan's sentence about contacting a private doctor. Instead he rolled up his sleeves and knelt down on one knee, pressing his hands heavily on Yu Hao's chest. Seeing him move skillfully to give Yu Hao CPR, Lin Yan was slightly relieved at the same time. His speech was strangely fast and clear. My friend suddenly fainted. He had a chest beat before. We are giving him CPR. Please get to the scene immediately at the intersection of East Sycamore Road and Birch Street. Off to the side. Just at this moment, another system alert box popped up in front of Lin Yan. His pupils shrank, and the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground with a pia sound. Chapter 15, Becoming a Suspect Again. Congratulations to the host for participating in assisting in the completion of a murder case. In light of the fact that the host took the initiative to get involved in the case without omission and successfully completed the murder of Yu Hao, all rewards in this case are doubled. Points plus 666. Free attribute points plus 4. Special skills, yes, I'm young for my age. Props, seeing through lens *1. Lin Yan's heart and mind trembled, and even these words on the prompt box in front of him became a bit blurry. It took several seconds before he slowly crouched down and brought his hand to Yu Hao's wrist. Silence. Deadly silence. Even though Gu Wenting was still persistently performing CPR on him, Lin Yan didn't feel the slightest pulse. Yu Hao's heart, it was no longer beating. Lin Yan closed his eyes. His thin lips almost pursed into a straight line. Even though he was a book wearer and hadn't had much real contact with Yu Hao, it was still a little hard for him to see a life that had been alive and well not too long ago pass away right in front of Lin Yan's eyes like this, coupled with the residual emotions of the original owner in his body, which was acting like an overturned paint altar, laying down colors on his heart in large swathes. Lin Yan was already a bit out of breath. I couldn't save him. Gu Wenting stopped his hand, looked at Lin Yan, whose mental state was obviously not quite right, and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. By my estimation, I've just broken at least 2 of his ribs when I gave him CPR and it still didn't do much good, so I'm going to have to hope for an ambulance. Lin Yan nodded slightly, looking at Yu Hao's face that no longer had any semblance of blood, and did not reply. Even if Gu Wenting had crammed a lot of medical knowledge after inheriting his family's pharmaceutical company, he couldn't do it with his bare hands to save the life of a person who had been murdered in a deliberate manner. Not long after, the ambulance arrived at the scene with lights flashing, and the paramedics quickly lifted Yu Hao into the car. Even though the system had already declared Yu Hao's death, Lin Yan still held out a slight chance that the specialized instruments in the ambulance could bring Yu Hao back to life. But the reality is often not what you want. Upon arriving at the hospital, before Yu Hao was even sent into the operating room, the white-haired chief physician had already announced his death in a heavy tone. I'm sorry for your loss. He no longer has any vital signs. Fang Ruowei, who had hurriedly arrived, sniffled, and tears rolled down her face in large chunks. Doctor, help him. Is there really no way out? We're not far off the mark. Doctor, save him, please save him. She was so emotional that her exquisitely made-up face was filled with tears, and she looked as if she was about to kneel down for the head doctor. Lin Yan and Gu Wenting on the side glanced at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Although it might be a bit bad to speculate on people's hearts in this way, as Yu Hao's good brothers, both of them knew very well. Yu Hao's stepmother, Fang Ruowei, doesn't have a good relationship with him, especially after the birth of their youngest son, Yu Han. The relationship between the two of them has become more and more strained when it comes to the inheritance of the company's shares. Moreover, according to Yu Hao, Fang Ruowei is a playwright who has one thing in front of his face and one thing behind his back, and only shows warmth and concern in front of his dad. Usually he is simply indifferent to him. Such a person would be so sad over Yu Hao's death. That's a little too much showmanship. Lin Yan thought of the successfully completed murder on Yu Hao that was clearly written out on the system prompt box and stepped forward to inquire. Doctor, what was the cause of Hiroko's death? Cardiac arrest. The head doctor took 2 steps back, allowing the nurse to stop Fang Ruowei, who had nearly brought her to her knees, and sighed softly. Let's prepare the aftermath as soon as possible. The body can be placed in our morgue first. Fang Ruowei hung her eyes and only shed tears. Thank you, doctor. I've contacted the crematorium. Now let Hiroko be buried. It's clear that she's going to just admit it and cover it up perfectly with an accidental death. Once the body was cremated, wouldn't the clue to the murder be gone? Lin Yan frowned and fished his cell phone out of his pocket, his calm voice thumping out. Wait, don't cremate it yet. I suspect there's something wrong with Hiroko's death. I'll call the CID brigade right now and ask them to come and take the body away for an autopsy. No! Fang Ruowei immediately voiced her rebuttal, her crying red eyes looking straight at Lin Yan. Hao is already dead, and you still want him to be dissected, and you can't even walk in peace. What on earth do you have in mind? Where exactly did my little Hao offend you? And you came out for less than half a day, and he died tragically on the street. Fang Ruowei voice choking, crying with rain, do not know thought the death is her own father. Lin Yan, are you Xiao Hao's brother or not? How could you say such a thing? Now, not only did Lin Yan have suspicions, even Gu Wenting sensed that something was wrong. Auntie, according to Hiroko's usual fitness habits, we will have no problem with all the activities we are doing today. Uncle, you had a medical checkup at my family's private hospital, and there's no history of heart disease in their family, so how could Hosey have a sudden cardiac arrest? There's definitely something fishy going on here, and if you cared so much about Hiroko, you shouldn't want him to die for no reason, right? Fang Ruowei was dumbfounded by his two words, and covered her face and cried whimper. Whimper, whimper. Lin Yan looked deeply at Fang Ruowei and flipped through the call logs and dialed Zhou Yuman's number. Captain Zhou, it's me. I'm at the First People's Hospital. I suspect there's something wrong with my brother's death. You bring a few people here now and bring his body to your CID brigade for an autopsy. Even though Lin Yan didn't stare at Fang Ruowei all the time, he still caught a glimpse of her increasingly off-color face out of the corner of his eye. Inside the questioning room, Zhou Wumin, wearing a trendy hairstyle determined by the wind, looked at Lin Yan with helplessness in his eyes. Why are you here again? Lin Yan spread his hands. I didn't want to come, but I didn't want my brother to die for nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Yumin pinched his brow in a bit of annoyance. Are you trying to say there's something wrong with Yu Hao's stepmother? Without waiting for Lin Yan to answer, Zhou Yumin had already touched out a cigarette, held it in his hand and crushed it but did not light it, his face complex like a woolen ball scratched by a cat. People sued you and Gu Wenting, and now you're a suspect again. Lin Yan, good fellow. He hadn't even said anything about the suspicions on Fang Ruowei, but the other party had sent him in first, obviously in the hospital that will contact the crematorium, and now into the Criminal Investigation Brigade, but first to Lin Yan and Gu Wenting sent a big gift. Fang Ruowei's play was more or less disgusting. Lin Yan let out a long breath and looked at the soft couch he was sitting on, being so angry that he wanted to laugh a little. Captain Zhou, this isn't the right treatment if I'm a suspect, right? There is still a big difference between the interrogation room and the questioning room. Generally speaking, suspects accused of murder are brought into the interrogation room for tea. Only the lesser suspects, or those who came in for minor incidents, were treated in the more relaxed conditions and better environment of the interview room. To his surprise, Zhou Yuman actually nodded his head when Lin Yan just casually said so. I'll take a brief look at the situation first, and then I'll take you to the interrogation room to sit for a while after Gu Wenting's side is accounted for. Lin Yan, taking him for a murderer again. Ha! Chapter 16. Do not underestimate the bond between them all. Lin Yan this time is really angry to laugh. Ha to sound, then directly to the sofa a lie. Eyes closed, perfect body language to express their attitude. Zhou Yumin opened his mouth, wanting to speak for a while, simply as nothing, took the cigarette case and left the questioning room. Click. Lin Yan didn't open his eyes even after the door to his room was closed, but he could still see his system panel as long as his mind moved. Lin Yan first turned over the previous notification message, carefully checking every single text on it. The original owner's memories were of some small fights and daily pits with Yu Hao, but there had never been any behavior that might have harmed his life. However, on this system notification, it was written very clearly that Lin Yan was involved in assisting in the completion of a murder case. From the cardiac arrest method of death, Lin Yan's assistance to the real murderer is probably that 1 hour of running. Strenuous exercise would cause the heart to race, but with the amount of exercise Yu Hao was accustomed to in his daily life, Lin Yan had almost just warmed him up at this point. Moreover, Yu Hao's cardiac arrest didn't happen during the run. Instead, it happened after his breath had already returned to calm. Coupled with the fact that the private hospital run by Gu Wenting's family still holds the medical examination reports of Yu Hao and his father, Yu Yuanshan, he also clearly knows that the Yu family does not have any history of genetic diseases. These are doubtful. From the performance of Fang Ruowei at that time, even if she is not the mastermind, but also certainly have a number of this matter in mind, otherwise would not be so resistant to Lin Yan's words, blocking the Criminal Investigation Brigade on Yu Hao's autopsy, and only think of Yu Hao as soon as possible cremated. Lin Yan frowned slightly and rolled over on the couch in the inquiry room. just about to see if there was anything in the props mall that he could use when he was suddenly choked by a hard object in his coat pocket. Puzzled, he got up and reached in his pocket for 2 hard items. Daytime ghost stalking incense. Do you have a ghost in your heart? Light it up and face your inner fears with courage. Seeing through the lens, a magical lens that can magnify unusual details isometrically. Wherever there is doubt, where to shine. Looking at the descriptive information on these 2 props, Lin Yan opened his mouth, and a bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. If he disliked this incense to Fong Ruowei's face, and then used the lens to take a good look at Yu Hao's body, he might be able to solve this case straight away. Lin Yan pressed the corners of his mouth and placed them properly back into his coat pocket, then leaned back on the back of the sofa chair and closed his eyes, checking out the special skills he had just acquired. Yes, I'm an old man at a young age, it makes sense for you, with your unforgettable skills, to have both medical and poisonous skills, doesn't it? Yes, less than 20 years old, but with decades of experience. That's what I'm talking about. You're a dual practitioner of medicine and poison. Junior, it's a strange shame that you would leave traces in a district murder case when you clearly possess such an exceptional poison technique. Should we consider applying for a skill quest from the system and take a good refresher course in poison arts? Skill quests for special skills are all-encompassing enhancements, and after further training, you'll become a master of poisonous arts, making rare treasures with 99% purity or more at your fingertips. Lin Yan, it is also more than 99% of the purity of Temu, and if he dares to do it on his side, Lin Songhai will dare to do it in a big way on his side. Don't underestimate the bond between the Flower Kingdom and the forbidden poison. Lin Yan breathed a long sigh of relief, almost letting this system make him laugh. He'd just been really wrong about his system. The bleeping thing was still as bad as ever. Godtems, leaving traces in a district murder case. When did he poison Yu Hao? Did he leave that mark? How come he didn't know himself? When Yu Hao was poisoned, did he understand this messed up knowledge of poison techniques? Lin Yan pinched his brow, and after suppressing his disorganized thoughts, he already had a general direction in his mind for solving this case. No other, only the hand is familiar with it. He did not wear the book before, but the criminal investigation reasoning novel I fight with high IQ criminals those years from the beginning to the end of the book, on the human life of the big case of the detection process, the direction of detection and so on, of course, has long been familiar with. If it weren't for such a bad system, Lin Yan might actually consider joining the Criminal Investigation Brigade and taking advantage of knowing the plot in advance to make a name for himself in the law and order system or something. TSK goddamn the system for mistaking me. At that exact moment, Zhou Yumin pushed the door open and looked at Lin Yan with a gaze that was still complicated and helpless. Lin Yan, let's go. I'll take you to the interrogation room. Lin Yan stood up with a calm face and followed him out without saying a word. It was that familiar interrogation room again, and the incandescent light that was so bright that it was a bit blinding, as well as the opening statement that made Lin Yan's ears a bit calloused from listening to it. Name, Lin Yan. Gender, can't tell. Age, Lin Yan. Can't we just get down to business? Facing the pleading gaze cast by his disciple, Zhou Yumin helplessly pinched the unlit cigarette in his hand. Just going through the motions, that's all. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. Lin Yan, why did you ask the deceased out for dinner and then run around like crazy on the street after dinner? It was fine if he didn't ask that, but when he did, Lin Yan was even more speechless. You need a reason to get a friend for dinner? I've met something dirty in the last few days, and it's bothering me so much that I can't ask a friend for a night out? Zhou Yumin. He seriously suspected that the dirty thing Lin Yan said was a connotation of him, but he had no evidence, and could only compare Gu Wenting's statement record, repeating a question recorded above. Why do you suspect something is wrong with Yu Hao's death? After the most basic process, Zhou Yumin and Lin Yan unspokenly looked at each other, and the topic started to pull towards Fong Ruowei's body. Lin Yan, are you sure that Yu Hao's stepmother harbors malicious intent towards him? If you're trying to confuse and divert the case officer's attention, you'll be held legally responsible if the situation is serious. Lin Yan answered with a single, solemn look in his eyes. I'm sure. At that time in the hospital, Fong Ruowei contacted the crematorium at the first opportunity, wanting to cremate the body as soon as possible. But she's only Hiroko's stepmother, and there's obviously something wrong with her for being so impatient when Hiroko's own father hasn't even seen the body yet, right? Zhou Yumin nodded with approval. This statement did not differ from what Gu Wenting had said. It was enough to show that Fong Ruowei's behavior was indeed too abnormal, and had already attracted the attention of both of them at the same time. But this alone does not substantiate Fong Ruowei's suspicion of murder. Why don't you go and stay in the inquiry room for a while, together with Gu Wenting, and wait for the results of the coroner's autopsy to come out? Before Zhou Yumin could finish his words, Lin Yan had already interrupted with a serious expression on his face. Captain Zhou, I'd like to take a look at Yu Hao's body as a temporary technical advisor. Chapter 17, Career mostly comes to an end. As Lin Yan's glib words fell, not only Zhou Yumin, but even the young vigilante on the side who was writing furiously to record his statement was dumbfounded. No, man, this temporary technical advisor, is that something you can just quite? Do you have the skills? You think you're some kind of supreme talent? That young vigilante was just about to open his mouth to refute, but Zhou Yumin, who had returned to his senses, had already spoken out. Hey 8, are you sure? Lin Yan frowned slightly, but nodded. I don't want my good brother to die for nothing. Okay then, you're coming with me. After saying that, Zhou Yumin directly stood up from his chair, pulled away the small table board of the interrogation chair, and without looking back, led Lin Yan out of the interrogation room. Silent sheriff's deputies taking statements. Is this right? This kid isn't a connection, is he? Inside the forensic workroom, the smell of blood, the faint stench of corpses, and a mixture of multiple chemicals were intertwined. Lin Yan, wearing a mask and gloves, slowly came to Yu Hao's dissecting table, his eyes cold to the core. He didn't disturb the young female forensic pathologist on the side who was focused on fiddling with the solution, but instead, he directly fished out the seeing microscopic knowledge through lens from his coat pocket and hovered the palm-sized circular lens in front of Yu Hao's body. The lens showed with unparalleled clarity the pale skin that had been magnified several times, and even the sweaty hairs on the skin were well defined. Not long after, the beautiful young female forensic scientist put down the solution test tube whose color had no change, recorded a few ghostly notes on her book, and walked to Zhou Yumin's side. Teen Zhou, based on the preliminary autopsy, it can be determined that the cause of death of the deceased was cardiac arrest due to cardiac arrhythmia, and there were no drugs detected in the stomach contents, but there was a higher concentration of tricyclic antidepressant residue in the blood. Zhou Yumin immediately frowned and looked at Lin Yan, who was holding a magnifying glass and concentrating on the corpse. He's depressed? No. Lin Yan, mask under the corner of the lips tugged, mastered the knowledge of medicine and poison. He heard that tricyclic antidepressants, the moment he knew the cause of death of the good brother. It would have to be a severe arrhythmia caused by a drug overdose that caused him to go into sudden cardiac arrest even though his breathing and heartbeat were back to normal. Zhou Yumin didn't say anything, but the female medical examiner beside him didn't agree. Do you know how much of a tricyclic antidepressant you have to take in one sitting to constitute an overdose as a standard? Are you a forensic scientist? Tricyclic antidepressants have a long half-life and can reach such concentrations in the bloodstream that if he had taken them all at once, they would certainly have induced vomiting, which could only have been caused by prolonged, small, and repeated dosing. If you were not living with the deceased for an extended period of time, please don't be overly arbitrary and assume that he was not suffering from depressive symptoms. The female forensic pathologist frowned, and she couldn't help but bring a bit of skepticism into her gaze towards Lin Yan, who's a proper coroner looking at a corpse with a magnifying glass. What does that tell you? If Teen Zhou wasn't here, she would have just blown people out. Lin Yan didn't argue with her, even begrudging her a look, and only shouted out Zhou Yumin, Captain Zhou, come and look. He suspended the seeing microscopic knowledge through lens over Yu Hao's chest position, and on the magnified pale skin, several staggeringly tiny pinholes were clear and unmistakable. The moment he saw these pinholes, Zhou Yumin couldn't help but widen his eyes. What is it? On the side, the female forensic pathologist who didn't look at the body through the see-through lens, grimaced. That's a steel needle hole from when I took the blood. Is it any wonder that normal forensic pathologists take the apical blood of a corpse? But neither Zhou Yumin nor Lin Yan had the heart to care about her anymore. Lin Yan picked up the tweezers on the side and picked up one of Yu Hao's hairs, placing it underneath the pass-through mirror to compare it with those pinholes. His eyes cold. The eye of the needle is about as thin as a hairline, mostly acupuncture needles in Chinese medicine. Zhou Yumin said nothing and immediately made a phone call. File a case. Send Fang Ru away to the detention room. Have someone go with Gu Wenting to the private hospital owned by their family to retrieve Yu Hao's medical report, and then check all of Yu Hao's medical records within the last year, including Chinese medicine. By the time Zhou Yumin finished his call, Lin Yan had already shown a through lens on all parts of Yu Hao's front. The female forensic pathologist on the side was already speechless, standing in place awkwardly like a quail, not even daring to look up at Zhou Yumin's expression. As a professional forensic pathologist, she certainly knew that if treated drugs were stuck into acupuncture points with acupuncture needles, it would indeed increase the level of drugs in the body without anyone realizing it. If the acupuncture was done often enough and for a long enough period of time, it wouldn't be impossible to build up enough medication in Yu Hao's body to cause a serious arrhythmia, and she came close to characterizing a deliberate murder victim as an accidental death. At this moment, the female medical examiner knew very well that her career was more than likely coming to an end. It wasn't until Zhou Yumin tapped her on the shoulder that she came back to her senses in a trance. What are you thinking, Li? Hurry up and help turn the dead man's body over so Lin Yan can take another look at the back. Oh, Good. The female medical examiner's sanity returned and she immediately went to work. As expected, there were more pinholes on Yu Hao's back, and when the pass-through mirror shone, it almost gave Lin Yan a secret panic attack. After taking pictures of the female forensic pathologist to keep her evidence, Lin Yan put away the pass-through mirror, his eyes serious. Captain Zhou, I suggest you have someone take another good look at Hosie's relationships, especially that little boyfriend of his. Just with his stepmother's relationship with him, there's no way that woman could talk him into getting acupuncture from a Chinese doctor. To be able to be stabbed with so many needles by a Chinese medicine practitioner, Yu Hao definitely wasn't needled while unconscious. It would make him willingly go to the doctor. And even Gu Wenting, who had a private hospital in his home, didn't know about this, and it was definitely an existence that had a very close relationship with him. That little boyfriend of his was already Lin Yan's first suspect. Well, I know. Hard work. It's getting late now, so go home. Zhou Yumin waved his hand, his face despondent. If I need you anywhere else tomorrow, I'll have someone pick you up. The first thing Lin Yan did when he got home was to take a bath. The 3 Wakinki Hot Spring Club set tickets that were booked, although they didn't go, but they could help him and Gu Wenting clear the suspicion of murdering Yu Hao. They were also considered to be a little bit of use, but if there is a choice, Lin Yan really does not want Yu Hao to die. He closed his eyes under the rush of warm water, and stood in a bit of a trance for a long time before shaking his head violently. It's not right. You can't take all the blame for everything. Even if he didn't call out Yu Hao to come out for a run today in order to fulfill his mission, after another acupuncture or two, the people who really wanted to murder Yu Hao would have stepped in and tried to put him to death in any way they could. At that point, Yu Hao would still be dead, just from Feng Ruowei's second-to-second operation of contacting the crematorium today. If Yu Hao's death really didn't involve Lin Yan, he would most likely have had to be cremated immediately and his body destroyed. Thinking about it this way, Lin Yan had even become a big contributor. Chapter 18, Genuine Male Lead and Highly Intelligent Villain. Early the next morning, what woke Lin Yan up even earlier than Zhou Yumin's phone call that day was the emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the system. Junior, you obviously possess unrivaled and exquisite sword skills, mastering 99% of the world's knife usage. How in the world did you sleep at your age? Day by day, you don't think about it. Good skills are wasted on you. Go and show your knife skills, which are more perfect than even the heavens, and make the divided body a stirring work of art. Current task, select a suitable target and complete a case of a split body without being apprehended by the vigilantes. Time limit for mandate, 72 hours. Mission reward, little brother behave. I'm big brother. Hayashi Yen. Dog system will points you mad. Lin Yan's sleepyheads ran away within a few moments, and mentally gave this dog system a whole lot of affectionate greetings connecting various ancestors with their parents as the center of the circle, and beautiful vocabulary as the radius. After cursing for more than half an hour, Lin Yan gritted his teeth and went into the restroom to wash up. In his last life, he was an honest police cadet. Did the system have to mess with him like this? Let him split the body. Split a hammer. If it weren't for the conditions, Lin Yan would even be a bit tempted to cosplay a corpse himself. Numb. He was really numb. Racking his brain, he couldn't figure out what kind of sins he had committed. This kind of thief is okay. Caught Lin Sunhai and Lung Shirshan grips a grip. The day can barely get by this way. But with a big operation like split corpse, Lin Yan had no way to start. Thinking of the several replies to himself on the previous system prompt box, Lin Yan wiped off the droplets of water on his face, looked at the handsome face in the mirror that still carried some sense of childishness, and tentatively inquired at the bottom of his heart, "System, will there be any punishment if this mission is not completed?" The next second, the system alert box popped up in front of Lin Yan, and clearly Lin Yan could clearly see the small translucent blue light screen, but the mirror did not reflect anything wrong. In the few moments that Lin Yan had spent vibrating inside, text had begun to float on the prompt box. If this mission fails, the host will be penalized with plus 50% damage to random organs. Lin Yan, damage to organs is often irreversible, quite difficult to treat, and still a very simmering condition. Once a major organ is damaged and hospitalized, you don't want to come out without losing 50 or 60 pounds inside. The organs that would be damaged by this goddamned punishment were still randomized, and in case Lin Yan was unlucky enough to draw his heart in one shot, he could basically die in place. Not to mention, skin counts as an organ. Once this punishment content came out, Lin Yan was already not even in the mood to curse the system. For the first time in his life, Lin Yan had a faint feeling of death. Why on earth did he have to come through the book? Didn't you just leave a big long review under that novel? What's the point of screwing him over like that? It's really as bad as that. Lin Yan closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Not knowing what kind of filth was at work, his first reaction had actually begun to plot the process of committing the crime, of splitting the body. First find someone who is of average means, or lives alone and has a poor relationship with their family. then use their handsome and golden appearance to get the person to ask them to. No, 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 stop it. Lin Yan slapped his forehead hard, shook his head, threw these thoughts of punishment on punishment out of his mind, and soothingly touched his thumping little heart again. He was not wanting to suffer the punishment of plus 50% organ damage level, nor did he want to gamble on whether he could still hang on to a life after the punishment. But Lin Yan was even more unwilling to embark on the path of no return of breaking the law and committing a crime, even if he had to be dependent on certain drugs for life. He didn't want to spend his life hiding like a gutter rat. What's the point of having more special skills that no one can beat if all you can do in the future is to hide from the world and work like a dog? Lin Yan might as well find a smooth hospital to lie in. Contributing research data to Gu Wenting's private hospital seems like a good choice. After going downstairs to finish his breakfast with a complicated mood, Lin Yan was about to go to his own little entertainment company to see how things were going when Zhou Yuman's phone call came over. Lin Yan, your temporary papers are done, and it just so happens that there's a little more going on over here, so why don't you come over? Lin Yan laughed. Captain Zhou, are you using me as your team member? Ahem, Lin Yan, you're our temporary technical advisor. Now, unsurprisingly to Lin Yan, Zhou Yuman directly took him to task for what he said yesterday. Now that the case is stuck, don't you have to come over and advise us? Ryan? Stuck? After a little bit of careful thought, Lin Yan realized that this was just an excuse and helplessly said, okay, I'm on my way. Within an hour, a racy red sports car pulled up in front of the sheriff's office. Lin Yan long legs, hand-hooked a car key casually turning circles. All the way can be said to have earned the envious eyes of those vigilantes. This time, there was no need for anyone to bring him. Lin Yan himself made his way lightly to Zhou Yuman's office. At this time, Zhou Yuman was full of sadness. The ashtray on the desktop has been full of cannot be full again. That chicken nest head look is ravaged by his own many times. The bird look at it all have to smack Thai buttocks. He wore a bitter face with a lot of oil on it, and only smiled a little when he saw Lin Yan. There you are. With that, he also gestured to the young sheriff's deputy sitting not far away, dressed in plain clothes. This is Zhou Chuanbai, just seconded to me. I'll take him on this case. Zhou Chuanbai. Lin Yan's eyes were so astonished that he didn't directly cry out in shock. Isn't this the proper hero of the novel My Years of Fighting High-Intelligence Criminals? Since he has been transferred to his own father Zhou Yuman's staff, it means that the plot of the original book has been officially staged. From this moment onwards, Zhou Chuanbai will have God's help in solving a variety of major cases. The promotion speed is comparable to the foot on the rocket. Bring out the members of the task force can be unique. The various honors of the security community to get soft, medals hanging all over the uniform. And then, like a hound that smells the scent, he will gamble his life to hunt down the villain Hayashi Hikari. Lin Yan took a soft breath, suddenly feeling a bit wronged. He now kind of understood why he had been woken up by that awful dog system so early in the morning. It feels like it's because the plotline of the original book has opened up and requires him, a highly intelligent criminal, to start committing crimes. After all, the male lead is already in place, and it's time for him, as soon as he's the villain, to make his debut and walk on the destiny track that's already been written. For a while, even though Zhou Chuanbai hadn't said anything yet, Lin Yan was already too tired to speak. Hello, Lin Yan, I heard that your computer skills are quite good, and that you can still find subtle details on corpses, so please take care of yourself in the future. The unsuspecting proper male lead stood up and stretched out his right hand to Lin Yan, his eyebrows smiling on his handsome young face. Looking good-looking and all righteous, Lin Yan pulled out a smile with a complicated mood, suppressing all the surprise in the bottom of his eyes. Oh, I wouldn't dare. Chapter 19, Do You Really Know Nothing? The moment the two of them clasped hands, both of them had a very unspeakable feeling. It was like a predestined encounter, or like a long-time goodbye but not knowing each other. A marvelous sensation passed through the warmth of the palm of the hand touching. The sensation was neither on a physical level nor did it trigger much feedback on a psychological level. Instead it was like an instinct that spread directly to the cerebral cortex of the duo. For just a few moments, both Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai were a bit levitated. The first to react was the somewhat more mentally taught Lin Yan, who drew back his hand with a leathery smile, his tone polite but detached, the scene casual. Mr. Zhou is really a talented man. He will definitely be able to do something great in the future. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and before he could say anything, Zhou Yuman already waved his hand with a complicated expression. Alright, Lin Yan, here's your ID. It's only a temporary one for now, but it's good enough for this case for now. Lin Yan obediently walked over to Zhou Yuman's desk and picked up the small, familiar-looking book and glanced at it. Well, Zhou Yuman's work is meticulous, very different from the previous, temporary technical advisor for home invasion and murder cases. This time the document reads, Special Technical Advisor, Temporary, for Criminal Investigation Unit 1. You don't see that it's only temporary. It's no different than an official ID. Any case that Criminal Investigation Unit 1 is responsible for solving, you can directly visit the scene to guide, Airborne Command, without having to listen to anyone's orders. Zhou Yuman turned the lighter on his hand and looked at Lin Yan with hidden expectations in his gaze. Whenever a case you're involved in is successfully solved, you get a bonus. Zhou Chuanbai on the side received Zhou Yuman's eyes and hurriedly added to his words, "That's not a bad credential. You can even apply to the precinct for a group of SWAT officers as long as they're on the case." SWAT. Lin Yan looked at the temporary code on the document, and the feeling that lingered in his heart was more or less subtle. "Do you, father and son, really know who I really am? I can't believe I even gave permission to request SWAT support. Aren't you afraid he'll parachute into the scene and give a wild command, turning the progress of a good case upside down?" Although Lin Yan demonstrated computer skills far beyond those of an unusual hacker, and assisted in the detection of the home invasion and murder case, he also incidentally helped Zhou Yuman figure out the entire color video production and dissemination of the site's downline, as well as the connectors of those special drug transactions. But just with the level of rigor within the policing system, it shouldn't be enough to let him have so much power now, should it? What's going on? His powerful, cheap mother made a move? Without waiting for Lin Yan to think of something, Zhou Chuanbai had already brought him into the interrogation room. The one handcuffed by the silver bracelet on the interrogation chair is no other than Yu Hao's stepmother, Fang Ruowei. Seeing Lin Yan sitting beside Zhou Chuanbai with a calm expression on his face, Fang Ruowei's eyes widened and his emotions were obviously a bit agitated. "He is a suspect in the murder of my son. Why should he be allowed to interrogate me? I want to file a complaint. You are abusing your power. He a suspect. Pa dash." Zhou Chuanbai heavily tapped the table, his eyes cold. "Fang Ruowei, Lin Yan has been ruled out as a suspect and is still a special counselor for our criminal investigation brigade. So please watch your words. Even if you have questions about his identity, it's up to you wherever you want to report it." As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai picked up the black water pen and pursed his lips in a very shallow manner. "But before that, please cooperate well with our investigation and give us an account of what you know." Fang Ruowei gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Yan, closing her eyes before letting out a cold smile. "I still say that I don't know anything about Yu Hao's death. You've been questioning me all night. The time limit on my detention is coming up, isn't it?" Zhou Chuanbai frowned slightly, and without waiting for him to say anything, Lin Yan at the side suddenly stood up. He walked unhurriedly to Fang Ruowei's side, fished out the daylight-seeing ghost-stalking soul incense from his coat pocket, his bony fingers unscrewed the cap, and waved the lighter in front of Fang Ruowei's eyes. "You really don't know anything?" Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, wanting to go up and stop Lin Yan's movements, telling him that this behavior might be a little bit not quite in line with the rules, but when he saw Fang Ruowei's obviously vain and evasive eyes, he silently put his already raised leg back down. Fang Ruowei averted her head and closed her eyes without a word. "This is intended to be silent to the end." Lin Yan didn't have any nonsense, depressed the lighter, and lit the finger-thin thread incense on the box. An unnoticeable wisp of white smoke curled up, wrapped in a peculiarly woody scent. Lin Yan shook the lighted incense in front of Fang Ruowei twice, and Fang Ruowei, who originally had her eyes closed and looked like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, opened her eyes violently, and cringed backward with her eyes wide open, her movements so large that they almost drove the entire interrogation chair. In order to make sure the effect was long-lasting enough, Lin Yan moved the threaded incense after Fang Ruowei's nose, continuously letting her inhale it for about 10 seconds before unhurriedly picking up the lid of the box and screwing it back on tightly. Having isolated the air, the threaded incense in the transparent box quickly went out, and at the same time, Fang Wei's body has been shaking like a sieve, and the sound of the silver bracelet being knocked over keeps ringing out, making the noise a little bit baffling to Zhou Chuanbai. He glanced at Lin Yan, who was sitting leisurely back on his side, and asked in a whisper in his ear, "What is this?" Lin Yan forced down the curve of his mouth and shook his head, glancing at the small light screen on the side of the daylight-seeing ghost-stalking soul's incense, indicating Fang Ruowei's position. It was as if she had seen something very frightening. Her mental defenses shattered in an instant, and tears gurgled by her wide eyes. Finally, it didn't even take more than a minute to carry it off before the intense fear overcame her sanity. Fang Ruowei didn't care if she was in the interrogation room anymore, and shouted out in a trembling voice, "No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill you. I didn't. I'm sorry for. I really didn't kill you. I didn't kill you, and I didn't kill your son. It's all the others. It's all Tang Mingdong that made me do it. Zhao Fangyu, Sister Zhao, spare me, please spare me. Really, you really didn't kill me. I admit I locked the door to your room, but I didn't think there was anything to eat in that house. No, it wasn't me. I really didn't kill your son. Don't look for me. Fang Ruowei looked like she was being choked. Her head was tilted back, her voice trembled, and she seemed to be exhausting her entire body just by breathing. Zhao Fangyu has a head of grievance. If you really have the ability to go to Tang Mingdong, he ordered all of this. Chapter 20, Thin-skinned old thing. Your son was killed by someone he asked to kill him. I was only responsible for contacting the crematorium after the person died. This matter really has nothing to do with me. You've got the wrong guy. You've got the wrong guy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to marry a rich man. Zhao Fangyu, you are dead. Why do you refuse to let me go? Don't. I'm wrong. I'll burn you paper. I'll burn you whatever you want. Watching Fang Ruowei so scared that her eyes protruded, seemingly literally being choked by something, breathless and generally pale, her trembling body causing the entire interrogation chair to shake. Everyone's brain was a bit wired. Lin Yan really did not expect that this, daylight-seeing ghost stalking souls incense, could be so powerful. If I remember correctly, it only took about 10 seconds, right? The effect is too remarkable. The incense had only been burned for less than 1% of the time, but it actually allowed Fang Ruowei to see the people who had been killed by her, forcing her to face the deepest fear in her heart. Look at that scared look. It's not acting at all. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuanbai beside Lin Yan was truly confused. Although he didn't have much experience in criminal investigation yet, but just with those things he had learned in the police academy, he could certainly see that every word Fang Ruowei said was from the heart and true. If not for his firm belief that there is no such thing as ghosts in this world, he felt that this interrogation room was a bit chilly. Even Zhou Chuanbai in the interrogation room was confused, and Li Xiaoshang in the monitoring room was even more dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yan had only let someone smell the thread incense for a short while, and that suspect started performing without physical objects as if he was mentally deranged, and saying all these nonsense words. Is that incense mixed with some new kind of poison? It's so weird. And is this stuff something that can be put in a case file and handed over to the top? I'm afraid that just handing it over to Team Chao will get it straight back to. Inside the interrogation room, Zhou Chuanbai was a bit skeptical and touched Lin Yan's arm with his elbow, asking in a low voice, "Do you recognize the Zhao Fangyu she was talking about?" Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly and typed a few words on his cell phone. Yu Ho's birth mother. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes were aghast, and the shallow compassion that had just risen due to Fang Ruowei's terrified and miserable state was instantly swept away. What a breed of snake this woman is. Just for the sake of marrying Yu Hao's father and letting his son inherit the company's shares, he was involved in killing Zhao Fangyu and Yu Hao's mother and son both. This kind of person, if he didn't send her in to squat for a few decades, he'd have to give his thighs a swollen slap when he thought about it in the future. But unfortunately, the reality is that there is often a lot of things that are not what they seem. That's right. After being scared out of her wits, Fang Ruowei did answer all questions to Zhou Chuanbai, knowing everything as if her heart was dead. She gave a clear account of almost the entire process of deliberately plotting to kill Zhao Fangyu, and also told her the whole story of how Tang Mingdong approached her and asked her to cremate the body at the first opportunity after discovering Yu Hao's death in order to hide the truth of the murder. Even the reward for this deal, she had informed Zhou Chuanbai, but the change just came. The middle-aged man in a suit with an impatient face and his lawyer, led by Zhou Yuman, entered the interrogation room, but frowned slightly when he saw Lin Yan, who was sitting calmly behind the table. Hey 8, why are you here? Yu Yuanshan looked at Fang Ruowei, who was confined to the interrogation chair, and didn't wait for Lin Yan to answer anything before his face completely sank. Lieutenant Zhou, I'm going to take my wife away right now. If there's anything you can ask my lawyer. Before Zhou Yumin could say anything, Zhou Chuanbai had already stopped writing. Mr. Yu, your wife confessed to participating in the murder of your son and gave up the mastermind who planned the murder. Not only that, but she confessed to having killed your ex-wife, Zhao Fangyu, in its entirety. He fearlessly met Yu Yuanshan's eyes, coldness raging at the bottom of his eyes. This one, you're afraid, is not so good to take away. But to everyone's surprise, Yu Yuanshan's expression was flat to the extreme, as if he already knew everything. For any offense you accuse her of, I can issue her a letter of understanding and offer adequate monetary compensation. Also, please return my son's body immediately. I want him cremated. Zhou Chuanbai? The unassuming coldness on his face was broken by Yu Yuanshan's short 2 sentences, and he looked at him a bit incredulously. She killed your ex-wife and son. You, stop. Yu Yuanshan interrupted him with a stern voice, his brows furrowed. I don't care how you got the statement. I can provide a letter of understanding and have enough family money to pay for it. Do you hear me? Lin Yan was also given a few moments of fire by Yu Yuanshan's attitude, flexing his fingers and lightly tapping the desktop. You can take the people, not the bodies. A case has been filed for his death, and when we arrest the person who plotted against him, you will naturally be notified to come and collect the body. Yu Yuanshan glanced deeply at Lin Yan, his lips grinning a few times with mockery. You're Lin Sunhai's son. I won't make things difficult for you. He's still really out there. After Fang Ruowei was taken away, a pin drop could be heard in the interrogation room where only Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan were left. This is still Zhou Chuanbai since the entry into contact with the first murder. It is full of confidence want to analyze the truth. Arrest the real killer. But was Yu Yuanshan had splashed such a pot of cold water? The heart more or less difficult. Those are 2 lives. The deaths of the mother and son are all related to her. But because of a frivolous letter of understanding and a little money, she wants to cancel everything? What a blow for a teenager who was full of enthusiasm and is determined to solve big crimes. Lin Yan of course knew that he didn't feel too good in his heart, and ghostly, he gently patted Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder. Come on, cheer up. What's the point of bothering with a thin-skinned old thing? That's his wife and son, and he does qualify for a letter of understanding, and he does pay for it, given his family's wealth. Fang Ruowei is an accessory, only responsible for destroying the body as soon as possible to eliminate the evidence of the crime. She has not even had any actual action, but only to let the mastermind act with more confidence in his heart. Even if there is no letter of understanding cannot be sentenced to a few days. Let's just check on Tang Mingdong first, and that little boyfriend of Haozi's, Lu Songyu, is definitely not out of line with this either. As soon as he heard this, Zhou Chuanbai again looked like he had suddenly gotten chicken blood. Right, Tang Mingdong, he's the mastermind. Fang Ruowei has already been released. Once he receives the news he'll surely seize the time to destroy the evidence. We have to investigate quickly. Seeing that he had come back to life just because of a few words of his own, Lin Yan's heart suddenly rose a little subtle sense of alienation. Even the book's rightful hero, the chosen one, with all the author's favorites in one place, was just a rookie when he first joined the sheriff's department. It goes to show that no one is born a forensic expert. Same, he, Lin Yan, was not born to be a highly intelligent criminal who was full of evil and blood. Chapter 21 Peach Blossom Totem Embroidered Face Case. On the other hand, outside the door of the security bureau, in the luxurious business car that looked like it was worth a lot of money, Yu Yuanshan's eyes looked at Fang Ruowei with an icy coldness. How did you get asked about those things? Fang Ruowei obviously hadn't fully recovered from those scares, and her entire body was in a bit of a trance. She froze with hollow eyes and a numb look for several seconds before she murmured in a voice like a mosquito as if her brain had finally processed the information. I saw Zhao Fangyu. Yu Yuanshan frowned deeply, crushing the cigarette in his hand heavily and raising his eyes to the rearview mirror. The driver in the driver's seat received his look and gave a knowing nod, fumbling for his cell phone and tapping something with a lowered brow. Not long after, the vehicle started, passing the cranky red sports car, but paused slightly. Lin Yan had thought he could take credit for his work, grabbing away from the hero's father and son, and going to take care of his entertainment company. But he had just pulled out the keys to his sports car when Zhou Chuanbai came walking quickly with some loss of energy. Ian, Lu Songyu isn't saying anything. Do you want to go to the interrogation room with me? He held up the pile of printouts in his hand. I'm here to pick up his medical records for his multiple purchases of tricyclic antidepressants. And in addition to that, we found out that he has a sister who was hospitalized for leukemia, and her medical bills were paid by none other than Don Minto. You'll never get away from him if you use that. Lin Yan, let's not talk about the case or that. Dude, do we know each other? Is it right to call him that? Without waiting for Lin Yan to reply, the door to an office room not far away opened, and Li Xiaoshen walked out of it like a frosted eggplant. Seeing Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, he waved his hand towards them like a dried-up flower that had sucked up water and rebloomed in the blink of an eye. Brother Zhou, Counselor Lin, Team Zhou is looking for you. Compared to the morning, Zhou Yuman's office had an additional smell of smoke so thick that it was somewhat choking. The sunlight came through the window, illuminating the misty smoke in mid-air as if it were a cloud. A real heaven on earth. Zhou Chuanbai, thin lips pursed, without saying a word, walked over to open the window. His eyebrows wrinkled into the word Chuan. Lin Yan could not stand it a bit either, and covered his nose in a muffled voice. Captain Zhou, what are you doing? Trying to choke yourself to give the suspect a boost? Zhou Yuman let out a somewhat melancholy sigh. Zhai Wenbin is dead. Zhou Chuanbai turned his eyes in confusion, not really sure who this person was. Lin Yan, who possessed the ability of unforgettable vision, however, instantly realized the identity of this person, and the tip of his eyebrow instantly raised. Isn't he the biggest leader of that gang in our city of Yabashi? Well, it's him, and based on the combination of all that information you dug up, and what's in the internal system, he's a figure who can speak for himself in the headquarters of the Color Video Crime Syndicate. Zhou Wumin scratched his beautiful chicken nest head again. But I only got approval from my superiors yesterday afternoon to get the authority to ask for assistance in arrests from my brother units across the country, and he died in the middle of the night. The broken trail is secondary to the fact that all evidence of the crime in his home was also destroyed, and computers, cell phones, and other devices that could have held critical information have disappeared without a trace. Lin Yan's heart sank underneath him, Under the weight of the split body case mission, he was more or less mentally tense and sketchy. Are you trying to say that I exposed information about your operation? Joe Yuman raised his eyes in some surprise and shook his head almost without thinking. No, I'm just guilty. I've only just planned the operation on my side, and within a day, our most important local suspect is dead, suggesting that there may be assholes within our security system who tipped off someone in that criminal gang in advance. And the killer's modus operandi is so sharp and the methods are highly consistent with an unsolved case from a few years ago. I have to suspect that the odds are that the guy who did the killing is the suspect in the once Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case. Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case. Embroiderer. Lin Yan almost subconsciously glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who was also filled with shock. At the side, according to the plot of the original book, single-handedly plotted the embroidered face case. Successive brutal murder of dozens of people, embroidered lady, is in the authentic male lead. Zhou Chuanbai set up the Unsolved Strange Cases Special Action Group, only gradually surfaced. Throughout the book, Embroiderer only brutally killed a few more people in a row when she was locked out of her true identity and about to fall into the net. But before that, she was absconding just fine. It shouldn't be now that a guy with such brutal tactics, a ruthless heart, and years on the loose is on the loose. Could it be that his book wearing, using computer technology to check out that color video crime ring, is what caused embroidery to strike early and kill people? Is the butterfly effect so terrible? No. Isn't Embroiderer a member of the criminal organization, Akira Ace? Is Shai Wenbin and that color video criminal gang still one of Ming Ace's profit-making tactics? Zhou Yuman and Zhou Chuanbai had no knowledge of Lin Yan's inner shock. They both simply thought that Lin Yan was in shock over the name of the case, and were just about to continue talking when Zhou Yuman's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and before he could make a sound, his face became very ugly. After nearly 10 minutes, Zhou Yuman hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, and was silent for a while with a complicated face. There was still some shallow coolness in the spring wind, and most of the smoke in the room had been blown away without realizing it. A slightly raspy male voice finally sounded in the bright cigarette fire. In addition to being involved with the color video crime gang and helping them solve problems with network technology, Shai Wenbin is also a member of another criminal organization, codenamed Spade. Zhou Yuman's voice was a bit vicissitude. It was just a call from the security bureau. That criminal organization is widely implicated, and after they learned of Shai Wenbin's death, they discovered that the murderer is most likely a member of the criminal organization they're pursuing. Embroidery lady. Then are we still investigating Shai Wenbin's case? After hearing Zhou Yuman's words, Zhou Chuanbai also frowned. I assume they're planning to take over the case full-time when they would reveal this? Zhou Yuman shook his head and pressed his cigarette heavily into the ashtray. They're just here to give us some clues and tell us to inform them at the first opportunity when we have news of the embroiderer. Spade is dead and left no information about that criminal organization. They are not going to send any more people to participate in the investigation. They will only continue to hunt down the members of the organization that are currently alive. Zhou Chuanbai. He took a deep breath, realizing that this was pretty typical white knighting on the part of the security bureau. But if they decided that the murderer was the embroiderer, why didn't they look into it themselves? Even if we do manage to figure out the true identity of embroiderer, for a guy with a huge organization like this, we'd have to send out the SWAT and security bureau to make an arrest, right? Then aren't we working for nothing? If this case is done well, we can only get a sentence of meritorious assistance, but if it's not done well, then we're useless. Zhou Yuman was about to say, do you think that the members of a criminal organization that requires the security bureau to track them down would be something you can just casually figure out their identities? But then he suddenly thought of something and raised his head and stared straight at Lin Yan. Don't we still have Lin Yan here? Hayashi Yan. What? Chapter 22, you treat me as a small day-hole? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's first reaction was, Zhou Yuman, this old fox, wouldn't be trying to take advantage of his incredibly powerful and cheap mother, right? Lin Yan took a step back, "Deba" written all over his face. Stop, 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 I'm me and my mom is my mom. Cough cough cough. Zhou Yuman choked on his preemptive strike and hurriedly waved his hand. That's not what I meant. Lin Yan, according to the intelligence over at the security bureau, Spade is a very skilled hacker, and has helped that criminal organization deal with quite a few technical problems. You were able to break through his defenses and get a good look at the color video crime ring, so maybe you can find out more information along the way too. It's not guaranteed that we'll be able to uncover the embroiderer before the security bureau and solve the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case of that year. Lin Yan, him, stealing the hero's thunder and credit, solving the cases the hero should solve? Lin Yan was not willing to get involved in something that would not bring him much benefit and would be a risky endeavor. Do you think I'm Superman? He looked at Zhou Yuman with a speechless face, and his mood became even more subtle when he thought of the split body case that had been pressed on his head because Zhou Chuanbai had started to walk the plot. Captain Zhou, Are you treating our country's cybersecurity law as a pose? I found out that information for you before, knowing full well that they were all criminals, and only did so at your request. I don't even have an official ID right now, and you're asking me to look for a needle in a haystack and investigate the personal information of ordinary citizens on such a large scale. Are you trying to send me in for a prison cafeteria? I'm trying to help you solve a case out of the goodness of my heart, and you're treating me like I'm having a small day? These words caused Zhou Yumin to fall a little silent, and without waiting for him to continue saying anything, Zhou Chuanbai had already taken the first step and pulled on Lin Yan's arm. Alright, this is your headache first. We're going to interrogate Lu Songyu. Evidence are found quite a lot. Even if Lu Songyu is not the mastermind, he also has the fact of murder. Confession asked out certainly is a life sentence to start. He didn't wait for Zhou Yumin's response, tugged Lin Yan and slipped away on his feet. Lin Yan also did not want to continue to be pestered by Zhou Yumin, so he simply followed Zhou Chuanbai's force and followed him. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be the first to get weak in the heart and reveal something. After all, as someone who had read the original book from cover to cover, others didn't know about Embroidered Lady and Ming Ace. Lin Yan was knowable. Although Lin Yan at that time did not have the ability to forget everything, but also roughly remembered some information about this organization, and a few members of the organization in the original book had a highlight scene. In the first and middle stages of the original book, the members of the Ming Ace organization have already begun to spread their wings in the criminal law. In addition to the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered noodle case, done by Embroiderer, there are also the 10-lift sedan chair night walking case, the Salt Lake Extraordinary Separation case, the music classroom shredded body and arson case. In short, the shock they brought to the criminal investigation world is no less than that of the original book villain Lin Yan. And by the middle to late part of the original book, something even more interesting came up. Ming Jiao, the boss of the Ming Ace organization, fell in love with Lin Yan at first sight, and couldn't help herself, so she joined him with her huge criminal organization. From then on, the powerful combination of highly intelligent criminals from distinguished families and vicious criminal organizations became a major problem for the entire security system. Under the leadership of Lin Yan, the members of the organization, who were already evil, could be said to have made the most of the words contempt for the law, unforgiving and unconscionable, and the most horrendous. It was because he still had an impression of several members of the Ming Ace organization and their true identities that Lin Yan did not dare to continue this topic with Zhou Yumin. Of course, he did not want to save more living forces for his future self, but he was afraid that once he accidentally revealed some information related to the Ming Ace, Zhou Yumin would not let go. Don't underestimate the insight and intuition of an old vigilante. When the time comes and the people from the security bureau ask him how he knew about Ming Ace, and where he got the specific information about so many members of the organization, how is he going to explain? The security bureau and the sheriff's bureau didn't act in the same way. As long as they suspected that he was also part of that organization, or had any involvement with it, Lin Yan would really have to go in and squat until the end of time. Anyway, the main male lead Zhou Chuanbai has already started to walk the plot. Ming Ace organization will be left to him to catch it. Sooner or later we'll be able to catch it. Inside the interrogation room, Lu Songyu's face was haggard, always hanging his head down, and his gaze that fell on the silver bracelet was barely focused. The moment she saw Lin Yan, Lu Songyu revealed an expression of surprise that was just like Fang Wei's, and nearly exclaimed in shock. In all fairness, Lu Songyu is indeed very beautiful. The face that is enough to go to the entertainment industry has a kind of androgynous feeling, and a pair of peach blossom eyes are charming and seductive. In addition, his skin is white, well-proportioned, and his character is also gentle and shy, with a kind of self-pitying wife temperament. No wonder it can make you is in love with him. Sweeping over the record of the confession with only a few lines, Lin Yan looked at Lu Songyu with interest in his gaze. Do you know how Fang Ruowei confessed to her crime of murdering Zhao Fangyu? He unhurriedly pulled out the daylight-seeing ghost stalking souls incense, and held the cylindrical transparent plastic box containing the threaded incense in his hands and played with it. His tone unhurried and unhurried. We've checked the records of your purchase of tricyclic antidepressants and all of your cases. The Chinese medicine clinic you took Hausi to is also being investigated. And the Chinese medicine practitioner Tang Mingdong paid off won't be long before he has to come in to keep you company. Take my advice. Come clean. You've been with Hiroko for so long. He hasn't done anything wrong to you, has he? As much as Lin Yan wanted to just send the man who had victimized his good brother to be shot, now that things hadn't quite come to a head, he had to suppress his personal feelings and find evidence that would send the real culprit in. Lu Songyu, it's not like we haven't met before. You should know very well who I am. As long as I want, I can give you a guarantee for your sister Lu Songyu's medical expenses and personal safety. Do you think that, just with Tang Mingdong's ruthlessness, after you've already lost your use and gone to jail, he'll still be willing to continue to cover Lu Songya's medical expenses? Businessmen value profit. Lu Songyu, you know Tang Mingdong better than I do, right? Seeing Lu Songyu's eyes getting redder and redder, her mental defenses faltering, Lin Yan continued to raise the stakes without skipping a beat. Don't carry it. You can't afford to carry my brother's death alone. If you can confess to the clear evidence of Tang Mingdong's murder, it counts as a merit on the security side, and you can have your sentence term reduced. I can also give you my word that I will do everything in my power to use all the medical resources I can to treat Lu Songya's leukemia. If you do well in there and try to get your sentence reduced, maybe when you get out in the future, she'll be able to pick you up and have her children pay for your old age. This overly beautiful vision made Lu Songyu's heart flutter hard, and he closed his eyes and shed trembling tears, his voice choking. I'll say, but you must make sure that Yahai gets the best treatment possible. Chapter 23, are you sure you want to pay? Say dash. Lin Yan's face was flat and indifferent. If I can bring Tang Mingdong to justice, I will have someone visit you every month in the future to convey to you how Lu Songya is being treated. Next, the only thing left in the interrogation room was Lu Songyu's narration mixed with the sound of choking, and Zhou Chuanbai's swish 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 sound of writing. Lin Yan glanced at the surveillance room, went out and replaced Li Xiaosheng in, and planned to leave. Which into thought, he just pulled out the car keys ready to go home a trip. Zhou Yumin hurried to come. Lin Yan, the situation is urgent. Your sports car is fast. Lend it to us for a while to catch a suspect. Lin Yan hesitated for less than a second before tossing him the car keys and turning to call his driver. Although Lin Yan was now considered a consultant, he didn't follow a case from start to finish, and more time was still at his disposal. Of course, Lin Yan must have had some serious business to attend to when he made a special trip home. Incense making. After all, from a strict point of view, the process of interrogating Feng Ruowei with his use of the daytime ghost stalking incense was not quite in line with the internal regulations of the security system. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, he had to make something that was comparable in appearance and sent to the daytime ghost stalking incense to deal with the inspection that might come. Yu Yuanshan's business was not small. If he really wanted to pursue the matter and make a fuss over the security bureau, Lin Yan would still have to cooperate with the investigation. Luckily, although this dog system is usually a little bit bad, the special skills it gives out are not to be criticized, enhanced by his rich knowledge of medicine and poison and experience that seemed to be engraved in his instincts. Lin Yan quickly mixed dozens of powdered herbs and spices in the right proportions. With skillful movements, he kneaded them together fully and used the mold to make a finger-thick thread of incense. Time might be too late for it to dry naturally in the shade, so Lin Yan could only cover it with 2 layers of tinfoil and send them into the dryer. Ding dash. As soon as the dryer was turned on, a woody scent comparable to the daylight sighting spirit stalking incense greeted me, and just a few moments were enough to refresh the mind. The scent, though not strong, wafted out pervasively, and it didn't take long for Auntie Li, who was cleaning in the living room, to sniffle her way to the kitchen door. Hikari, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? Lin Yan took the slightly trimmed shape of the threaded incense in his hand and shook it. I've been more interested in incense making lately, and it seems to be working well. Auntie Li immediately smiled, the wrinkles on her face stretching. So that's what you're using it for when you told me to hurry up and buy all these things. It smells so good. It's soothing. Hikari is so talented. Before Lin Yan could respond, Zhou Yuman's phone call came back with a very grave tone. Lin Yan, who have you offended lately? Lin Yan frowned, feeling that things might be a bit off. What? Your car was in an accident. You'll go back to the team now. A car accident? He was fine when he drove over there this morning, wasn't he? No, ordinary car accidents aren't under the jurisdiction of the CID, are they? When Lin Yan returned to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Security Bureau, the statements of the suspects were all done. He scanned it roughly and his brow furrowed. Based on the surveillance footage near the sheriff's office, it can be confirmed that someone moved his car this morning, overlooking the surveillance and grandstanding on the brake pumps to cause the brakes to fail and cause the crash. But the person caught on a hobo, because of the involvement of crowd gambling, gaming, fighting, provoking trouble by the Security Bureau many times to crack down, no matter how to ask. All biting is to see such a luxury car. I read. Just want to give the owner of the car to find something to do. He is obviously taking money to do things, but because there is no record of the transfer, even if Lin Yan has guessed the candidate 8-9 not very much, but also simply cannot find evidence to convict the other side. Zhou Yuman took 2 more calls before he had time to lament to Lin Yan. These rich people, they played dirty. Lin Yan casually tossed the transcript onto his desk, suppressing the coldness in his eyes. What about the vigilante brother? It's not much of a big deal. He's a transfer from the Armed Forces Brigade due to an injury, and he's very good with his hands. When he realized the brakes were failing, he just made the immediate decision to run over the suspect's car and jumped out of the car himself. just to scratch a little skin. Zhou Yumin is still a bit scared even now when he thinks back. Your car was hit pretty hard, but it's considered a merit in the process of arresting the suspect, so I can file a report and apply for compensation money for you from above. Lin Yan. Breathlessness was written all over his face. That car is over $10 million. My dad gave it to me for my 18th birthday. Are you guys sure you want to pay for it? He said it in a euphemistic way, not directly asking can you afford to pay for it. Cough cough dash. Zhou Yumin, who was thinking of taking a sip of tea to suppress his shock, hung on to be choked to death directly by this mouthful of warm tea, and hated to fan himself who had borrowed a car from Lin Yan in the first place. Do you want us to pay for that? Ha! Lin Yan let out a light laugh. You guess? Zhou Yumin instantly had the feeling of lifting a stone and hitting his own foot, dryly smiling and trying to change the topic. Our comrade in law and order kind of risked his life to help you avoid a possible accident, so don't you have to buy some fruit to see him go? There's nothing wrong with that. If it wasn't for that vigilante brother driving his car, it would be Lin Yan himself lying in the hospital right now. Even if every move of ancient martial arts, 8 Extreme Fist, was engraved in his heart, Lin Yan was not sure that he would only scrape a little skin after jumping down in a high-speed sports car. And, since the brake pump was tampered with, it had to be wrecked no matter who was driving it, so he didn't have to chase after that little bit of compensation money. Lin Yan had other things on his mind and only waved his hand casually. Okay, but I'm not available right now, so just give me his card number and I'll just make a direct thank you payment to him. Remember to write a note or it's a bribe. After dealing with the bad things on the side of the sheriff's office, Lin Yan finally had the time to take a look at his own company. He sat in his bright and spacious office, first glancing at the countdown box floating in his field of vision with about 60 hours left before picking up the intercom. Send all the previous contracts and the ledgers to my office. The voice on the other end of the line jammed for a moment. Boss, all this stuff is taken. Lin Yan frowned. Who took it? He, the boss, didn't even know about it, but someone took such important documents from the company. What are these people for? When he's dead, Duan Yu. Lin Yan. Oh, that's alright. Duan Yu is one of Lin Sunhai's assistants and his business skills are very much online. It was assumed that he took that information because he was going to help Lin Yan sell the company. Since a professional had stepped in, Lin Yan wasn't going to continue wasting his time and energy. However, as if fate was working against him specifically, Lin Yan had just left the door of the company with one foot, and the next second his cell phone rang. Boss, there's a fire on the set of The Wrong Side of the Cloud. Chapter 24, Why Can't It Be Suitable? I don't know why. The moment he heard this news, Lin Yan's brain buzzed. Even his heart missed a few beats. He frowned and pressed up his chest, but his voice still sounded calm as water, without a single emotional rise or fall. It's common sense to call 911 if there's a fire, and I don't know how to put out fires. Already called. Boss, I'm just informing you. The voice of the crew chief on the other end of the line trembled. So, do you want to come over and check it out and host the scene? Lin Yan. He got into the chauffeur-driven car and methodically tugged on his seatbelt. What do I pay you for? I have to take care of everything, don't I? Practically feel the benefits of being a shirker, but to Lin Yan refreshed too. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, you quit now and get out. I'll let someone else run the crew. No, I'll handle it. I'm sure I can handle it. Don't worry, boss. Lin Yan didn't bother to listen to the end of the call and hung up directly. The driver, Uncle Zhang, had already started the vehicle, and when he glanced at the impatience in the corner of Lin Yan's eyes, he casually changed the pure music in the car. Something bothering you, young master? Lin Yan shook his head, and before he could say anything, the phone rang again. He was getting so stressed out by the whole Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuan by father and son thing lately that he couldn't wait to just put the phone on mute. Luckily, this time, the caller ID was a presence that made Lin Yan's eyes soften. Auntie Li, what's wrong? On the phone, Auntie Li's voice was kind and gentle. Hikari, come back for dinner today. Someone delivered a salmon. It's still alive. I'll cut it for you now when you get back. Salmon? Live. Lin Yan's eyes lit up for a moment, a possibility bubbling up vaguely in his mind. Auntie, take good care of it and make sure it's still alive when I get home. Well, Hikari, you be careful out there. Without waiting for Auntie Li to finish, Lin Yan had already hung up the phone, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Uncle Zhang, go home first, not to the sheriff's office. Just after arriving home, Lin Yan couldn't wait to get into the kitchen. In the large aquarium, a salmon of about 1 meter in length is swimming leisurely inside, with the tip of its tail wagging. Thinking that the split body case on his head might be settled, Lin Yan couldn't help but look at this salmon with a light in his eyes, as if he had seen his own regenerative parents. Auntie Li, let's straighten it out and I'll cut it myself. Strictly speaking, Auntie Li can actually be regarded as Lung Shixiang's maid, since Lung Shixiang and Lin Sunhai got married. She has been the live-in nanny of the family. After Lin Yan was born, it was also Auntie Li who brought him up from a young age, and as Lung Shixiang's work became busier and busier, Auntie Li already spent more time with him than Lung Shixiang did. Because of this, after hearing Lin Yan's harmless request, Auntie Li rolled up her sleeves without saying a word. Hikari, go change your clothes first, I can straighten it out myself. Don't get water all over you. Lin Yan, ha, it's a king salmon that's about a meter long and weighs about 20 kilograms anyhow. Auntie Li is already over 40 years old and looks well proportioned. Just a relatively hardworking and virtuous woman. Can one person straighten out such a heavy big fish from the aquarium? Are all the people in this book world so fierce? Facing Lin Yan's surprise, Auntie Li only waved her hand casually. It's okay Hikari, it's only the second time you've worn these clothes. Change into a housecoat and I'll find you another apron. Hey 8 blinked. Wait for me then, don't kill it. Although the body-splitting case only said, selecting a suitable target, it didn't have to let him kill the target before splitting the body, but in order to maximize the possibility of ensuring that the mission could be carried out in one step, Lin Yan still had to be careful in every way. As for the appropriateness of selecting salmon as a target, how is it not appropriate? Splitting a salmon carcass is not splitting a carcass? Within a short time, Lin Yan changed into a relatively inexpensive set of housecoats from the closet and headed back to the kitchen with a flying pace. Auntie Li deserved to be able to be employed by Lung Shixiang and Lin Sunhai for so many years, and her work was done quite carefully. Not only did she have an apron and gloves ready for Lin Yan, she even had a salmon knife all ready, neatly placed on that meter-long workbench. Only when she saw Lin Yan return did Auntie Li stand on the steps, and with a single hand in the aquarium, she actually wrapped her arm around the emperor's salmon in the blink of an eye, straightening her back while also bringing it out of the aquarium in one smooth motion. Hayashi Hikari with an apron tied on the side. 40-year-old mom single-handedly fishes out over 40 pounds of salmon. Although the seawater in the aquarium is to provide some buoyancy, but after that salmon completely left the water, Auntie Li is still full of relaxation to clip it and give it a direct throw on the workbench. Is this really a proper big mom? Hikari, don't just stand there. It'll be dead in a minute. Auntie Li pressed down on the struggling and wriggling salmon, her face still looking normal. Hearing this shout, Lin Yan rushed back to his senses, copied a medium-sized salmon knife, pressed down on that king salmon's head with one hand, and stabbed it dryly into its spinal position. Tada! The king salmon's struggling tail hung limply on the workbench for an instant, motionless as if it had been zapped with total numbness, but its eyes were still rolling. Auntie Li on the side let go of her hand and slowly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up, but Lin Yan didn't pay any more attention to this super-hung ant. For the next few moments, his entire attention was on this emperor's salmon, almost into oblivion. It's an amazing feeling. Under the, what's wrong with I just like to play with knives, special skill, even a slender salmon knife could be easily used like an arm in his hands. Each of Lin Yan's cutting movements were all natural, as if an unseen thread was guiding him, causing him to almost have the illusion he doesn't seem to be cutting up salmon, or trying to do the splitting of the body in such a crooked way, and he's not wearing an apron, but he's wearing a fine tuxedo and conducting an ensemble in a calm and relaxed manner. The salmon knife in his hand was the baton, and was running with aplomb on a trajectory that had been rehearsed countless times, allowing the salmon, which he had left breathless, to play a lilting and stirring music. As Lin Yan became more and more immersed in this state of total self-forgetfulness, a marvelous melody seemed to be ringing in his ears if nothing else. A shallow musical sound that came from nowhere snapped at his heart, and Hayashi Yen gradually gained an unspeakable pleasure from the process of dividing the flesh and blood. Like a lynx that grew up eating cat food, suddenly tasted a big fat fish that was so fresh that it was still breathing, and after gulping down the delicious meat and fishy sweet blood in a single gulp, the primitive instincts that were hidden in the genetic coding were instantly activated like Pandora's magic box. Lin Yan was in a trance and had the illusion that he was swimming in the amniotic fluid of his mother's fetus. The pores of his whole body stretched out, and the turning over pleasurable sensation made the tip of his heart tremble slightly, and also almost at the same time, a thought appeared in his mind uncontrollably. Would he have gotten more pleasure out of it if it had been a human being, instead of a fish that was being cut? Chapter 25, 10 out of 10 is 12 out of 10 wrong. Almost the instant this thought appeared, Lin Yan's sanity returned. It was like being doused with a pot of water over his head, and he almost bit his tongue. The feeling of a heart soothed to the point of trembling slightly disappeared in an instant, replaced by a palpitating sensation due to trepidation. He immediately lowered his eyes and forced himself to give this king salmon his full attention as he continued to deftly utilize his salmon knife, breaking it into large chunks. Fortunately, his psychological quality is still quite good. Even if the heart and soul are shaken, the action only produced a momentary pause, and will not give this split body to bring what effect. The red and white fish meat was a bit slippery, but it didn't hinder Lin Yan's operation of removing the internal organs. It wasn't until the last large chunk of fish was split in half that what Lin Yan had been waiting for finally popped in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the body-splitting case, and obtaining the skill, Little Brother Obey. I'm Big Brother. Little Brother obeys. I am the Big Brother, as a criminal genius who will reign supreme. How can you not have a little brother who is devoted to you, at your disposal, and who will take the knife for you in critical moments in due time in the police station? Don't be in a hurry. This skill will allow you to gain a pair of fiery eyes. Anyone who has the potential to be taken in as a junior by you, you will be able to see their glorious past deeds through their face, and make sure that there is nothing wrong with them. Go, Junior. Use the handle you see to control the outlaw potentials ruthlessly. Lin Yan. The skill is, well, a bit abstract, but since it's just taking a salmon for it, it's not a bad deal. It's better than actually killing someone and splitting their body. Lin Yan, in a somewhat subtle mood, put down the salmon knife and unhurriedly removed his gloves. Auntie, I'll leave the rest to you. The splitting case had already been completed, and he didn't need to worry about receiving the random organ damage degree plus 50% penalty anymore. So naturally, he didn't have much interest in the finer cutting operations. Instead of staying here and doing the job himself, Lin Yan felt he needed to find a quieter place to reflect on the situation just now. Well, Hikari, what part would you like? I'll cut you a plate first? Auntie Lee was completely unaware of Lin Yan's inner waves of shock, and only thought that he was over the novelty and did not want to continue. Still smiling, I'll send some to Shurchan later. You're so good with a knife. I'll have to let her try it. Lin Yan's headache got worse from her knife skills, and he barely managed to pull out a smile. Wait until dinner time. I'll go back and wash my body first. It wasn't until he finished his shower and flattened himself out on the big, soft, cozy bed that Lin Yan's mood calmed down a bit. But even so, just the slightest recollection of the moment when the knife was stabbed into the salmon's spine and the process of dividing the flesh and blood still involuntarily enlivened Hayashi Hikari's spirit, and a hidden sense of excitement almost lingered in his chest. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. Before he wore the book as just a police academy students, the family is considered average, or a half a teenager when the new year to help the family kill chickens. But at that time, he didn't have this feeling of relief like he was high on something wrong and dirty. Although the memory inherited from the original owner did not have many blood scenes, but it can be affirmed that the most likely illegal thing he had done since he was a child was to kick off the legs of the man who kidnapped him, and dabbed a bit of self-defense, right? Lin Sunhai from business, Lang Shixiang from power. They are both law-abiding people. They will not deliberately cultivate the little Lin Yan towards the path of breaking the law and committing crimes. Whether it was from his upbringing or his own personality, Lin Yan shouldn't have felt so exaggerated and like he was dreaming about cutting up some fish. It wasn't a mere mental pleasure. Instead it took care of every single one of Hayashi's senses almost equally, kind of like the dopamine production that comes from enjoying a good meal. He could not even remember when the sound of the music in his ears, if any, started and ended, nor could he even recall the specific notes, but just knew that the feeling was engraved enough. At that time he actually thought about actually killing someone to share a. This brain is having its own ideas how? He was fine even if he stabbed that fish to death, or cracked its bones bit by bit, or chopped it up and fed it to the dogs, but he couldn't do that to a human being. There are some paths you can't turn back from once you've taken them. Lin Yan let out a long breath, his eyes somewhat dumbfounded as he looked at the beautifully hand-carved chandelier on the ceiling, and after eliminating all possibilities, there was only one thought left to entrench in his mind. It's the power of the original book. There's a difference between bad guys and bad guys. Some people do not fight for themselves and rack their brains to think of breaking the law and committing a crime. But some people are left with no choice and have to go to desperate measures. Lin Yan's life was quite comfortable now. Even if he did get punished, he still drew the heart in one shot, and with half of his organ functions cut off. Lin Sunhai and Lang Shixiang were capable of renewing his life for a few years. Because of this, even if he was about to be crushed out of his senses by the hearty feeling of splitting blood and flesh, Lin Yan still came to his senses at the first moment when his bottom line was touched. But Lin Yan's identity in the original book is that of a highly intelligent criminal, a pedantic villain, a vicious organization leader, a stepping stone on the way to the success of the proper male lead, and a ladder for Zhou Chuanbai's ascension to godhood in the criminal investigation world in situ. Even if he didn't want it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he, as a person, was still being pushed and shoved by the plot and destiny written in the original book, and was forced to walk towards the path of the highly intelligent villain. It's the only possibility left after eliminating all the impossibilities. No one is born to be a criminal with the highest degree of guilt, unless the person was created by author of the original book with the goal of being a villain. Even if Lin Yan knew that such a family could not raise a vicious person, even if Lin Yan felt that everything was unreasonable, Even if Lin Yan, who came through the book, had been a good student in the police academy who obeyed the law, but the author of the original book's writing, none of that matters. The saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, can all be ignored. He hadn't noticed much before, but not long ago, the unspeakable pleasure that came from cutting flesh and blood had made Lin Yan recognize reality. He doesn't have a crime in his psyche. Original book author, just work on his physical instincts? Who's a good person who cuts up a fish like it's a big mouthful of something bad? But now that the switch had been flipped, Lin Yan had to think of some way to suppress his body's instinctive pursuit of this pleasure. Otherwise, he was afraid that sooner or later, he would really do it to humans. Lin Yan was the one who didn't get much good grades in the narcotics a drug course, but was well aware. The lynx, which has been raised as a domestic cat since childhood, will never settle down in a square inch of the earth and live on tasteless cat food once the ferociousness and hunting instincts in its genetic code have been stimulated. Chapter 26. This kid is really criminal. Spread out on the bed after a few moments of self-absorption, Lin Yan only slowed down a bit of spirit. He let out a long breath and summoned his personal information panel. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 1561. Fitness, 17 speed, 18 stamina, 15 mental, 15 average value for normal people, 10. Free attribute points, 6. Special skills. 1. I just like playing with knives. What's wrong with that? 2. Do you know computers or do I know computers? 3. I only have to step out slightly. And that's the limit of the human body. 4. That's right. I'm young and old. 5. I'm a big brother. So obey me. Extraction tasks, task review, task retrospective, prop small. Looking at the skills that were more abstract than one another, but overall quite practical, Lin Yan couldn't help but bring a few smiles to the corners of his lips. Involuntarily, his gaze fell on the name of the skill, Little Brother Obey. I'm Big Brother. And its details quickly popped up. My little brother obeys. I am the big brother. Anyone who has the potential to be adopted by you as a little brother. You can see their glorious past deeds through their face, and ensure that nothing is left to chance. After staring fixedly at its details for several seconds, Lin Yan sat up violently from his bed. He copied his cell phone and tapped into a certain degree to type in the name, Tang Mingdong. A few seconds later, a jumble of web information filled the screen. Lin Yan slapped his head for a moment before helplessly sending a message to Duan Yu. Xuangmu Changlin, Assistant Duan. Help me find a picture of Tang Mingdong of the Tang group, and preferably Tang Jili's. The opposite side is almost a second back. Dwayne, okay, just one per person? Are there any requirements? Worthy of being a professional assistant brought out by Lin Sunhai. He did not ask for any extra words, and let the investigation of anything. Lin Yan hooked his lips in satisfaction and couldn't help but feel that it was good to have money. Xuangmu Changlin, I want to see clear front faces. Besides the two of them, there's Yu Yuan Shan of Yu's real estate, and his current wife, Fong Ruowei. Within a short time, the pictures of these people were sent to Lin Yan's cell phone. He casually tapped on the only woman's photo inside, and sure enough, the moment he saw Fong Ruowei's exquisitely made-up face, an alert box popped up on the side of his phone. Fong Ruowei, female, 24 years old, now has a son, 5 years old. The successful murder of Zhao Fangyu 6 years ago was disguised as an accidental death. He participated in the murder of Yu Hao 1 year ago, and the case is being solved. Sin value 237. Higher probability of obtaining a letter of understanding. Not recommended to be taken as a junior. Sure enough, you can see the glory. Just, what this woman has done is pretty much the same thing. She was only 18 when she murdered Zhao Fangyu. It's not right. Lin Yan's mind suddenly flashed, realizing that this matter was not simple. According to Yu Hao, Zhao Fangyu and Yu Yuanshan were a business marriage, and although it wasn't long after they got married that the Zhao family went bankrupt and fell due to a break in the capital chain, Zhao Fangyu was indeed pampered and brought up. How could a young man of just 18 years old, who didn't even go to college, design a murder so perfect that it was characterized as an accidental death and kill Zhao Fangyu, who used to be considered a noble daughter of a famous family? There is more than half of Yu Yuanshan's handiwork in this. If not, Yu Yuanshan would not have gently used the words letter of understanding to shut them up. Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips and clicked on the next picture with a complicated mood, and a new alert box really popped up with it. Tang Mingdong, male, 23 years old, has 2 children still in their mother's womb, repeatedly engaged in illegal and malicious business competition, had blended illegal additives into wine, causing competitors to die of alcohol overdose. Jerry built a building developed 3 years ago, resulting in the deaths of several workers, illegally detained Wang Shishir, restricting her personal freedom and forcibly impregnating her. Nice guy, you can't see the edge of it. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and searched carefully before seeing what he was most concerned about. The murder was planned and carried out 1 year ago, resulting in the death of the victim, Yu Hao, from cardiac arrest, and the case is being solved. Sin value 611, less evidence, but a buildable talent, recommended to be taken as a junior. Lin Yan didn't even quite believe his eyes, and read those things written on the cue box twice more. This Tang Mingdong, look at the photo on the human model, look a table of talent, did not expect so criminal. You really think of yourself as a domineering CEO, and you've got a good woman, Wang Shishir, who is running away from him, chasing after him, in a small dark room. Strong system, love that set of things? This kid is a real criminal, punching the criminal law, kicking the commercial law, and also gave a big earful to the passing construction law. If this evidence was assembled, he could probably squat in it until he died. How is it not considered a skill to be young enough to have access to state-of-the-art senior care? However, as Fang Ruowei had already gone out, he should have received a signal, and I am afraid it would not be easy for him to catch the hard evidence that could convict him. If you really directly first arrested the person to interrogate Emil, it is estimated that just before Tang Mingdong feet into the interrogation room, immediately there will be someone to surrender to him to take the blame. Although Tang Mingdong had been slamming money the entire time, a single Lu Songya with leukemia would have given him enough reason to slam money. Never mind whether or not they know each other. The word charity explains the money perfectly. Tang Mingdong had committed so many offenses and was still able to get away with being the president of the Tang group, so he certainly wasn't a fool. It is estimated that even if we start from the side of the Chinese medicine practitioner who practiced acupuncture, we will not be able to find any substantial evidence. Lin Yan pursed his lips somewhat helplessly and scratched to the next photo. This is a peaceful-looking middle-aged man, with some gray hair on his temples, lips shaped like a smile, and the ends of his eyes slightly raised, belonging to the kind of looks that make people very comfortable. Lin Yan quietly stared at the photo for a while, and no alert box popped up. This meant that this person was clean and had never done anything illegal or criminal. There was no handle to catch, so naturally there was no potential to become his little brother, and the special skill would not be triggered. Yu Yuanshan's face Lin Yan had already seen. This man was obviously Tang Mingdong's father, the current chairman of the Tang group, Tang Jili. It said that looks come from the heart, and that such a person with a kind face and virtually no blemishes on his resume could actually raise the kind of self-righteous, Strawman-like contraption that Tang Mingdong is? Lin Yan was just about to go look at Yu Yuanshan's picture when another alert box suddenly popped up in front of him, and unlike the previous one where all the text appeared instantly, on this cue box, the text emerged slowly, one by one. Tang Jili, male, 48 years old, has a son and a daughter, son 23 years old, daughter 20 years old. Being in the process of removing incriminating evidence from his son, he has bought off a number of murderers and has already begun to kill Wang Shishir, Lu Songyu, Lu Songya and others. Sin values continue to rise in Lin Yan. The upper beam is not as crooked as the lower beam. It turns out that the kind of old man you have, the kind of son you raise, it was indeed Lin Yan who was careless. The law is only the lowest bottom line to constrain people's behavior, and not breaking the law is not something to be proud of. Nor does it mean that the person is open-minded and open-minded. Since Tang's father and son had already pressed into action, Lin Yan had to get busy as well. When the witnesses who can identify Tang Mingdong are all dead, this kid will not continue to get away with it. Chapter 27. What are you saying this? In the spacious and bright study, the bright sunlight illuminated the shallow smoky incense smoke in the air in an indistinct and leisurely manner. The gentle light and shadow hit the man's side face with picturesque eyebrows, and the white fingers with well-defined bones, just like a painting that had been finely painted, with sharp shades of light and dark. Lin Yan focused on the computer screen, hands like playing the piano and the keyboard like a general flip, fingers like flying. Indoor a moment only rustle sound of the keyboard. The cell phone screen abruptly lit up, and Lin Yan only glanced at it absently before lightly pressing the Bluetooth headset on his ear. Captain Zhou, I happen to have something for you. I've already searched for evidence that Tang Jili bought the murderer. You now send someone to the detention center and secretly protect Lu Songyu. Once someone makes a move on him, press it immediately. Also, in the hospital where Lu Songya is, there are people who want to lay hands on her as well, so hurry up and send someone over to guard the area. Zhou Yumin on the other end of the line. Obviously he's the leader. Is that how you order a leader to do his job? He was silent for a moment, his voice serious. Are you sure? Lu Songyu is in the detention center, locked up properly in a single room. How could someone be able to face him there? These words directly gave Lin Yan a laugh. The crimson curved corners of the lips were illuminated by the sunlight, appearing to have red lips and white teeth, as beautiful as a crown of jade. Captain Zhou, I recognize you for who you are and appreciate your 10 years of perseverance in your faith, but please don't take it too much for granted that others will take you for granted as well. Hearts are fickle. He slowed down his keyboard tapping a bit and dragged a few screenshots directly into the chat box with Zhou Chuanbai. Now go check Kawabai's cell phone. I've provided the clues. And if they do die because you were late getting there, don't blame me for not warning you. Looking at the clear and explicit kill request and payment record on the screenshot, Zhou Yuman let out a slight sigh. I know. Are you planning to go protect Wang Shishir now? It seems that Zhou Yuman is not stupid, and deserves to be the real male lead's real father. The arc of Lin Yan's lips gradually closed, and the speed of his hands on the keyboard gradually increased again. Well, I've already found out where Wang Shishir is being held captive, and as soon as I get her accusations, I'll be able to send Tang Mingdong to the interrogation room. Zhou Yuman glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who was flipping through the screenshots at the side with a grave expression on his face, and the crease in his brow calmed down slightly. Give me an address. I'll have Chuanbai go over to you. You don't have law enforcement power. Breaking into a house is considered illegal evidence. Zhou Yuman spoke at length. Don't get to the point where Tang Mingdong hasn't been sentenced yet and you come in first to squat for a few days. Knowing that he meant well, Lin Yan found a point on the map where the distance was a compromise and sent the location to Zhou Chuanbai. I'm leaving now. More than half an hour later, Uncle Zhang stopped the car and picked up Zhou Chuanbai, who was waiting at the roadside. In the back seat, Lin Yan was still wearing a Bluetooth headset and tapping on his computer. The light silver metal watch on his wrist was changing colors under the shimmering light, as if it was covered with a layer of soft colored light and shadow. This was the first time Zhou Chuanbai had ever faced a hacker's operation head-on, staring uncertainly at Lin Yan's bony hands. As for the code on the computer screen, he felt dizzy even when he looked at it, and he could only understand the pictures and videos that were occasionally saved by Lin Yan. It was only when the vehicle stopped at the entrance of a mountainous villa with a tranquil environment and surrounded by mountains and water that Lin Yan closed the computer, put it away properly, and led Zhou Chuanbai out of the car. The villa is surrounded by uninhabited but beautiful surroundings and lush greenery. It could be seen that Tang Mingdong had put in a lot of effort to lock up Wang Shishir, the not-so-restful canary. Imagine, a woman without a cell phone, computer, not only live all day in an environment full of surveillance. Out of the house up to a few kilometers cannot find a person or car. She ran out of legs cannot escape Tang Mingdong's hand. Before he came, Lin Yan had already hacked the surveillance here, and also closed the alarm function of the villa's courtyard door, and the two of them came all the way to the door of the room unimpeded. Zhou Chuanbai just wanted to raise his hand to knock on the door. Lin Yan has already drip good password, directly to open it. This, Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, stunned by Lin Yan's familiarization with the password. Isn't it bad to enter without knocking? Without any nonsense, Lin Yan quickly walked towards the house. The interior was in a mess. Dishes and cups were thrown everywhere. Exquisite vases, table lamps with handmade traces, and jewelry that was worth a lot of money were also thrown around. Just like keeping a captain of housebreaking. This is not a canary. It's a crazy woman. Get out. Apparently hearing Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's footsteps getting closer and closer, a pillow flew head on the moment they opened the bedroom door. Lin Yan had ancient martial arts, Baji fist, and a speed attribute of up to 18 points, and dodged it with a sideways turn. But Zhou Chuanbai, who was following him, didn't have such a quick reaction, and was directly smashed in the face by the pillow that had an ethereal scent to it, and the whole person was a bit confused. Who are you guys? When the pillow on Zhou Chuanbai's face fell to the ground and Lin Yan walked into the bedroom, Wang Shishir realized that she had smashed the wrong person, and with a flash of panic in her eyes, she hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover herself up, although just a glimpse, but she only wore a silk halter nightgown with not too much fabric, can clearly show the body of the thick ink marks, shades of bruises and purple successive pieces. Do not know also thought it was beaten it. Lin Yan's eyes were calm as he looked at the woman's face that had been finely sculpted by the creator, his tone barely rising and falling. Wang Shishir, we are here to set you free. Upon hearing this, Wang Shishir blinked her eyes, and the peach blossom eyes that were looking at her with affection were suddenly misty with water, and her voice trembled slightly as she reddened her eyes and dropped her tears. Really? Really? Can I get out of here without being tossed around by that? She was born beautiful. At this time large tears like pearls like rustling rolled down. Looks choo-choo moving. Pearly rain. To be how much to provoke people's love is how much to provoke people's love. Can you guys really take me? Lin Yan noticed the few strange looks she carried at the bottom of her eyes, and did not answer immediately. But Zhou Chuanbai, which has seen this scene, immediately stepped forward to introduce himself. Don't worry, we're from the Public Security Bureau. As long as you cooperate with us and tell us the facts of Tang Mingdong's crime of illegally detaining and forcing you, you'll be able to regain your freedom. Glancing at the surprise and contempt in Wang Shishir's eyes, Lin Yan secretly said something bad in his heart. As expected, after listening to Zhou Chuanbai's words, Wang Shishir withdrew her gaze from Lin Yan with some disappointment, sniffled a little, her tears instantly collected, and her I-see-it-all temperaments seamlessly switched to a frank and calm. Righteousness, comrade vigilante, what are you talking about? What unlawful detention and coercion? That's just a little love, fun between me and my husband. You can't just talk and trespass without proof. Zhou Chuan Bai. His entire body was a bit dumbfounded, and he subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan, just in time to see his mocking expression that seemed to be a smile. No, man, what's going on here? If they were really a serious couple, why did Tang Jili buy the murderer to kill her? Chapter 28. I can afford to pay, but you do not necessarily have the life to spend. Lin Yan had his hands wrapped around his chest in a good mood, his eyes roaming. Are you sure you weren't treated illegally in any way? Wang sure. The fact that we were able to find our way here means that Tang Mingdong has been targeted. It's just that the evidence is incomplete for the time being. There's a saying that the net of heaven is wide open, and even if he's rich as hell, he'll have to pay for trampling on the law. The thin redness in Wang Shishi's eyes had already faded cleanly, and the smile on her face was impeccable. Comrade policeman, I really don't know anything. Even though I've been with him for a few years now, and we did split up in between, I really don't know much about him. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, dumbfounded by Wang Shishi's few words. He wasn't stupid. Of course he had realized how foolish he had been in declaring himself not too long ago, and decided to leave the scene entirely in Lin Yan's hands to play out. Well, is a help if you don't drag your feet. Ha! Lin Yan let out a light laugh and pulled the chair by the dresser and sat on it, his demeanor subdued and elegant. MS. Wang, I have to say, you're very smart. The reason why you played those scenes with Tang Mingdong about the overbearing president and the arrogant little white flower was to completely eat him up and sit in the position of Mrs. Tang. What noble and unyielding, what the heart belongs to, what treats money like dirt, are all just means for you to pin him down. Am I right? Wang Shishi's eyes changed slightly, but her face still wore that bright-eyed smiling mask. I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Yan smiled back, and even took off his wristwatch, holding it in the sunlight and shaking it gently twice. You recognized this thing before you thought about actually coming with me in the first place, didn't you? You think I'm an actor hired by Tang Mingdong to test you, and jumped into this trap with false obedience in order to inspire a stronger possessive desire in him, right? Wang Shishi was a bit dazzled by the brilliance reflected on her wristwatch, and her mental defenses involuntarily loosened for a moment, but she just gently bit her red lips and remained silent. Lin Yan wasn't in a hurry. He put back on his wristwatch unhurriedly, but an icy color gradually spread in his lowered eyes. Let me guess. Did you tell Tang Mingdong that you like Yu Hao and Yu Hao is also interested in you? Wang Shishi's pupils shrunk slightly, but she quickly suppressed the surprise on her face. It's my freedom who I like, and even if you're a vigilante, it's not legal to break into a house to question me about this. Lin Yan casually pulled out a car key from his coat pocket and threw it on the bed. Tell me the real answer and the car is yours. Wang Shishi couldn't help but gulp, recognizing the car keys at first glance. She glanced again at the wristwatch on Lin Yan's hand, and her mind was rapidly calculating. It's just a harmless little problem, but you can get a multi-million-dollar luxury car. When the time comes, Tang Mingdong will definitely be jealous and give her something better. If this luxury car was broken by Tang Mingdong, she could still ask him to pay for it, before and after adding up. Definitely enough for her to earn a lot of money. Maybe she could even use the money to successfully run away with the ball, making Tang Mingdong completely inseparable from her. Nothing really happened anyway. Just as Wang Shishi's mental defenses were shaking, Lin Yan threw the watch on the bed again. She sucked in a breath of cold air and admitted it bluntly. Yes, I did say that I like Yu Hao. I was college classmates with him before, and Tang Mingdong was also jealous because of this. But Don Minto was kinda dash. Without waiting for Wang Shishi to continue, Lin Yan had already quickly stepped forward, raised his hand and flung her across the face. Although he had reduced his force a bit, Wang Shishi, who had never received this kind of treatment, was still dumbfounded. Covering her rapidly reddening face, she slowly turned back around and looked at Lin Yan incredulously, tears once again welling up in her eyes. Lin Yan's brows were cold, almost gritting his teeth. If you hadn't been so, Hiroko wouldn't be dead. Do you know that he grew up liking men? Is it because you're trying to hook up with him unsuccessfully that you're pouring this disgusting filth on him? You cheap bone? Can you still order billion? Seeing that Lin Yan had really gotten angry, Zhou Chuanbai, who had always been a quiet onlooker on the side, rushed forward and pulled Lin Yan's arm. Ian, calm down. I still have the law enforcement recorder here. Ha! Lin Yan let out a light laugh and looked at Wang Shishi with icy eyes. MS. Wang, that slap just now was for my good brother. As long as you dare, you can go and sue me for violent law enforcement, or provoking trouble or trespassing. I can afford to pay for it, but you don't always have the life to spend it. Saying that, Lin Yan touched his cell phone to find the picture and flung it fiercely in front of Wang Shishi. Check it out. The man you thought you'd already hooked into a warped mouth just paid someone this morning and is on his way to kill you. The moment she saw the cell phone screen, Wang Shishir was in no mood to count the slap. It clearly stated her address, her figure, her room code, the deadline for the assignment, her picture, and a transfer record of $1.5 million. With such detailed information, coupled with the fact that these two people had already been in for so long, yet she hadn't received Tang Mingdong's life-threatening serial call. What could Wang Shishir not understand? Ha ha. She cocked her head and snorted out a laugh. My life and the lives of my two children are worth only $1.5 million? Lin Yan's lips pursed, his voice still cold. Recognize reality? Tang Mingdong won't be your backer anymore, and the only way you won't be retaliated against is to come clean about what he's done, and assist the vigilante in a thorough investigation of Tang's, so that he'll be squatting in there until he dies. Wang Shishir repeatedly closed her eyes several times, and her hand holding the cell phone kept trembling, as if she still didn't quite dare to believe what she was seeing. Lin Yan suddenly swept her stomach with interest, took the watch handed by Zhou Chuanbai and put it on calmly, his tone ghostly. You want to keep pinning him down with the baby in your belly, don't you? You know how to utilize people's hearts very well, and you should be aware that once some suspicions arise, you will not be able to fill them even if you put your whole life together. He has already made this decision. Even if you can live fast for a while with this pair of dragons and phoenixes, after they are ripe, do you guess Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili will choose to go to the mother and leave the son? After the original owner's brotherly love for you how gradually calmed down, Lin Yan's complexion also returned to normal, and his lips brought on a few careless smiles again. You're not married yet. Send Tang Mingdong in, and your child will not only get a hefty alimony payment, but also won't have his future affected by his rap sheet. You're smart enough to do the math on whether you'll be free to squander his money or discard it as if it were his after he disemboweled you, right? Wang Shishir was shaken, and subconsciously raised her hand to cover her already slightly bulging belly, her voice sinking slightly. I'll say, but I want you to give me a guarantee. She looked at the watch on Lin Yan's wrist, her eyes carrying a bit of greed and calculation. If Don Minto doesn't pay me enough alimony, I want you to subsidize my life. Chapter 29, Single Passing Professional Killer Without Injury. Lin Yan. He laughed outright at the comment. Because of you, my good brother died a horrible, innocent death. The killer is on the loose, and you're asking me to raise your children? Wang Shishir. You're not stupid. How can you say such things? Wang Shishir's eyes rolled back, and the watery mist gradually spread up to her eyes again. At that exact moment, Lin Yan's cell phone rang. He raised his hand and touched his headset and the call was answered. In the quiet air, Lin Yan's expression gradually became somewhat subtle. Well, Uncle Zhang, please bring him in, and come straight to the bedroom on the second floor. Not long after, the suited driver, Uncle Zhang, came in dragging a slim young man with one hand, and casually threw the man towards Lin Yan's side with a smile on his brow, looking gentle and kind. Young master, this is the assassin. I recovered a silenced pistol, 2 daggers, a magazine, and a signal jammer on him. As he spoke, Uncle Zhang carefully looked at Wang Shishir for 2 or 3 seconds and added, and her picture. Lin Yan lifted his chin, and Uncle Zhang put the photo in front of Wang Shishir. Zhou Chuanbai on the side opened his mouth wide and swept around Uncle Zhang with an unbelievable gaze, almost trying to see a hole in the man. He knew that Lin Yan's family was rich, but he didn't expect this mediocre-looking middle-aged driver to be able to easily take down the professional killers who were hired by Tang Jili at a high price. Look at the suit. There's barely a crease in it, not even a hint of a mess in the meticulous hairstyle, and not a scratch on the body. The killer has a gun, even if it's a replica gun. A normal person would go weak at the sight of it, right? How did he do that? Lin Yan's home. Isn't that a bit of a statement? Who hires a driver and has to be able to single out professional killers without injury? Is this a proper driver? Compared to Zhou Chuanbai's fuss, Lin Yan in turn had gotten used to it. Well, although he also knew for the first time that Uncle Zhang still had this kind of ability, he was relieved when he thought of the nanny aunt at home who easily held 40 pounds of imperial salmon in one hand. Lung Shixiang is a confidential unit. Well, it is estimated that it is quite dangerous. Family members around a bit of people with great skills to protect is also understandable. And after seeing her clear front face on the photo, Wang Shishir was completely disheartened. You guys take me to the sheriff's department. I'm going to sue Tang Mingdong for illegally detaining and forcing me against my will. Once Wang Shishir had changed her clothes, Lin Yan packed her up with the assassin and took her back to the security bureau. The rest of the interrogation process had little to do with Lin Yan. He was too lazy to get into the act, and after handing over the weapon carried by that assassin to Zhou Yumin, he leisurely headed for his sofa. What's that gonna call about? Zhou Yumin unwrapped the pistol and took a look, and the corner of his lips twitched. Real guns, live ammunition. Is your driver a retired soldier king of which special brigade? Lin Yan spread his hands out. How would I know? Zhou Yuman's eyes were complex as he put them all into the evidence bag and wrote a sticky note to stick it on. It's okay, I just wanted to let you know that Fang Wen was sentenced. Life imprisonment. Lin Yan had expected this outcome and wasn't much surprised. There's a confession from Wang Shishir and that killer. Enough to bring Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili in for tea together. So look for evidence and sentence them before it's too late. By the way, how are your people doing? Have Lu Songyu and Lu Sonya been saved? Zhou Yuman lowered his eyes and sighed. Lu Songyu is in the detention center. That trainee vigilante was just about to make a move on him when he was held down by the squatting guards. Nothing happened, but Sonya Lu. Speaking of which, he looked a little less than impressed. By the time our guys got there, she had already been sedated and pushed about 1 milliliter of potassium chloride, and is still being resuscitated. Lin Yan. Nice. He'd raised the alarm early and still managed to narrowly get away with it, so it was no wonder the original owner was quite critical of the security system. Leave it to a girl with leukemia to be sedated to push potassium chloride. Genius, combined with the authentic male lead Zhou Chuanbai, in addition to soaring in place in the criminal investigation world, has also incidentally rectified the entire security system. Sweeping away the moths, punishing the evil, protecting the people, and purging the law, is really a great hero. Although Lin Yan didn't say anything, his eyes were like a loud slap directly on Zhou Yuman's face, causing his entire cheeks to burn. That, Lin Yan I did send plainclothes over there the first time, but that doctor was too close to her. Lin Yan waved his hand, not wanting to listen to these explanations, nor was he going to continue to inhale Zhou Yuman's second-hand smoke here. I'm going home first, I haven't had a chance to eat the salmon I just cut up. Wait, Lin Yan, I have something serious to tell you. Seeing Lin Yan stand up from the sofa, Zhou Yuman followed closely and stood up as well. You've made notable contributions in sweeping out the color video crime gang, the home invasion murder case, and that murder case of Yu Hao, and the higher-ups have agreed to my application. As long as you assist Criminal Investigation Team 1 and find out the hard evidence that can convict Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili, you can get a special talent recruitment slot from the province and become a special consultant recognized by the entire security system. Lin Yan, he was tempted to balk, but only just opened his mouth when Zhou Yuman followed up. Also, the security service has heard that a computer genius has come in and wants to know more about you. It's nothing really, it's just a test to see if your computer skills are really that godly, and I guess if you perform well, you can even be specially recruited by the security bureau. The old fox Zhou Yuman smiled slightly, his tone rising slightly. By then, you'll be able to handle cybersecurity on a national level, which should be easier than running around solving cases now. Lin Yan, though he had planned to stay away from the hero's father and son after solving Yu Hao's murder and putting the murderer behind bars, and go about his own abstract but fairly peaceful little life. But then again, it's still a better place to be in the sheriff's system than the semi-mandatory special recruiting of the security service. Once he is really recruited by the security bureau, he can't get away with it in the future. When the bad system releases some more goddamn abstract missions for him, that's a day that really can't be lived. Looking at Zhou Yuman's imperative, chesty smile, the curve of Lin Yan's lips was filled with bitterness. Oh, what's up with that special talent hiring quota? In detail, Zhou Yuman's plan succeeded, signaling Lin Yan to sit back on the sofa while he turned back to rummage through a desk drawer for a document. Lin Yan was thinking of checking his cell phone and soothing his somewhat depressed mood when he saw a message that made his pupils shrink. Huang Jiping, boss, the fire on the set of Cloud Smoke Error has been resolved. The props loss is probably around $200. 000, but the casualties are more serious. Huang Jiping, 1 dead and 13 injured so far. The dead one is female number 2 Tianli. Looking at the words 1 dead, 13 injured, Lin Yan instantly realized something was wrong. The timeline of the original book plot seems to be messed up. Chapter 30, you two will be in jail for sure. Lin Yan's brain raced, quickly going over in his mind what he remembered so far, the early stages of the plot of the original book. In the perspective of Zhou Chuanbai, the main character of the original book, he started out as a civil security officer, and on his first day of work, he helped the anti-drug brigade to catch a drug trafficker, and that's how he gained the attention of the leadership. And this, the malicious arson case of the Cloud Smoke Error crew, is the first case Zhou Chuanbai solved in his civil position. He found doubts in this case in a timely manner, bold assumptions, careful evidence, rigorous and professional, so that almost characterized as antisocial personality random arson case to see the light of day, determined to be intentional arson, so that the murderer received the legal sanctions he deserved. This is what led to his secondment from the Criminal Investigation Brigade, that is to say, Zhou Chuanbai, who has just joined the security team not long ago now, should only be an ordinary grassroots civil security officer, and has not yet been seconded to Zhou Yuman here. Can this timeline be right? Before the Cloud Smoke mistake crew caught fire, Zhou Yuman could have introduced Zhou Chuanbai to Lin Yan. At that time, Zhou Yumin did say, secondment, which indicates that Zhou Chuanbai did not become a criminal security officer at the very beginning of his employment. But now, Zhou Chuanbai has begun to participate in human life cases. Even the Tang group said to investigate. He is obviously no longer mainly responsible for the handling of ordinary disputes of the civil magistrate. And which butterfly flapped its wings? To break this timeline into a paperclip? Lin Yan looked fixedly at the text on the cell phone screen, and for a moment he actually felt a little breathless. Obviously his breathing rhythm and his body are not abnormal, but it is as if there is a big unseen hand choking his neck. Every time he breathes, he can inhale less air into his lungs. Seeing him looking at his cell phone in a daze, Zhou Yumin didn't disturb him, only casually placing the file bag on the table and picking up the cell phone that was ringing with a melodious melody. Soon, Zhou Yumin's frown grew tighter and tighter, his eyes serious and grave. Well, I'm taking someone out to the site right now. Zhou Yumin glanced at Ling Yan, picked up the trenchcoat jacket on the back of the chair, and had just walked to the office door when Zhou Chuanbai suddenly pushed the door in. Team Zhou, Wang Shishir's statement is done. We can already arrest Tang Mingdong. Zhou Yumin took a step and nodded in response. Well, there's the evidence that Lin Yan found out, and you'll arrest Tang Zhili by the way. He definitely won't be able to get away with buying a murderer. Hearing those two names, Lin Yan snapped back to his senses and stood up from the sofa. I'm going too. My men are stalling the father and son at Don's group and I know exactly where they are. Zhou Yumin opened his mouth, seemingly subconsciously wanting to refuse, but thinking of the police situation mentioned on the phone just now, he could only nod. There's a human murder with very bad repercussions. I'm taking most of the team out of the scene right now, so you'll follow Kawabai, and you'll be able to enforce the law somewhat under his supervision and assist him in making arrests. He spoke quickly, but droned on quite carefully. Go with your ID and 2 more handcuffs and arrest them all in one fell swoop. After saying that, Zhou Yumin didn't stay any longer and almost jogged through the corridor. Hello, you can't go in without an appointment. Zhou Chuanbai and the 2 vigilantes who went out with him were wearing civilian clothes, and Lin Yan hardly showed up at business banquet occasions, so they were stopped by the receptionist and the security guards as soon as they entered the corporate gates of the Tang group. Lin Yan pressed Zhou Chuanbai's hand that wanted to pull out his vigilante card and shook the folder in his own hand that vaguely revealed the edges of a few pages of white paper. I'm Lin Sunghai's son. I'm here to deliver the documents to him. He's talking to Uncle Tang about cooperation. Gu Wenting is also there. The watch on his wrist was worth a lot of money, and he was dressed in a low-key luxury, well-tailored designer label. Plus his aura was calm and his face was like a jade, and after only less than 2 seconds, the expressionless face of the receptionist overflowed with smiles. So it's Lin's young master. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You go that way, take the exclusive elevator to the 59th floor. The president and chairman of the board they are still in the conference room. With the thumbs-up affirmation from Zhou Chuanbai and the 2 vigilantes, the group arrived at the entrance of the conference room unhindered, ignoring the few secretaries who were guarding the door to feel the fish. Lin Yan kicked open the door of the conference room only after the 2 vigilantes had watched all the front and back doors of the conference room to make sure that not a single mouse could run out. Bang! It's not a big move. The people in the conference room who were discussing the details of the cooperation looked towards the door with different expressions on their faces. Lin Yan will Tang Mingdong and Tang Zhili face of surprise and anger in the eyes. Long legs astride. Walk calmly into the conference room. Snap sound will bite to pretend to be a folder dumped on the conference table. Tang Mingdong, Tang Zhili, you're suspected of illegal detention and buying murder. Come with us now. Tang Zhili frowned and immediately looked at Lin Sunghai, his eyes icy cold. Lin Sunghai, is this the good son you taught? It's all come to this, and he even has the heart to be cynical. No wonder you didn't let him into the company. So he's such a yellow boy with no manners and no sense of propriety. He's a far cry from my son. Ha! This comment gave Lin Yan a laugh as he pulled out the silver bracelet from the pocket of his thin trench coat while walking towards Tang Mingdong with a clear goal in mind. My dad really isn't as good a teacher of his son as you are. Surname Tang, you're also really capable of raising a wanker who intentionally murders, illegally detains, and kills his opposite number because of a few dollars. With every charge he uttered, Tang Mingdong's face darkened. But getting up and running in front of so many people was obviously not a smart move, not to mention that the front and back doors of the conference room were more than likely already guarded. It was all he could do to sit as calmly as possible, his hands under the table clenched into fists. Lin Yan, right? Do you have the power of law enforcement to just barge into my conference room and arrest me? I advise you to think it over. I'm the president of the Tang clan group. If you don't have substantial evidence that can conclusively point to me and directly convict me, you're libeling and slandering me. Tang Mingdong said, the bottom of the air up, ruthlessly slapped the pen in his hand on the table. Lin Yan, it's not easy to get into the security system. is it? If you cause a miscarriage of justice in the case against me and seriously damage our Tang Group's reputation and business interests, do you believe I'll sue you until you take off your clothes and leave? Open your green eyes and take a good look. What is this? Lin Yan had known that he was going to pull this stunt, pulling out his own special counselor's ID, whose appearance was indistinguishable from a vigilante's card, and waving it in front of his eyes. Don't say you're just a president. Your father is the chairman of the board of directors will also have to get in there for me. Even if the God of heaven comes today, you two will definitely be squatting in this jail. Cuff them all. Chapter 31 Torture on Torture Tang Mingnan. Upon seeing that document shell, Tang Mingdong knew that things were big. He immediately got up and tried to leave, but Lin Yan pressed him back into his chair. Mr. Tang, honestly come with me. You can still have a little dignity. Opposite Tang Mingdong, Gu Wenting and Lin Songhai, who were seated in their chairs, exchanged glances and both saw some hidden colors of surprise in each other's eyes. What a great guy. Feeling that Lin Yan specifically asked them to keep the Tangs in the conference room as much as possible in the morning in order to come up with such a hand. Fantastic, fantastic. With this pre-deployed remote control, he comes up straight to a precision capture. Watching Tang Mingdong being held down to wear the silver bracelet, Lin Songhai looked at Lin Yan with more or less pride in his gaze. Look at that. Not only did he raise this son to be a good man, but now he's doing his country a favor. It didn't let down the 2 generations of loyalty of their Lin family, and it didn't chill the old man who had fallen ill and was still unable to move well. As for when Lin Yan quietly joined the vigilante team, does not matter, he is happy. And on the main seat of the conference room, seeing that his son was handcuffed, and Zhou Chuanbai was walking quickly towards him, Tang Jili didn't care about any face. He got up and ran. He has done what he knows in his heart. Even if those people are unharmed, he can't wash away the matter of buying a murderer. At this moment, Tang Jili had already begun to regret why did he have to pursue that bit of efficiency at that time and hire a professional assassin. I'm afraid that after he really goes in, even if he actively explains the information of that underground killer organization, he won't be able to reduce his sentence by much. Did not give Tang Jili left too much time for remorse. Prepared Zhou Chuanbai quickly stepped forward and grabbed him with a hand. Clicked to him also cuffed. With the masterminds all caught, Lin Yan handed Tang Mingdong over to a vigilante who had just guarded the door while he walked quickly towards Gu Wenting. Lao Gu, lend me the most authoritative doctor in your hospital. There's a leukemia girl who was quietly pushed with 1 milliliter of potassium chloride and is still being resuscitated. Ha? Gu Wenting was directly confused by his words. No, Hiko, do you know what a milliliter of potassium chloride is? If a normal person is a little bit weaker, 2 milliliters or so will give him great damage. A leukemia girl, if found late, 1 milliliter is almost enough to kill her. Lin Yan glanced at Tang Jili, who was escorted out of the conference room, and snorted coldly. He was the one who paid off the doctor to go and push potassium chloride on Lu Songya Jing, and the sheriff arrived just in time to pull the syringe out on the spot. The man is still in the hospital for resuscitation. So help, if Lu Songya's life is saved, Lu Songyu might spit out more information and let them squat until they die. Also as Yu Hao's good brother. Gu Wenting of course knew Lu Songyu and frowned and nodded after hearing Lin Yan's words. I know. I'm going to contact the ambulance right now and go straight over there to get the person to my hospital. Gu Wenting's private hospital Lin Yan is aware of. Whether it is the equipment or the doctors, they are all selected, regardless of the cost of the best. By picking up Lu Songya, he could not only indirectly control Lu Songyu, but also effectively prevent anyone else in that hospital from being unfavorable to Lu Songya. Even if it really can't be saved, Lin Yan still has a backstroke. Taking Tang Jili's evidence of buying a murderer and Lu Songya's death certificate and disliking his face directly, Lu Songyu will definitely tell everything he knows. Lin Yan had suspected the reason why the siblings had been targeted and successfully utilized by Tang Mingdong, but there was no counterpart on the record of Lu Songyu's statement. It's not easy to find the little man who was well endowed in appearance and good at seducing and getting the better of the other person for a rich kid who was male in gender and male in hobbies. Everyone has different standards of beauty, and Lu Songyu also happens to have a sister suffering from leukemia. There can firmly control the handle. The psychological quality at the same time and strong enough to the face does not change the color of the pillow to give drugs. How can all this be a coincidence? It is not difficult to guess that Lu Songyu definitely still has some information that he has not accounted for, just by connecting the clues a little bit. In front of conclusive evidence, it was useless for Tang Jili and Tang Mingdong to remain silent. Because of this, the interrogation process this time no longer required Lin Yan's participation. He only needs to hold the computer that Zhou Yuman apply for him and find out the substantive evidence of Tang Mingdong's killing his family because of a few dollars. It's my own fault for being so excited, and for not being able to keep my mouth shut. After all, the victim had already been recognized as an accidental death caused by overdrinking, and if Lin Yan hadn't mentioned it, the matter would probably have been left in the dust. But what is our main man? Zhou Chuanbai had only heard an earful of this, and upon returning to the sheriff's office he immediately brought Lin Yan a laptop, inviting him to begin a show of pure technical crushing. Although Lin Yan was bitter in his heart, he had no complaints. The heavier Tang Mingdong's sentence was, the more the residual brotherly love in the original owner's body would be comforted. A single crime has a sentencing cap, and although Lin Yan was letting off some harsh words on his lips, he actually knew very well in his heart that in the vast majority of cases, only a combination of several offenses could really make Tang Mingdong squat inside until he died. If not, he would not have had to let Wang Shishir loose, and deliberately confuse the person who carried out the operation of buying a murderer, so that she could accuse Tang Mingdong of unlawfully detaining and forcing a woman. The Tang's father and son were rich enough to hire the best lawyers for themselves. They weren't like Fan Wen, who could be meddled with this by Lin Yan. Even though some of the things Tang Mingdong had committed had been in the past for a few years, as long as they had left traces on the internet, none of them were considered clean to Lin Yan. Not long after, Lin Yan's fingertips paused in midair. His brows slightly furrowed as he looked at a photo on the computer screen and fell into deep thought. This was a young woman who didn't bear the slightest resemblance to either Tang Jili or Tang Mingdong's faces, but the information showed that she was Tang Jili's daughter. As Lin Yan's gaze paused on that exquisitely beautiful face, a prompt box popped up unexpectedly. Tang Mingnan, female, 20 years old. The clubs under the name of are engaged in illegal business activities, organizing the sale of prostitution, whoring, prostitutes, gathering, gambling, forcing young men and women to provide xingxing services, peddling a new type of non-residual stupefying drugs, the sale of shoddy liquor, to threaten, intimidate, and other violent means of management, manipulation of employees. Sin value 1018, deep heart, 8-faced, good at playing with people's hearts, suggest to take in as a little brother. Yoo-hoo, worthy of being Tang Jili's daughter, she was actually raised to be penalized as well. The name Tang Jili is not even close to him. What kind of business is it bad for this family to do something serious? Is it because Tang's group's ability to make money is no longer good? How come everyone likes to carry the criminal law on their backs? Suddenly, it was like a flash of light in Lin Yan's mind, and his eyes locked onto the words, peddling a new type of residue-free stupefying drug. Isn't this thing, that color video crime ring peddling? He has been in that gang of large and small upline, downline all raked out, whether it is the seller or buyer, even only bought once or on the list, by the vigilante visited the investigation once. How can there be no Tang Mingnan's name? Chapter 32 Acting Not Even Acting. Lin Yan didn't doubt the top-notch technology that the system had given him, but instead instantly thought of another possibility. This Tang Mingnan was thoughtful enough, and there was more to what she did than what was written on this tip box. Hikari, what are you staring at her picture for? Zhou Chuanbai came over, a smile slowly surfacing on his slightly weary face. Are you looking at someone else? This computer is for investigating cases. But you're good. You're looking at pretty girls? He gently bumped Hayashi's arm. Buy me a meal and I'll pretend I didn't see it. So what? Zhou Chuanbai's natural and familiar attitude caused Lin Yan's mind to tighten a bit, but his lips brought on a few smiles. I reckon she won't be clean either. It was inevitable that Lin Yan would not be able to say anything about the special skills and hint boxes given by the system. Think about it. Her brother went in for premeditated murder, and her father went in for buying a murder to get rid of his brother's guilt. Now in the entire Tang clan, she's the only one who's the rightful heir. When the verdict comes out, do Tang Jili and Tang Mingdong have any other choice but to transfer the shares they have on them to her? Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and blurted out almost naturally. You mean there might be a push from her in the middle? Lin Yan nodded his head, but even though he had already clearly seen the charges from the system here, he didn't put words in his mouth. There's a clubhouse under her name, and the vast majority of the staff inside are young and of good appearance. I suspect that Lu Songyu, and even Wang Shishir may have been sent to Tang Mingdong by her. She's the biggest winner when something happens to Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili. Zhou Chuanbai sked and slowly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. You rich people play dirty. Lin Yan, worthy of being the original book hero. Although he acted a bit rash before, Lin Yan had to admit that his double quotient was quite online. Zhou Chuanbai had obviously sensed that his spirit was a bit tense, and probably realized that his familiar and natural closeness had made Lin Yan a bit less comfortable. He was removing the strangeness and defensiveness from Hyade's mind. These words appeared to be a disparaging remark along with Lin Yan, but in reality, they were sending a message to Lin Yan. I am treating you as a good friend, as a brother, as a good like-minded partner, and we can make little harmless jokes at each other's expense. As the hero of a criminal investigation and deduction novel that has been written for thousands of chapters and is still unfinished, Zhou Chuanbai is indeed a wise man and a demon, deserving of all the strange and mysterious cases that he has solved. This also caused Lin Yan to look at him with a slightly complicated gaze. As expected, creatures like people are many-faceted, and that bit of a brain fart in the face of Wang Shishir precisely made Zhou Chuanbai, the character in the book, Come out of the ordinary NPC and become a flesh and blood human being. Even if you know that you are now in a book world and that the people around you are all book characters whose fates are set. But this pervasive sense of reality still shook Lin Yan's mind. Out of sight of the author of the original book. Everyone in this book has a life and is doing their best to live their little lives. Their every move may never have been written about in a book, but their joys and sorrows, their sadness and happiness, are all real at this moment. It was something that Lin Yan could tangibly feel. Beyond the main vein of the book's plot is the life of each minor character. It is also the openness and leisure of the hero who breaks free from his puppet strings and spends his time as he pleases. Just as Lin Yan's mind was gradually opening up, and he felt as if he was about to have an epiphany, a system prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him, and a cold electronic synthesized voice sounded at the same time. In view of the host's excellent performance in the case of the split body, a special mission is triggered. Current task, select a suitable target and complete a case of trafficking in rock candy, ensuring that 1 kilogram of rock candy is delivered to the other party without being caught by the security guards. Time limit for the mission, 10 hours. Mission reward, perfection. Do you know what perfection means? Points, 1,000. Props, lollipop with the same mouth. Penalty for mission failure, permanent disability of the left leg. Lin Yan, Wernama, don't even act. Lin Yan closed his eyes at once, already beginning to hope that this was a hallucination of his own. But unfortunately, the system's information panel was directly engraved in his consciousness, and even if Lin Yan didn't look at it with his eyes, he could clearly feel every word on this information panel. What a terrible system for Gouri. God damn it. How long has it been since he first finished the splitter case? The maximum time limit of the mission has not even arrived. The first batch of points have not yet arrived. This beeping system cannot wait to give him this whole mission. Right? This quest didn't have much introduction. The time limit was only 10 hours. And it suddenly appeared when Lin Yan felt the transcendent feeling of epiphany. So who would believe that there was no problem? Look at this reward, generous. Special skills cannot see what is not to mention. That 1,000 points is attractive enough. Plus a value of 999 points of the same voice lollipop. Who came not to say a boss atmosphere? Such a deliberate reward, coupled with that punishment that is already starting to hurt vaguely in the left leg just by looking at it. This goddamn dead system is really not acting at all. And also the damn let him go to sell ice. 1 kilogram of ice enough to eat the gun a stupid fork. He was about to be recruited by the security system as a special counselor. And maybe even Long Shishang had already helped Lin Yan operate under her purview. On the contrary, just when he had already completed the requirements for participating in the recruitment of special talents, this quest appeared so suddenly with a huge reward, severe punishment and an extremely short time limit. You know, the system had given him 24 hours for a single burglary case before Isn't it harder to sell this goddamn thing than to commit petty theft? Ian? Is it the computer that's uncomfortable to look at for too long? Zhou Chuanbai was not aware of Lin Yan's inner turmoil. Seeing Lin Yan leaning against the back of the sofa chair with his eyes closed and his brow still vaguely furrowed, he just assumed that he was knocking on the computer for too long and needed to rest. Why don't you go out for a couple of walks? There's a small park nearby. We've got the guy. We don't have a case on our hands right now, so we can go out and relax. Not exactly touching the fish. Lin Yan opened his eyes, and when he glimpsed the color of genuine concern in the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, he hooked his lips a little bitterly. Well, go. Sitting in Zhou Yuman's office any longer. He was afraid that he would go crazy in place. He did not just pit this bad system a little bit of points at the very beginning. This Sima stuff guilty of taking him as whole? This is really not treating him like a human being. The two of them had different minds and walked into that small park without words the whole way. It was only when the view was filled with verdant greenery and the gentle and slightly cool breeze of early spring lingered around him that Lin Yan's mood was slightly soothed. He stretched a great deal, tilting his head back to look at the overlapping new green and the blue color vaguely filtering through the middle. His taut nerves just loosening up when a cracking sound came violently from behind him. Lin Yan subconsciously bent down to dodge, while pushing Zhou Chuanbai away with one hand, and when he turned back to prepare for a counterattack, he saw the visitor dropping his baseball bat and fumbling out a gun from his lapel. Chapter 33 What Big Brother? I Nim Stack. Not to mention Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai, who was able to stabilize his body and regain his senses on the side, froze for a moment, and the hairs on his body stood up in a flash. What the hell is going on here? It's not even a problem that the assassin who was hired by Tang Jili at a high price was carrying a gun. They came out to stroll around a small park to soothe their moods, but they actually managed to run into a gun-wielding thug. Aren't guns banned in Flower Kingdom? Zhou Chuanbai had one hand behind his back and his mouth was faster than his brain. Dude, do you know what this neighborhood is? You attack the sheriff's deputies with a gun so blatantly, but if either of us gets hurt a little bit, do you know what the consequences will be? The man with the gun snorted coldly, ignoring Zhou Chuanbai, and pressed down on the gun to pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The clearly weakened sound of the gunshot rang out clearly, and the baseball bat that had been casually discarded on the ground cracked open, with a slightly smoking bullet hole appearing in the center. The man then lifted his chin and looked Lin Yan straight in the eye. "Young Master Lin, come with me. You don't want me to break your legs and drag you around, do you? Come on, it's coming for Lin Yan." There's no discussion yet. Lin Yan frowned slightly and slowly raised his own hands up, his face calm. "Who is in such a hurry to invite me over as a guest? Sending someone with no manners like you, who doesn't even understand the process of introducing yourself." At the same time, a prompt box visible only to Lin Yan had surfaced around the gun-wielding man. Zhang Dong, male, 26 years old, professional killer with 84 lives on him, illegal gun possession, sin value 990, good hands, proficient in firearms, recommended to take as a junior. Don't get smart, young Master Lin. Zhang Dong's face that wouldn't attract the slightest attention when put into a pile of people was filled with ice. "I won't give you any information until I bring you to my employer. Come with me honestly and you'll suffer less." Lin Yan, why does that sound so familiar? He smacked his lips and very sensibly held his hands up as he slowly approached towards Zhang Dong, and inwardly, he could not help but begin to spit out his gosh darn system again. And Tomes collecting minions. People are standing in front of him with guns raised. Does he have any way to collect minions? This skill is really chicken ribs to the grandmother's house. Just give a fire ice have no use ah? What kind of outlaw can be controlled just by looking at a little glory? If you can do it, you can control one for me. Just as Lin Yan was on the verge of pouting the awful system to nothing inwardly, an icy electronic synthesized tone rang out abruptly, facing the target's little brother. "Say little brother obey. I am the big brother with clear words." Then you can activate the special skill, causing him to have a mental trance. Depending on the strength of the target's willpower, there is a probability that the skill will break down his psychological defense and successfully take him as a junior. Lin Yan, the system is more or less to the bone, isn't it? So use the skills. Who came not to say an abstract? He raised his eyes to look at the blackened muzzle of the gun that was pointed straight at his head. His gaze soon fell on Zhang Dong's emotionless eyes, took a deep breath, and bellowed out with a proper, well-worded face. "Little brother obey. I'm the big brother. Chang Dong, Zhou Chuan Bai, the criminal vigilantes who are shrinking their circle from afar. What are you doing?" Could it be that this attack by gunmen was all staged by Lin Yan? Or is he in shock and out of his mind at this point? For a while, not to mention whether or not this special skill had any effect, all the people present, except for Lin Yan, were more or less in a trance. Lin Yan clearly saw the confused color that gradually spread in Zhang Dong's eyes. His feet quickly stepped forward, directly a sweeping leg. His four-dimensional attributes were already far beyond the norm, and even if Zhang Dong was a professional killer, he was still a bit under-practiced in front of him. Coupled with the special skill, I only need to slightly kick out. It's already the limit of the human body. His foot power was also increased, and a single kick might even confuse a tiger. How could Zhang Dong, as a man of mortal flesh, possibly carry it off? The moment Zhang Dong was swept to the ground, Lin Yan stepped forward and stomped on his right wrist, snatching the pistol amidst the clear sound of cracking bones and Zhang Dong's screams. Seeing that Lin Yan had managed to subdue the gunman by himself alone, the vigilante not far away, who was closing in on the encirclement, gulped dully and spoke into the intercom. No, there's no need to send out SWAT support. The thugs have already been subdued by the hostages." Over the intercom, the young woman's words registered a jam, and it took several seconds for a sound to come out. "Ha!" On the other hand, Lin Yan, who had gotten the pistol, did not stop there, but grabbed the pistol and swung it like a brick towards Zhang Dong's head and slapped it hard. "Dang, does it sound good? Good sound is good head." Zhang Dong's trance-like spirit was completely dumbfounded by this slap, staring blankly at Lin Yan, who had pressed himself to death on the ground with his knees, and opened his mouth with a dull voice. "Big brother, Lin Yan." He weighed the silenced pistol in his hand as if it were a brick, and snorted somewhat breathlessly. "What big brother? I nimfold." Not to mention Zhang Dong, as the closest bystander, Zhou Chuan Bai was also a bit dumbfounded. Lin Yan swept back a glance, raised his hand to the silenced pistol magazine removed. Even with the gun with the magazine to Zhou Chuan Bai, he was back to click unloaded Zhang Dong's jaw. In a short time, the security officers came forward to control the scene and handcuffed Zhang Dong, who could only make ABA sounds, and brought him back to the security bureau. Lin Yan had wanted to retire with his work done, but he had only just finished his statement and was about to go home to taste the salmon he had split with his own hands, when Zhou Chuan Bai apparition alliance silently touched over with a serious look on his face. "Hikari, there's a situation on Team Zhou's end and they want you to take that mirror and go to the scene." Lin Yan, in a certain secretive unit with extremely tight precautions, Long Shixian was leisurely enjoying the loving afternoon tea sent by Auntie Li with her own assistant. It's salmon caught by her son himself. It's so fresh. Her long, Slightly calloused fingers casually traced the touchpad, and her gaze had only just fallen on the document that had been flipped over when her office's exclusive intercom rang. As soon as Lung Shixiang connected, a male voice that tumbled with anger nearly shattered her eardrums. Lung Shixiang, what's with your secrecy? You'd better explain to me why a dusk assassin would seek out my precious grandson? With a click, the fork in Lung Shixiang's left hand and the salmon on top of it fell back onto the plate, and her brows instantly furrowed. Dad, be nice. I didn't know about this. I don't care what you know or don't know. The male voice was still furious, and his middle voice was so strong that it seemed to swallow mountains. If you can't take care of my precious grandson, I'll have a helicopter transferred tonight to bring him to me. Chapter 34, Left Hand Gold Dollar, Right Hand Big Smoke Bag. Lin Yan had no knowledge of what was happening on Lung Shixiang's side. He has entered the scene of a murder case under Zhou Chuanbai's leadership. Zhou Yuman stood at the edge of the cordon with a heavy face, holding a lit cigarette in his hand, but he didn't take a puff for a long time, worried like a big melancholy mushroom. Inside the scene that had already been surveyed several times, but nothing had been found. Lin Yan was leading Zhou Chuanbai to scrutinize it. It's a separate building inside an amusement park, an escape room storefront that now has all the ambient lighting turned off and all the headlights in the store turned on. Whether it's a cursory sweep or a closer look, it's quickly confirmed that the scene doesn't show any signs of violent coercion or fighting, nor does it look like it's been cleaned. Inside the brightly lit chamber, an adult male with his hands clasped behind his back knelt with his head hanging down in an almost reverent kneeling position, the color of blood spreading beneath him. He was wearing a clown suit stained with a lot of spatter-type blood, while his face, a clown's face, drawn with cat face specimen dye, was actually sewn on tightly. Not only that, the eyes on that cat-ass face don't even belong to felines. Instead, they look like a human baby-s. Human eyes that seemed to be sealed with layers of some clear resin were tightly propped up against the cat-faced sockets, and the ends of the eyes were still sewn slightly upward, matching the grinning cat's mouth and the clown's trademark exaggerated grin. Lin Yan took the seeing microscopic through lens and scrutinized along the seam between the clown's face and the human's face, his eyes growing more and more grave. Zhou Chuanbai, who was also observing the corpse through this lens on the side, had a slight pause in his gaze and involuntarily sucked in a few mouthfuls of cool air. It's not just his face. His scalp seems to be dyed with cat hair as well and then made into a clown hairstyle. Lin Yan followed his finger and looked over. His thin lips pursed slightly, only nodding extremely lightly. In the original book, the main hero Zhou Chuanbai excelled in the police academy. Not only criminal psychology attainments, but also no trace science and forensics. Now that he's said it's cat hair, it's a close call. Lin Yan followed Zhou Chuanbai's gesture and brought the lens closer to the hairline. And sure enough, he found another thin stitch, with the sewn clown hairstyle and the clown face fairly close together, and with the hair covering that side of the hairline. It's a place that can't really be noticed unless you look closely. Lin Yan took the tweezers in Zhou Chuanbai's hand and ruffled some of the hair at the hairline position, his voice sinking slightly. Kawabai, get your cell phone and take a picture. He pointed the tip of his sharp tweezers at two sutures that were extremely close together. These two stitches use a different type of needle and a difference in thread. Definitely embroidery needles and silk embroidery thread for embroidery. Every stitch on this falls very steadily and evenly without any deviation, indicating that the murderer's professionalism and expertise are very high, and the great probability is that he is a professional embroiderer with relevant experience in the field. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai, who took careful pictures of everything, nodded his head and didn't forget to add 2 rounds of stitches, sewing human skin as if it were embroidery cloth, and not dropping a single wrong stitch. That's not the kind of psychology the killer could have. Either they're extremely sick, psychologically twisted people, or they've had more than one experience with the crime. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai took 2 more steps back and stood a little farther away to survey the dead man's kneeling position, his eyes traveling back to the wall he was facing for a moment. This kneeling position should not be solely for the purpose of keeping the deceased motionless, but may be for the purpose of accomplishing some hidden purpose in the murderer's psyche. Zhou Yumin, who was always a quiet spectator on the side, swept away the clouds of worry on his face and turned his head to look at the shopkeeper whose legs and stomach were still a little shaky now. What was originally put on that wall over there? When these words came out, not only the store owner, but also the other vigilantes who had already surveyed the scene once didn't look too good. But you can't blame them for being careless. The other props, furnishings, clues, tools, etc. in the entire room were all untouched, and they only checked the wall facing the deceased to make sure that there were no indentations or marks left by the installation of certain items on it, and then left it alone. But now one look at this somewhat evasive look in the shopkeeper's eyes and they knew that they had probably missed a rather important clue. This is a major case of human life. The murderer's modus operandi is very bad. You'd better cooperate with our investigation and tell us everything you know. Zhou Yumin was worthy of being an old vigilante, and after realizing that the shopkeeper might be hiding something, his eyes immediately went cold. You've had this store open for more than a day or two, right? If we ask around among the customers who have come to your store, there is one person who remembers that you used to hang something on the wall. When I ask you again, it'll be in the interrogation room of a criminal investigation brigade. The shopkeeper trembled and hurriedly shivered. I said, I have this wall. Is not hanging anything, but, every time someone walks into this chamber, there's a projection that hits here. Zhou Yuman gave a look to the sheriff on the side, who nodded at once and turned off most of the headlights in this secret room, leaving only one, before bringing the door with him. Click. As the door to this chamber opened again and the stony-faced vigilante walked slowly, projections did begin to appear on the blank wall. Zhou Yuman hurriedly turned off the headlights inside the chamber completely, and the colors brought by the projected lights in his field of vision really brightened up even more. It was a strongly colored, grim-faced statue of a god, kind of like the door god that the older generation would put on their doors during New Year's Eve. But in stark contrast to the traditional portrayal of the door gods Qin Xiong and Yukagon, this idol does not hold a sword, but instead holds a brass tobacco pouch with a string of crimson, blood-colored orbs falling from it. This idol has a hideous face, ferocious, fangs exposed. Only Qin Xiong and Yukagon's killing intent learned from the past, but not half of the divinity, and shelter home. Quake away the disaster, such a good wish is not even close to the pole. Even Lin Yan couldn't help but TSK in his heart when he looked at it. Who's a proper door god with a gold dollar in his left hand and a big cigarette holder in his right? Is this appropriate? Seeing this abstract and indescribable door god, the crowd did not know what to say, and the scene was silent. It was only when the projection time was cut off and the wall was back to being smooth and flat without a single trace that Zhou Yuman turned on the headlights inside the chamber. For a while, the gazes of the crowd fell in unison on the shopkeeper who had gone limp on the ground, each with complex eyes. Why would you put a projection like that here? Zhou Chuanbai confirmed the clearly projected panoramic photo on his cell phone screen, his voice calm. Is it related to the mystery of your chamber that it was purposely designed this way? Or did you simply find it amusing to add to the scary atmosphere? The shopkeeper's eyes glazed over, as if he had been a little disoriented by the shock. The theme of this escape room is God Escape, where players need to escape from the pursuit of evil gods. Our staff will wear masks similar to those on the projection and enter the chamber after a certain amount of time to hunt down the player. As he spoke, he took several deep breaths. You can look in the props room, in the second door of the east cabinet. On the center level there's a toolbox that says God Escape and there are 3 similar masks in there. These words caused Lin Yan to raise his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Yes, please take our co-workers and look in your prop room. Chapter 35 Too many traces of performance. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yuman also realized what was going on and hurriedly gave a look to the young vigilante at the side. Although the latter was a bit skeptical of Lin Yan's words, he didn't hesitate much for the sake of solving the case, and directly stepped forward to help the shopkeeper up from the ground. Come on, I'll take you there, and if you're really scared, you can get some air outside. After the extraneous officers left, only the sheriff and Haiyan were left at the crime scene. Lin Yan, did you notice anything wrong? Zhou Yuman of course knew that Lin Yan had said that on purpose, with the obvious aim of getting the shopkeeper to leave the scene for a while. You suspect he killed the man? Lin Yan handed Zhou Chuanbai the seeing microscopic through lens, and told him to continue picking up the places he suspected to observe, while he himself stood up and slightly straightened the rubber gloves on his hands. He's lying, and even if he's not the murderer, he's suspected of assisting in the crime. At that comment, the sheriff on the sidelines was a bit disconcerted. We've just eliminated the shopkeeper as a suspect in the crime. Judging from the results of the scene investigation, the murderer was quite meticulous and left no clues relating to himself. He didn't even leave a single fingerprint, so how could he have let the police find him in the first place? Besides, anyone in their right mind wouldn't set up a scene in their own store when a murderer comes to them looking for help, would they? Lin Yan's face remained unchanged, and even the corners of his lips brought a few smiles. There was no surveillance in this store last night, was there? How did the owner explain that? No one comes in this store at night, and it's also dark, so it's okay if he never turns on the surveillance at night, right? The sheriff frowned. We checked, and every night this store doesn't turn on the surveillance. Lin Yan nodded, but his gaze had turned to Zhou Yuman. He's too much of a showman. Firstly, as the owner of this place, he must have seen that evil god statue more than once, and is well aware that this secret room is themed on the God Escape, but just now he was so scared by the evil god statue that he sat down on the floor. Is that reasonable? Secondly, even if it can be determined that he is a very timid person by combining all the previous manifestations on the shopkeeper, then how can we explain that he can answer our questions so fluently? If a normal person is really shocked and has more trouble even maintaining standing, His brain is usually blank and the order of his speech tends to be reversed, so why was he able to accurately name the location of the mask of the god escape word for word? Third, based on the contradictory points above, it's safe to assume that either the shopkeeper has known that would ask him about the masks, and has rehearsed the answer in his mind countless times, but why did he prepare this answer ahead of time, in a state of shock, and still be able to pinpoint the location to which side, which door of the cabinet, which floor, how many masks were in the case? The other possibility is that he is not as scared as he shows at all, and that his legs and stomach were shaking straight and he was still sitting on the floor in fear before, all of which was just an act for us to see. Saying that, Lin Yan pointed to the cat-faced clown that had been sewn on the dead man's face. As for why he had to create an extremely timid persona for himself, I don't need to explain that again, do I? As the words fell, not only the vigilante who had just refuted Lin Yan, but even Zhou Yumin was a bit leery and quickly agreed. Indeed, why would he open a horror-themed escape room if he was really a coward? Being spoken to so wordily and logically by Lin Yan, in the minds of the crowd, the suspicion of that shopkeeper grew a few more points. Zhou Chuanbai put down the seeing weakness through lens and wrapped it properly in a piece of tissue paper, but his movements paused slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Where's the store owner? It's not a big store, and it's taking so long to pick up a toolbox? Zhou Yuman's face changed and he rushed to pull the door of the room, but he realized that the door had been locked from the outside. By this time, everyone present realized that something was wrong. And the vigilante who had just refuted Lin Yan's words pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly called the colleague who had taken the shopkeeper to the toolbox. But no one answered. Lin Yan took the pass-through mirror that Zhou Chuanbai handed back, casually slipped it into his pocket, and walked straight towards the door. In Zhou Yuman's shocked eyes, Lin Yan lifted his foot and kicked it hard. Clunk! The entire door to the room fell down, and Zhou Yuman looked at Lin Yan's leg, also setting up the task at the first opportunity. Xiao Lu, you take Team 1 to clean up the scene and bring the body back to the station first. Team 2, Chuan Bai, Lin Yan, all of you come with me and arrest that shopkeeper. After saying that, Zhou Yuman walked towards the entrance of the store in a robust manner while fumbling for a walkie-talkie. Command Center, Command Center, I'm Zhou Yuman from the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Please mobilize nearby police forces immediately. Block all exits of the Changle playground, and rigorously check for suspicious persons, without letting go any adult male around 1.7 meters in height. Repeat, watch out for adult males around 5'7". While he was talking, Lin Yan had already used a wire to open the main door of the escape room store from the inside. A group of criminal vigilantes in plainclothes immediately split into two groups of two as if they were well trained, and chased after them in different directions. Lin Yan, the supernumerary is temporarily and just seconded over, has not been assigned a partner Zhou Chuanbai group, before the two of them could walk out far. Zhou Yuman's furious voice sounded behind them again. Attention Command Center. The target thug is suspected of holding our comrade hostage and probably already has a gun on him. Repeat, he may have a gun on him. Ghostly, Lin Yan glanced backward and saw a wisp of grayish-brown smoke emerging from the side of the building body that read, Escape Room. With a frown, he tugged on Zhou Chuanbai's small arm and hurriedly ran towards the way he came, shouting as he ran. Zhou Yumin, find the fire extinguisher. Bang! The moment Lin Yan's words fell, a gunshot pierced the air and resounded over the playground. Ah! The gunshot was accompanied by screams and shrieks, not the least of which were cries, from all around the playground. Lin Yan pushed away Zhou Chuanbai, who was on his side, and at the same time, in one breath, he added all 6 free attribute points he had saved to speed. In an instant, his speed came to a staggering 24 points, more than twice that of a normal person. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yan directly utilized his speed to the extreme and rushed to Zhou Yuman's front, pouncing him on the ground. In the next second, the bullet grazed Lin Yan's back, slicing a gash through his hand-tailored, slim-fitting trenchcoat and splattering up a few drops of blood. Lin Yan gritted his teeth for a moment, got up and just wanted to chase towards the source of the gunshots, but Zhou Yumin, who he had tackled to the ground, grimaced and cried out, Wait, hey 8! He fished out a pistol from behind his own waist and handed it to Lin Yan's hand. Take this. He can already be shot on sight for attempting to shoot a vigilante. With a blink of his eyes, Lin Yan rushed out with his gun. While he doesn't technically have the authority to carry a gun to enforce the law, many times firearms are used to deter, not to do harm. Chapter 36, Master of Body Strokes. Only after Lin Yan rushed out with his gun did Zhou Yuman let out an ouch and slowly sat up from the ground holding his old waist. He looked at Zhou Chuanbai, who was also in a bit of a mess, and the smile on his face was full of helplessness. This young man's strength is really something. Already starting to get messy in the Nagar playground. The father and son duo made almost the same waist-rubbing gesture, both very much recognizing Hayashi's aggressiveness. Of course, compared to Zhou Yumin, who was directly pounced on by Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai was still a bit more relaxed. This was the second time within the day that he had been pushed away by Lin Yan, and he was experienced at being pushed away. Suddenly, Zhou Chuanbai, who had gone forward to try to pull Zhou Yuman's hand, changed his face. Dad! The fire extinguisher! Zhou Yuman also froze for a moment and flipped up from the ground in a carp-tuck style. As expected, there's a reason why Hayashi yelled fire extinguisher the moment he rushed over. A lot of grayish-brown smoke had drifted out from the side of that escape room, single building. Most likely some kind of chemical was burning. If this thing is not handled carefully, the vigilantes who clean up the scene inside, along with the dead body, will all go to heaven. Zhou Yuman didn't care if his back hurt or not, and took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention all! Attention all! Immediately look for fire extinguishers and return to escape room as soon as possible. Lin Yan is chasing the robbers. Provide him with as much cover and assistance as possible." While he was talking, Zhou Chuanbai had already madly run and searched a large circle around the escape room, but it was like the fire extinguishers around here had been cleaned up in advance, and he could see the flowers, and he froze and couldn't find any of them. Zhou Chuanbai heart straight cursed, gritted his teeth and touched out the cell phone. First hit a 119, but also rushed into a small single building selling drinks, picking up people loaded with most of the pure water bucket to run. Hard-working part-time store clerk. He was just about to go up after them when a coworker beside him tugged on his sleeve. "You're stupid. Didn't you hear the gunshots just now? That wasn't popcorn popping, that was plainclothes vigilantes on a mission. Not him, then us." The clerk wanted to say something, but his coworkers rushed to tear him back to the beverage hut. "Didn't you see that silver bracelet on his waist? It's the latest model. If you get in the way of his business, he'll handcuff you for 2 days. We don't own this store. Why do you care so much? Did that plainclothes guy's handsome face mesmerize you and make you want to hit on him? Shopkeepers, let's close the door then." At this time, all the exits of the Changal amusement park have been locked. Heavily armed special police and snipers are in place. Ambulances and fire trucks have also arrived in the amusement park, but no one, except the fire trucks, immediately joined the battlefield, for no other reason than the sheer volume of the general public within this playground. This is the largest playground in the city of Ibiao, and now it is the afternoon of this kind of prime-time playtime. There are a lot of parents with children to play. There are also some young people are also wandering around in 2s and 3s. Most of them are not yet aware of the dangers and are still enjoying the rides that relax the mind and body. At such times, once heavily armed and loaded SWAT officers enter the scene, it is easy to cause widespread mass panic. For the sake of a gunman, it makes such a big commotion. The one who commands will surely be scolded, and he may even be disciplined. Therefore, even though the group of vigilantes all wanted to catch the person as soon as possible, they all very tacitly jammed the various exits and did not act rashly. Inside the amusement park, Hayashi is still performing. He runs. He chases with the store owner. The owner of the escape room store was obviously quite familiar with the terrain here, maneuvering between the various separate buildings and rides with ease. And even though Lin Yan's speed had reached 24 points, he didn't catch up with anyone for a while, hindered by the passing passers-by. But relatively speaking, Lin Yan's heart was quite relaxed. The amusement park was not too crowded, and many people who were far from the location of the gunshot had not realized that there were gunmen here, and were still talking and laughing in the park. And while the store owner was hiding and on his feet, he wasn't holding random passers-by hostage, he was just running. As long as he doesn't have a hostage in his hand, the scene is still manageable. If he really let him randomly hurt a billion dotty passers-by, Lin Yan would be fine, but Zhou Yuman's clothes might not be preserved. His butterfly that stirs up the wings has already made the original book male lead Zhou Chuanbai early into the criminal investigation brigade. If the male lead's own father Zhou Yuman to get suspended for inspection, the plot line of this book can be completely messed up. Finally, the two of you chasing after each other rushed into an alley where the flow of people had plummeted, and Lin Yan's speed was finally able to be utilized. Bang! That escape room store owner looked like he had eyes in his back, and when Lin Yan was about to catch up to him, he actually fired a shot towards his back without even looking. Lin Yan's body reacted faster than his brain, and instantly he was a pouncing tumbler, and the moment he got up he fired a shot at the shopkeeper without hesitation. Bang! TCH awkward. The shot actually didn't even touch the corner of the shopkeeper's coat. The original owner is so smart. How come she's a master of body tracing? Lin Yan was furious and bellowed, "Stop right there, or the next shot will be to your head." Seeing that the shopkeeper's footsteps did not pause for a moment, Lin Yan loaded his gun with a click and could not care less. "Hey, you're just an accessory. You don't have to fight to the death. Come back with me. It's only 25 years at most, and you might even get your sentence reduced if you behave yourself. But if you run out of here today, you'll be a wanted man from now on." At those words, the shopkeeper, who was about to be caught up, suddenly stopped. He turned around violently, and without hesitation, raised his gun and aimed it at Lin Yan. then you go ahead and die. Lin Yan couldn't stop or roll to dodge in time, so he could only try to sidestep the fatal part while holding the pistol in a slate-like position in his hand, and threw it fiercely towards the shopkeeper's head. Bang! Pa dash! The bullet grazed Lin Yan's arm, splattering a trail of crimson blood, but at the same time, the shopkeeper was also solidly hit in the head by the pistol Lin Yan threw out. Lin Yan huffed in pain and bellowed, "Little brother, obey. I'm the big brother." In the next second, the shopkeeper, who had raised his pistol with gritted teeth and attempted to give Lin Yan another blow, was suddenly dumbfounded in place, and there was a noticeable pause in his movements. Lin Yan quickly stepped forward and snatched the pistol while giving the shopkeeper another hard blow to the head before cupping his hands together. Just then, Lin Yan instinctively felt a strong instinct of danger, and subconsciously kicked the shopkeeper to one side, while he himself took several steps back in the opposite direction one after another. Thump dash! A small, flying knife that looked like an oversized embroidery needle shot straight up from the end of this deserted alley and stuck precisely where the shopkeeper had just been cuffed. In the silent alley, the conical-shaped flying dagger was still swaying slightly, with a thin crimson silk tapestry falling from it. Chapter 37 Grandma's Heavy Love. Lin Yan breathed heavily and subconsciously looked toward the end of the alley, his heart pounding, but there was no one there, not even the slightest change in the light cast by the sun. Lin Yan pursed his lips, slipped both pistols into his own pocket, ripped off a piece of fabric from the bullet-cut sleeve of his trench coat, and pulled out the flying dagger on the ground through the fabric before dragging up the nearly fainting shopkeeper and walking out of the alley. I don't know whether he was knocked silly by Lin Yan's two headlocks or saw something unbelievable, but he behaved like a puppet on a string. Lin Yan hid Zhou Chuanbai with a location share on the communication software, and sat down on the ground at the entrance of the alleyway somewhat tiredly, seemingly relaxed, but in reality, his spirit was still tense. It's certainly not true that he doesn't have much strength left, but he's waiting. That person who had thrown the flying dagger, since he had already had murderous intentions towards this escape room store owner. If one attack didn't work, he might just do it again. After all, if the shopkeeper didn't know something, that person wouldn't have killed him so decisively. As long as the other party struck again and Lin Yan saw the front face, he would more than likely be able to trigger "Little Brother Obeys. I am the big brother," and see his identity information. At that time, is it not simple to arrest people? After a while of silence, the shopkeeper, who had been knocked over the head by Lin Yan's two shots, finally turned his head, looking at Lin Yan with a few moments of confusion still in his gaze. "How did you know I was only an accessory?" Lin Yan snorted and replied casually while strangling his arm with the fabric of his trench coat to prevent the wound from bleeding profusely. "With those hands of yours? You're not cut out for embroidery at all." The shopkeeper fell silent. Within a short time, Zhou Chuanbai and Zhou Yumin arrived with an ambulance and a group of heavily armed special police. The paramedics were the first to carry the shopkeeper with a broken head into the car, while the SWAT team went into the alley to launch a search, and only Zhou Chuanbai went up and carefully pulled up Lin Yan. The ambulance was just about to drive away when Zhou Yumin shouted in anger, "What are you guys doing? Can't you see that our guys are hurt too?" The corner of Lin Yan's lips pulled out a smile that didn't really care, and he fished out the flying dagger wrapped in the fabric of his trench coat from his coat pocket and handed it to Zhou Chuanbai. "Put it in the evidence bag and don't touch it." Zhou Chuanbai nodded with serious eyes. On the side, the paramedics had just gone and returned when the roar of a helicopter sounded in the sky. In the eyes of the crowd with different colors, the helicopter slowly landed, and the suited Gu Wenting jumped down from it. "Hiko, I'm coming." Behind him, a young woman in a white lab coat walked over quickly, and while strangling the cloth on Lin Yan's arm, she led him towards the helicopter without a second thought. Gu Wenting's amused eyes swept over Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai and smiled. "Captain Zhou, I'll take my brother away first. You guys can talk about it afterward if you have anything to do." After saying that, he jumped onto the helicopter in 3 or 2 steps and waved his hand at Zhou Yumin. "Remember to apply for a bonus for us, Hiko." This is simply like a loud slap to Zhou Yumin, and Zhou Chuanbai smacked their faces a little bit. There were so many vigilantes present, but they let Lin Yan go after the gunman alone. To the end even the paramedics did not notice him, and just let a person who was shot twice in the body sit in the same place in exhaustion. Although neither of the bullets had actually penetrated the body in these 2 shots down, it was a fact that Lin Yan was injured. One of the shots was still taken when he helped Zhou Yumin dodge bullets. Gu Wenting would say bonus before he left. That's a blatant satire of him. Lin Yan followed them to work for so long. Not only a little benefit did not get, purely white work, they also ignored people's efforts and injuries. The paramedics came to only focus on the suspect. This is not a good person as a big wrongdoing species play it? Zhou Chuanbai handed both the evidence bag and the pistol in his hand to Zhou Yumin, his eyebrows slightly drooping. "Team Chow, let's close the team first." Gu's private hospital. Inside the neat and clean single intensive care unit, Lin Yan was lying naked on the hospital bed. His waist and left arm were deadlocked by the restraining straps, and he couldn't move a muscle. and he was about to be bored out of his mind. On the side, Gu Wenting was holding a laptop and tapping away, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, drooping gold chain with that high-fashion suit that was worth a lot of money at a glance. Living as Sven scum. Old Gu, give me a whole computer to play with too. Lin Yan has gotten a little autistic with boredom. I still have a right hand that can move now. You can't bully a sick person like that. Gu Wenting didn't even look at him, still staring intently at the computer screen. My young master Lin, do you know where the medicine you're putting on your body right now came from? This was handmade by academician Li Huilan and expedited over by helicopter. If you don't want to use it, take it off now and bring it to me for study. As he spoke, Gu Wenting pushed up his glasses and finally gave up a glance at Lin Yan. You boys are in a blessed state, aren't you? Lin Yan, Li Hairan. That's okay. MS. Li Huilan, a titanic figure in the field of medicine who has already begun to retire under the arrangement of the state, and has brought out students who are all over the world, is none other than Lin Yan's grandmother. The cold medication on Lin Yan's body is all from his grandmother's love. With her making the medicine herself, Lin Yan probably wouldn't even have a single scar left. After briefly organizing his memories about Li Huilan, Lin Yan quickly figured out one thing. Why did Gu Wenting's helicopter arrive at the Changle playground so promptly to pick him up? With a special doctor in tow? Most likely his cheap old man realized something was wrong and sent a distress signal to his old, deep-rooted mother. As for why Lin Songhai knew what Lin Yan was doing, could it be related to Long Shixian? Ever since he found out that the mediocre-looking driver, Uncle Zhang, was actually able to single out professional killers without any injuries, Lin Yan had thought of. He's mostly surrounded by professional bodyguards hidden in the shadows. After all, who hires a nanny who can hold a 40-plus pound walleye in one hand? Only, what made Lin Yan a bit puzzled was that since Lin Songhai and Lang Shixiang had arranged bodyguards for him, how come they were indifferent when he was chasing the thugs? Did his bodyguards just ignore him as long as he wasn't dead? Or did he guess wrong? After all, in the original book, Lin Yan is not the first direct murder and arson, but first small things to start, and slowly accumulated to the degree of full of evil. If there were bodyguards around at all times, Lin Yan would have been sent to prison by Lang Shixiang for rehabilitation not long after he committed the crime, right? It was so hard to raise such a smart son. She would surely correct him hard when he only made a little mistake to prevent him from getting more and more penalized. Lin Yan buried his head into the bedding with its faint scent and let out a long sigh of relief like a large, self-absorbed mushroom. As the field of vision completely dimmed, a small system prompt box appeared alone in front of Lin Yan's eyes, displaying a countdown with a strong sense of presence. 3 hours, 31 minutes, 27 seconds. Hayashi Yen. Bad. He's still got ice candy to sell. Chapter 38 Zhou Chuan Bai. You deserve to die. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Lin Yan could already feel his left leg aching. He boarded a jolt and jerked his head up from the soft bedding. Old Gu, how long do I have to keep this medicine on? Gu Wenting, still tapping on his computer, casually said. At least half an hour. Why? I'll be able to move in half an hour, yes? These words caused Gu Wenting to raise his eyelids in some surprise. That's true, but it's best if you stay on your back a little longer until the medicine is fully absorbed. Lin Yan frowned with serious eyes. No, I'm occupied. Gu Wenting looked at Lin Yan fixedly, and after clearly seeing the gravity in the bottom of his eyes, he nodded slightly. Okay, in 25 minutes I'll have someone wrap you in a bandage twice and you can go straight. Lin Yan was instantly relieved. Thanks, Gu. 30 minutes later, the upper body wrapped like a dumpling Lin Yan walked out of Gu's private hospital. By the side of the car driven by Uncle Zhang, Zhou Chuan Bai stood there with a sad and bitter face, more like a big melancholy mushroom than Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned slightly, feeling that things were a bit bad. What's wrong? Zhou Chuan Bai sighed. That shopkeeper won't say anything. He has to see you or he'll go on a hunger strike until he dies. Lin Yan, there's no end to it. Although the wounds on his body didn't hurt as much now, his mind was still more or less unable to carry him, and he broke down and said, okay, but I need you to do me a favor. Zhou Chuan Bai's eyes brightened slightly. You caught the man. We can't thank you enough. What help or not? You just say it. Lin Yan, help me find a sucking you addict. Zhou Chuan Bai, huh? He froze straight away. No, Hikari, what are you doing? Lin Yan's voice was calm, as if he was saying what are we going to eat tonight casually. I'll sell him some rock candy for fun. Zhou Chuan Bai felt that he might have misheard and froze incredulously for several seconds. Sell. What? Ice candy. Lin Yan's eyes remained calm as he slightly raised his chin. Get in the car and go to my house first. Until Uncle Zhang parked his car in front of Lin Yan's house, Zhou Chuan Bai still hadn't slowed down. He didn't even notice Lin Yan's overly lavish and expansive home for the first time, but instead said in a bit of a trance, Ian, are you irritated by something? Is that icing candy stuff something you can just sell? A few grams is enough for a prison sentence, oh boy. The thought that it might have been due to the neglect of the medical staff that the talented young man who should have been a special advisor to the security system was heading towards a crooked path made Zhou Chuanbai's heart feel so guilty that it almost suffocated. Ian, you, if you really have in your home, let us hurry up and give it away. I1T report you. Don't you go off on a tangent. Behave yourself. You have a great future ahead of you. Let's not touch anything we shouldn't. Lin Yan ignored him, only nodded to the smiling Auntie Li, and walked quickly to the kitchen with windy feet. There were only 2 hours left on the countdown box. If he couldn't finish this task, he would never be able to walk properly again. Could he not be anxious? Zhou Chuanbai, still immersed in the world of his own brainstorming, followed Lin Yan into the kitchen in a flash. While his brain raced, Hikari, if there's anything you want to do, we can discuss it. Those junkies are outlaws and don't care about anything when they're mad. You are in contact with them. After seeing Lin Yan's movements, Zhou Chuanbai's words were suddenly stuck. Just see Lin Yan unwrapped several bags of icing sugar that can be bought for a few dollars in the supermarket, poured it into the pot with a brain, added water, and blended in 2 bags of just opened sugar. Ka! The fire of the gas stove lit up in response, and Zhou Chuanbai's brain short-circuited a bit after the soft sound. Not this icing sugar. Ha! Lin Yan confirmed the net content of the rock sugar, and only after realizing that he had cooked almost 3 pounds did his mind finally relax a bit. Or what? What kind of icing sugar do you think it is? Although the countdown floating in his field of vision was still reminding him of the punishment of lifelong disability of the left leg, boiling sugar was not something that could be done in minutes, and Lin Yan was not in too much of a hurry. I'm a good, law-abiding citizen, and when Captain Zhou gave me law enforcement powers, I didn't even shoot the thugs and caught one alive. How could I possibly get into that kind of criminal, tiger-feeding business? Lin Yan's reply with this righteous face had caused Zhou Chuanbai to feel a sense of groundless shame. He helped them sacrifice his life to subdue the gunman only that afternoon, not only to stop the spread of the fire in the escape room building body, but also to help Zhou Yuman to dodge the bullets, but also to protect the shopkeeper who was almost exterminated by his accomplices. Knowing that Lin Yan had suffered a bit from the medical staff, now he was so suspicious of him that he took it for granted that he was trying to sell DU products. Zhou Chuanbai, you deserve to die. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, Zhou Chuanbai might have had to fling himself in the face. Lin Yan, who was stirring the sugar water with a spoon on the side, was a little embarrassed by Zhou Chuanbai's eyes and hurriedly averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. There was no way. Time was too tight, and he couldn't explain so much in the car in front of Uncle Zhang. Who would have thought that this simple hero of the original book would really treat him as a criminal? Maybe this is the bond between the proper hero and the highly intelligent villain. Even if Lin Yan had already assisted them in a number of things, in such ambiguous and plausible matters, the rightful hero would still subconsciously assume that he, the highly intelligent villain, was going to go to the penal code to perform the rock's wings. Alas, what a sin! Gobble gobble dash. The sugar in the pot had melted completely. The warm sugar water was bubbling, and a sweet smell gradually spread in the room. It was only after a long time that Zhou Chuanbai looked as if he had finally found his senses. Ian, those addicts are not good things. In order to suck on 2 puffs, they will do anything. If you really sell this to fool them, they're guaranteed to get back at you. They are reckless in their actions and you are guilty of not engaging with them. Zhou Chuanbai touched his cell phone and raised his hand to transfer $200 to Lin Yan. Tell you what, you sell it to me, Hayashi? Even though he thought he was already calm and collected enough, he was still confused for a moment when he heard Zhou Chuanbai's words. No, man, you're a proper male lead. Suspecting him of selling illegal filth is the normal reaction. Why did you even buy it? Even if he did buy, that goddamned dog system can admit it? Can the original book's male lead be a suitable target? Lin Yan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a long time. He had known that there was something fishy about this mission, with its short time limit, large rewards, and heavy punishments, and had been as careful as he could be. Instead of just buying a bag of icing sugar at the supermarket and shipping it, they gave the icing sugar a hot bath in strict accordance with the mission requirements written on the case of trafficking in icing sugar. Even thought of letting Zhou Chuanbai or Zhou Yuman find him a real informant to buy goods. Unexpectedly, the rightful male lead just slightly stepped in and gave him a whole lot of trouble. Chapter 39 Zhang Dong's death cuts off all the clues. Gudu gudu. Warm and sweet scents spread through the kitchen, a gentle mist of water curling up and filling the surroundings along with the silence. There was no sound in the kitchen, only the slight sound of the sugar water boiling, signaling that time was passing by. Lin Yan blinked, glancing at the serious look wrapped up in the laughter at the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes before answering somewhat helplessly. Well, wait a minute before you hold it for me. Earlier, as he watched the time dwindle, Lin Yan had prepared himself mentally. If it's too late to find a real addict to make this play, the case of selling ice candy, perfect. He'll just take the ice candy after a hot bath and go by and sell it to Gu Wenting. That's what good buddies are for at times like this. But since Zhou Chuanbai disrupted his plans, doesn't seem like it's impossible to try? Only, Lin Yan couldn't just promise to lift his hand and sell him all of these 3 or so pounds of rock candy. In case the male lead of the original book couldn't be recognized as a suitable target by the dog system of that day's kill, Lin Yan would have worked for nothing. It might not be too late to boil another pot of icing sugar then, but the real, right target, won't be so easy to find. Zhou Chuanbai is only occasionally short-circuited, but in fact, he is not stupid at all. If Lin Yan first sold him 3 pounds of ice candy that had been bathed in hot water, and then turned around and had to let him give contact to an addict informant, Zhou Chuanbai would have definitely planted the seeds of suspicion in his heart even if he did not ask. A person can abstract once in a while, but they can't grow a person on the abstract. And for Zhou Chuanbai, he did feel that Lin Yan was strange at this time, but no matter which way you looked at it, Lin Yan's conditions could be considered favorable. Rich dad, powerful mom, plus 5 other mysterious relatives whose investigative warrants were all returned. Who can't be simple, are highly intelligent geniuses themselves, graduated from college at the age of 18, and don't have any blemishes on their resumes. He had the computer skills that almost crushed the current era, and even if he hadn't been born into such a family, it would have been enough to guarantee him a lifetime of honor and fortune. People like that, let's be abstract once in a while, who let them have power? In front of the absolute value of utilization, these small things can be put aside. Touching on his true purpose, Zhou Chuanbai blinked his eyes and moved forward to approach the stovetop to glance at the pot of sugar water, taking the initiative to speak out to break the silence. Hikari, the people from the security bureau will probably be here in a while. In addition to looking into your computer skills, they're going to have to deal with the gun-toting killer who attacked us in the park today. Lin Yan was so uninterested in this that there was little emotional ebb and flow in his voice. Aha! The assassin, with his jaw removed and a brick to the head, shouldn't be able to make much of a dent in the detention center. For his computer skills, Lin Yan was more than ready. Now he only cares about his case of selling ice candy. The flame at the moment was at the limit of the stove, but it was far from Lin Yan's limit. Dead pot, hurry up and cook it. I'm invincible little cutie. Returning to the quiet air, Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang abruptly, and he hurriedly slid the screen of his cell phone with a slight frown on his brow. What is it? Are you sure? 2 minutes later, Zhou Chuanbai, who hung up the phone, looked at Lin Yan with a gaze that was complicated to the extreme, and with a few moments of lifelessness. Hikari, that assassin is dead. Ryan? He stared back quizzically, his stirring of the sugar water pausing for a moment as a result. Which one? The one who attacked with a gun in the park and called you young Master Lin. Hiss. Lin Yan took a deep breath and knuckled down to inhale the warm, sugary aroma that filled his mouth. A man with his jaw removed and handcuffed in a holding cell can still be dead? Who killed him? Zhou Chuanbai's face was bitter. The heat of the sugar water couldn't even smother the shame he felt at the moment, and he was even a bit groundless. Suicide. He had potassium cyanide hidden in his teeth and the paramedics were too late to save him. Lin Yan. His mood was complicated to the extreme, and his gaze towards Zhou Chuanbai carried a few helpless colors. I had his jaw removed. Who put it back on him? There were so many clues that could be dug up on a man with a silenced pistol who blatantly showed up in a park to attack him and try to kidnap him. We can forget about who assigned him. Where did he get the pistol? Where did he get the silencer? Where did he get the potassium cyanide? On top of that, Lin Yan had also seen 84 lives from that killer Zhang Dong through the special skill, Little Brother obeyed. I'm the big brother, yet. Zhang Dong may not remember all the identities of these dead people, but he always knows the identity of the employer, right? Who hired him to kill these people? And how did he escape justice before? These are all things that can be thoroughly investigated. Just like the previous case of Zheng Chaojie's murder by Fang Wen, Zheng Chaojie died, but he exploded a color video crime ring, plus a long line of no residual stupefying drugs. As long as these things are investigated, they will always pull out the carrot and bring out the mud, providing a lot of fresh blood to the prison. But now that Zhang Dong is dead, all the clues are broken. Zhou Chuanbai apparently also realized this. Although strictly speaking Zhang Dong's death and he has nothing to do with, but Lin Yan would have been due to the previous miscarriage of justice on the security system a little bit of words. And then after such if Lin Yan suspects that the security system is doing this on purpose, or if he thinks that he can't count on the security guards, how can he still abduct a top-notch helper for himself? Thinking about this, his Zhou Chuanbai's face was more bitter than coffee. It's Captain Wen Xiangjuan 1, the hand of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lin Yan's eyes turned, looking at the sugar water in the pot that had already begun to condense out of the white frosting. His mind relaxed slightly, and he casually said, he was trying to interrogate, and the man killed himself just as his jaw was pressed? Well, Zhou Chuanbai spread his hands. He'll be in deep when the security service comes. With Zhang Dong already dead, Lin Yan didn't bother to put more effort into this matter, and only barked a word of advice. But don't let him touch that escape room store owner. He must know something about the killer. Zhou Chuanbai nodded in response. I talked to my dad, Team Chow, and told him to keep a close eye on that guy. Lin Yan had known about this, and with a little nod of his head without much concern, he continued to stare intently at the pot. The kitchen was quiet once again. The icing sugar in the pot was crystallizing more and more and had hung in a thick layer on the spoon. It wasn't long before Lin Yan finally finished making the ice candy. He did not even put these icing sugar to the out of the feast. The spoon to the pot a throw, cover the lid, even the pot with the lid together into the thickened insulation bag, handed a little dumbfounded Zhou Chuanbai. Here, take it. If there was no system prompt after Zhou Chuanbai took it, Lin Yan would just ask for it back and resell it to someone else. But what happened next was really a bit out of Lin Yan's expectation. In his conception, this pot of icing sugar, which had taken a good hot bath, should only trigger one of the two outcomes after it was handed over to Zhou Chuanbai, the hero of the original book. If the system didn't recognize Zhou Chuanbai as a suitable target, it wouldn't give him the slightest hint, quiet as a saw bucket. If the system had really recognized Zhou Chuanbai's suitable target status, it would have popped the alert box and sent him a reward by now. But, what's with this messed up code? Chapter 40, a very simple brain fart? Good news, the cue box popped. It really popped. Bad news, there's no bonus related text on it at all. I don't know what brand of rat poison this goddamned bad system has eaten, but in front of Lin Yan, he is performing abstract in the literal sense of the word. Normally when you pop up a prompt box, the text on it either appears in a line or pops out one by one, but it always displays the text. But this one in front of Lin Yan at this moment, not only did he not have the slightest text, even his appearance was not quite right. Unlike the translucent light screen that was often seen before, this prompt box seemed to be stained with something dirty. Even if it was irregular in shape, it was still dancing on its own, like a colorful bubble that would explode at any time. It was no longer transparent, but was instead covered in magnificent to bizarrely bright colors, like a radium model poisonous mushroom swaying in the wind, or the kind that would change color on its own. Lin Yan looked at it steadily for a long time, and froze without seeing a single bit of text. What's worse, the countdown box in his field of vision stopped the passage of time. You should know that this countdown would not have stopped before even if the mission had been completed. After all, there will be another base bonus point to hit him at the end of this countdown. This is the basic reward mechanism of the genius anti-criminal investigation system. How is it that even this lowest level of running logic is stuck now? Can we still have this system? Lin Yan closed his eyes somewhat heartily, more or less repenting. I should have known that I wouldn't have taken a chance on Zhou Chuanbai as a target at that moment. This target seems to be a little too appropriate. Almost dry scrapping his system. But can take this opportunity to recycle this awful system and replace it with one that listens and understands and doesn't force him to bounce around the penal code? On the side, carrying a heat preservation bag. Zhou Chuanbai's brain at the moment is also the same as Lin Yan's system. So billion throws short circuit. He froze and looked at Lin Yan, whose eyes were complex, for a long time before he said with some hesitation, "No, Ian, what are you boiling this for?" Lin Yan averted his gaze from the Q frame that was still cosplaying poisonous mushrooms and emitting radium brilliant colors, and frankly stared back at Zhou Chuanbai. For fun, Zhou Chuanbai. He had the illusion that he was being made a monkey's errand, but there was little evidence of it. You came back in a hurry instead of recuperating from a good injury just to play with this? Or what? Although Lin Yan was a bit vain, his reasoning was not straight. I was trying to find a junkie to tease him. You were the one who had to buy it over there, and now that I did it feels like there's something wrong with it? Glancing at the clear cluelessness and skepticism in the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, Lin Yan arched his eyebrows, looking more or less indebted. Sorry, once the goods are sold, no return or exchange. Zhou Chuanbai. He was silent as he felt the insulated bag in his hand that weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, and he didn't say anything for a long time. As a good student who excelled in the criminal psychology course, Zhou Chuanbai thought that he already knew enough about the operating psychology of the vast majority of criminals. The psychology thing was interchangeable. Even if Lin Yan hadn't committed anything, he could still analyze him a little bit from a psychological point of view. Prior to this, Zhou Chuanbai had also been feeling that he already had a rough idea of Lin Yan, confident that he could hold this informant firmly on the premise of giving the other party a good impression. Rich, powerful, skilled, smart, bold, and good with his hands, Lin Yan is simply the best informant every vigilante can dream of. If he succeeds in entering the security system and becomes an official special counselor, Zhou Chuanbai is still thinking of trying hard to get him to become his partner. if it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Yuman had also acquiesced to these little thoughts of his. At this moment Zhou Chuanbai would have inevitably rolled back to work overtime to solve the case instead of accompanying Lin Yan to play with abstractions. But ever since he came out of the Gu's private hospital, until now, every single thing Lin Yan did, Zhou Chuanbai couldn't find the motive for his behavior or the logic of his actions. It's like, well, a very simple brain fart? This kind of abstract style of thinking out of the box and acting casually like the wind is really the first time Zhou Chuanbai has seen it on an adult. But anyone who has come out of childhood will do everything more or less motivated. And behavioral logic, right? Do all these rich people like to play like that? The two were still looking at each other in the kitchen when the door to the room was suddenly knocked on softly, and Auntie Lee's calloused hand reached in and shook the door a little, and the voice came with it. Hikari, I've prepared afternoon tea. Why don't you and the guests come and have some? Zhou Chuanbai was warmed in his heart by Auntie Lee's rather measured gesture, and a smile reopened on his slightly stagnant face. Thank you. Lin Yan touched his empty stomach and walked out of the kitchen first. Although Zhou Chuanbai still remembered the escape room store owner in his heart, Lin Yan was not a person within the security system and had no obligation to be at his beck and call, and he even had the right to refuse to provide assistance to the Criminal Investigation Brigade whenever he wanted to. And what Zhou Chuanbai needs more than the progress of a case is to gain Lin Yan's favor. Because of this, Zhou Chuanbai did not have any urges or reminders throughout the whole process, and behaved politely and humbly in front of Auntie Lee, treating it as if it was just a visit to a friend's house and stopping by to eat something to fill up his stomach. Both ate a good 7 or 8 minutes before heading to the sheriff's office together. Just as Zhou Chuanbai got out of the car with the insulated bag containing icing sugar and walked through the door of the security bureau, the alert box that was always in front of Lin Yan performing that abstract poisonous mushroom dance scene finally became normal. The moment he walked through the door of the sheriff's office, all the weird and gaudy colors faded away, and the clean, translucent light screen unfolded, and the text on it began to emerge line by line. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling ice candy and completing the special mission. Due to your selection of a very suitable special target, all rewards for this mission are doubled. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill, Perfection. Do you know what perfection means? Additional skill, Hearing Voices, points plus 2000. Props, tongue-in-cheek lollipop *1. Props, good luck long life lock *1. Lin Yan's eyebrows twitched, and his gaze towards Zhou Chuanbai's back instantly burned. Mom, I'll definitely hold on to the male lead from now on. I didn't realize that just selling a hot bath of icing sugar to the original book's male lead would create so much chemistry. It was important to realize that the last time Lin Yan had gotten a reward doubled, it was when he had been touched with a human life. Unexpectedly, just by selecting the proper male lead, Zhou Chuanbai, as the suitable target, he would also be able to obtain double rewards without bloodshed. No, more than double okay. The last time he accidentally dabbled in a bit of murder and received a double reward. Lin Yankee only got 1 skill, plus 1 prop, but this time, the skills and props can be literally doubled. Looking at his system, which was more or less tainted with stupidity in its judgment mechanism despite being abstract and penalizing, Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. Chapter 41, Under what name are you investigating me? Lin Yan's joy continued until he was brought into the interrogation room to face the owner of the escape room store head-on. He pressed the corners of his mouth, glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who had picked up a pen at the side with a serious brow, cleared his throat, and asked in a single, step-by-step manner, name. The owner of the escape room store was really quite trustworthy, and after meeting Lin Yan, he really answered the questions honestly. Wang Li, gender, men, age, 38. Tell me, why are you offering help to the real murderer? Wang Li raised his head, his gray eyes staring dead at Lin Yan, his voice a slate. To pass the test. Lin Yan frowned, knowing that the next piece of information would most likely involve that famous criminal organization in the original book, Mingdong, and completely suppressed the joy that had risen in his heart due to the generous rewards, and his tone of voice did not fluctuate in the slightest. What test? Why do you want to participate in the test? A pitch for an organization, and I can only join that organization if I pass the test. As he spoke, Wang Li lowered his eyes again, and his voice lowered considerably, and there seemed to be a sigh mixed in with it. For money. I need lots and lots of money. Lin Yan's lips pursed as he glanced at the message from Yu Min on his cell phone screen and continued to inquire. You don't know the exact name of that organization? I don't know. Then how did you find them? Or rather, why did they find you and give you the opportunity to participate in this examination? They were the ones who reached out to me, and I ran fast. When Wang Li said this, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Lin Yan in a somewhat depressed manner. I had a quick burst of speed, and they agreed to let me take the test when they said I could help them transport some special items. Of course Lin Yan knew what he was depressed about, but sorry, under his speed attribute of up to 24 points, all talents were younger brothers. What are the specifics of the test? What I know so far is that there are 3 tests, the first of which is to assist a veteran member of the organization in completing a murder and escaping all of them. Wang Li took a long breath and looked at the silver bracelet firmly locked on his wrist. The corner of his lips tugged a little bitterly. The second test is to complete a murder on your own and not get caught when you can only use the organization's assistance once. The air was a little quiet for a while. Only the tip of Zhou Chuanbai's pen was about to write out the sparks of the Russell sound. After a thoughtful pause for a moment to give everyone a bit of time, Lin Yan continued to ask questions in a calm tone. Don't you know what the third test is about? No. Probably because the residual power of the special skill, Little Brother Obeys, I'm the big brother, was still there. Lin Yan simply asked. And Wang Li answered dryly. Sell 10 kilos of D.U. Lin Yan. 10 kilograms? A whole 20 kilograms. Lin Yan's dog system does not dare to let him sell that much. It's not even a matter of getting shot if you do this kind of thing. It's a matter of owing the security system a couple of lives after 10 minutes of shooting. Just these 3 tests in a step-by-step manner have transformed the status of the new member reserve from a follower criminal to a kill criminal to a trafficker DU personnel. It was a straight-up set of silky little combos that knotted around each new member like a golden hoop. What else could this be if not the Ming Ace test? It was no wonder that in the original book, every single person in Ming Ace had a mind-boggling loyalty to the organization. And even more so, they obeyed everything Ming Jiao ordered, and believed in her fervently as if she were a god. In addition to Ming Jiao's personal charm, it turns out that there is also a handle that can't be grasped with one hand, and it is being pinched by others to death. Lin Yan frowned slightly with a complicated mood. Come clean and tell us everything you know about this organization. The more detailed the better. And if it helps us catch a few big fish, you'll have redeemed yourself. Wang Li hung his head down and was silent for several minutes. Zhou Chuanbai had already finished writing all the previous interrogations, and Wang Li still didn't say anything. He glanced sideways at Lin Yan, his thin lips slightly opened, and just as he was about to ask something out loud, Wang Li's low and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Embroiderer. All I know is that the person I'm assisting this time is codenamed Embroiderer. I don't know about the other. His words had just fallen, and Lin Yan didn't even have time to ask the next question, when the door of the interrogation room was violently pushed open from the outside, and a man with a serious face and a military green camouflage uniform walked in with a big stride. He came straight to Wang Li, his pitch rising. Embroiderer? Are you sure? Wang Li looked at Lin Yan and hesitantly nodded without saying anything. The man ignored Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan, who were sitting behind the interrogation table, and directly addressed Zhou Yumin, who had hurriedly followed him. You don't need to worry about this person. I'll take him away now, and you don't need to investigate the 416 cat-faced clown case any further. Our security bureau will take it over completely. Zhou Chuanbai? He ground his teeth, a little exasperated. When nothing was asked, each of them shunned the cat-faced clown case, and did not want to intervene, knowing that the probability of the case was that the embroiderer had done it. Now it's good. As soon as they hear that someone knows part of the embroidery information, they are rushing to grab the credit. Embroidery, unique and very bad modus operandi, absconded for many years, and recently repeated crimes. Who really caught her? The collective first-class merit is certainly on the nail, but the security bureau is just half a level higher than the criminal investigation brigade. Even if Zhou Chuanbai's heart is 1,000 times, he has to endure. Zhou Yumin, however, looked as if he had already experienced this kind of thing countless times, and even the expression on his face didn't change much. Alright, team leader Wang, you can take the body over there with you. It just so happens that we haven't conducted a full autopsy yet. The interrogation came to an end with the stirring up of Wang, the head of the security bureau. Lin Yan was happy to take it easy, and joined Zhou Chuanbai in Zhou Yuman's office, quietly pawing at the fish, ready to look over the new skills he had acquired. But he hadn't even had a few mouthfuls of tea before he saw his points balance, and the arrogant Wang team leader had just chased and killed his way to Zhou Yuman's office, staring straight at Lin Yan as he entered. You're Lin Yan? Aha! Lin Yan calmly answered, his fingertips still gently rubbing on the teacup. Something wrong with you? Team leader Wang seemed to be displeased with his attitude of still sitting on the sofa as steady as an old dog, and his brows had furrowed slightly. The guy who attacked you at the park with a gun was from the Dusk organization. How did you get in trouble with them? Ryan? Dusk? What Dusk? Never heard of it. Without waiting for Lin Yan to reply, team leader Wang had already said with cold words, if you can't think straight, you'll have to come with me for an investigation. Ryan? Zhou Chuanbai on the side? Lin Yan let this toe-curling guy get straight to the point. I'm just a victim and you're making me go under investigation? Team leader Wang, under what name are you investigating me? Chapter 42, What's wrong with piking the female lead's computer skills? Lin Yan's fingertips left the teacup and casually rested on the edge of the sofa, a calmness between his eyebrows. probably due to the fact that the upper part of his body was almost full of bandages. His back was straight, and he appeared to be in the shape of a pine, with a calm demeanor. Even though at this moment Lin Yan was sitting on the sofa, slightly tilting his head as he looked at team leader Wang, he had a face like a crown of jade and a superb temperament, and it looked as if he had been cultivated since he was a child of gold and jade. Even if the expression was flat, the slightly cold eyes could easily give a sense of oppression without anger. When he met Lin Yan's clear eyes, team leader Wang felt an unspeakable sense of awe almost instinctively, and the tip of his heart trembled. It's not the panic of a mouse meeting a cat, rather it's like meeting one's demanding superior. He was silent for a moment, very much suspecting that it was because he was aware of the true identities of those family members of Lin Yan that he had a bit of a heart on him. How old is Lin Yan now? A 19-year-old with an aura that could make him, a man who had faced countless vicious thugs, feel weak and flustered? Necessarily impossible. Aha! He'll be a little flustered, definitely because of those two old men. Poor Wang team leader is of course not clear. He is facing, but I fight with high IQ criminals in those years in the book play the most heavy, the most ink to exist. What would you say are the strongest auras in a book? Aside from the hero, that would inevitably be our biggest villain. Team leader Wang with his own strength to face the combination of legitimate male protagonist and highly intelligent villain. As an ordinary NPC, he will feel a little bloodline suppression is of course normal. Seeing that team leader Wang was slightly silent, Zhou Chuanbai also put down his teacup, the corner of his lips with a few careless smiles, but his eyes were slightly sunken. Team leader Wang, even if you're from the security bureau and want to take away our special consultant from criminal investigation team 1, you'll have to submit an investigation order to the top first. Not to mention, Hikari just helped us subdue more than one gunman today, and now she's still wounded. Isn't it not quite logical to take it away when you say so? Lin Yan's eyebrows slightly raised, and in his heart, he said that this male lead was quite righteous, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, a person suddenly walked in the open door of the room. It was a very young woman, a bit of baby fat on the small round face wearing thick myopic lenses, peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, fair skin, exquisite body, waist slung a light pink computer bag. The moment he saw this person, Lin Yan frowned a little in confusion. This external features, have never seen, but how is it so familiar? I always feel like I've heard of it somewhere. The young woman curiously swept a glance at Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai before walking straight to the side of team leader Wang, her voice clear and crisp like a yellow warbler out of the valley. Team leader, where's the guy I'm going to cut my computer skills with? The moment he heard the words computer technology, Lin Yan's heart thumped. Bad. How could he have forgotten about that? Baby fat small round face, nearly 1,000 degrees of myopia, peach blossom eyes, luo li body, pink computer bag. Together this guy is the official couple of Zhou Chuanbai, the original book of the rightful heroine. No wonder he felt familiar. The reason why Zhou Chuanbai in the original book can repeatedly solve major cases, behind the back of the guy in the computer technology support. It was also because of assisting Zhou Chuanbai that she transformed herself from a little-known security officer to a legendary technical security officer in the security system. Quite a few people, when they come here in admiration and second Zhou Chuanbai to solve a case, they will also invite her over in passing. In the thousands of chapters of the investigation of the case, these two mutual achievement of the people gradually developed a good relationship, and even promised to catch Lin Yan to get married. Isn't that a lie? To death. Lin Yan would never have thought that the one who came to test his computer skills today, the talent of the security bureau, would be the original book heroine Huangfu Xiangling. However, team leader Wang didn't even realize the shock and struggle within Lin Yan. He was only glad that the person who had relieved him had arrived at the battlefield, and raised his hand to indicate the young woman, who was about 6 meters tall with a delicate figure. Lin Yan, this is Huangfu Xiangling, the computer expert in our group. We have a limited amount of time, so you guys can just cut it out here. Lin Yan, garlic, doesn't matter. He sells ice candies to the main hero. What's wrong with piking the main heroine's computer skills? But the cut is no problem. But the cut is a big problem. This was no mere technical exchange, but a battle for Lin Yan's reputation and future. If he lost to Huangfu Xiangling, the matter of becoming a special technical advisor would most likely be lost. Wouldn't all his previous desperate efforts and the 2 bullet wounds on his body have been in vain? But if he really won Huangfu Xiangling, with a bang, the person who will give Zhou Chuanbai technical assistance in the future will more than likely be him. After all, Huangfu Xiangling was already a technical security officer within the security bureau right now, and was in charge of dealing with technical issues at the national security level. After Zhou Chuanbai's side has a better technician, Huangfu Xiangling naturally has no reason to transfer over. Then won't the red thread on Zhou Chuanbai and Huangfu Xiangling be broken? How can the two of them become the envy of everyone in the security system and become the sleuth couple without the mutual understanding and fulfillment that comes with a long-term partnership? Sinning, Lin Yan received the work computer handed over by Zhou Chuanbai with a complicated mood, and Huangfu Shangling sat face to face on the sofa on both sides. His face was still calm as an old dog. Ahem. Team leader Wang coughed twice, his eyes flickering over the properly prepared Lin Yan and Huangfu Shangling. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Weiliang. Lin Yan, your test is simple. You can choose the order of the test yourself. The first is to create a defense program that will hold up for 30 minutes under Xiangling's attack. The second is to recover the content of the information that was hidden by Xiangling. And the third is to break through the defense program set up by Xiangling and find out the precise location of the target. Except for the first one, the other two are rated higher the less time they take. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and there was a kind of dead pig's calmness in his voice. Let's do it in reverse order, with the first item at the end. Huangfu Shangling glanced at him with some surprise, and the peach blossom eyes hidden behind the thick myopic lenses carried a few moments of blazing wariness. Okay, let's start the clock then. As Wang Weiliang pressed the stopwatch, the curtain officially opened on this war without smoke. The rhythmic sound of crisp keyboard tapping was loud and clear in the quiet room. Zhou Chuanbai looked at it for a short while without knowing what was going on, and then he was a little dizzy by the rapidly beating characters, and hurriedly walked away from Lin Yan, silently took 2 bottles of mineral water, and put 1 bottle each beside Lin Yan and Huangfu Shangling. Time passes silently, but just 3 or 4 minutes, the original posture idle. Can still carelessly drink water. Huangfu Shangling frowned, hurriedly put down the water bottle, also began to the computer keyboard tapping. When 2 top hackers start operating their computers at the same time, it's a sign that this unseen war has progressed to a white-hot stage. Amidst the sound of the rising and falling keyboards, Wang Weiliang's cell phone rang just in time. He handed the stopwatch to Zhou Chuanbai, picked up the phone with a frown, and walked quickly towards the door. Well, Elder Lang, I'm working on, Mr. Lang. This surname caused Lin Yan to turn his eyes slightly, distractedly looking at Wang Weiliang's back. Chapter 43, Villainy should be villainy. Lang is not a family name that can be found anywhere, plus the fact that he could make the security bureau people treat him with such respect. It was hard for Lin Yan not to think of his mysterious grandpa who lived in seclusion somewhere. Of course, such a distraction was only momentary, and Lin Yan quickly re-entered the sparring with Huangfu Shangling. He's figured it out. What does the relationship between the hero and heroine of the original book, which was decided by the author of the original book, have to do with him, a highly intelligent villain? If the two of them were to break their relationship and meet each other from now on because Lin Yan flapped his wings so lightly, then it could only be said that the author of the original book had given them too thin a red thread. It's still not unbuildable, and wanting to hold on to the thighs of the original book's male lead as much as possible, so that the various tawdry operations of the genius anti-criminal detective system are directly linked to Zhou Chuanbai, and fiercely whoring himself out to all kinds of special skills and getting more points. Lin Yan must make this battle win beautifully. He's already affected the original book trajectory more than once anyway, so more won't hurt. No matter who it is, it won't do to stop his future. He's a villain. A villain has to be a villain. As the biggest antagonist in the entire book and a highly intelligent genius who gives the vigilante system a headache, isn't it normal for the hero and heroine to get the short end of the stick? As expected, under the, you know computers or I know computers, as strong technology, even the original book's rightful heroine was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Yan. In just 10 minutes, Lin Yan had beaten the defense program that had been reinforced by Huangfu Shangling's layers, and found the exact location of the coordinates that had been hidden by 1,000 defenses. Possibly because Huangfu Shangling had been struck by this, she held out for an even shorter period of time in the second test element, and after only 6 minutes, Lin Yan dug out the information that had been hidden from her. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai silently gave a thumbs up to Lin Yan, and although he didn't say a single word, the slightly bright eyes were enough to say everything. Huangfu Shangling took a long breath. Her fingertips pressed the mineral water bottle in her hand, her voice a little weak. If you build a defense program in 10 minutes that can hold off my attacks for 30 minutes, you'll get the highest rating. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and after his fingertips scratched the touchpad, he continued to start tapping on the keyboard. In this one, he actually wasn't going to shine too brightly. After all, the Security Bureau is a little higher than the Security Bureau. If he performs too well in the test, there is no guarantee that he will be semi-compulsory poached successfully in. That would be completely contrary to his original intention. Hayashi didn't want to live under tight protection at all, so he tried to portray himself as a crippled genius. The third and second tests are on the offensive side, but there is a high probability that the technical work of the Security Bureau is on the protective side, with a focus on maintaining the cybersecurity of the nation and classified information at the national level. Hackers who are more specialized in the field of attack are functionally better suited to the policing system. This is because it allows for faster locking of IP addresses and digging up criminal information, thus allowing the vigilantes to confirm the exact location of the criminals as soon as possible. If Lin Yan had also gotten a pretty good score on the first test, which was clearly on the protective side, the security system probably wouldn't have been able to keep him. However, reality always likes to play jokes on Lin Yan. He had only just begun to arm himself for a minute or so when his cell phone rang incessantly with the caller ID, Lao Gu. Lin Yan hesitated for 2 seconds, but still picked up the phone. What is it? Hiko, that leukemia girl is about to be unsalvageable. I need to get permission from her relatives now. We've been working on a new drug lately, and it's only been in 2-phase volunteer clinical trials, and the efficacy of the drug isn't very stable yet, but it's something we can try on her. Contact her relatives for me, and if they agree to try the drug, we'll go ahead and try to resuscitate her a bit. Gu Wenting's voice was serious. If he doesn't agree to try the drug, let him be ready to deal with the aftermath at any time. Lin Yan frowned deeply. His eyes glazed over. I know. After saying that, Lin Yan directly hung up the phone, and while flipping his fingers on the keyboard, he said to Zhou Chuanbai, Chuanbai, I need to see Lu Songyu and have him personally write a consent form for a drug trial. Lu Songya is in a bad way. Without the new drug that old Gu and the others are working on, the odds are that she won't last the day. Zhou Chuanbai, of course, is clear about Lu Songya being pushed through the potassium chloride by Jing, and his eyes are serious as he nods. Okay. I'll get your stuff ready now and contact the caretaker's side. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai exited the security bureau with a file bag and headed straight for the detention center. Huangfu Xiangling, who had been left in Zhou Yuman's office, looked at the time that had already begun to accumulate on the stopwatch, and even though she had a million things in her mind to spit out, she could only tap away at the computer to herself, wanting to crack Lin Yan's arming as quickly as possible. At the moment, her eyes were full of disbelief. And she was obviously still not aware that the codes that Lin Yan had written in just 3 minutes would become a shadow that she would not be able to erase for years. Lu Songyu, time is short, so I'll make it short. Lin Yan pushed the paper, pen and sealing clay in front of Lu Songyu with a brain, his voice smooth. Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili bought a murderer and pushed 1 milliliter of potassium chloride to Lu Songya Jing. The person has been resuscitated for almost a day and is still in critical condition. You're highly educated. You don't need me to teach you how to write a consent form for drug testing. Do you? Let Lu Songya try the new drug developed on Lao Gu's side as a volunteer. She might still be saved. Lu Songyu pupils huge shock. Unbelievable look at Lin Yan, but only froze for less than 2 seconds. Then the eyes firmly picked up the pen, trembling hand on the white paper writing. After the brief but clear and crisp handwriting was finished, he signed his name, put another handprint on it, and decisively pushed it in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan took pictures of the white paper and kept them before dialing Gu Wenting's number. Use the medication and keep resuscitating. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan, however, did not leave immediately, but looked at Lu Songyu, who was so worried that her face turned white. With interest. Your sister was almost killed by him, and you're not going to explain everything? Lu Songyu blinked, her eyes evasive. I've explained everything I need to, haven't I? Ha! Lin Yan let out a very soft laugh. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Mingnan is your real boss, right? Hearing this name, Lu Songyu's eyes instantly cleared up. Like a crazy person who suddenly found his senses, staring straight into Lin Yan's eyes, rehearsed countless times in general word by word. I'm sorry, I don't know the person you're talking about. With this display of his, Zhou Chuanbai at the side also instantly saw the abnormality and frowned. Lu Songyu, withholding information and confusing the case officers will increase the sentence. You are already guilty of murder, and any further mitigation won't be less than a couple of years, if you continue to knowingly fail to report. The corner of Zhou Chuanbai's lips hooked slightly, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Do you want us to take over your sister's funeral now? Or do you want to get out of jail with no one looking around? Chapter 44 This job you dare to take. Lu Songyu closed her eyes and bit her lips, froze and did not say a word. There was also silence in the visiting room, even though everyone present could hear the blatant threat in those words. Looking at this negative attitude of his, Lin Yan had no intention of continuing to spend time here and only snorted extremely lightly. It seems you don't care that much about your sister's life either. Zhou Chuanbai's words have said enough to understand. Lu Songya is still in the Gu's private hospital to rescue, trial new drugs, cannot hang this little life. Factors can be too much. This is a patient who is so fragile that she could literally die in place if the healthcare professionals watching over her are not paying attention. In other words, from this moment on, Lu Songya's life was completely in Lin Yan's hands. As long as he slightly hinted to Gu Wenting, Lu Songya would most likely exist in Gu's private hospitals as a simple drug testing volunteer, or simply give up continuing to invest in blood and drugs. After all, after Tang Mingdong went into the bureau, Lu Songya's medical expenses could have never been settled. Lu Songyu in prison labor reform of the little salary. His kryptonite life is not enough to hang the life of leukemia patients out. And Tang Mingnan, she is a very thoughtful person. In order to avoid drawing fire, she most likely wouldn't directly contact the Lu siblings, but instead, she would also divide herself cleanly from all of this. Even if she was really righteous and righteous enough to get others to support Lu Songya in the name of charity, she simply couldn't help checking. The following are some of the reasons why I am not sure if I can do it. Those who are rich enough will most likely not let her drive. Those who are not rich enough, why suddenly subsidize a life-threatening leukemia girl? Even if the one who had come to fund it had a rich family background, he could be driven by Tang Mingnan, and surely he had enough lethal handles held by her. Then as long as Lin Yan took a look at that person's photo, it was just enough to follow the trail down. Regardless of which angle to consider, there was no point in continuing to waste time on Lu Songyu's side. But Lin Yan had just gotten up to leave when Zhou Chuanbai pulled his arm. Only Lu Songyu behind the iron fence took a deep breath, did not open his eyes, and his voice was so soft that even his lips were trembling. No, you don't understand. I can intentionally murder Squat to death or get shot straight, but I can't betray my boss, and have her know about it. Just that one sentence was enough to put everything into perspective. Lin Yan did not respond again, only pulled the corner of his lips extremely shallowly, and ended the visit with Zhou Chuanbai, leaving the detention center with the consent form for drug testing that had been written by Lu Songyu. He handed the document bag to Uncle Zhang and asked him to send it to Gu's private hospital. While he himself was thinking of going straight home, he'd been hanging around the sheriff's office almost all day today, and it was about time he had a little time to himself, wasn't it? But on the contrary, Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang again. Lin Yan was already looking at the taxi app, but Zhou Chuanbai pulled his arm. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chuanbai was filled with bitterness. Ian came to life. Ryan? He's not even an official consultant. What kind of job does he have to do? Zhou Chuanbai looked around and made sure no one was around before whispering. The 416 cat-faced clown case. The security bureau side won't take it, and incidentally kicked the peach totem embroidered face case to us as well. I don't know who had a brain fart and said that in order to test the two of us. Let's try to solve these two cases together, and it's best to catch the embroiderer. Hayashi? He opened his mouth incredulously. No, let's arrest the embroiderer? Are they crazy or are you crazy? Lin Yan instantly felt his brain buzzing, and a weird sense of vertigo swept over him for some reason. How dare you take this job? What were you thinking? Zhou Chuanbai took a long breath and spread his hands. It can't be helped. You're doing too well. Let us go back to the bureau first. The specific details and reasons I don't know too much. I will buy you dinner when this matter is finished. Until he rejoined the sheriff's department and sat in Zhou Yuman's office, Lin Yan was still a bit unable to accept this reality. Also with mixed feelings were Zhou Yuman and Wang Weiliang. On the sofa in the corner, Huangfu Shangling was still tapping on the computer. The peach blossom eyes behind the thick lenses were full of stubborn luster. The cherry red lips were tightly pursed, and it seemed that she was fighting with something. After a moment of silence, Wang Weiliang had a smile. Will be in the hands of the document bag open. Take out a bunch of printing paper. That. Lin Yan I heard that it took you just 2 or 3 minutes to make a defense program that resisted Xiangling's attack and hasn't been breached until now. After I reported this, the first decision from the top was to draft you into the security service. Speaking of which, Wang Weiliang cleared his throat. We're well paid. 6 insurance, 2 pensions, 10 in the morning and 5 in the evening, 4 days off during the big week, 3 days off during the small week, 13 paychecks a year, and all injuries and illnesses are fully subsidized. Lin Yan closed his eyes. The corners of his lips almost pursed into a straight line. Meow. It's all because of that old Biden, Tang Jili. If he hadn't gotten the bright idea that he had to buy a murder and deal a fatal blow to the already barely alive Lu Songya, he wouldn't have been interrupted while performing the first test. If Gu Wenting hadn't called him to say that trying a new drug was the only way to hang on to his life, he wouldn't have needed to rush to Lu Songyu at all, and he wouldn't have spent only 3 minutes rushing to make a defense procedure. That way, he can completely drain the 10 minutes. And then according to the understanding of Huangfu Shangling's computer skills and techniques in the second and third tests, he can target to make something that can make her attack for 35 minutes. That wouldn't have been such a hassle. As for why he didn't let anyone else get to Lu Songyu at the time, for one, Lu Songyu might not believe it, and for another, Lin Yan needed to observe his attitude in person as a way to confirm his suspicions. After all, if Tang Mingnan is really Lu's sibling's emissary, it means that her is indeed the helmsman behind the successive imprisonment of Tang's father and son. After confirming this, there are so many places on Tang Mingnan that are worth looking deeper into. That Zhang Dong, who came from the Dusk Killer organization, had a full 84 lives on him and a sin value of only 990, while Tang Mingnan's sin value reached a staggering 1018. Lin Yan had just sent the Tang's father and son into the interrogation room in the front foot, and not long after, he was rushed into the face by a gun-wielding killer. Isn't it a little too coincidental? If it was because of those family members with special status, it should be commonplace for Lin Yan to be attacked by such horrors. But according to the original owner's memories, other than that kidnapping when he was a child, Lin Yan had never encountered these again. And analyzing from the original book, it's unlikely that Lin Yan has bodyguards around him at all times. If his family had confirmed that Lin Yan was in constant danger, there was no way they wouldn't have hired him some professional bodyguards. Considered from many aspects down, the reasons why Lin Yan was attacked by the killer are all too worthy of speculation. He had to wonder for a moment about the guy who was taking advantage of the situation behind the scenes without showing it and picking himself clean. At the same time as Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows in contemplation, Wang Weiliang piled up a smile on his face again, and his previous attitude of wanting to bring him back for investigation was a complete contrast. Lin Yan, how are you considering this? With your abilities, joining the security bureau is the optimal solution. Of course, if you don't want to join, we won't have to force you. Wang Weiliang smiled slightly, his tone flat. But on the sheriff's side of the system, you'll have to solve the cat-faced clown case and the peach totem embroidered face case before you can officially become a special counselor. Chapter 45, really taking him as a soft persimmon? Not to mention Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Zhou Yumin on the side felt a bit unbelievable when they heard this. These security services have no shame at all, just for the sake of pulling people over. The layers of vetting and harsh inspection processes on the security bureau's side were all waived, and as long as they joined it was the top-of-the-line treatment. But the assessment criteria for entering the security system was raised higher than their blood pressure. Lin Yan as a supernumerary should not be clear, but they are like a mirror in their hearts. 4:16 That cat-faced clown case reported up. All aspects of the people are like kicking the ball. No one dares to die such a thing. Now this case is directly dumped to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, the two newcomers, not to mention that it also kicks over the peach blossom totem embroidered surface case, which hasn't made much progress for several years. Along with it, what is this? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult? It's not even an act. For a time, the air in the office is quiet and terrible. Only Huangfu Xiangling knocking on the computer did sound, and the occasional sound of the computer error tone. Wang Weiliang obviously knew that his words were a bit unorthodox, and smiled somewhat awkwardly, trying to warm up the cold field a little bit. That, Lin Yan, I can't help it. The order was given to me directly from above. I was supposed to take that gun-toting killer away for investigation. Cough cough. Wang Weiliang coughed awkwardly and slowly pushed the pile of A4 printouts towards Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai. In order to make sure this recruitment test is as fair as possible, the higher-ups have granted you a special treatment as a full-fledged consultant, which is still the top of the line. But if you and Zhou Chuanbai can't solve these cases within a month, Wang Weiliang looked at Zhou Yumin and then at Zhou Chuanbai, and inwardly he was already a little regretful of taking on this thankless task. You're about to report to the security bureau, and Zhou Chuanbai will have to go back to his civil vigilante post. As his words fell, Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai's faces became a little unsightly. It's a pure lie between the two of them. The consultant who was so hard to latch onto is gone, and the secondment has been revoked. Who's to blame for this? Sitting on the soft sofa, Lin Yan was still indifferent, and even idly crossed his legs, with a calm look between his eyebrows. Very well, Team Leader Wang. Who gave this order? Wang Weiliang opened his mouth and looked at Lin Yan's clear eyes that were filled with coldness and calmness, and suddenly felt as if his heart had been pinched by something. Worthy of being Old Man Lang's grandson. It's true that old tigers don't have grandchildren. This aura. He is really a bit overwhelmed now. After a moment of silence, Wang Weiliang's fingertips pressed the pile of printed paper, his eyes so bitter that it looked like he had violently poured in a large mouthful of yellow dock, but his face was as serious as he could maintain. I'm sorry, but we do have confidentiality regulations, and you're not yet a member of the security service to know the identity of my superiors. Ha, sure enough, people do laugh a little when they're speechless. Lin Yan did not even look at the pile of paper under the hands of Wang Weiliang, originally still able to maintain a calm gaze gradually diffused on the ice in anger. Bone-clear hand gently pointing at the edge of the sofa, but the tone is still careless. Then you can go. I'm not joining the security service and I don't need your merciful charity in the form of a full-fledged counselor. Also, as a dedicated citizen who assisted the sheriff in subduing an armed assailant, I now have injuries on my body. If you still want to investigate me, remember to bring the investigation warrant with you and meet me at Gu's private hospital after 10 a.m. tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yan only gave Zhou Chuanbai a look that said to be at ease before he got up and walked towards the door on his own. Maybe he's been showing too much temper, and these self-righteous dogs are really taking him for a soft touch, deliberately making things difficult for him, right? Then he'd simply quit. Anyway, Lin Songhai's family has a lot of money. so as long as Lin Yan can keep the bottom line of the law, it's not a problem to live a life in style. Did he really have a brain fart before he went to work for the security service and live under overly tight protection? Doesn't it smell good to be the villain on the loose? Wait, Lin Yan, you. Wang Weiliang subconsciously got up to go after Lin Yan, and in 3 or 2 steps, he pressed his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder. Clang! In the next second, Wang Weiliang was solidly thrown to the ground by Lin Yan. The moment Wang Weiliang raised his head, Lin Yan suppressed the heartfelt smile at the corner of his mouth and asked in a seemingly concerned manner, "Gu, Team Leader Wang, are you alright? I'm always running into thugs here lately, so I just reflexed. I didn't break you, did I?" Although the words were said, Lin Yan did not have the slightest apology in the bottom of his eyes, and did not even move a bit. Not only did he not want to pull up Wang Weiliang's intention, but instead, he also lifted his hand and touched the bandage that was wrapped around his arm. Hiss, I'm getting a little sore here. Once Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai, who were shocked by this crisp over-the-shoulder fall, heard this, their faces were immediately filled with care. Zhou Chuanbai even directly got up and rushed to Lin Yan's side, not knowing whether it was true or not, and anxiously said, "Did the wound tear open? Come on, let's go to the hospital now." Lin Yan followed his force and just wanted to leave, but Wang Weiliang, who had risen up in a sorry state, stopped in front of him again, satcheling a kitten-batch face. "My young master Lin, do you have to toss me, a bitter laborer, like this? This order was discussed by your old man and Vice Young together. I'm just a messenger alright. Anyway, he has already said something, feeling that his life is more bitter than coffee." Wang Weiliang simply broke the can. "When I said I was taking you away for investigation before, it was only because your family's old man wanted to meet you. How could I hand in an investigation order to the top because of this small matter?" Lin Yan, combined with Wang Weiliang's call of Lang Lao, it is not difficult to guess that this old man is Lin Yan's grandfather, Lung Shixian's father. As for the Deputy Young, that's a lot of possibilities. Is it Lieutenant Young, Deputy Chief of Police, Deputy Bureau Secretary, or Deputy Ministry Secretary? To be able to discuss things with Elder Ling together, the level was not expected to be low. Even though Wang Weiliang had pretty much explained the bottom line, Lin Yan wasn't prepared to buy it at all. "Oh," politely declined. "I quit. You guys can find whoever you like." After saying that, Lin Yan left the office without looking back, and made his way out of the security bureau unimpeded. Inside the office where the d-d-d-d sound of the keyboard was still ringing, Wang Weiliang rubbed his old waist that was lightly hurt by Lin Yan's fall, looked at Zhou Chuanbai with a complex expression and frowned slightly, and Zhou Yumin with a face of innocence, and shook his head helplessly. Dusk's assassin died due to Wen Xiangjuan's negligence. He'll be retired in the next 2 days, so pack up and prepare for your promotion. As for the case, it's so hard to have a place to receive it, so I guess even if Lin Yan really quit, you guys have to catch the embroidery lady. Zhou Yumin almost bared his teeth and instantly retracted, seamlessly switching from he to no he. The joy of the promotion and pay raise was washed away in a flash. "No, everything was fine on our side. I even wrote the application report for Lin Yan, and you guys came and stirred up the situation, causing me to almost run away from the special consultant, but also dumping this kind of disciplinary matter on my head? Are you people?" Chapter 46. There is a kind of abstract beauty that disregards the death of his son. Whether or not anyone spoke up for Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan no longer cared. He flattened himself out on the big, soft, comfortable couch when he got home, and was being dragged around by Auntie Li in the attitude of a big salty fish in the sun. It had to be said that to be one of the earliest group of founders in the field of medicine in the Flower Kingdom, MS, Lei Huilan's handmade medicines were remarkably effective. Even if Lin Yan had only been honestly lying on his back for half an hour, and had spent almost all of the afternoon behind him out on the waves, these 2 marks on his body that had been scratched by the bullets had already scabbed over and were healing incredibly fast. Even a move as big as dropping Wang Weiliang over his shoulder didn't tear the bruises on his arms even a little bit. Auntie Li was still skillfully wrapping bandages around Lin Yan when the electronic welcome sound effect of the villa door being opened rang out. "Hello, welcome home." Lin Songhai, who was dressed in a suit, stepped calmly, and his originally careless gaze abruptly stopped when he glanced at Lin Yan, who was lying on the sofa, as well as the circles and circles of white bandages on his body. But Lin Songhai, this person, has a kind of abstract beauty that does not care about the death of his son. After concluding at a glance that the injuries on Lin Yan's body were nothing serious, and that Auntie Li's face was still calm, the seriousness and coldness at the bottom of his eyes instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a color full of ridicule. "Yo, who did our young master Lin lose a fight with? Look, TSK, you asked me to sell your little company. It can't be a compensation for you to prepare for a fight outside, right?" Lin Yan, ever since he wore the book, he had wondered every day if Lin Songhai was his real father or not. Nope. Doesn't Lin Sunhai know he's hurt? Then who asked Hiran Li to hand make his medicine and expedite its delivery by helicopter? Lang Shixiang's work was so busy, it wasn't like she could pay attention to Lin Yan all the time, right? Before Lin Yan had a chance to speak, Auntie Li on the side stepped out first. It's a gunshot wound. When these words came out, Lin Yan and Lin Sunhai were both slightly stunned. Lin Yan will be slightly shocked because Auntie Li, an ordinary nanny with a little bit of strength, can actually see that he is on the body. These two wounds that have been scabbed over are gunshot wounds? That's a fiery eye. What's the point of having a refresher course somewhere? Lin Sunhai, on the other hand, associated a lot in just a few moments. His dad who won't come out until his country is at war. His mom who is an enlightened star in the medical field. His old husband and mother-in-law who are in a classified position researching things they can't talk about. And his wife who is the leader of a special organization in the country. And the brother-in-law who is either on a classified mission or on his way to a classified mission. Hiss. Sometimes it's not good to have too many bull beepers in the house. His son had been attacked by gunmen, and Lin Sunhai couldn't even pinpoint for a moment which family member's special status had brought about this attack. Thus, after a silence that lasted more than 10 seconds, Lin Sunhai could only ask with a smile, "Aren't you the one who's been helping out the criminal investigation brigade lately? Catching Tang Jili and the others was pretty awesome back then. Did that side find out who your attacker was?" Lin Yan nodded his head a bit with helpless eyes. The people over at the security bureau said that the killer came from the Dusk organization. Lin Sunhai nodded, his eyes slightly sunken, but he didn't say anything more, only lightly changing the topic. "Then take care of yourself. Are you going to continue helping the CID? Well, worthy of being a successful businessman who can work from nothing to hundreds of millions of assets." One sentence asked the most critical question currently in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan pulled out a few helpless smiles on his lips, and after recalling the state of the original owner and Lin Sunhai's daily life together, he recounted what had happened to him in the past 2 days in a pick-and-choose manner. Of course, he completely hid his emotional bias and all information about the system. Lin Sunhai had smoked most of the cigar in his hand by the time he finished listening. He casually put the cigar on the ashtray. His eyes turned around the white bandage on Lin Yan's arm. His temperament was calm and relaxed between his hands and feet, as if everything was under control, completely making people unable to read his mind. "Whatever you want to do in the future, we will support you unconditionally. You're not all healed up yet, and even though you have your grandmother's medicine, you need to take care of it. Auntie Li, pack some things for him. I'll have someone send him to Gu Hospital later." Auntie Li answered quickly. "Yes, Auntie." Ryan? He glanced at Auntie Li's back as she ran straight upstairs to his room, and then at Lin Sunhai's face that was calm and unperturbed on the surface, but in reality seemed to be in a dark and turbulent state, and more or less couldn't believe his ears. He's only just gotten home. He hadn't even had a bite of hot rice, and the bandage had just been wrapped, and Lin Sunhai was about to throw him out. For the first time since wearing the book, Lin Yan began to doubt the love these family members had for him. There's no mistaking it. He's got a gunshot wound. A gunshot wound, and it was 2 shots. As a result, when he returned home, his father did not hurt him, his mother did not ask him, and he directly had to be swept out of the door and stuffed into the hospital. What's this for? Lin Sunhai had been in the shopping mall for so many years, so of course he had read Lin Yan's mind to a T, but he didn't say much of anything. He just fished out his cell phone and lifted his hand to call Lin Yan $1 million. Sunhai Moonlight transfers $1. 000 to you. Transfer remarks, "You don't have to worry about the small company. Get well for a few days and leave everything to me." Lin Yan, "Okay, it's confirmed. It's the real dad. That's okay." Like a yellow-haired boy who had been paid sky-high hush money, he got dressed without a word, grabbed the light little backpack that Auntie Li had packed, and got into Uncle Chang's car that was waiting outside the door. Although Lin Yan had already clearly judged from Lin Sunhai's expression that he must know information about the mysterious criminal organization of Dusk, perhaps even quite a bit. But since he has even taken the hush money, he is bound to keep his peace. Only, the unfolding of this matter was really a bit beyond Lin Yan's expectation. He had only been traveling through the book for a short while, and the vein of the original book's plot seemed to have just unfolded before he encountered something that had never appeared in the original book's depiction. Although Zhou Chuanbai had also suffered more than one assassination in the original book plot, under the powerful protagonist's aura, his life was never in danger, and he also caught those thugs in a very bad way. Every single person who attacked Zhou Chuanbai in the plot had a complete chain of logic and origin, yet none of them ever came from Dusk. It seems to be similar to what Hayashi had realized when he had an epiphany-like feeling of clarity, that outside of the original book's plot, there is also a vast and boundless world that is interwoven by the lives of many minor characters. The experience of one person, the hero of the original book, does not represent the whole of the world in its entirety. Those places that were not inked by the author of the original book were not without color. They were just not seen by the hero of the original book. Although Lin Yan was really curious about what the Dusk was, he didn't chase after Lin Sunhai and ask him questions all the time, but rather complied with his arrangement to go to the hospital to have a good quiet. He'll also have to think carefully about his future after the security service stirs things up. The worst result is that the path of rubbing Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura is not going to work. Chapter 47, System Bug? Gu's Private Hospital. Inside the intensive care single room specially set aside by Gu Wenting. Young master, I'll be around for the days you're hospitalized, so you can call me if you need anything. Uncle Zhang was still smiling and looked harmless. If you want an escort, I'll go get you one now. Lin Yan lay on his back on the soft and cozy king-sized bed, sniffing and just waving his hand casually. No, you should be busy. I've only scratched the skin a little. It's not like I'm crippled. Yes, young master. Uncle Zhang nodded slightly, and after placing Lin Yan's backpack closer to the bed, he left the ward silently. Lin Yan seemed to feel something and glanced back at his back with a sideways glance, quickly averting his gaze again as if nothing had happened. He buried his head in the pillow, and though his eyes were closed, his field of vision showed a clear panel of his personal information. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 3,561. Physical, 17. Speed, 24. Stamina, 15. Spirit, 15. Average value for normal people, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Special skills. 1. I just like playing with knives. What's wrong with that? 2. Do you know computers or do I know computers? 3. I only have to step out slightly, and that's the limit of the human body. 4. That's right, I'm young and old. 5. Behave yourself, little brother. I'm the big brother. 6. Perfection. Do you know what perfection means? Additional skill, hearing voices, extraction tasks, task review, task retrospective, prop small. Good lord. It turns out that even on the personal information panel, hearing voice recognition is counted as an extra skill and is not included in the special skills. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised as he locked his gaze on the words, hearing sound, and between the slightest movement of his mind, information about it was presented before his eyes. Hearing sound, you can keenly perceive and accurately capture all tiny sounds, and can quickly lock the location of the sound, in successfully identifying the source of a certain sound. Your eyes have a certain probability to penetrate the obstruction, and directly and accurately lock the location of the sound source. With this, dodging bullets with your eyes closed will no longer be a dream. Oh, come on, you can hear voices and see through them at the same time? That's a wonderful skill. After reading so many skill introductions that were more abstract than one another, the introduction of the skill, listening to voice recognition, was so short and straightforward for a bit that Lin Yan was still a bit uncomfortable with it. Suddenly, Lin Yan's mind was blessed with a general feeling, and he couldn't help but recall the unusual feeling he had when Uncle Zhang left the ward not long ago. At that moment, it couldn't be that he instinctively caught the almost imperceptible sound of Uncle Zhang's footsteps, right? Could it be that this skill is a passive attribute that stays on at all times? If that's the case, will he be able to sleep soundly in the future? Lin Yan's brow furrowed, and after taking his attention away from his personal information panel, the voice in his ear became clearer. It was the sound of light footsteps in the hospital corridor and what seemed to be the sound of curtains being blown by the wind in the next ward. Lin Yan subconsciously raised his head from the pillow, his gaze passing through the snow-white walls almost in an instant, the curtains illuminated by the moonlight clearly coming into view. Hayashi Yen. He actually did achieve a see-through effect on this wall. Mom, yeah, cowboys. As Lin Yan's mind loosened, the perspective effect disappeared abruptly, and before his eyes was the clean, white wall again. But even though it was only a few glimpses, Lin Yan was able to determine that the next ward was empty, and after a few moments of trying, Lin Yan had basically figured out the mechanics of this extra skill. As long as he didn't think about checking out the outside world, his ears were still clean. In other words, the skill was something that was both being turned on passively and could be used by him actively. The skill automatically captures abnormal sounds for him when they occur. When actively exploring, the range of the skill gradually expands until it reaches its farthest distance, and if Lin Yan wanted to, he could keep his hearing at a normal person's level. The corner of Lin Yan's lips hooked as his heart became clear, and he tapped on another newly acquired skill. Perfect. Do you know what perfection means? Disguise is a skill. Perfect disguise is a gift. Junior, congratulations, you've mastered the grand technique of the disguise discipline, the disembodiment transformation transfiguration technique. As long as you want and with the help of just a few tools, you can perfectly disguise yourself as anyone. Junior, trust your own hands, under your disguise. Even if his own mother came, she'd have to recognize you as her son first. Of course, if you're bold enough, you can try non-human, too. Right flavor. This kind of abstract stuff is the kind of skill that this system can give out. After checking out the newly acquired skills, Lin Yan tapped on Quest Retrospective to take another look. Burglary, approximately 1 day remaining in the retroactive period. Murder, approximately 2 days remaining in the retroactive period. Body splitting case, approximately 40 hours remaining in the maximum time frame of the mission. Expected retroactive period of 10 days, not yet opened. Case of trafficking in ice candy, maximum time limit remaining *****. Expected retroactive period of 5 days, not yet opened. TSK. If you didn't know that the only human life you've ever touched was a bumper sticker, who wouldn't look at this and say, "You're really too much of a criminal"? I don't know if it was the instincts of being the biggest villain at work, but Lin Yan's second thought after reading this can't be known by Zhou Chuanbai. Lin Yan pursed his lips helplessly, and his gaze fell back to that strange case of selling ice candies. Again, the retrospective period hadn't been opened yet, and the separation case was still clearly labeled with how much of the maximum time limit for tasks was left on it. Why is this information in gibberish in the ice candy case? Combined with the fact that Lin Yan's side of the pumping system panel had only returned to normal after Zhou Chuanbai had taken that pot of icing sugar into the sheriff's office earlier, he had to think out of the box. Is it necessary for Zhou Chuanbai to accept the countdown to the time limit of his mission before it will continue to jump up? Lin Yan felt out his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that it was already kind of late at night, so he silently put the phone back and closed his eyes again. From the previous Zhou Chuanbai's various micro-expressions and eyes, the other party must have sincerely felt that Lin Yan was more or less abstract. If he is now in the middle of the night to ask people, "Today sold to you ice candy delicious," Zhou Chuanbai may want to drag him to the mental hospital to sneak around. Anyone in their right mind who doesn't have a bubble in their head wouldn't be able to do this at all. Anyway, Lin Yan was now considered a big points earner, so there was no need to rush this. More than this bit of bits and pieces of points, Lin Yan feels that his top priority is to find along with perfection. Do you know what it means to be perfect? And hearing voice recognition, the two skills, together with the props that were issued to him. The previous, seeing weakly through the lens, and seeing ghosts in the daylight and haunting souls incense, but they were sent directly to his clothes pocket. However, same mouth lollipop, and good luck with long lifelock, were as if they were stuck halfway, and Lin Yan had already changed his clothes without finding them. It can't be that this goddamned dog system has taken it for itself, can it? Or did the protagonist aura on Zhou Chuanbai give the dog system too much of a shock, causing the system to bug out? Chapter 48 followed like a ghost again. Lin Yan searched several times repeatedly, but in the end, he found nothing. Spam system. Wasn't it just a small trauma by the main character's aura of a proper male lead? As for buggy and weak as a little robot that hasn't been recharged in 800 years? Where is the arrogance of the time when he was released? The case of trafficking in ice candy. Lin Yan viciously compared a middle finger towards it in his heart, and with the blanket over his head, he slept very peacefully. He's a sick man who needs to recuperate now. If this bad system had just seen goodbye with him, Lin Yan's heart would have been a lot lighter instead. That way, he no longer had to rack his brain to prevent himself from running afoul of the law and going to jail at the drop of a hat. Nor did he have to work his ass off to join the vigilante system. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be directly far away from the hero and heroine at that time, sitting on hundreds of millions of family assets, and being a dashing, fastidious, do whatever you want rich second generation? What cat face clown case? Peach blossom totem embroidered face case? Whoever likes to take this job. Once Yuhao's murder is solved, he'll be able to take a break from the current whirlwind of events and meet everyone associated with the main male character from then on. With this little mood of anticipation, Lin Yan lies in Gu's private hospital for 3 days. Although he wanted to part ways with this fancy dog system, the system alert boxes that had popped up one after another in the past 2 or 3 days had clearly manifested its sense of existence. Congratulations to the host for completing the burglary case. The case backdating period has expired. Plus 300 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the murder case. The case backdating period has expired. Plus 800 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the body splitting case and not being caught by the vigilantes when reaching the maximum time limit of the mission, and obtaining the base reward points of 500. The retrospective period for this split case is 10 days. After 10 days, if the host still hasn't been apprehended by the vigilantes, he or she will receive an additional bonus point of 1,500. Please keep up the good work. Keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. Bright sunlight shone through the spotless glass window, hitting Lin Yan's body with a side of brightly colored light. Although his gaze fell on the laptop's screen, his mind was checking out the information interface of the genius anti-criminal investigation system. More than a day has passed since the retrospective period of the split body case, but the garbled code on the countdown of the trafficking in ice candy case still hasn't moved a bit, and the 2 reward props still never appeared. What the hell is this awful system for? The day is over? Lin Yan looked at his remaining points of up to 5,161 and was puzzled. Never mind. Let's see if there are any fun props first. The props mall is automatically refreshed once every 24 hours without being actively refreshed by Lin Yan using 100 points. But just like the usual abstract style of this dog system, this 24-hour auto-refresh is also bizarre. It's not fixed so that it refreshes as soon as 24 hours passes, but it can suddenly refresh once at any second during the 24 hours. That is to say, maybe Lin Yan happened to fancy something and was just about to pay for it when it messed up and jerked around, refreshing it straight away. Even if the refresh time was completely random, Lin Yan had no way to determine if the mall interface had been refreshed today, just very breathless. As the mall interface unfolded, the vomit in Lin Yan's heart was almost instantly silenced by a prop. Cleansing flashlight 888 points. Want a guilty sinner with a guilty heart to cry and kneel in repentance before you? Shine it on him. Shine it on him hard. Let him feel what is meant by Buddha's light. Hiss. If you take this thing to Tang Mingnan, dislike her face and take a picture of her. Can she carry the condemnation of her conscience? Lin Yan rubbed his chin and hesitated for a short while before buying it. Although the chances of facing Tang Mingnan straight up with this thing were rather slim, he was a big points earner now. It wasn't that bad. If you come across something you're interested in now and don't buy it, what if you swipe it away later and never see it again? Points 888. Once the deduction prompt appeared, Lin Yan could clearly feel something cold and icy sticking up next to his leg. He reached under the covers and touched it, and a light silver flashlight about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long did appear out of nowhere, still reflecting the bright metallic luster of the sunlight. Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips in a complicated mood and casually stuffed it into the backpack on the side of the hospital bed. He quickly scanned the rest of the props that were on top of the sentence and bouncing around the penal code, and was just about to refresh the mall interface when there was a soft knock on the door of the wardroom. I'm Zhou Chuanbai. Is it convenient to come in now? Lin Yan. Here it comes. This proper male lead following like a ghost again. He's only been clean for 3 days. Okay. Even though his heart was full of vomit, Lin Yan closed his eyes, suppressed all his emotions and raised his voice. Enter. Zhou Chuanbai didn't come empty-handed. He put the fruit basket and flowers away properly before sitting in the companion chair next to the hospital bed. Is the wound better? You're injured in the line of duty. You can fight for reimbursement. Lin Yan non-committal hooked his lips, lowered his eyebrows and closed the laptop. Did not answer the question, but opened the door. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. It hasn't been easy lately, has it? What kind of trouble did you run into? Hey. Zhou Chuanbai scratched his head a little embarrassed. Well, indeed. He didn't have to beat around the bush when it was obvious anyway. It's the murders of Tang and his son, and Yu Ho. The lawyer they hired is very powerful, and all the things on Tang Mingdong, including the illegal detention of Wang Shishir and the murder of Yu Hao, were all recognized by Tang Jili. The evidence was already a bit scarce, and now that Tang Jili has stirred things up so much, Tang Mingdong will have to be released in the next 2 days. Lin Yan's thin lips hooked, making him want to laugh a little at that. Tang Jili knows that he can't run away from the murder, so he simply helps Tang Mingdong to carry all the things, so that he can go out and inherit the company. Ginger is really old. Zhou Chuanbai nodded his head slightly, looking at Lin Yan with a few obvious tones of concern in his eyes. We're fine, but you also showed your face at Tang's at the time, so if Tang Mingdong comes out, he'll definitely try to get back at you. Lin Yan laughed extremely lightly. There was not the slightest surprise or amazement between his gentle brows. Instead, he carried a clear light luster, as if he had already seen everything through. He didn't say anything, so he looked at Zhou Chuanbai with a slightly arched eyebrow, as if he was looking at a small rookie who was making a pretense. It's not for nothing that this guy has a protagonist's aura and is the hero of the original book. See, this little psychological hint was used by him in a clear way, and he was almost going to give Lin Yan a hold of it. Zhou Chuanbai was saying this not simply because he simply cared about Lin Yan, but he was telling him in plain sight, we really have no choice. In order to prevent Tang Mingdong from hurting you the first time when he comes out, make an effort on your own and find a way to find other incriminating evidence against him. Chapter 49. Is this something a normal system can do? Under the bright sunlight, the fresh and slightly sweet fruit aroma in the ward gradually spread out. Neither of the two spoke again, but everything was in the air. Oftentimes, not answering is the best answer. In this unspoken silent game, in the end it was Zhou Chuanbai who lost the battle, and the smile between his eyebrows was full of helplessness. Well, Hikari, if you don't want to do any of this, we certainly won't force you. Don't worry, as long as you don't become a criminal, I'll respect your choices no matter what you are. By becoming a special counselor, you are a comrade in arms who fights alongside me, and by not being involved in the detection of cases, you are still the people I want to protect. Lin Yan still had a shallow smile on his face, and at his words, he only nodded his head extremely lightly, not responding. That being said, there is no point in talking about it. Zhou Chuanbai's heart became even more bitter, but he quickly collected the expression on his face and pulled out a fruit knife from the side of the fruit basket. Ian, would you like an apple, orange, pear or grapefruit? Oh, my god. Having the male lead of the original book visit the patient plus peeling fruit, isn't that how Huangfu Shangling is treated? Lin Yan felt a subtle sensation in his heart, but he was not polite. Pear, Zhou Chuanbai responded, then lowered his eyebrows and earnestly peeled the pear. Although under Gu Wenting's side of smashing medicine at any cost, Lin Yan could have long ago gone outside to live, but since someone was rushing up to peel fruit for him, there was no reason for him to refuse. Was there? A future light of criminal investigation who will reign supreme within the security system will now sit at the hospital bedside of one of his major villains and peel fruit for him. Who would believe it if he said it? In a short time, a small plate of chopped pears was placed on the table, with 2 toothpicks thoughtfully inserted on top. But Lin Yan had only just taken 2 bites when several system alert boxes popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the case of selling ice candy and not being caught by the security guards when the maximum time limit of the mission was reached, and obtaining 1,000 base reward points. The retroactive period for this case of selling ice candy is 3 days. After 3 days, if the host is still not caught by the security guards, he will be rewarded with an additional 3,000 points. Please keep up the good work. Keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. Congratulations to the host for completing the case of selling ice candy. The retroactive period of the case has expired. Plus 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop. Same mouth lollipop *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop. Good luck long life lock *1. Ryan, wasn't it written on the system panel that the retroactive period for this ice candy trafficking case is 5 days? How come it's suddenly 3 days? And why did all these messages pop up in a rush at this time when they were clearly supposed to be popping up one after another over the course of a few days? Without waiting for Lin Yan to think anything more, he only heard a crisp ringing sound from in front of him without warning. Pia day. In mid-air, a metallic luster reflecting the sunlight appeared abruptly, and then quickly descended, falling straight onto Lin Yan's leg. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to press down on the drop, grasping the object in his hand, and for a split second he only felt his brain buzzing. As expected, Zhou Chuanbai, who was concentrating on peeling an apple at the side, had lifted his head and was looking at Lin Yan with a confused face, his clear eyes full of doubts. His hearing and vision don't seem to be reconciled. Did something just fall out of thin air? He's not mistaken, is he? The moment he met Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, Lin Yan knew it was bad. In a short moment, he had already affectionately greeted this awful dog system 1,000 or 800 times in his heart. Is this something a normal system could do? How is he going to explain having 2 props fall from the sky and land directly on him in front of the original book's hero? Others may be okay, but what kind of existence is the male lead? That's a combination of the author's every love, mind, and observation. What kind of host is this? Ah, and you're saying congratulations, host all the time? Congratulations, my ass. But where this bleeping system is programmed to be written by a human being, he can't, or at least shouldn't, be given this to play with. Isn't this a case of the original book's hero not paying enough attention to him? After 100 turns in a flash, Zhou Chuanbai was the first to react. He looked up at the ceiling above the hospital bed, his gaze sweeping twice over the beautifully luxurious crystal chandelier with a hint of flirtation on his face. It's not as if Dawn can't help but go after you already, is it? Lin Yan also laughed a little, but his tense nerves didn't relax there. Grasping the same mouth lollipop and good luck with long lifetime lock that he had pressed firmly into his palm, and casually threw them into the empty trash can that was in the blind spot of Zhou Chuanbai's field of vision. Who knows? Disposing of these 2 props, Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai with a calm expression, his tone unhurried. Tang Mingdong wants to go out, so let him out. Zhou Chuanbai's action of peeling the apple completely stopped, and simply took a bite of the apple himself. Click 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 and chewed. I'm afraid you're in danger. Last time your car was tampered with, the guy who caught it looked like he was here to take the fall. Despite the fact that he was trying to restrain himself as much as he could, Lin Yan could tell that his gaze was always towards the trash can over there. But nay, there was a hospital bed in the middle blocking it, and it was impossible for Zhou Chuanbai to see it unless he became a giraffe. Lin Yan turned a blind eye to these dissimilarities, his fingertips lightly tapping his laptop. Have you forgotten the Tang Mingnan I told you about? Zhou Chuanbai's eyebrows twitched. I remember. It's the woman who wins everything behind the scenes without a single leaf. Lin Yan unfolded his laptop unhurriedly, a clear laugh spilling out of his throat. Think about it. She secretly controlled Lu Songyu, gave a perfect murderous pawn to Tang Mingdong, and after more than a year of hard work, she realized that her brother, who she sent in with great difficulty, was released within days. What would she do? Zhou Chuanbai's brain wasn't covered either, and he blurted out almost immediately. she'll definitely do one thing or another, and use some other way to make Tang Mingdong leave the center of power of the Tang clan group completely. But Tang Mingdong has been in charge of the company for several years and will definitely not be willing to let go easily. As long as they fight, no matter what the outcome is, we can reap the benefits. Lin Yan casually tapped the computer keyboard a few times, his eyes falling on the screen in response to the carelessness. Well, Tang Mingdong has just been released. He should not dare to do what is written in the criminal law directly. The siblings will more than likely gather evidence of each other's crimes first, and whoever gets hammered to death in the trial court first, the other will be able to sit at the helm of the Tang group. After a few words of advice from Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai, who had a clear mind, was just about to thank him and leave, when he saw Lin Yan frowning, and his hands, which were originally resting on the computer keyboard, involuntarily clenched their fists. Not waiting for Zhou Chuanbai to take the initiative to ask, Lin Yan has already liked death out of the voice. Kawabai, let's talk again. Are those two cases still hanging over your head? While talking to Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan was secretly grinding his teeth in the back of his mind. This crap system. You are better off never having an entity. Chapter 50, can't do it. Let's change our name, right? Zhou Chuanbai, of course, is not clear about Lin Yan's mental activities, only honestly nodded. Yes, it's still a month, and if I can't get a case done I'll have to off back to being a civil vigilante. Saying that, Zhou Chuanbai took another bite of the apple, as if biting off the brain of the superior who made this brain-dead decision, chewing and gnashing his teeth. We also reflected on how chilled you were after being deliberately embarrassed. But those up there who make decisions on a whim, told us to find our own way to beg you back, and the notices are out on this thing, so we'll just have to admit it, whether you take this test or not. I can't avoid these two cases. Zhou Chuanbai swallowed the apple, a few bitter smiles spilling out from his lips. My dad had turned in your application for a special consultant the day before yesterday, but it was still called back, saying that everything was subject to the content of the assessment that had been jointly negotiated by your superiors. Lin Yan, nice guy. It's blocked for him, don't be a Biran. But, the thought that the male lead's career has also come to an unprecedentedly great challenge because of the Security Bureau's crossroads. Lin Yan has an indescribable sense of alienation. It's funny that in this book world, even the male protagonist will be created by NPCs equally. Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips in a complicated mood, and his gaze fell back to the computer screen. Of course, it wasn't even what was on the computer screen he was looking at. It was the alert box for this goddamned awful system. Junior. Congratulations on reaching the cat face clown case and the peach blossom totem embroidered face case, and you'll have the chance to unlock one of your most loyal and useful minions, the Embroiderer. Embroiderer, go ahead, come face to face with the Embroiderer and make him bow down to your suit pants and become a traitor at your beck and call with a murderous and powerful weapon. Current task, find the Embroiderer and complete a face embroidery case with his assistance, making sure that the subject of the face embroidery does not die until the end of the face embroidery process. Time frame of the mandate, 15 days. Mission reward, no tricks, all true feelings. Penalty for mission failure, 45% reduction in organ lung function. Don't let the vigilante take you to jail. It's not good. Lin Yan closed his eyes and raised his hand to slowly press the computer screen down, already beginning to hope that what he was seeing was an illusion. But unfortunately, even with his eyes closed, he could see the bad box. It's true, once you're in some systems, you can't be good at it for the rest of your life. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai, who was unaware of all this, placed the apple in a clean disposable dinner plate and wiped his hands with a paper napkin while wondering, Ian, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? Do you need me to call a doctor for you? Lin Yan did not open his eyes and only shook his head extremely lightly. No, why don't you open a window for me? I'm just feeling a little stuffy. More than a little. He's very bored. How can he be so virtuous as to say that he is looking for an embroiderer? He's a very senior figure within the organization, and he's a hotshot in the cleaning department who's capable of killing people, without the full cooperation of the security system to delegate enough privileges and police support to him. How easy would it be for Lin Yan to come face to face with this guy? Oh, there is indeed another way to meet the embroiderer early, become his next hit target and honestly wait at home for him to deliver the goods and embroider a few peach blossoms on Lin Yan's face as well. Wow. The sound of the wind blowing the leaves of the trees carried clearly into the room through the open window, and Lin Yan opened his eyes and let out a long breath as he looked at the new green color that was so endearing in the sunlight. Kawabai, do you trust me? Zhou Chuanbai averted his gaze from the trash can that Lin Yan had pushed under the bed as if nothing had happened, and nodded his head almost without hesitation at the words. Of course I believe you. Aha. Lin Yan responded, the smile at the corner of his lips a bit bitter. I can assist you in solving the cat-faced clown case and the peach totem embroidered face case, but if I do play a key role in solving the case, I need to meet with the embroiderer alone. Aside from being forced to complete this test that was obviously purposely trying to make things difficult for him and Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan couldn't think of any other way to meet the embroidery lady quickly. Zhou Chuanbai blinked and didn't ponder for long before nodding in response. Yes, as long as there's no serious breach of discipline, I'll admit it even if you send me back to my civil post after meeting with Embroiderer alone. Hearing this, Lin Yan's bitter smile was instantly replaced by helplessness. That's not so bad, Zhou Chuanbai, but a serious face full of serious color said. I just forgot to tell you, due to the security bureau's side making things too difficult for you, the top has decided to, after a comprehensive consideration, as soon as you assist in solving the case, after you become an official counselor, you will be able to have the power of the Hop law to hold guns, just like us. Of course, you'll need to go through a period of training before you can hold a gun, lest you accidentally injure people while taking down thugs. Lin Yan, it's not necessary. While it's true that there's no man who doesn't want a gun of his own, but the original owner was a master body tracer. Lin Yan did practice shooting in the police academy as well before he wore the book, but unfortunately, after crossing over, he inherited the original owner's unforgettable brain along with the attribute of human body tracing master. Really, if he is allowed to face a hostage-taking thug with a gun, he may need to aim at the hostage's head and hit it in order to kill the thug. Lin Yan hooked his lips in a complicated mood. Wait until the case is solved. He now seriously doubted that this dog system of his was truly blinded by Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura. Before jamming stuck well, Zhou Chuanbai came to restore the operation, not to mention that, after popping up so many tips in a row, the reward issued actually fell directly from mid-air. Zhou Chuanbai had most likely already seen it. It was just that he had the good sense not to pursue it. This task is even more outrageous. Without assisting Zhou Chuanbai in solving the case, Lin Yan may not be able to find the embroidered lady, even if he uses the skill of little brother obey. I'm the big brother, to look at the photos of everyone in the entire city of Yibiao, and his eyes go blind, not to mention finishing the embroidered surface with Embroiderer. It's a sin. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Chuanbai hadn't left yet, Lin Yan would really want to give this garbage system a middle finger. He's the biggest villain in the whole book. Villain. Do you know what it means to be a highly intelligent villain? That's a mountain of a man weighing down the hero's head. Not only was his system casually flashed and almost scrapped by someone else's protagonist's aura, but now it was actually giving him this kind of quest that favored helping the male protagonist? This thing is still the villain's exclusive, genius anti-criminal investigation system. Now, if we can do it, we can do it. If we can't, we can change our name, right? Don't insult that system name, okay? Chapter 51. How is it not considered a kind of slap in the face? Probably sensing that Lin Yan's mood was a bit off, Zhou Chuanbai took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of restoring the atmosphere, picking up what Lin Yan might be interested in saying. Ian, while you've been recuperating here for the past few days, I've been working on 2 cases with comrades on the civil side. If I remember correctly, the script Cloudy Wrong was put together by your company, right? As soon as the case was mentioned, Zhou Chuanbai's expression gradually became serious and he put the cleanly wiped fruit knife back into the fruit basket. After our investigation, the Clouds of Smoke and Errors theater group is not an ordinary fire caused by a wiring problem, but someone maliciously set the fire. I arrested the guy the day before yesterday, but the public pressure I faced was a bit intense. Zhou Chuanbai pursed the corners of his lips, without a trace of a smile between his brows. That person you should recognize. Wang Inger. She wanted to bring her capital into the group to star as the female number 1, and the head of the crew said that she was rejected by you personally. Because of this, she was resentful, smashed big money to hire someone to maliciously set a fire, resulting in the second female died on the spot. The first female suffered extensive burns. Her career is considered ruined. It was not until he said this that the corner of Zhou Chuanbai's lips tugged extremely lightly, his face full of irony. Although the second female who set the fire made a careless move and burned herself to death directly on the set, Wang Inger can't get away with hiring someone to commit malicious arson. The evidence is overwhelming. This kind of star, just because she has a little bit of money and public influence, trampling on the law because of some trivial matters. Do you really think that the penal code is written by her? Lin Yan also smiled extremely shallowly and did not respond. I'm sure he's the hero of the original book. It's his case to handle so that the truth can come out and justice can be done to the victims. But even if the malicious arson case of the Cloud Smoke Mistake crew has been perfectly wrapped up under Zhou Chuanbai's hands, and the murderers have all been apprehended, it seems that this timeline of the original book's plot has been completely messed up. According to the original direction of the plot, Zhou Chuanbai was seconded to Zhou Yuman's staff only after the completion of the malicious arson case, and after becoming a criminal security officer, Zhou Chuanbai did not immediately begin to start investigating the embroidered lady. Now, Zhou Chuanbai was seconded early, but had to catch the embroiderer to actually stay in a criminal position, and encountered two cases that made Lin Yan's head spin just looking at them. The murder of Shai Wenbin, Spade, and the 416 cat-faced clown case. Thinking of Shai Wenbin, Lin Yan put down his toothpick and asked as if casually, "How's that color video criminal gang? Caught before?" The case had already been completed, plus Lin Yan was already meritorious in this case. Zhou Chuanbai of course had no reason to take the secrecy regulations, and answered readily. They were all arrested, but after the interrogation, there wasn't nearly as much to ask from these people as you found out by following the trail that day. And Shai Wenbin, that's the guy codenamed Spade, in that criminal organization. The odds are that his death was done by Embroiderer, before the security bureau was taking over the case. Speaking of this, Zhou Chuanbai's face was bitter. After you were pissed off, that side kicked this case over as well, saying that one more case is one more clue to possibly catching the Embroiderer. He sighed quietly and casually picked up the grapefruit in the fruit basket, cutting the skin of the grapefruit with a fruit knife while helplessly saying, "Actually, all of this is fine. What gives my dad and the others the biggest headache is that even though the arresting officers turned the homes of those criminals upside down, they froze and couldn't find a single bit of that new drug. Before, Fang Wen used all the new drugs that Zhang Chaojie had in his hand in one breath in order to make sure that the other party wouldn't wake up in the middle when she killed him. Now the only thing we know about this drug that can cause a person to pass out quickly without leaving a residue is that it is a light pink powder that needs to be mixed with water." Lin Yan lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the grapefruit being cut by Zhou Chuanbai, his thin lips pursing slightly. The fact that Embroiderer would step in so quickly to clean up Spade means that criminal organization has already received the message. They should have sent a notice to the people in this color video crime ring to get rid of all the drugs at the first opportunity. Although Lin Yan is very clear that Embroiderer and Spade are subordinate to Ming Ace, he also knows that in the hands of Tang Mingnan, who has gained a lot of money behind the scenes in the case involving the Tang father and son, he must be able to find this kind of drug, but for the life of him, he couldn't say. Zhou Chuanbai may still be a little rookie in the criminal investigation world right now, but his dad is no slouch, not to mention the fact that there are security guys keeping an eye out. If he exploded all the information he knew in one breath, the one who would be the first to drink tea in the bureau would definitely not be Tang Mingnan, but himself. Therefore, wanting to draw these things out and feel them out, he has to be rigorous in finding evidence. Criminal investigation. Looking at the evidence. Ugh. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhou Chuanbai's mood was so complicated that it was like a ball of wool that had been scratched by a cat. Did my father tell you that Fang Wen was sentenced to life imprisonment, and Su Qianshan counted as an accessory, and also sentenced to 3 years and 4 months for confusing the case officers and deliberately concealing the truth at the very beginning? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and shook his head very lightly. I just found out that Su Qianshan was sentenced for so long too. Not bad, kinda relieved. These two guys were so close to letting Lin Yan receive his judgment. Glancing at the corner of Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Chuanbai also thought of something happy, and laughed. And what's more, the program you wrote down in just 3 minutes the other day, no one over at the security bureau has been able to crack it until now. Lin Yan blinked in some surprise, the bottom of his eyes gradually rippling with a bright color of some pride. After the test, they didn't ask to see the work computer I was using at the time? Demanded it. Zhou Chuanbai laughed with even more relief, his hands still carefully using the fruit knife to cut away the thin skin of the inner layer of the grapefruit. But my dad didn't let it, and gave the computer to a coworker in tech to just make sure it was on. Whenever that side can crack your arming, we'll give them a tour of the program on the computer here. Huangfu Shangling isn't the only one. It's rumored that there are so many technical security officers who are eyeing your program for attack, just to give their security bureau a fighting chance. Lin Yan also laughed out loud, his handsome and clear eyebrows curving into a nice arc. Then they'll have to work hard. On the whole, although this garbage system had been screwing him over, the rewards given out were really no match for him. Do you know computers, or do I know computers? This special skill was like an unbreakable mountain that was solidly pressed on the heads of the security bureau technicians. Although it didn't directly slap Wang Weiliang's face, it crushed everyone in his group in terms of technique. So how could it not be considered a sound slap in the face? It's a pleasure to abuse them in their most self-righteous areas. Lin Yan just wanted to take Zhou Chuanbai together out of the hospital. Zhou Chuanbai pocket walkie-talkie but suddenly rang. Police. Police situation. A body has been found at the intersection of Yibiao Avenue and Maple Leaf Bridge. Please have the neighborhood sheriff arrive as soon as possible. Chapter 52. You are quite prepared. Hearing the command center's police report, Zhou Chuanbai, like a spring under his buttocks, Miso popped up from the chair, subconsciously touching the intercom. The word is correctly said. Trainee Sheriff 3077 copy. Only after he finished speaking did he look at Lin Yan, who was reclining on the hospital bed, and said with some seriousness, Hikari, it takes 2 people to go out to a murder scene. Do you want to come with me, Ryan? Of course he is clear out of the murder scene must be more than 2 people, but is he in the security system? Zhou Chuanbai just shouted him. Is this appropriate? Besides, he's a villain. What's he doing there when the hero is out at the murder scene? In case the mysterious power of the author of the original book crept in and stimulated the villain factor written into his genetic instincts a little bit, Lin Yan wouldn't even have a place to cry at that time. He would never forget the feeling of joy that all the cells in his body screamed when he split a whole live salmon. A murder scene? No go. Before being brought into the scene of the cat-faced clown case, it was Zhou Chuanbai who had to borrow his seeing the microcosmic through the lens. Plus there were a lot of things involved with the security system, so Lin Yan had to go. But now, he was planted. Villa murder case solved. Involving his company's Cloud Smoke Wrong Crew malicious arson case is also closed. Color Video Crime Gang are almost caught. Good Brother Yu Hao's by murder case is also basically to end. He is in Zhou Chuanbai agreed to go to catch Embroiderer, but analyzing the case, locking the suspect, arresting the target, and directly facing the scene of a major case of human life are 2 completely different things. Okay, Lin Yan didn't have to think too much at all. It was a direct negative trifecta. Forget it, I'm not going. Find someone else. Zhou Chuanbai's hand reaching into his pocket paused a bit awkwardly and slowly drew out a small book that made Lin Yan's eyes familiar. Ian, here are your papers. People's lives are at stake. Zhou Chuanbai's anxious brow wrinkled. That pair of bright piece of eyes, once if not the color of the scheme has been faded, the remaining only sincere. This document was issued to me yesterday, and whether we can beg you back or not, it's in effect for a month. Within a month, you can have the highest level of access within the legal boundaries. So, you can be considered within our policing system as well. And there's nothing wrong with being out on the scene with me right now, Ian. But for anything that can be identified as male or female, the command center will say male corpse or female corpse. Like this time when they directly say corpse, there's a high probability that it's a people's fragment. I remember Maple Leaf Bridge is near this private hospital. Think of it as going out for a break. Aren't you bored out of your mind living in the hospital for the past few days? Lin Yan, young man, you even brought your papers. You're quite prepared. He's bored out of his mind right now. Thanks. Besides, who's good enough to go to a people's debris discovery site for a getaway? Can this be a proper distraction? Lin Yan's brain raced for a few moments before he finally let out a long breath of helplessness. Well, then go wait for me at the door while I change. Never mind. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Anyone who reads novels regularly knows that if it doesn't involve the safety of one's own life, then it's best not to go against the protagonist. Lin Yan is still more worried about himself or his dog system being killed by the protagonist's aura than the nebulous awakening the villain's instinct to commit crimes. After Zhou Chuanbai left the hospital room, Lin Yan quickly changed his clothes and picked up the same mouth lollipop and good luck together long lifelock from the empty trash can. He took a paper towel and carefully wiped the 2 props. Then he directly put the tiny bright gold-colored long lifelock on his neck, and the lollipop was put into his pocket. After confirming that there are special props produced by the system in his backpack, such as the daylight ghosts and souls incense, seeing and knowing through lens, and flashlight to cleanse the heart, Lin Yan also stuffed the small book Zhou Chuanbai gave him into it before carrying his bag out the door. Zhou Chuanbai, who hadn't waited long, gave him a nod, and the 2 of them walked quickly toward the stairwell. The intersection of Yabashi Avenue and Maple Leaf Bridge, one of the origins of the city named Yabashi City, and the landmark natural landscape, Yabashi River. Of course, Maple Leaf Bridge here is just one of the smaller branches of the Yabashi River, which is a very popular spot for some anglers due to its twists and turns and gentle flow. It's just now spring, and the maple trees around Maple Leaf Bridge are just starting to bloom their new green color, and it's not at the peak of the tourist season, so it's pretty much only the local anglers that come through. When the duo arrived at the scene, the informant was still sitting frozen in shock, as if his worldview had been stomped on and reshaped. Zhou Chuanbai pulled out his credentials and waved them in front of him. Hello, I'm Criminal Investigation Brigade Zhou Chuanbai. Did you call the police? The informant then nodded vigorously, seeming to have just regained his consciousness and strength. Yeah, it's me, the sheriff. Me, I'm just fishing. He gestured to his own fishing gear not far away. His fingers brought a slight tremor as they wandered to the suitcase. And then, it caught this. Lin Yan frowned, first glancing at the unfolded suitcase, quickly scanning over the scattered limbs, body fragments, chunks inside, before resetting his gaze on the informant. Almost instantly, the information panel that appeared as a result of the special skill popped up in clear writing. Hu Jinming, male, 32 years old, drunkenness tailing others trying to molest, profanity, missed his push down, knocked to the back of the head to death, will be divided into the dead body hidden in a suitcase thrown into the Yibiao River, waiting for months after the initiative to fish on the suitcase to the police. Sin value 113, incomplete evidence, Excellent acting skills, but timid and fearful. Not recommended to be taken as a junior. Normally speaking, Lin Yan only needed to fulfill his duties as a special technical advisor. He utilized his technical expertise to assist the sheriff's department when they encountered challenges on a technical level. But at this moment, this murderer was sent to his face. How could Lin Yan let it go for nothing? He took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to reach out to the informant. His calm brow was gentle, and with his clean and handsome looks, the whole person looked harmless. Hello, get up first, don't sit on the floor. With a nod and a grateful look at Lin Yan, the informant took his hand and smoothly stood up from the ground. The moment the 2 hands interlocked and pulled the person up, Lin Yan clearly felt the strength in this hand that was ordinary to normal people. Sure enough, the look of his legs going limp with fear was just an act, and he still subconsciously increased his force when being pulled up to prevent himself from falling and sitting back on the ground midway. Lin Yan turned his back to the law enforcement recorder on Zhou Chuanbai, hooked his lips in a very shallow manner, and fished out the cleansing flashlight from the satchel on his waist, and shook it quickly at the informant's face. Pa dash! The clear sound of a slap resounded through the riverbank, and Zhou Chuanbai, who was observing the corpse on the side, was abruptly startled and hurriedly leaned over. Almost simultaneously, Hu Jinming raised his hand again and threw a hard slap at his face. Pa dash! Chapter 53 I plead guilty. I'm going to collect the peanuts. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously took several steps back, rushing a little closer to Zhou Chuanbai so that he wouldn't be mistaken by the law enforcement recorder's footage as hitting the informant because of the angle. Seeing that it was the informant who beat himself up, Zhou Chuanbai was confused for a moment, and his originally tightly wrinkled brow was unconsciously loosened. Why did you hit yourself for no reason? Are you too scared and haven't gotten over it yet? Why don't you go to the doctor first? Didn't wait for Zhou Chuanbai to finish his words, Hu Jinming directly left and right bow. Slap 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 to his face a rapid fierce whip, until his cheeks swelled up. He only plop kneeled in front of Zhou Chuanbai. Uncle Dan, I plead guilty, I plead guilty, I'm guilty. Saying that, Hu Jinming actually cried. I'm so not a thing, Pa dash, Sheriff Uncle, I'll be damned, Pa dash, how did I get the wrong idea about people's nice girls? I simply live Pa dash. This operation of him having to take a swing at his face with every word he said directly gave Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai a dumbfounded look. Lin Yan was really surprised that this tiny flashlight could be so powerful. Is Buddha's light really a realistic word? As expected, the dog system is worthy of being a product of the dog system, no matter whether it's the daylight sighting soul stalking incense, or this cleansing flashlight. Not to mention how good the function is, the strength is really big. Zhou Chuanbai, who had never seen this scene before and didn't know why it was happening, was even more confused. He froze and looked at Lin Yan twice, then turned his gaze back to the informant, Hu Jinming, and it took a while for him to find his voice. Tell me nicely what's going on. There's no need to get your hands dirty, Pa dash. Not only did Hu Jinming not listen, but he raised his hand and slapped himself again. Ooh, I'm sorry for my country and the school for training me, Pa dash. I'm sorry for what my teachers have taught me, and I'm sorry for what the community has done to take care of me, Pa dash. I'm so not a person. Why did I have to take those 2 sips of wine? I had to stalk a nice girl after drinking it, Pa dash. I'm not ruining someone's life. It's all my fault, Pa dash. She was just taking a nice night walk. It was me. It was me being an asshole. It was me having a brain fart that had to do it to someone. Said, playing at the same time, Hu Jinming also used the posture of both knees forward to the side of the suitcase. The box full of people's debris thud 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 and even a number of loud head. I'm sorry. I'll turn myself in. I'll confess. I'm going to collect the peanuts, and I'll make a good apology to you down there. At your disposal, Zhou Chuanbai, 000? Even if his brain was slow, he reacted at this moment. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan and fished out a shiny silver bracelet from his pocket. What's your name? Come back to the CID with us. Hu Jinming immediately raised his hands together and very proactively handed them over to Zhou Chuanbai. Security Uncle Dan. My name is Hu Jinming. I confess all. This girl is my death. I was drinking a bit. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the snotty Hu Jinming with swollen cheeks, making him angry and laughing at this appearance. The corner of his lips tugged very shallowly, but his voice was icy cold. All right, come back to the interrogation room with me and we'll give a proper explanation. The person had just been half dragged and half pulled from the ground by Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan. When Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang, he picked up the phone with one hand and casually pressed the speakerphone, and Zhou Yuman's voice came through clearly, drifting and echoing in the spring breeze by the river. What are you doing? The command center says you're suspected of assaulting the reporting party? No, the informant. The probability is that he is also a suspect. I now take people back to interrogate. You send someone over to clean up the body at the scene and bring it back to the station. Zhou Yumin was silent for a moment and slowly spat out a word. Line. Even after getting into the ambulance, Lin Yan had borrowed from Gu Wenting, who Jinming's emotions still hadn't slowed down, and she was always sobbing and chanting. If he hadn't been restricted in his movements by the silver bracelet, he was afraid he would have had to add to his already piggishly large face. But when he was brought into the interrogation room and handcuffed solidly to the interrogation chair, Hu Jinming suddenly woke up. His whimpering cries came to an abrupt halt and his chaotic brain cleared instantly. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, Hu Jinming looked down at the silver bracelet on his hand, and his eyes, blurred by tears, slowly widened. Hiss. The moment reason came back to him, he really wanted to give himself a big earful. What has he just been doing? Are those words to be said? Lifelessly looking up at Zhou Chuanbai, Hu Jinming's somewhat hoarse voice was filled with trembling. That, Sheriff Uncle, I just had a psychotic episode. Zhou Chuanbai grunted lightly and raised his hand to point at the law enforcement recorder on his chest. Know what this is? Your previous behavior by the Yiqiao River has all been recorded. You'd better give an honest account. Confessing and seeking leniency is your only way out. Hu Jinming closed his eyes. Although he was already trying his best to recall why he suddenly had a brain fart and gave up almost all the facts of his crime, but the result was nothing. He only remembers a brilliant golden light shone down around his head, and the guilt and fear in his heart was like a torrential river, which completely wrapped his whole person in a moment. Obviously he was still standing well on the ground, still free to breathe fresh air, but at that moment, he just felt that as long as the deceased did not forgive him, he would drown and suffocate. What the hell is going on? Who did he see before he felt a million golden lights shining in his face? The originator Lin Yan certainly did not go inside the interrogation room to Hu Jinming. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing. So Lin Yan, along with another young vigilante, watched the fat, pig-headed man through the security camera feeds in a walled-off surveillance room. Under the interrogation of Zhou Chuanbai, who is well versed in criminal psychology, Hu Jinming quickly explained the crime. Incidentally, he also told the heartfelt story of fishing for suitcases and coming forward to report the case. The reason I fished her out and took the initiative to report it was to clear my name from suspicion in the first place, to prevent it from being detected. I'm not sure I cleaned up the fingerprints, but with the point of reporting it voluntarily, even if my fingerprints are still on the suitcase, you won't assume I did it. Zhou Chuanbai's brow furrowed as he handed the interrogation over to Li Xiaoshang, while he himself took Lin Yan with him and walked towards Zhou Yuman's office with a smile on his face. Ian. We're going to be famous this time. To check the scene and bring back the murderer who took the initiative to report the crime and confuse the public on the spot, and to spend a total of more than an hour from the time of the crime to the solving of the case, is the first one in Yabashi City. This kind of drinking too much randomly killed people, but also divided the body of the case. If you go through the normal process of a little to investigate, when we determine the suspect, he may have fled to the provinces. The corner of Lin Yan's lips also pulled out a few smiles, just wanting to speak, but he saw Wang Weiliang walking quickly with a taut face. Yeah, what's this big case you've solved that you're so happy about? Just in time. I've got the latest Embroiderer clue here for you guys. Lin Yan. The clues sent in by the security bureau people and about the embroidery lady are basically the equivalent of a murder. He originally just wanted to be a happy-go-lucky rich kid. Chapter 54. Even the task force are hole up. Apparently saw Lin Yan face color is not worried. Wang Weiliang some awkward cough. Taut expression gradually pulled out a smile. That, Lin Yan your old man has a word for me to bring to you. Let's go to the office to say? Lin Yan. He pursed the corners of his lips and without a word, he followed Wang Weiliang and Zhou Chuanbai's pace. Inside the office with only empty desks and chairs, but without the slightest personal belongings, the three of them were sitting on their office chairs, and the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Wang Weiliang fished out an envelope from the inner pocket of his clothes and handed it to Lin Yan. His tone solemn. This is what your old man asked me to pass on. Originally I wanted to make a trip to Gu's hospital, but since you're here, it just so happens that I'll hand it to you here. Lin Yan took the envelope with downcast eyes and opened it on the spot. Inside was a triple-folded piece of A4 printer paper with a very neatly printed font. After roughly scanning the contents, Lin Yan instantly raised his eyebrows in shock. This is actually an application report for temporary gun ownership. The applicant was Ling Changming and the gunman was Lin Yan. The bottom has been stamped with a red official seal, and although Lin Yan does not know who the numerical code on the seal represents, it is clear that this thing has taken effect. What's the point of giving him something like this for a good reason? It wasn't until Lin Yan frowned and folded back the printout that Wang Weiliang continued to speak out. Your old man said that no matter which path you choose, he will support you unconditionally, but the people you're going to face next are very dangerous. It's a bunch of guys with no evil and no moral boundaries, and he's not worried about you, so he's got this gift for you. He also said, If you find the guilty guy and don't have the evidence that will land him in jail, go contact your mother. Lin Yan pursed his lips and stuffed the printout back into the envelope, sniffing and nodding very lightly. He didn't pursue the matter related to Long Shixiang, and only said, "He went back?" Wang Weiliang froze for a moment before nodding heavily. Well, what the old man is working on is of vital importance, and he's still using up years of annual leave he's been saving up to make this trip out to you. Well, Lin Yan was a gambler at the time and actually missed the chance to meet his grandpa. Regarding the confidentiality level of Leng Changming's side of the work, I'm afraid that even his own daughter, Long Shixiang, would have no way to call him directly, not to mention Lin Yan, who had just been rushed in the face by Dusk's assassin. He let out a long breath and rummaged through his original owner's memories for a few moments before an old man with a kind face and a bookish demeanor came to mind. Lin Yan's eyes couldn't help but soften a few points, and his voice wasn't as cold and hard as before. Say hi to him for me, and when you have time, make me another popcorn maker. Yes, I'll do my best to get the word up. After the topic related to Leng Changming was lightly uncovered, Wang Weiliang reintroduced the main event. A case was discovered yesterday in our next city, and after investigating it, we were able to determine that the probability was that the Embroiderer had done it, and the Security Bureau took it over at the first opportunity after receiving the news. He pulled 2 folders out of his bag. According to the instructions from above, I'm here to hand over the case to your task force. Wang Weiliang turned his eyes to look at Zhou Chuanbai and slowly pushed the document over. Of course, in order to improve the efficiency of the case, you can draw up to 2 people from my, Lin Jiang, team to temporarily join your task force. Nice guy. Task force? Lin Yan's gaze gave a slight lurch, and a subtle feeling surged in his heart. He's only been hospitalized for 3 days, and the hero's side has even set up a task force? As expected of someone with a protagonist's aura, this efficiency was really something. Then even if Lin Yan didn't get involved, he should be able to capture Embroidered Lady, right? Lin Yan just wanted Zhou Chuanbai to ask Huangfu Shangling to come here so that he could happily touch fish and eat melon and get high on CP on the spot. But he heard Zhou Chuanbai say without hesitation, "No need. We have enough manpower in the Criminal Investigation Brigade." Lin Yan, silly boy, the red thread between you and the heroine is going to break. Do you know that? At this moment, Lin Yan was almost like an old mother who was looking forward to her child's early marriage and children. With mixed feelings, why don't we let Huangfu Shangling come? Before Lin Yan could finish his words, Zhou Chuanbai turned his head and stared straight at him, clean doubt written in his large, clear eyes. "Hikari, do you think you're inferior to Huangfu Shangling?" Lin Yan, "Oh, bad boy. Do what you like. Anyway, the one who was with the female lead is Zhou Chuanbai." "Not him, Lin Yan. He reminds one sentence is already enough. He won't lose a piece of meat if the CP doesn't get high. There are specialties in the arts, so you might want to give it some thought. There's a lot of talent over at the Security Bureau." Zhou Chuanbai smiled a little. His eyebrows were gentle and warm as jade, making people feel like spring breeze. "It's okay, I trust you and our comrades in the Criminal Investigation Brigade." Lin Yan, he was completely speechless by this sesame dumpling with a deep heart and excellent acting skills, and simply turned over the satchel at his waist with a lowered eyebrow, and pulled out the same mouth, different voices lollipop, and stuffed it into his mouth. The light lemon flavor instantly melts away in the mouth, with a sweet and tart taste and a gentle, unmistakable aroma. Lin Yan suppressed the strange colors in the bottom of his eyes and quietly watched the tug-of-war between Zhou Chuanbai and Wang Weiliang. Not long after, Wang Weiliang put down the file and left quickly. Only then Zhou Chuanbai got up and stretched a big waist, finally bringing a few points of half-true and half-false relaxation between his eyebrows. "Ian, this office was only packed out yesterday. It's our task forces. It's pretty spacious, right?" Lin Yan smiled with mixed emotions. "Just the 2 of us?" "No, there's also Li Xiaoshang and Su Rufeng." Zhou Chuanbai took a long breath. "Li Xiaoshang you've met. Su Rufeng is the one who drove your sports car in a car accident before. Retired from the Armed Police Brigade. His hands are very good." Lin Yan nodded a bit and didn't say anything more, but casually took the folder that had just been placed on the table by Wang Weiliang. He only had a little more than 14 days left in his quest time limit, and the sooner he captured the Embroidery Lady, the sooner he could complete this awful quest. Of course, it's no exaggeration to say that obviously Lin Yan is the villain. At this moment his mood of wanting to solve the case is even more urgent than Zhou Chuanbai, the main male protagonist. There was no other reason. He really didn't want to be penalized by organ and lung function reduced by 45%. He has the special skill of, I only need to kick slightly, and that's already the limit of the human body. This special skill, what would it look like if he was panting and about to die in place after just 2 steps? Lin Yan had just flipped open the folder, and before he could finish reading 3 lines of the neatly printed font, the ringing of his cell phone echoed clearly through the office. He picked up the phone, his voice flat. "What is it? Young Lin, It's been a long time since we've gotten together. Let's go to the Bright Candle Club this afternoon. It's rumored that there's a new batch of pretty young ones over there, both male and female, so you can find whatever you like. Ryan, Bright Candle Club. Isn't it the one owned by Tang Mingnan? Lin Yan didn't answer, but instead took his cell phone away and looked at the caller ID on it. At this look, he almost laughed out loud. Chapter 55, Flavorful Zhou Chuan Bai. Hello, Lin Xiao? Do you have the honor to give me a word? On the other side of the phone, Xia Guanquan, who didn't notice Lin Yan's difference, only thought that Lin Yan was still hesitating, but his voice revealed an overly obvious hint of anxiety. Lin Yan hooked up his lips and put the phone back to his ear, his voice calm. Yes, it just so happens that I've spent the last few days in the hospital, bored out of my mind. What time is the field? Hearing that Lin Yan had agreed, Xia Guanquan's voice instantly relaxed, seemingly taking a long breath. Okay, let's go out and relax together. 6:30 p.m. Do you want me to have someone pick you up? Lin Yan's eyes were slightly cold, but his voice did not show any abnormality. No, I'll just go by myself when I get there. You send me a location. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan had just raised his eyes when he met Zhou Chuanbai's gaze that had a slightly pensive color. It's not like you to hang out with messy people. Did you find something? Well, while the hero does occasionally wear out the mind, his brain is still pretty much online. Lin Yan nodded very lightly, weighing his words. That assassin from dusk before, remember? I sent the dawn in before I did, and it didn't take long for him to find me and make a grand entrance in the little park near the sheriff's office. Don't you think the timing is too coincidental? Zhou Chuanbai sat to the side, and his eyes became serious. If Lin Yan would say that, he must have already ruled out the factor of his several family members with special status before he would direct his suspicions towards himself. If we simply consider the experiences during that time, we can indeed designate Tang Mingnan as the primary target of suspicion. After all, Fong Wen and Su Qian are of ordinary background. If Embroiderer wants to make a move, she can come in person. Fang Ruowei and Yu Yuanshan have been under surveillance lately, with nothing unusual flowing in their funds. Wang Li, who was involved in the examination, is still in the detention center waiting for his sentence. Excluding these, the only people left who have recently been affected by Lin Yan's involvement seem to be. After clearing his thoughts, Zhou Chuanbai frowned slightly. You suspect Tang Mingnan hired them? Well, I now have a very bold speculation that needs to be tested. Lin Yan smiled, looking at the call log with interest. This Xieguankuan before and Yu Hao play okay, I and he is not familiar with. Not to the extent of going to the clubhouse together like this, but he is on the side of this time suddenly asked me to go out, or to go to the clubhouse opened by Tang Mingnan. There must be oddities. Lin Yan didn't fully share his suspicions, but instead looked Zhou Chuanbai's looks and figure up and down. Come with me this afternoon and I'll give you a simple disguise. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes widened, a bit incredulous. And you can disguise yourself? Lin Yan only hooked the corners of his lips and didn't answer. Instead, he directly made a call out. Uncle Zhang, help me buy a full set of female cosmetics. Makeup remover should be in small bottles. Buy a few more bottles and send them to the side of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Security Bureau. Zhou Chuanbai? More than an hour later, Zhou Chuanbai stood in front of the mirror in the men's restroom, looking unbelievably at the completely unfamiliar face reflected in the mirror image, and tentatively raised his hand to touch his cheek. In the mirror, the young man with the red lips and white teeth and eyebrows, so beautiful that he was almost indistinguishable from a male or female, also touched his face. I'll go. Zhou Chuanbai directly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Even the bone phase has changed quite a bit. It's completely unrecognizable. You're bull. Lin Yan looked at the pair of Danfeng eyes that could seduce people's hearts on Zhou Chuan's white face that had been carefully groomed by himself at this time, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Enough to help me hold off the guys who throw themselves at me. Once he heard this, Zhou Chuanbai didn't know what came to his mind, and his expression immediately stiffened. That, go to that kind of place, and you still give me such a good-looking painting. Is this not too appropriate? Cough. Lin Yan laughed out loud, glancing at Zhou Chuanbai's brow between the color of grief and then light speed change face. A serious said, you're a vigilante. What are you afraid of? If someone really dares to lay a hand on you, just take out your silver bracelet and smash him in the face. Zhou Chuanbai, 0-0. Hayashi Yan coughed twice with a straight face. Well, we're going to collect evidence of Tang Mingnan's crimes. This is considered undercover. You're going over there with your own face on. What if she's all cleaned up? She must have known that I have top-notch computer skills, and was afraid that I would follow the vine of the Tang's father and son and touch those illegal things she had done, and that's why she tried to do it to me several times. Can we catch Embroiderer in peace without taking care of her? Zhou Chuanbai pursed the corners of his lips, also figured out this reasoning. His face looked better. In order to hold on to Lin Yan's thigh, He had to try to lean on Lin Yan's side during the investigation of cases related to the embroidery lady. If he really encounters that kind of thing again, Lin Yan has his family behind him, and Zhou Yumin, that busy old dang, may not be able to control him. Besides, fighting crime is supposed to be their duty as vigilantes. But despite having tried very hard to convince himself, Zhou Chuanbai still felt a little numb when he saw that flavorful face in the mirror. At 6:30 p.m., Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai arrived at the Bright Candle Clubhouse, on time. Xia Guangquan, who had dyed a head of red hair, waited at the door like a waiter, and as soon as he saw Lin Yan, he greeted him cheerfully. "Yo, young Lin has come to visit." Lin Yan smiled, pushed down the physiological discomfort, and entered the clubhouse surrounded by Xie Guangquan and a few beautiful girls with their own specialties. Though his gaze only swept over each face, panels of information about them popped up, one by one. Those young women who are ringed with fat and thin are selling prostitution, recording obscene, color videos. Xie Guangquan is sucking D.U., whoring, prostitutes, gambling, blogging, none of the good stuff. Combined with those things seen from Tang Mingdong's photos before, it is not difficult to guess that Xie Guangquan was controlled by her with D.U. products. Lin Yan hid the coldness in the bottom of his eyes. In the Warbler's escort down to the 4th floor of a private room, the lighting inside the box was a little dim, and a few steps inside the door you could sit in a large wraparound couch, surrounded by a low coffee table with flowers and fruit. The room was filled with a faintly cozy odor that smelled a little physically unpleasant. Xie Guangquan, however, looked as if he was enjoying himself, sniffing exaggeratedly, revealing the same intoxicated expression as a normal person would have when smelling the odor of stewed elbows. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes flinched, and he realized almost instantly that there was something wrong with the aroma in this box. However, when he looked at Lin Yan, he received a slightly peaceful look. "Mr. Lin, should we have a drink first, or have some fun?" Under the dim light, Xie Guangquan's eyes were starting to get a little misty, and raised his finger to point to the mahjong table placed on the other half of the box. "That's a new machine, and it's a lot of fun." Lin Yan casually glanced at him, the coldness in the bottom of his eyes dissipating. "No, you boys wouldn't look for me without something to do, so tell me, what's the trouble?" Chapter 56. Nothing to pretend. What beep a child? Hearing this, Xie Guangquan hemmed and hawed, his posture relaxing quite a bit again. "It's true that I've encountered some problems recently, and it's really an honor that young Lin is still willing to show his face." Lin Yan raised his chin. Although he didn't say anything, the aura between his eyebrows that looked down on everything was vividly evocative, performing a rich second generation that didn't do anything serious to the fullest. "It's a clear message. Let's talk about it. We're not that close." Xie Guangquan, however, didn't say anything, but gave a look to the women on the side. "What are you all waiting for? Why don't you serve our young Mr. Lin some wine?" "Okay, brother Xie." The woman with strong makeup and cool clothes immediately took out the drinks from under the coffee table with a sharp movement, opened the bottle cap with a great style, and poured the wine with a rather delicate movement, showing the curves of her body with a convex front and a curved back to the fullest, and looking at Lin Yan's eyes, almost pulling the silk out of his eyes. "Come young Lin, little sister feeds you." The woman approached Lin Yan with her glass of wine, almost pressing herself against him. Lin Yan dodged backwards, his eyes instantly freezing. "Roll." The woman froze for a moment. A smile quickly reintroduced to her face as she set her glass down on the coffee table. "It's my little sister who didn't serve well. Feel free to do as you please. Young Lin, anything you need, can order me." She took a step backward, half crouching on the ground and tilting her head back to look at Lin Yan, just inches away from his crossed legs, her eyes looking as if they had hooks planted in them. "Oh, my god, Don Manon is real. Doesn't this club have any decent employees?" Lin Yan withdrew his gaze, thinking of his true purpose, and casually picked up the glass of wine on the coffee table and placed it to his mouth. Although the box had a smoky scent that made people physically ill, that particular scent from the wine still didn't escape Lin Yan's nose. That's right. I'm a handful of years old at a young age. This skill's rich experience in the dual cultivation of medicine and poison. Lin Yan instantly analyzed the ingredients of this kind of stuff. Can't go wrong. All it takes is half a glass of this stuff and he'll be lying here in no time. Lin Yan's eyes shifted slightly, and he didn't drink a drop, placing the glass back on the coffee table again. Xie Guangquan on the side saw Lin Yan's action, and his eyes, which were originally in a daze, cleared up a few points. "Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Is the wine not to your liking, or is this little sister pissing you off?" As he spoke, Xie Guangquan picked up the wine that another woman had poured and passed it to Zhou Chuanbai, his colorful eyes repeatedly looking at Zhou Chuanbai's body, seemingly wanting to strip the person naked. "This little brother is so strong looking. How old is he? Do you want a sip? Don't just look at your family, Mr. Lin, having fun." Zhou Chuanbai's spirit was tense and he was just about to take the wine glass, but Lin Yan raised his hand and slapped Xie Guangquan's arm away. Who are you to dunk my people? Pa dash. The wine glass fell to the ground and shattered into several petals, and Siag Wankuan's face was finally gloomy. He laughed a couple of times, knowing that he wouldn't be able to get a drink in, so he just stopped pretending. Fine. I'll show you today what I am. Men, pour the wine down his throat. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the several coolly dressed princesses with flirtatious eyes all changed, like the big gray wolf lifting the red hood and revealing its hideous true colors. They swarmed up to Lin Yan with a clear goal in mind, picking up the two poured glasses of wine and about to pour them towards him. Lin Yan's brow furrowed, and the first thing he did was shove something into Zhou Chuanbai's hand, incidentally feeding one into his own mouth as well. Before he stood up from the circular couch and ducked in a safe direction, Zhou Chuanbai's reaction wasn't slow, and after seeing Lin Yan's action, he also quickly stuffed the small pill in his hand into his mouth and dodged towards the other side. Numb. Sieg Wankuan spat and actually drew out a knife from the hidden compartment underneath the coffee table. He looked at Lin Yan, who had been forced back several steps by the women but never returned the favor, and made an instant decision to carry a knife and stab Zhou Chuanbai. Zhou Chuanbai? He frowned and rushed his body to nimbly dodge the blade. At the same time he copied the wine on the coffee table and threw it at Sieg Wankuan's head. Pa dash. Sieg Wankuan was smashed solidly, wine and broken glass spilled all over his face, and the knife in his hand almost didn't hold steady. He gestured in the direction of the surveillance and continued to chase the man with the knife through gritted teeth, his eyes reddened with rage. Lin Yan of course noticed the situation on Zhou Chuanbai's side, but he didn't worry too much about it, and only returned to the coffee table under the siege of those women and copied the 2 bottles of wine that had both been poured out a cup. He took a quick sniff of the liquor and confirmed that there was something he was looking for here as well before tucking the bottle vertically into the satchel at his waist and calling out towards Zhou Chuanbai. Got the stuff. Go! Zhou Chuanbai their longed for residual stun drugs are in hand. Finally have the ability to move to check the exact evidence of Tang Mingnan. This place is certainly not appropriate to stay for a long time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai, who was being chased by Sieg Wankuan with a knife, turned his feet and ran towards the entrance of the box. Lin Yan took a few more bottles of wine and threw them on the ground to create a bit of an obstacle for the women who were chasing after him, and then hurriedly followed. The door of the box seemed to be locked, but with Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura in place, he kicked it fiercely twice and it opened. Lin Yan covered the top of his bottle and ran with Zhou Chuanbai all the way down the security passage to the first floor, only to come face to face with a group of gnarled, muscular suited men. At the head of the group was a plump-looking woman wearing a dark green embroidered cheongsam, with flaming red lips, long eyebrows and a long look. She smiled at Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, her tone tactful. Yo, isn't that Mr. Lin? I haven't heard about you for a few days. Why are you working as a dog for the cops now? Lin Yan's brows furrowed as his gaze quickly swept from the woman's information panel. Chen Ruhong, female, 37 years old, international mercenary with 452 lives on him, illegal gun possession, trafficking in banned substances, sin value 4893, excellent hands, ruthless, proficient in all kinds of firearms, recommended to take as a junior. Damn, that's a tough one. How much more of that dead Tang Mingnan's heartbreak that hasn't been written on the information panel is there to keep such a person in the clubhouse? Lin Yan took off his own satchel and hung it on Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder, his eyes heavy. Chen Ruhong had a smile. Young Lin, you're a smart man. You should know clearly that we have a rule at Ming Candle. The drinks can't be taken away. Now you put what you shouldn't take here, and pay some money for smashing our venue, and we'll forget about this today. We won't give you a hard time. Lin Yan smiled back, his eyes roaming. Come on. There's no need for bull asterisk. Try me if you dare, and see if I can walk out of here today standing up. Chen Ruhong's eyes turned cold as she raised her foot and kicked off her own high heels. Yeah, let's compare notes then. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yan, who had a grave face, and then at Chen Ruhong, who had an extraordinary aura and a kind of ruthlessness that had killed people, and then looked at about 20 to 30 muscular brawny men behind her, and then lifted his hand and fumbled for a pistol from his bag. Bang! The luxurious chandelier in the reception hall on the first floor burst at the sound, and Zhou Chuanbai, who was holding up a gun, had a cold color between his eyebrows as he snapped. All of you be honest. Lin Yan, done. It's okay to pretend to be a kid. You do not move the gun, okay? Move the gun. Chen Ruhong can have to use real skills. Chapter 57. Do you think Tang Mingnan is brainless? Meanwhile, inside a luxuriously decorated suite on the 7th floor of the clubhouse, with a mask on her face and wearing a silk halter nightgown, Tang Mingnan was absently looking at the surveillance on her computer screen. It wasn't until she got a good look at Lin Yan's face on the surveillance screen that her eyes instantly clouded over and she picked up the intercom on the table. Roll in. Just a few seconds later, seems to have been waiting outside the door of the young man walked in, plop on his knees in front of Tang Mingnan's desk, lowered his head and did not say a word. Tang Mingnan closed his eyes and carefully removed the mask from his face before his brows furrowed slightly. Stupid. Pa dash. As soon as Tang Mingnan's words fell, the man kneeling on the ground raised his hand and slapped himself so hard that his cheek swelled up almost instantly. It wasn't until the furrow in Tang Mingnan's brow eased slightly that the man spoke out in a calm and respectful tone. I'm sorry, Nan. I was afraid that he would find out about us. That's why I thought of using some medicine to control him first. When time comes. Bam. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear ashtray flew straight into his forehead, giving him a solid headbutt. Ash. Cigarette butts and water mixed together and dripped down the man's forehead, but he didn't dare move a muscle. Where's your brain? Tang Mingnan frowned again, the cold aura at the bottom of his eyes like needle pricks, seemingly able to easily pierce through the entirety of the man's body. He can't find out any more than the handles you're sending to people right now. Looking at Chen Ruhong, who had already grabbed Zhou Chuanbai's pistol in the surveillance, Tang Mingnan picked up another walkie-talkie. Red, release them and come see me at once. After saying that, Tang Mingnan's careless gaze swept over the young man kneeling on the ground with a wretched description, and suddenly smiled. It's a shame about your face. It's done. I won't pursue this matter any further. You pack up and go over to Nanyun tomorrow. Manage the field there. Tang Mingnan casually tapped the keyboard twice. The business over there is better suited to the likes of you who do things without thinking, and if you strike hard enough, you can manage to understand. I'm looking out for you. The man's spine stiffened, a feeling of unspeakable fear wrapping him so deeply that he was on the verge of not being able to find his voice for a moment, but he kowtowed respectfully. Yes, Sister Nan. In front of the Bright Candle Clubhouse, in the sports car driven by Lin Yen, on the passenger seat, Zhou Chuanbai bared his teeth and rubbed his right wrist, the corners of his mouth twitching in pain. What the hell is that woman? I didn't even get a good look at her movements before she took my gun away. Can we produce this kind of guy in this country? An international mercenary with over 400 lives on his hands. You think it's a joke with you? Don't challenge people's jobs with your protagonist aura that's just starting to take effect, okay? Lin Yan casually swept him a glance and handed over the 2 beers that he held between his legs and that were only half full. Take it. I'll drive. Zhou Chuanbai touched the gun in his satchel before he obediently took the bottle of wine and leaned back toward the comfortable back of the co-pilot's seat, the corners of his mouth pulling out a hijacked smile. Hikari, what was that little pill you were feeding me back there for? Lin Yan started the car, and although he really didn't want to answer, after a moment of deliberation, he casually made a perfunctory remark. A reassuring fixer-upper to prevent you from being mesmerized by all that smoky incense. Zhou Chuanbai smacked his lips. If you look at it like this, the Bright Candle Club is a big problem. Why don't we go back and apply to the team and arrest them? What proof do you have? This little bit of wine? Lin Yan pursed his lips helplessly. Ming Candle Club has been able to open for so long and carry through I don't know how many inspections. Do you think Tang Mingnan is brainless? Zhou Chuanbai frowned and looked at the 2 wine bottles that he was holding steady. That's not right. If Tang Mingnan was really as deep-minded as you say, how could he do such brain-dead behavior today? Not bad. Zhou Chuanbai just jerked his brain which is back to normal. Lin Yan smiled extremely softly and nodded casually with his hand on the steering wheel. That Sister Han will let us go directly behind her. It should only be Tang Mingnan's intention. The one who called me over to get a drink by such clumsy means is probably some smug fellow under her hand. Zhou Chuanbai's words carried a few sighs. Then it's kind of a two-way street fight. Tang Mingnan knows we might be checking her out, and we know Tang Mingnan has a ghost in his heart. It looks like it's going to take a lot of work to turn the Bright Candle Club upside down. Over the electronic synthesized sound of map navigation, Lin Yan's tone was rambling. No need. Our main focus now still has to be on the Embroiderer. Tang Mingnan sighed. Just wait to be delivered. What does that mean? Zhou Chuanbai retracted his gaze from the endless stream of traffic and looked at Lin Yan's side face. Tang Mingnan is Tang Mingdong's own sister no matter what. If she says something nice and smashes some interests, we won't make any progress if we wait dry, right? Now the main male lead who just joined not long ago is really still too young. Still need to practice. Lin Yan laughed for a short while before leisurely saying, the person under her has caused such a great deal of trouble for Tang Mingnan, and directly sent this kind of more than obvious handle to me. With her caution and care, will she continue to keep this person by her side? The one who can have such great authority in the Ming Candle Clubhouse. How can he say that he must be one of Tang Mingnan's beloved ones? Will he not understand Tang Mingnan's style of behavior? Lin Yan's gaze turned slightly, his face still calm. Tang Mingnan knows that he is being watched by Tang Mingdong and the Security Bureau, and surely does not dare to kill people directly at this juncture, but will transfer people away, I guess to a foreign province near the border, to that kind of triple zone. She then let people karma waste, chopped hands and feet, live demolition organs. How to deal with it won't be detected. If you were this henchman of Tang Mingnan's, would you be scared enough to seek refuge with the sheriff's department? Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and said with a sudden realization, if we can successfully receive this person, Tang Mingnan's criminal facts are estimated to be able to directly grasp a large portion. But, it is more likely that this person will go to Tang Mingdong than to sit in jail under the shelter of the sheriff's department. After all, as long as Tang Mingnan goes in, he can get away with the money. The children are teachable. Lin Yan hooked his lips and smiled, looked at Zhou Chuanbai's pair of soul-stealing phoenix eyes through the rearview mirror, and his shallow laughter overflowed his throat. That Sister Hong isn't a light. If she realizes that Guy has the intention of escaping, she might just strike. It's not that easy to intercept this one early. The car stopped at the door of the security bureau. Zhou Chuanbai carried his bag and got off the car, only to find that Lin Yan was actually still as steady as an old dog sitting in the driver's seat. Puzzled, Hikari, aren't you coming down? Lin Yan immediately looked at him with a kind of look at a little cutie. Gaze at him. It's not like I know how to do an ingredient test. You can just have the stuff in those 2 bottles of wine labored. What time is it? I'm going to go home and get a good night's sleep. Call me tomorrow when the results are in. Zhou Chuanbai shouldn't really think of him as someone from the security bureau, and let him work late at night with a hammer. But not only did Zhou Chuanbai not leave, he even took a step forward instead. You've been in the hospital for several days. Is it true that you won't be able to return home lately? Lin Yan, you boys are really good at talking. Chapter 58, a very obvious identity marker. Lin Yan laughed, and had the urge to throw the bottle directly at his face. I'm going to get a sweet right now, the turnkey kind. Being rich is arbitrary. Zhou Chuanbai obviously realized that what he had just said was a bit off, and coughed awkwardly. No, Hikari, we have a lounge at the station, and I've said I'd invite you to dinner, so many times, and I never got the chance. He took the 2 bottles Lin Yan handed him and signaled the contents. What do you say I send this over now? Have it expedited for testing, and we'll just go out for dinner? Lin Yan's mood only got a little better when he met the face he had so carefully sculpted and so beautifully androgynous. Okay, you remember to take off your makeup too. I'll meet you in the task force office. After Zhou Chuanbai left, Lin Yan parked his car and went all the way to the previously empty task force office unimpeded. The night was deepening and the office was empty. Lin Yan casually turned on the light, opened the locked filing cabinet, found the file that Wang Weiliang had sent during the day, picked a smooth chair to sit down, and flipped through it. After only 2 or 3 pages, Lin Yan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but move the printout backward to keep the impactful image away from his eyes. There were several photos of the crime scene taped to the printout, taken with great clarity and color. This picture can be far more exciting than the previous witnessed a whole suitcase of people debris. At least, Lin Yan think. People should not use everywhere to describe, but that's what this picture shows. Flesh and blood tissues of various sizes were blown to bits and pieces and spread almost all over the ground, mixed in with a patch of rubble that was also blown so badly that it was impossible to see what it was. Large swathes of red clear against the gray ground. The reason why it was determined that this case was most directly related to the Embroiderer was because the body parts that could be found so far were embroidered with beautiful peach blossom totems on any of the more intact skin tissues. According to the site survey report, 21 complete peach blossom totems have been recovered so far, and about 39 incomplete ones. Judging by the stitches and habits, all of this peach embroidery is from the same hand. Embroidering peach blossoms on human skin seems to have become a kind of exclusive symbol for Embroiderer, and apart from him, there is no one else who is known to have such exquisite embroidery skills and strong psychology. But this case, Lin Yan frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. According to the Time, Embroidery Lady was the one who first disposed of the organization's internal member, Spades, in their city of Ibiao. And then, in order to test the newcomers, she did the case of the cat-faced clown, with Wang Li, the owner of the escape room shop. It's only been a few days. How come he scurried to the next city and made such an obvious explosion and broken body case? According to Lin Yan's impression of the original book's plot, if the Embroiderer had committed the crime independently, he would have immobilized the person, embroidered exquisite peach blossom totems on his face, and admired the artwork for a while before letting the victim completely die. This is exactly where the case name, Peach Blossom Totem Embroidered Face Case, comes from. That is to say, any murder done independently by the embroiderer, the deceased would only have had peach blossom totems embroidered on his face, not several peach blossom embroideries clearly present on the skin tissue remaining after the explosion. As in this case, this is so deliberate. It's as if embroiderer is deliberately provoking, holding up her middle finger to tell them plainly that I'm next door in Chishui. Come here if you want to catch me. After all, if this corpse only had peach blossom embroidery on both sides of its cheeks, putting the bones together and discovering this detail would consume a great deal of time. Not only would it not attract Zhou Chuanbai's and Lin Yan's attention, but it would also give the embroidered lady plenty of time to continue to flee. But instead of doing so, the embroiderer left a rather obvious identity mark. It's weird. And this kind of explosive shredding technique is not what Embroidery Lady is good at. It's highly likely that he's scouting new recruits for Ming Ace. The photos from the scene show that the entire body of the building in the abandoned warehouse was almost intact after the explosion, and only one stone near the body was blown up together, which shows that the person who made this explosion had considerable knowledge of explosions. Trying to control the amount of explosives with such precision is not for everyone. If Ming Ace absorbs such an organization member, then Zhou Chuanbai's life in the future will definitely be more exciting. Lin Yan pursed his lips, his mood more or less complex. He just accidentally intercepted Embroidery Lady's examination of the escape room owner Wangli, and sent the guy who might have the codename Spirit Wind in early to eat prison canteen. This organization turned around and found another even more antisocial guy. Yeah, Counselor Lin. As Lin Yan stared at the clear peach blossom embroidery with a lowered brow in contemplation, a man holding a large stack of documents walked into the task force's office. He looked at Li Xiaoxing's awkward appearance with half of his face blocked by the file and brought a light smile on his face. Working late at this hour? Li Xiaoxing carefully placed the file on the table before patting the folds on his clothes. It wasn't just today that the task force was officially formed, so after I was busy with what I was doing before, I organized all the case files related to the embroiderer. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the dossier book that was almost half a man high. There are so many volumes in one peach blossom totem embroidered face case? Li Xiaoxing laughed bitterly. No, that's only half of it. As soon as the words fell, another person with the same look as Li Xiaoxing walked in holding the dossier. Lin Yan could tell the well-developed biceps from the thin material of the shirt just by sweeping it. Is this the Su roughing Zhou Chuanbai talked about before? The practitioner from the armed police brigade who transferred over due to injury? Su roughing put down the dossier, and when he saw Lin Yan, he was first a little surprised, followed by a bright smile. Hello, Counselor Lin. Although the two have not formally met before, but there was that car accident. Lin Yan but to the guy's card hit 300,000 it. The car did not let anyone repair. It was only normal that Su roughing had a good impression of him. When Zhou Chuanbai returned to the office after finishing the inspection and removing his makeup, the three of them had basically gotten acquainted, and the takeout ordered by Lin Yan had just been delivered. All the members of the task force formally met in the office, and after eating and drinking, Lin Yan opened the door to his suspicions. The scene next door, over in Chishui City, hasn't been completely cleaned up yet. There should still be some useful traces left. We'll have to make a trip over there. But this side must also have people keeping an eye on it at all times. It is highly likely that the embroiderer is diverting the case officer's attention. Zhou Chuanbai was able to become the hero of the original book, and his talent in criminal investigation is certainly not covered. After Lin Yan raised a few suspicions, he confirmed his course of action on the spot. Okay, I'll check the airfare later, and we'll leave as soon as possible. Li Xiaoxing blinked, and there was no look of joy on his face from the business trip at public expense. Can't we go in a police car? The next city isn't far. Speaking of which, Zhou Chuanbai was a bit embarrassed. At the moment, our task force is just starting out, and we haven't made much progress in solving the case, so we can't mobilize the police cars. Lin Yan coughed lightly a few times and slowly hooked his lips. My family has a private helicopter. At that moment, Su roughing, who had never said much, raised his hand. I have a pilot's license. As soon as those words fell, Lin Yan's heart immediately gave a cry of good guy. Chapter 59, The Power of the Protagonist's Halo. Worthy of a task force formed by someone with a protagonist aura. Lo and behold, in addition to Li Xiaoxing, who was once personally led by Zhou Yuman, and Lin Yan, a special advisor to the big villain with a bit of netherworld skills on his body, this brother from the armed police brigade is actually a pilot with a license. There isn't a single person Zhou Chuanbai has called to his side that doesn't have something to hide. The first time he felt the power of the protagonist's aura so truly, Lin Yan almost drooled with envy. When is he going to get a little bit of that big halo over his head that comes with the times? Left and right? But even though Lin Yan was sighing in his heart, he didn't show much on his face. After a few people briefly agreed on a time, Lin Yan contacted Lin Songhai and asked for the right to use the private jet. Upon hearing that Lin Yan was to be used for the case, Lin Songhai agreed readily, and only gave him special instructions to pay attention to safety, and did not ask any more questions. Of course, even if Zhou Chuanbai had a protagonist's aura attached to him, a private airway was not something that could be approved in minutes. It wasn't until noon the next day that the four gathered at the civilian airport and boarded the helicopter with their easy luggage. The city of Yibiao and the city of Chishui next door were both named for their many rivers. And after the plane took off, Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Li Xiaoxing, who were sitting in the back, looked down from time to time. The phrase surrounded by mountains is very literally visualized at this moment, especially after getting closer to the city of seven waters. A few people are more intuitively feel the seven waters around the city. The immortal mist is as small as a cloud. The sense of shock. This light and happy mood continued until several people arrived at the precinct sheriff's office and saw the bits and pieces of limbs that hadn't yet been fully pieced together before they gradually sank. Lin Yan does not have forensic-related skills, but also did not have the leisure to learn this aspect of knowledge on their own. Originally just on the side of watching Zhou Chuanbai and this side of the Security Bureau of Forensic Exchanges. It wasn't until he unexpectedly caught a hint of a not-so-unusual starting smell among the chaotic mix of potion smells, corpse smells, disinfectant, gunpowder, burning, and so on in the workroom that he abruptly straightened his back. He took 2 steps forward, picked up the tweezers through his gloves, and picked up a piece of broken bone amongst the body parts, sniffing it a little closer. After noticing his movements, Zhou Chuanbai on the side quickly stopped communicating with that forensic scientist and turned to his side, speaking softly. "Find anything?" Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly, slowly bringing the bone close to Zhou Chuanbai's nose, his eyes staring. "Doesn't that smell look familiar to you?" Zhou Chuanbai didn't have Lin Yan's sense of smell that had been strengthened by special skills, nor did he have a 4-dimensional attribute that far exceeded that of normal people. He sniffed for a while but didn't react, and shook his head very honestly. "All I can smell is burnt." Lin Yan placed the broken bone back on the countertop and carefully rubbed a cotton swab inside before bringing it closer to Zhou Chuanbai. "Smell it carefully, it's the smoky scent from the Bright Candle Clubhouse." Zhou Chuanbai raised his eyebrows, sniffed carefully, and his eyes flashed with an aura. "It's kinda like that." "Damn, Counselor Lin, is your nose a dog?" Li Xiaosheng on the side gave an admiring thumbs up. "Don't say smoky, all I can smell right now is burnt." Looking at the cotton swab that Lin Yan had casually put aside, Zhou Chuanbai's brows furrowed. Why does this body have that smoky odor in it? To remain in his bones after being blown to pieces, he was afraid he'd be pickled into flavor during his lifetime. "Hikari, what can this smoky scent mean? Could it just be that the deceased just happened to buy the same brand as the Bright Candle Club?" Lin Yan didn't answer first, but inquired, "Can the cause of his death be determined?" Zhou Chuanbai shook his head and glanced at the door of the room that had been falsely concealed, confirming that only the task force's own people were left in the forensic workroom, before he opened his mouth somewhat helplessly. "I've communicated with the forensic comrades here, and since the body is still incomplete, the immediate cause of death cannot be specified at this time, but it is certain that he had been dead for a long time when the explosion occurred. Judging from these peach embroideries, there would have been some strain to the skin tissue when the embroiderer pulled on the embroidery threads, but there was no blood spilled, suggesting post-mortem trauma. That means he had been dead for at least 24 hours when the embroiderer embroidered him, and his skin had all but lost its elasticity." Only then did Lin Yan respond, his voice calm as he threw a heavy bomb to Zhou Chuanbai. "The smoky scent we smelled in the Bright Candle Clubhouse before. The probability is that it's a DU product with a changed layer of skin." Zhou Chuanbai, Li Xiaosheng, Su Rufeng, greeting the shocked gazes of Zhou Chuanbai's few people, Lin Yan remained calm and collected, his tone unhurried. "I've been sensitive to smells since I was a child, and I'm more interested in Chinese medicine. I've read quite a few books related to Chinese medicine, and I can roughly analyze what kind of herbs make that smoky scent. 2 of them are hemp and purple daisy. Purple daisy already contains something similar to big hemp sapogenin and has a floral scent that masks that strong plant odor of big hemp. These 2 things mixed with some other, together to make a smoky incense. Smell too much is also addictive." Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, more or less fearful in his heart. "It's a good thing you fed me a little pill too at that moment, or I wouldn't have been able to tell when I got hit." While Lin Yan didn't reply, Li Xiaosheng's eyes widened. "The Bright Candle Club is so screwed up. That's not a catch." Zhou Chuanbai shook his head. "I've got people on it. Let's check this case first. This kind of incense is definitely not made by a proper manufacturer. I'll have someone follow the Bright Candle Club to check upwards. Maybe we can use it to speculate on the cause of death of the deceased." After documenting all the findings to the best of their ability, the 4 of them looked at the body for a while longer in comparison to what was in the file, and then shifted their position to the crime scene. "This is an abandoned warehouse for a long time. According to the precinct sheriff's office, information can be learned. The owner of the warehouse in a fire unfortunately passed away. The family also has no heir. This is located in the suburbs of the remote warehouse has been shelved, although cleaned up by the sheriff's department. Some residual blood and scorch marks from the explosion could still be seen at the scene." With Zhou Chuanbai leading the investigation of the scene, Lin Yan didn't have the need to go wasting his physical strength, so he took the small matza handed to him by Su Rufeng, and found a position that wouldn't get in their way to pull out his work computer. The first thing he did was use his hacking skills to mobilize the nearest municipal camera in the vicinity. The moment he connected to the camera, Lin Yan frowned. "It's too far. The nearest municipal camera is 5 or 6 kilometers away from this warehouse, and it's not possible to form a closed loop with the other surveillance around it, so it's a fool's errand to try to look for clues on that surveillance. Lin Yan closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. His fingers flew on the keyboard. About 10 minutes passed. A blank icon of the software appeared on the computer desktop. He tapped on the icon, and the map with latitude and longitude grid lines was quickly generated. But strangely enough, there was not a single landmark on it, nor was there any place name markers, but instead, there were only red and green dots scattered in a staggered manner. The dots represent the surrounding private cameras that are in the on, not on state. Lin Yan calibrated his positioning and tapped on the red dot just to the side of his positioning. Look no further. The private camera represented by this red dot and in the middle of the opening was actually filming right at the location of Zhou Chuanbai's several people. Chapter 60 Today. You've met your ancestor. What a great guy. I don't know where the mice came from, but they actually dared to stand on the beams of the room and peep at the cat in a dignified manner. Simply inverted the Big Dipper. Lin Yan frowned slightly and didn't show any abnormality at first, but instead retreated to the desktop and spent another 3 to 5 minutes writing a hidden program to record the whole thing before he retapped the camera map. This time, Lin Yan paid special attention to all the camera locations around him. As expected, in addition to the one directly facing Zhou Chuanbai several people shooting, there are several cameras staggered in the vicinity of 1-2 kilometers of the location, just to be able to the abandoned warehouse around the shot of 7 or 8. What the hell is this? There was nothing in this abandoned warehouse, and the surrounding area was almost entirely deserted suburbia. The vast majority of what the city of Chishui had planned for this side of the city had rotted away after the rise of tourism, and municipal funds had been diverted to maintain the scenic area. Not to mention people, even birds don't fly much over here. There's nothing more expensive than a camera, so naturally there's no need to install one here. The relatively dense number of cameras were new models, still solar charged, and obviously wouldn't have been left behind by the homeowner who had something happen a few years ago. Ruling out all the speculation, there seems to be only one possibility left that these cameras would be here. It was put there by Embroiderer and the real murderer of this bombing and shredding case. And what is their purpose? Picking on the sheriff? Take the images of the crime and keep them as a souvenir? Or send them to be sold for money? Or is it that, after Spade, who is proficient in computer technology in the organization, was disposed of, Embroiderer, they simply didn't realize that a camera existed here, and were 100 times too close to the truth, leaving such an obvious crack? Nope. How cautious Ming Jiao is, and every newcomer recruited can never escape the control of Ming Ace. Would she blithely let Embroiderer dispose of Spade without the presence of a second computer-savvy person in the organization? Although in the middle and late stages of the original book plot, Ming Jiao met Lin Yan after falling in love and lost her mind. Her persona more or less collapsed, but in the early stage, she was a strong independent woman, the head of the outlaws who licked blood from the tip of the knife. Lin Yan pursed his lips and looked serious as he went through the images currently displayed by all the cameras before selecting the one that was shooting at Zhou Chuanbai's several people and began to extract its retained data. After confirming that what he had done was well hidden by the program and completely undetected, Lin Yan selected all the surrounding cameras with a single click, speeding up the process of mobilizing their recordings. Even if the footage within the camera had been extracted and deleted once, as long as something had existed, even if it had been deleted cleanly, there would still be traces remaining. This is the power of computer technology. The power of computer technology that has been brought about and is far ahead of its time. Zhou Chuanbai and the three of them had already finished surveying the scene, and after confirming that there was nothing to be found, they all intended to leave just like that. But they saw a message on their cell phones under Lin Yan's gesture. BOTTOMSWORTH, keep up the pretense of surveying the scene. You can say something misleading. I'm collecting key evidence. Zhou Chuanbai glanced at the laptop sitting on Lin Yan's lap, then at the Bluetooth headset on his ear, casually poked over an emoticon, and led Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing to start surveying the scene again. Ugh, how can we not find anything? Take a closer look. We must have missed something. As long as the case is done by a human being, there will definitely be traces left. Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing were both working with Zhou Chuanbai for the first time, and when they heard this, they just assumed that Zhou Chuanbai was really obsessed with surveying the scene, and resumed scrutinizing without much thought. Not long after, actually really let Su Ruffing found something. Team Chow, Li, you guys check this out. Lin Yan had originally swept a careless glance towards that side as well, but the distance was so far away that he couldn't see anything with the naked eye alone. But just as Lin Yan's casual gaze fell back to his own computer screen, it steeply sank. The camera feed that was placed on his desktop was actually rotating towards the position where Zhou Chuanbai's men were leaning in. Not only that, but after turning it to the right angle, the video screen actually started to zoom in. This one was a real laugh for Lin Yan. What a great guy. Are criminals so confident these days? Even if it's a big deal to use a security camera to spy on a sheriff's deputy surveying the scene, you turn the camera and zoom in. This gives you what you can. if Lin Yan didn't pull out this guy's IP address, I guess squatting wouldn't be too smooth today. He immediately changed his idle attitude when extracting the underlying information, and his hands flipped his fingers on the keyboard as if they were flying. The speed of his hands was almost as fast as a stump. If it wasn't for the computer with the muted keyboard, the sound of d-d-d-d would be echoing in the abandoned warehouse. While the three of them, Zhou Chuanbai, were over there taking pictures of a few dried-up water stains that didn't look quite right to keep, Lin Yan followed the network cable and found an IP address that was protected by layers of protection. He saved the address information properly, and incidentally hacked into the nearest camera, which was a cuckoo screenshot of the thin, well-mannered, middle-aged man in the secluded villa. No one has ever been able to get past your computer skills before, but I'm sorry, but today, you've met your ancestor. While the corners of Lin Yan's lips were slightly curled, Zhou Chuanbai's trio was busy again. Those unusual water stains discovered by Su Ruffing were just the beginning, representing the surfacing of a series of clues. Upon closer inspection by the three of them, they could determine that the water stains were spread over almost the entire area of the explosion. It's just that the previous scene investigators were more focused on the analysis of the blood-spattered state, and the collection of body parts, and overlooked this one detail for a while. And Lin Yan hurriedly sent a message to Zhou Chuanbai when he saw the three of them gradually approaching towards him. Double Woods, don't lean over. Don't let me get caught on camera. A short sentence with a very big message. There's actually a camera here? Why didn't anyone who investigated this case before realize that? Zhou Chuanbai's eyes instantly gazed up, hurriedly pulling back Li Xiaoshang, who wanted to walk towards Lin Yan, and circled around Lin Yan's surroundings to continue surveying. It was also fortunate that Zhou Chuanbai had reacted in time, not allowing Lin Yan, who had a laptop on his lap, to be captured by the camera that was following them, and that he had found something even more interesting in that villa, which was located in the middle of nowhere. A tall, muscular man walked into the workroom of the skinny, middle-aged man, carrying a pocket of takeout. While they were feasting on that takeout, Lin Yan had already taken a screenshot of their clear facial images and sent it to Zhou Chuanbai, telling him to hurry up and compare their identity information to the people in the information section. Zhou Chuanbai was visibly stunned when he saw the screenshot on his phone. No, he's not even done with this scene yet. Is Lin Yan feeling his way into the suspect's lair? What the hell did he miss? It was like he was still in his own red zone stealing the playing piggies, and when he looked up, Lin Yan had already stolen all the crystals. Let's not get a little bit involved. Chapter 61, Technical and Mental Hardness. Of course, Zhou Chuanbai just spat in his heart. If Lin Yan really directly all the participants in this case to pull out, as Lin Yan begging back to the task force leader, Zhou Chuanbai is also a proper credit. He immediately sent the photo to the information section on the Chishui city side, while telling Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing to stay away from the area around Lin Yan to prevent what he was doing from being photographed. About an hour later, the two people in the surveillance screen finished their takeout, looked at the surveillance screen herein Zhou Chuanbai, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and went upstairs with a relaxed face holding the bottle of wine. Lin Yan had also kept all the information from the cameras, nearly drying out his computer's D-disk. He saved another part of the surveillance video in the remote villa and left the scene with Zhou Chuanbai and a few others. The four returned to the Seven Waters Precinct Sheriff's Office just in time for dinner. Li Xiaoshang rolled up his sleeves with gusto, finally getting a little bit of the excitement of a business trip at public expense. Are we going to eat at the precinct cafeteria? Or are we going to go outside and find some of the local specialties over here to try? Lin Yan glanced at him with a wry smile and thoughtfully reminded him, better read the ones I've collected before you decide to eat or not. After seeing Lin Yan's ability, Zhou Chuanbai was quite persuasive, and immediately decided not to eat first, and immediately contacted the chief of criminal investigation over here to ask for a conference room. Hearing that there has been significant progress in the detection of the case, Zhang Weiping, the chief of the criminal investigation department of the Chishui city branch, also brought a few people to join in the fun. Inside the conference room, the curtains were closed and the lights were all but absent, with only the projection lamps and projection screen lit up with color. Lin Yan sat directly opposite the projection screen. His fingers kept tapping on the computer keyboard, and the clear surveillance video was then placed on top of the white screen. After a few minutes of ultra-high-speed rewinding, the figure finally appeared in the surveillance picture. It was a well-muscled, stocky man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a very casual leather jacket, jeans, and carrying a black book bag with a straight humanoid object over his shoulder. The humanoid object was wrapped in a black plastic sheet with a paper resembling a delivery note, which at first glance looked like a mannequin bought online. But only after the lanky man put the humanoid object in the abandoned warehouse and fished out a sharp paper cutter from his black book bag to slice through the plastic sheet wrapping did the crowd clearly see that it wasn't a plastic mannequin at all, but a real human being. The naked, slender male lay straight on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, and a brightly colored, finely stitched peach blossom embroidered at intervals on his pale skin. Hiss! The conference room resounded with several voices sucking in cool air. No matter if it was Zhou Chuanbai's 3 people, or Zhang Weiping, the chief of the criminal investigation team of Chishui City, and the few people he brought, all of them had some numbness in their scalps. The Embroiderer, yes, Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case, done more than 3 years ago, shocked the nation. And anyone with some seniority in the security system has more or less been curious about the art and crime of embroidering peach blossoms on human cheeks. But even if some of them had already seen photos of peach blossom embroidery, and even this body fragmented by the explosion they had been up close and personal with, it was now so clear to see a person whose entire body was embroidered with peach blossom totems. Still, it was a shock to their minds, and the playback of the surveillance footage continues. The image showed the stocky man, whose face was deliberately obscured, reaching out with a gloved hand and rubbing it over the slender man's face and body for a moment before methodically beginning to install the explosives. Inside the conference room, the female medical examiner's voice seemed to quiver a little, but there was no doubt about the coherence and professionalism of her words. A human body in a normal coma can't be this straight, which suggests that the deceased was in a frozen state when he was moved here. Based on the previous autopsy report, it does reveal that the probability is that the deceased's body was preserved, and that the breaks from the explosion were a little too regular, both of which would indicate that he was frozen solid. From the injuries on the surface of the victim's body, the cause of death was strangulation and suffocation, and according to the strangulation marks on the victim's neck in the shape of a V upwards, it can be determined that the murderer is about 2 heads taller than the victim, has enormous strength, and matches the physical characteristics of the man in the surveillance footage. Aha! Zhang Huiping frowned in response, and the conference room once again fell silent. In the time it took the coroner to speak, the stocky man had finished placing all the explosives. He gathered up his paper cutters, black plastic wrapping, and other items before gesturing to the camera's location, and his thick, raspy voice resounded through the abandoned warehouse. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, watch carefully. This embroiderer's most satisfactory work will be blown up into a field of broken meat in 5 minutes. Don't doubt, don't blink, get your gifts up. The more you do, the better the explosion will be. With that said, the lanky man put his backpack on and left the warehouse at a brisk pace to go under another camera not far away. Lin Yan fast-forwarded the 5 minutes of waiting straight through, and the next second, the fire of the explosion filled the entire screen. Bang! Click click click. Apparently because the dead man was frozen so solid, the rattling of the ice bursting apart could be distinctly heard during the explosion, and this security camera, which appears to have been live streaming at the time, captured the entire explosion too clearly. The suspicious water stains that Su Ruffing had found at the scene earlier should be the body fluids from the deceased's body after it had been frozen, as well as some ice ballast. Vom dash. Zhang Huiping is okay, can due to the Criminal Investigation Brigade commander have a number of years of experience, have seen a lot of big scenes, but also more able to collapse. But he brought a few to see the young people can be miserable. A white face put his head under the conference table. Just ate into the dinner not long directly accounted for out. Zhou Chuanbai and Li Xiaoxing's faces were not good either, but they had been working outside for a short period of time. Their stomachs were almost empty, and after forcing down the acid that came up, they continued to watch with white faces. Only Lin Yan now can't wait to smack himself a big ear. He is not idle. When the explosion occurred, blood and flesh mixed with internal organs and bones were blown everywhere. His body actually almost instinctively rose a strange sense of excitement, and the previous salmon to complete the split that would be almost the same. The secretion of dopamine and adrenaline hardened the physiological discomfort brought to him by this kind of scene, so that not only did Lin Yan's face look as normal, but his hands on the keyboard also trembled extremely lightly as if they were insatiable. At the same time that Lin Yan hastily averted his gaze, Su Ruffing, whose face hadn't changed much in almost the same way, couldn't help but look at him twice more. This Lin consultant is not an ordinary person. Look at that. A big scene with a room full of criminal vigilantes going taut, and he still doesn't change his face when he sees it. Su Ruffing because of the previous years in the armed police brigade in those years to perform some special tasks, only to this kind of scene is not very cold. But Lin Yan is only 19 years old. Right, this calm paradigm is still a hand to take the pinch. If you don't say that people can be a special consultant, it's true that they are technically and mentally tough. Chapter 62 Black and black and black before your eyes. What Su Ruffing thought Lin Yan did not know. He now only wanted to escape, but he can't escape. It's a well-known fact that a tech ape's computer is not to be touched. Even if Lin Yan had intercepted the video clip and placed it on his desktop for someone else to operate, there might be some minor accidents. Not to mention that there were still some programs running on his computer at this time that hid his previous operations. And so, Lin Yan could only bitterly hold out in the conference room, screening for these people everything that had ever happened in that abandoned warehouse. In addition to that explosion that broke up the body, there were guillotine choppers to separate the body, live internal organs, human skin/internal organs surface embroidery, and bone carvings, chopping off hands and feet or whatever is considered light. What was being broadcast live to this camera was beyond the imagination of everyone in the room. A variety of stimulating images gave the many vigilantes in the conference room black eyes. Had it not been for the occasion, they might have said, "You're pulling the lights out of me." Lin Yan was originally still able to feel a little bit of the excitement of the highly intelligent villain's criminal factor being touched in his physical instincts, but as he saw more and more images, he also had the physiological discomfort of wanting to vomit a lot. Not bad. Lin Yan pulled out a plastic bag and spat out a few mouthfuls of acid, sighing quietly in relief in an unnoticed corner. The fact that he would feel sick to his stomach at such a bloody, violent, criminal scene shows that the conscience in his soul has gradually begun to overpower the criminal instincts that the author of the original book has given to this body. The hope of getting back on track is finally no longer floundering. In stark contrast to the sense of relief that had quietly appeared in Lin Yan's heart, the people present, including the old vigilante Zhang Huiping and the proper male lead Zhou Chuanbai, had already vomited beyond the point of vomiting. At first, everyone would analyze the psychology of the suspects and actively discuss the physical characteristics of the different perpetrators under the heavy cover. But later on, there was only silence in the conference room. By the time Lin Yan's saved and visualized video of the crime scene was finished, the time was nearing midnight. At this moment, Zhang Huiping had a vegetable face. That small, weak group this case we cannot straighten. You reported upwards. Zhang Huiping obviously wanted to shout Xiao Zhou, but the words immediately changed his mouth. Although according to the age of entry to count this called no problem, but cannot hold Zhou Chuanbai and the people he brought to let him sweat in his jurisdiction after so many rampant crimes. Criminals also engage in so many human life cases, time up to half a year, but he froze nothing found. Needless to say, once this hits the papers, his career is more than likely over. Maybe he'll have to take a disciplinary action before he's close to retirement. It's a dark future. Zhou Chuanbai, however, didn't say anything more, but stood up, his eyes serious as he swept over everyone present and said in a single word, "Everything I've seen here today, I want you all to keep your mouths shut. Not a single punctuation mark should leak out. I believe that with your intelligence, you must be able to guess that the reason why these guys are so rampant is that they must have a bit of a backstage as a backer. Once the news leaks out, they are guaranteed to immediately scatter and flee in all directions, and then it will be difficult to catch them. For now, our task force will temporarily take over these cases until the ministry issues new orders." Zhou Chuanbai's gaze was calm, giving everyone several seconds to think before he nodded slightly. "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Huiping shook his head and got up to leave without a word and with a sad face. Seeing that he was going to be suspended for inspection, he didn't have the heart to pay any attention to a junior standing up for himself. The meeting ended there, and after the vigilantes on the Chishui city side all left on their own weak feet, Lin Yan carefully encrypted and preserved the video footage. He asked for the brand new USB flash drive from Zhou Chuanbai and made a copy of all the videos into it before the four of them left the Chishui City Security Bureau and booked a large suite in a nearby hotel. Inside the living room of the luxuriously decorated and clean suite, Lin Yan was flipping through the takeout software when Zhou Chuanbai suddenly came over with 2 bottles of mineral water. With a little smile on his face, "That, Ian, has something he wants to ask for your help. It's about this case." Lin Yan turned his eyes suspiciously, a careless smile between his brows. "Wasn't that pretty cool in the conference room? Don't you know any of the bigwigs at the ministry?" Ahem. The mind was guessed at once, causing Zhou Chuanbai to cough twice in some embarrassment. "Where do I know a bigot like that? Isn't this an urgent case? And I'm afraid that if it's reported to the city or provincial bureaus, someone will cut it off in the middle of the day, giving Embroiderer and the others more time to escape. It wasn't long before my dad had just turned in his report before the spades were dealt with by the Embroiderer, which means they must have someone on the inside. That camera has caught us on camera. If we accidentally hit the bullseye when we report this information, these rampaging criminals may come straight for us." Lin Yan helplessly pursed the corners of his lips, looked at the awful task on the system panel that was still pulsing with a countdown, and after several seconds of silence, he still nodded his head. "I'll ask, but I'm not sure I'll be able to find it. She's very busy at work. She only comes home once every 10 days and half a month, and her phone is always out of order. So whether she can get back to me or not all depends on luck." But completely out of Lin Yan's expectation, the phone he had called had only just rung 3 times when Leng Shixiang picked up. "Yo, you kids still know to call me? What kind of trouble is this?" Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but turn his eyes to look at Zhou Chuanbai. Okay. Is that how you use the main character's aura?" Although he spat in his heart, Lin Yan elaborated on what he had encountered as clearly as possible. "The task force I'm working with has come up with a mega case of serial abuse and murder. And these rampaging criminals are also running a live broadcast. most likely involving that criminal organization associated with the Embroiderer. Last time, Zhou Yuman had just typed up the application for a joint investigation, and a key person was disposed of by Embroiderer. I know. Lung Shixian was able to give birth to a son as smart as Lin Yan. Her own brain was naturally quite online. I can provide you with the contact information of someone of sufficient weight. Do you have hard evidence? The tacit understanding between mother and son made Lin Yan hook his lips slightly and said with certainty, I checked out their live video. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, Lang Shixian hung up, but within a minute, a phone number was sent to Lin Yan's cell phone, followed closely by an encrypted private email address. Zhou Chuanbai immediately gave a thumbs up and said bullbeep to Lin Yan with his mouth. Lin Yan wanted to spit out a sentence about how your protagonist aura is the real bull's ***T, but he really needed to take care of his 5 viscera that had been empty since noon, and lifted his hand to transfer $10,000 to Su Ruffing. Brother Su, order some takeout. As he spoke, an email of hundreds of gigabytes was confirmed to be sent, and Lin Yan dialed that phone number. Chapter 63, Will you write a big villain or not? Since it was midnight, the call wasn't immediately answered. However, it was clear that the phone number Lang Shixian gave Lin Yan was not one used for daily contact, like a number that would only be dialed if a special event was encountered. Thus, before the automatic hang-up, the phone was still successfully connected, and a middle-aged man's voice with solemn implication in his hoarseness clearly rang out, and it was not difficult to hear the doubt from it. What is it? Lin Yan casually pressed the speakerphone, his voice calm. Now open your email and look at the video file I sent over. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone, but the sound of a mouse being pressed could be faintly heard. Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing also came over, their eyes full of curiosity as they looked at the screen of the cell phone that was casually placed on the coffee table by Lin Yan. It was the first time they had heard the big man's voice so close, except on TV. Although they didn't know exactly which of the big boys it was, they were honored to hear the voice. After only a few minutes, the breathing on the other end of the phone increased steeply, and it didn't take long for the clear sound of something heavy hitting the ground to come through as well. The middle-aged man's voice was low, the coldness and sulkiness in his words flooding the room. Are you provoking me by sending this? Lin Yan. No, buddy. Is it because of the highly intelligent villain status the author of the original book set for him, that anyone who meets him has to first wonder if he's a rock on the penal code? Can that trashy original book author write a big villain or not? Who is the villain who is so intelligent, so close to the devil, who lives behind the scenes, who controls a huge criminal organization, that at the very first sight of him, one would subconsciously have the thought of, is this young man breaking the law? Like what bad guy would have the word, bad guy, written on his head? Don't you think it's outrageous? Can this crap be written properly or not? Can't write him Lin Yan himself to good. Kid, don't you know that there's a technique called IP tracking that dares to provoke me so blatantly? During the few moments of Lin Yan's silence, the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone sounded even colder, as if he was already certain that Lin Yan was a criminal of the highest caliber. You think we raise technicians for nothing? Meh. Sure enough, people do laugh a little when they're speechless. Lin Yan completely made this guy laugh. Are you not awake? Why would I call you in the middle of the night if I really wanted to provoke you? Seeing Lin Yan's little temper on the head, Zhou Chuanbai hurriedly pressed Lin Yan's arm, moved forward a little closer to the cell phone, his tone of voice calm and gentle. Hello, we're from the Special Task Force of Yabashi City's City West Division. In the course of tracking down the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case, murderer, Embroiderer, we discovered that an explosive shredding case on this side of the City of Seven Waters is very likely to be related to Embroiderer. While surveying the scene, our special technical advisor discovered the cameras used by this criminal organization to broadcast live, preserving the vast majority of the crime footage inside. As we had previously identified a member of the same criminal organization as Embroidery in Yabashi City and were about to make an arrest, he was cleared by Embroidery in advance. Zhou Chuanbai took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. That's why we used some of our contacts to bypass the city and provincial bureaus and bring the case directly to you, presumably under the influence of the protagonist's aura. The voice of the person on the other end of the phone eased up. Hello, I'm the deputy in charge of criminal investigation at the sheriff's department, Lan Minju. You can just call me Deputy Lan. This is a really big case, and I can give you the maximum investigative powers under my purview. You don't need to report to anyone on the progress of the case and can do it on the cheap. Lan Minju's voice paused, pausing the video playing on the computer, and closed her eyes somewhat ruefully before adding, but I have a request. I want you to arrest these rampaging criminals before the security guys do. BTW, the person I just spoke with is the special technical advisor to your task force, right? He's very good at it, and I apologize to him for being so presumptuous just now. The 4 people present were more or less surprised when these words came out. In their stereotypes, Didn't people in such high positions like to be condescending? A bigwig at the level of deputy in ministry would actually apologize to a minor advisor who is not yet a rank in the security system? Even verbalizing it is enough to make a difference. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Vice Lan really has a big heart. Lan Minju answered very softly. Well, also, you guys aren't going to be a task force anymore. From now on, your grouping will be changed to special operations. The slight sound of a mouse being pressed followed as he spoke. I see there are only 4 of you, right? Anyone who can do such a thing is an outlaw. I'll give you special permission to mobilize up to 3 teams of special police and 1 team of armed police even in cross-jurisdictional arrests. If you're short-staffed during the usual lead gathering and want to pull anyone, email me tomorrow morning. I've had this call encrypted today, and you'll report back directly to my email afterward on all developments regarding this case. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and looked at Lin Yan incredulously, his eyebrows spreading a joyful color. Alright, thank you Vice Lan, we will do our best to catch these criminals. Well, be safe while working the case. You guys just need to solve the case and arrest people. Leave the rest to me. Until the phone was hung up, Zhou Chuanbai, Li Xiaoshang, and Su Ruffing were all still a little slow. On the contrary, Lin Yan was still calm, casually knocking on his computer twice, and then leaned towards the back of the sofa chair, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Zhou Chuanbai is the original book's legitimate male lead. Set the author's thousands of favor in one. The protagonist halo, golden finger are given without stint. This kind of thing might not have happened to anyone else, but in Zhou Chuanbai's case, it was reasonable to be any more outrageous. Who made him the author's own son? Who does the author favor if not him? Lan Minju, that old deng, in talking to Lin Yan, on the suspicion that he is a criminal, and Zhou Chuanbai a talk, and give privileges and change the group. The gap is simply not too obvious. Not only did Lin Yan have little emotion of jealousy in his heart, but he was also a bit relieved. Although the process out of a billion-point small episode, but always let Zhou Chuanbai, Special Action Group, to the group up. It's one step closer to becoming the original book's Special Operations Unit for Unsolved Strange Cases, estimated with Zhou Chuanbai body that blinding the brightness of the protagonist halo. He this time the murderer of the explosion broken body case, and that programmer, once caught, it is almost enough to qualify to become the leader of the Special Action Team. Lin Yan's thoughts drifted, and when he almost fell asleep directly against the sofa, he suddenly felt his arm being poked and prodded again, and Zhou Chuanbai's voice rang out clearly. Hikari, no one else has shown up in that IP location you checked until now? Lin Yan didn't open his eyes and only responded casually. Well, I set the face to autofocus, and the computer will give me an alarm alert when a new face appears. This protagonist is still too young. It's good enough to catch these 2 at once, and you expect to catch the Embroiderer as well? Thinking of this, Lin Yan suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and hurriedly sat up straight from the sofa. No, Chuanbai, over in Ibiao City, something might be going on. Chapter 64. Really think he is Doraemon? These words gave Zhou Chuanbai a jolt, and the rocker instantly straightened up. What? They had discussed the exploding and crushed body case over here before, and it could be that Embroiderer made the commotion in order to plot something in Ibiao City and divert the case officer's attention. For Lin Yan to say that at this time, he must have thought of something else. On the side, Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing, who had just wanted to order takeout, also stopped their movements and came over, their faces all as grave as one. Lin Yan frowned slightly and took out a pen and paper from Zhou Chuanbai's backpack, drawing a timeline on it. The one embroidered with peach blossoms is the embroiderer's most satisfying work, and I'm afraid no one would dare touch his things without the embroiderer's authorization. From the surveillance video, the embroiderer's most recent appearance in Seven Waters was 2 months ago. He should have just had the body disposed of. The man mostly didn't come over. Zhou Chuanbai stroked his chin, his eyes staring. But this will only further corroborate our suspicions and prove that the embroiderer is indeed just diverting our attention. More than that, Lin Yan drew a somewhat scribbled label on the timeline. Don't you think it's a little strange that there have been so many blatant cases of abuse and murder in that abandoned warehouse that have been well hidden, and now they're all suddenly being dug up? A single clue might jam the reasoning. But you should remember that I caught the owner of that escape room store earlier. Wang Li. Lin Yan wrote down Wang Li's name, as well as the codename, Spirit Wind, that Bright Ace had already drawn up for him. During his interrogation, he told me that the reason this criminal organization reached out to him was because he was fast and could transport some special items. Li Xiaoshang on the side opened his mouth in sudden realization. Right, what special item had to be delivered by him? His information. I specifically looked for colleagues in the information section to check. His family conditions are very ordinary, poor mountainous areas out. From childhood to adulthood, only running fast this point can be taken out to say. Does not look like it will be these poor and vicious guys. Look at the material. Aha. Lin Yan drew a big question mark on the white paper. What would that particular item be? Presumably, That would require this organization to temporarily select one of these people to transport it? In these few words, Zhou Chuanbai's mind turned. Yeah, how special does this thing have to be for them to go out of their way to expose a crime site this hidden? Lin Yan furrowed his brow and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and when he reopened them, he drew out another blank piece of paper, making a hypothetical. What would have happened if I wasn't on the task force and the three of you chased the Embroiderer's trail here? Zhou Chuanbai and Li Xiaoshang and Su Ruffing looked at each other with a rather clear perception of their egos. If you hadn't found so much from the surveillance video, we would have started with the identity of the deceased, and the time before and after would have added up to 10 days and a half months here. Anyhow, may also return unhappy and with nothing to show for it. Lin Yan nodded, the bottom of his eyes still calm. The odds are that's what the Embroiderers were after in the first place. It allows the Embroiderers, who have just disposed of the spades and done, the cat-faced clown case, to continue to move around Yabashi City safely, while giving them more energy to work on that particular item that needs to be transported by the spirit wind. After all, Wang Li has been captured, and if they want to transport something, they have to think of other ways. Zhou Chuanbai's heart shook as his eyes completely gazed down. So are we going to keep guarding this place now? Lin Yan shook his head. No more guards. They would have voluntarily exposed this warehouse, and even if they didn't expect someone to be able to turn over so much information from that camera, they must have made some preparations to deal with it. Most of the people who really matter have long since run out, and the people in that villa shouldn't be big fish. Lin Yan took a long breath and looked at the time on his cell phone. Let's go. Grab those two guys in the remote villa and let's fly the plane back as soon as possible. Of course, having said that, the four of them still ate something simple outside to pad their stomachs before contacting a group of SWAT officers to feel their way towards the remote villa. Similar to what Lin Yan had guessed, the two people who had stayed here obviously didn't realize that their position had been exposed, and after confirming through the surveillance along the way that the black vigilante car was heading straight for their lair, they made an instant decision to run off in different directions. But with Lin Yan, a powerful technician, commanding them remotely, they were quickly caught back. After comparing the live replay video of the exploded body, it was confirmed that the stocky man was the one who planted the explosives. Since this case was more directly related to Embroidery Lady, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, several people were involved in the interrogation overnight. The annoying thing is that this guy is also a hardmouth. Even the basic identity information is found through the portrait comparison. No matter what is asked, he is not a word. The main fight is a resistance in the end. The only thing that came out of the questioning was, shoot me if you can. Lin Yan yawned and lowered his eyebrows at the wristwatch on his hand, more than a little impatient. Xing Kong Nan, that is, this robust man's criminal information. He had long ago used the special skill, Little Brother Obey. I'm the big brother, to read at 8 to 9 not much. It was precisely because he knew too comprehensively that Lin Yan did not dare to open his mouth casually without finding sufficient evidence, for fear of accidentally bringing unnecessary trouble to himself. But it's not a solution to keep spending time here. The sooner they go back to Ibiao City, the more likely they are to intercept the Embroidery Lady, what they're about to do. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of interrogation that yielded nothing, Zhou Chuanbai's patience was also completely exhausted, and he directly said to Li Xiaoshang, who was also not looking too good on the side, Don-san, go turn off the surveillance. Without saying a word, Li Xiaoshang slipped out of the interrogation room and went straight to the monitoring room next door. Seeing him leave, Zhou Chuanbai also brought Lin Yan out of the interrogation room and whispered close to his ear, Hikari, do you want to stop using that of yours? Lin Yan. 6. Treating him like a toolman. Does he really think he's Doraemon? Who can get any strange props? Glancing at Lin Yan's obviously somewhat speechless eyes, Zhou Chuanbai's eyes were sincere. Hikari, you don't want to keep asking nothing useful, do you? We're still in a hurry to get back. Lin Yan. It's really breathless, his mom opening the door for breathless. What a thing to call it. Careless. I should have known that I shouldn't have used it on the other side of the interrogation room in order to try out the effects of the daytime ghost stalking incense. Ruo Wei. Now, well, the main man haunts him like a ghost, staring at all these props he can gripe about. It was fine if what he brought out didn't work, but if it did, how would Lin Yan explain it? Wouldn't something this unscientific, and even a bit of a challenge to common sense, really send him to a lab to be sliced up? Chapter 65, giving a sample to the Embroiderer and the others. Seeing Lin Yan's face in distress, Zhou Chuanbai said with a straight face, it's okay, that kind of herbal product that can aid in interrogation will definitely not be cheap, and we're flying our own helicopter on this trip, so if you forgot to bring it, you forgot to bring it. Lin Yan. Ha, the old fox. Zhou Yuman's son who was brought out and has a protagonist's aura really has a good heart and long sleeves. Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips somewhat helplessly, hiding all the complex colors in the bottom of his eyes. My special incense can cause cognitive dissonance in a person who would think that someone who was once killed by him is looking for his life. But this stuff doesn't apply to everyone, and in the case of him, who has victimized an unknown number of people, he could be scared alive by his own hallucinations. When faced with a suspect who refuses to give an account of his crimes, they can use a little bit of tactics. After all, the evidence is strong. But if an unsentenced suspect dies in an interrogation room, regardless of the cause of death, they are in trouble. The corner of Zhou Chuanbai's lips moved, obviously thinking of Feng Ruowei's scared out of her wits look in the interrogation room earlier, and shook her head somewhat helplessly. Alas, it's fine. After a while, if we can't scrutinize anything even after turning off the surveillance, let's go back to Yibiao City. Those video evidences you kept are enough to prosecute him. Even if he doesn't confess to anything, he won't be able to get away with assisting in a crime, insulting a corpse, or endangering public safety. Lin Yan nodded, glanced at Li Xiaoshang, who stuck his head out of the surveillance room and quietly said, "The surveillance is off," and lowered his eyebrows. "You go ahead and interrogate. I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, he didn't look at Zhou Chuanbai's somewhat complicated eyes again and quickly walked towards the restroom on this floor. Finding a cubicle and closing the door, Lin Yan then pulled open the satchel and looked inside. Seeing the subtlety and knowing through the lens, daylight ghost stalking incense, cleanse your mind flashlight, and 2 handmade threaded incense sticks that are not too far removed from the appearance of the daylight ghost stalking incense. It might still be more useful to deal with guys like Xing Kengnan. Cleansing flashlight. However, Lin Yan only hesitated for a short while before his eyes grew cold and he bought a prop backpack that just happened to be refreshed from the props mall. Points 1234. After quietly watching all the props inside the satchel disappear, hidden in the prop backpack, which was invisible to the naked eye, Lin Yan then slightly hooked his lips, washed his hands, and left the restroom with a calm gait. Lin Yan was still more interested in preserving himself than showing the special features of these props in front of the proper male lead. Zhou Chuanbai, who was delicate and intelligent, must have already noticed his abnormality from the previous traces, only that he had never said anything without clear evidence. Plus, to Zhou Chuanbai now, Lin Yan is still quite useful, so he definitely won't look for trouble from Lin Yan. But even if Zhou Chuanbai was trustworthy, Lin Yan couldn't completely bear his cards in the other party's hands. Gambling on the sincerity and goodness of others is always the most foolish behavior. Where he is a criminal investigation reasoning novel in the world, not a female frequency Mary Sue brainless love world. Even if Zhou Chuanbai take the 18 generations of the ancestors swore to help Lin Yan keep secrets, he also have to think about it. After all, Lin Yan does not have the protagonist's halo, and the golden finger is a bad thing that always pits him in contact with the book's main character. Of course, he has to be very careful. Probably sensing Lin Yan's tirade, the dog system, which had been silent for almost 2 days, popped up another notification message to him. "Junior, wake up. You're an anti-crime genius who's going to reign supreme and cause a bloodbath with a laugh. What's it like to cower around others? Look at you. Go and show your high level of criminality and give the Embroiderer and the others an example. Current task, select a suitable target and complete a murder independently without being apprehended by vigilantes. Time frame of the mandate, 5 days. Mission reward, I'm just a mediocre master of my craft. Mission failure penalty, permanent loss of vision in the right eye, probability of blindness." Lin Yan. Oh, sweet pear brew. Beat the out of it. Lin Yan stopped only a few steps away from the interrogation room and slowly took a long breath, itching to just pull this awful system out of his body and throw it on the ground to crush it hard. Garlic 2. Peace of mind. Peace of heart. Isn't that murder? It's still not up to him, Lin Yan, to choose what kind of thing to be this suitable target? This awful thing is always messing with abstractions, but its determination mechanism is just stupid. Though no one in their right mind would think of murdering a fish or a mouse. But there's no way. It's not like Lin Yan can actually lay hands on someone. It's common sense to kill people a Sandy system. He was truly suspicious that this dog system was more than likely driving him to go after Zhou Chuanbai. Only there was no evidence. Lin Yan had not yet processed his mood to return to the interrogation room. But Zhou Chuanbai and Su Ruffing came out of the interrogation room first. But their faces were not too good. Still doesn't seem to be asking anything. After handing over some of the clues in hand to the Chishui City Security Bureau, the 4 of them flew the helicopter back to Yabashi City in the night while it was still light out. In the morning light, the 7th city of mist around the mist, the winding waterway covered as a loot of the gorgeous beauty in general, with a large piece of spring peach blossom. There are some of the ancient charm of the mood of the fairy air floating. No wonder the tourism industry in Chishui City is in full swing. The scenery is just not the same as some places artificially created. But on the way back, the crowd was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Lin Yan was resting his eyes in the back seat, but his consciousness was looking at his point balance of only 2,939. Just now, for the safety of piloting a helicopter, Lin Yan had bought Su Ruffing a refreshing mint candy worth 100 points, and his point balance had directly fallen below 3,000. A few days ago he was sitting on over 5,000 TCH points or something that still aren't quite unspendable. Logically, after discovering a case of this magnitude, everyone in the task force should be working overtime in the office with lights on, eating and sleeping all over the sheriff's department just to find as many clues as possible. But Lin Yan's special identity, there is no discipline and regulations on the bondage, and by Zhou Chuanbai's previous set of his props behavior whole a little heartache, waved his hand and went back to his own family's detached garden villa. Do not take away a piece of cloud. It was also because of Lin Yan's somewhat spur-of-the-moment action that he froze in place when he saw the scene of his villa. The large detached villa is like a thief, big to furniture and home appliances, small to paintings and ornaments, and even the kitchen pots and pans have all disappeared. The whole is a family of 4 walls of the war wind. Lin Yan, a little unbelievable, backed out. A smoke ran to the door of the villa next door more than 200 meters apart to look at people's door number, and then walked back to his own home with a skeptical face. That's right, that's the door number. He's only been out a few days. What's going on at home? Is it because he, the villain, didn't follow the plot and nicely started breaking the law and committing crimes and having his home stolen? Chapter 66, suddenly sweeping out of the house. Lin Yan stood silently in front of his house for a while, shook his head after staying up all night, before pulling out his cell phone and sending a few messages to Lin Sunhai. Twin Woods, where's my family? Where's my big home? Shuangmu Changlin, old Lin, how did you steal my house? Shuangmu Narimesu, where did you run off to with my home in your arms? Tell me the truth. It was not even 7 in the morning, and Lin Sunhai was obviously not awake and didn't pay any attention to him. Lin Yan breathed a long sigh of relief and picked a store that the original owner frequented to have some breakfast before finally receiving a message from Lin Sunhai. Old Lin, oh, we moved. I forgot to tell you. Lin Yan, that's genius. Is there such a thing as being a father? Does Lin Sunhai really see him as his son? Lin Yan just wanted to call over and break things up with Lin Sunhai, when a transfer message popped up steeply on his cell phone screen. Sunhai Moonlight transfers $5 million. 00 to you. Transfer remarks, buy yourself a suite and live there first. Don't disturb our world of 2 if nothing else. Lin Yan, if it weren't for the warm breakfast scent still lingering around, Lin Yan would even want to pinch his old back to see if he was dreaming. A world of 2? Do you have that thing with Leng Shixian? If it wasn't for Leng Changming and Li Huilan who pushed them hard back then, the couple who had been together for a long time might not have even had a child. What kind of international joke is this? Maybe it was because he had been wearing the book over for a long time. Lin Yan didn't even feel anything when he looked at this string of cold transfer figures now. Lin Yan was more concerned about his favorite cars than the money Lin Sunhai gave out to buy a house with a wave of his hand. Where's my car? Where are all my cars? And my clothes and watches? No man doesn't love cars. Even Lin Yan, who came through the book, is not exempt. Lao Lin, you can't lose it. I'll have someone send it to you when you buy a house. Lao Lin, your Uncle Zhang and Auntie Li are still packing up our new home. If you settle down, I can have Auntie Li go over and take care of you. Nice guy. This is really abandoning him. Lin Yan exhaled with a complicated mood and poked an emoticon of rolling his eyes over before subconsciously clicking on the chat box with Yu Hao. Although Yu's Real Estate was not considered a leading real estate company in Ibiao City, it had developed a number of properties, both high and mid-range, and should have been Lin Yan's first choice. His fingertips paused, thinking of Yu Yuanshan's attitude that it didn't matter even if his son died. He still silently exited the interface and added the real estate agent sent by his assistant Duan Yu. The friend request went through quickly and the other party sent a message first. AAA viewing agent Pony, hello, young Master Lin. Just talk to me directly about your requirements. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the location, size, and price. Shuangmu Changlin, near the security bureau of the west branch of the city. The area of more than 100 square feet. A better environment. Cleaner. With an elevator. The floor is not limited to the best decoration is simple and clean. Can be turned over to the bag today to move in. After sending the request, Hayashi couldn't even help but smile a little. A bag? All he has in his bag now is a computer and not even a change of clothes. What kind of bag can he carry? This hand holding millions of deposits, but suddenly was swept away feeling is really wonderful. If not wearing a book, Lin Yan certainly cannot feel it for the rest of his life. Luckily, the agent Duan Yu pushed in was very reliable and efficient. In just one morning, Lin Yan completed a series of operations such as viewing, transferring, and paying the final payment, and bought a suite in an upscale neighborhood near the west branch of the city. There are no schools or hospitals in the area. The occupancy rate is not considered high. It's really quiet enough, and the landscaping in the neighborhood is not too bad. A 2-family, 160 square foot house, decorated in a minimalist atmosphere, with no signs of use at all. Lin Yan is quite satisfied with this. Invited a cleaning inside and outside to clean a pass, but also let a person change a smart fingerprint lock. He was only halfway through entering the password to open the door when, along with the sudden sound of the door opening behind him, a male voice that was too familiar to be familiar rang out clearly. Ian? Ryan? He glanced back in confusion and saw Zhou Chuanbai's face. Lin Yan's eyes went black, and he had the urge to return this house in place. It's a sin. I should have known to buy in a different neighborhood. Who would have thought that there are clearly 3 neighborhoods near the West City branch of the Security Bureau that meet Lin Yan's requirements, and that he could actually pick one at random with his eyes closed near Zhou Chuanbai. Look at this. Still TEM is the opposite door. It's killing me. Can the protagonist aura not come to be tainted? Zhou Chuanbai probably saw Lin Yan's dullness, but he was interested in drawing a relationship with Lin Yan and completely pretended not to see it, with a delighted smile on his face. You bought the house across the street? Lin Yan laughed dryly twice. Well, get one closer to the sheriff's office, and it'll be easier to get back and forth. Zhou Chuanbai nodded. Someone moved all the furniture and appliances out of the house across the street 2 days ago, and you just got here today, so there shouldn't be much in the house yet, right? Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Lin Yan would like to say money can make the mill push the ghost. He has contacted the furniture and home appliances door-to-door installation. Before tonight can give him a clear. But with just an inadvertent glance, Lin Yan saw Zhou Chuanbai's house, the large fish tank that was still refracting the sunlight. He swallowed the refusal that nearly bubbled up his throat momentarily and replaced it. Could be. Lin Yan deleted the half-entered door lock code, and the two of them entered Zhou Chuanbai's home across the street in one smooth motion. The decoration style of his home was similar to the one Lin Yan had bought. It was a simple and atmospheric, streamlined and practical style. Nothing fancy in shape or decorations. Of course, the lack of redundant decorations didn't mean savings, and Lin Yan could still clearly see the heavy texture on these finishes. Compared to Lin Yan's side of the unpopular clean, Zhou Chuanbai's home has a very warm and quiet atmosphere of fireworks, can be traced from the use of furniture, and some simple and clean ornaments furnishings peeping from the corner of the family's living habits. Zhou Yuman was away, and Zhou Chuanbai was the only one at home, and the ingredients he had prepared earlier were single servings. Being able to invite Lin Yan into her home seemed to put Zhou Chuanbai in a pleasant mood, standing in front of the open refrigerator door with sideways inquiring eyes and arched eyebrows. Hikari, is there anything you want to eat? You watch and get it. I'm not much of a picky eater. Compared to Zhou Chuanbai's excitement, Lin Yan's attention was all on the goldfish in his family's fish tank. If he murders the goldfish of the main man's family, he should be able to fulfill his mission, right? With this kind of mood, Lin Yan slowly came to the fish tank, looking at those butterfly-tailed goldfish that looked a little bit streaming under the bright sunlight, and asked in a seemingly careless manner, Chuanbai, where did you buy these goldfish from? Zhou Chuan, white people are still in the kitchen. Slightly raised voices come out clearly. The food market looked good, so I bought it back. I don't think I've fed it yet today. The fish food is in the very center drawer of the coffee table. Help me feed it. 3 or 5 grains per strip will be enough. Lin Yan instantly arched his eyebrows and agreed. Yes. After being in contact with this original book's male lead for so long, this was the first time when he was commanded by the other party to do something. There was nothing in Lin Yan's heart that was not a comfortable emotion. Jia. There is no better murder in the world than a goldfish. Chapter 67. Everyone is the main character in his own life. Butterfly-tailed goldfish are fine. Some varieties of goldfish have very high requirements for water quality, a little less diligent in changing the water, and immediately die to you. According to Lin Yan's previous life experience, goldfish, this thing does not know what it means to be full, how much to feed, how much to eat. A little too much and you'll flip your belly in minutes. Lin Yan was looking forward to finding the fish food, like a cafeteria lady with Parkinson's disease, leaking as much rice as possible. Looking at the about a dozen beautiful butterfly-tailed goldfish scrambling to swim over to grab food, Lin Yan slowly curled his lips and had begun to silently mourn for them in his heart. It's my bad system that makes me kill you all. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so consider it a death for some unknown, lucky people. After doing this, Lin Yan put the fish food back in its place with a calm step, steady as an old dog the whole time. Zhou Chuanbai, who was happily cooking in the kitchen, of course knew nothing about this. It didn't take long for 2 large bowls of steaming hot rice noodles to be brought to the dining room by Zhou Chuanbai. The rice noodles came in a bag with extra side dishes, a very generous portion of fatty beef roll, hot pot meatballs, oatmeal, lettuce, shrimp sliders, and it seemed like there was extra rice noodles. Zhou Chuanbai pushed the mace oil, vinegar, and chili oil in front of Lin Yan. Here, seasoning. The dinner was kinda unexpected for Lin Yan. Zhou Chuanbai probably guessed Lin Yan's thoughts, and while skillfully adding sesame oil to his large bowl, he smiled lightly. My dad was a criminal vigilante when I was very young, and he was rarely home during the week, so I had to dine out on the neighbor's food, except when I bought it outside. Once I can use the stove and have the ability to cook my own food, He'll stock me up with some instant food at home. I didn't know you'd be coming over today, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any dishes ahead of time, or else I'd have shown you a couple of things. Lin Yan smiled back, casually adding some chili oil to himself. It's fine. I'm not a picky eater in the first place, and your rice noodles are cooked quite well. I'll invite you over for dinner when the new place over there is cleaned up. Before wearing the book, Lin Yan is just an ordinary family of the police academy students, and not really high up. Since childhood pampered young master, someone invited to dinner he can pick what, even. This bland and cozy fireworks on Zhou Chuan Bai, on the contrary, gives Lin Yan an almost intimate sense of reality. Even if you are in a book world, everyone around you is flesh and blood, with their own little emotions and habits. Even the hero, in the rhythm of his life, is just an ordinary guy struggling to make it on his own. He will also have his favorite junk food on hand to entertain his friends, a childhood that may not have been pretty but is worth remembering, and a well-organized home that is warm and bright. At this moment, the phrase "everyone is the protagonist in his own life" was like a bullet that hit Lin Yan squarely in the center of his eyebrow. Of course, in all fairness, Zhou Chuanbai's level of cooking was okay. A bag of rice noodles with its own seasoning packet is just a bag of rice noodles, and you can't tell how much he's good at it. But it's enough that all the ingredients in the whole bowl of rice noodles are cooked just right, not pinched and not overly soft. That's the level of normal people's cooking. It's pretty good if you can eat it and it tastes okay. The two ate quite satisfactorily, except that due to the peculiarities of their profession and recent events, it was always inevitable to bring up the case. Zhou Chuanbai held the rice noodles in a fat beef roll and dipped it in the bowl of sesame oil bubbles, looking fairly calm. I gave Xiaoshang and Ruffing a half day off today, and after they returned to the station this afternoon, they'd been watching those videos you saved, Ryan, the kind of video that turns their stomachs and makes normal people throw up their overnight meals, and they still watch it? Haven't you had enough abuse? Obviously sensing the emotions in the bottom of Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Chuanbai said somewhat helplessly. The sheriff's job was such that they shouted out to a colleague from the information section who had seen it all to watch it with them. We've only taken a cursory look before and confirmed the guy's guilt, but that's just preliminary. Zhou Chuanbai ate a mouthful of oatmeal without changing his face, and his mental quality was obviously improved. The total number of victims in there, the facial and physical characteristics of each victim, and the total number of criminals present, the modus operandi of those criminals, and whether there are any habitual small actions, all need to be compiled with exact data. Only in this way can we find out the identity information of those victims faster, and it's also easy for us to lock up the suspects. Lin Yan nodded, recalling the images that were not quite broadcast even with the mosaic, and also swallowed the fatty beef roll in his mouth without moving, thanks to the character setting of high IQ villain. Other than visualizing that kind of image, Lin Yan's mental capacity is quite good, and should already be far beyond normal, although that's probably not a good thing. Just then, Lin Yan's cell phone suddenly received a friend request. He scanned the notes on it and agreed to the application. Immediately, the opposite party sent a couple of photos of the physical test report and a few sentences of text that had obviously been edited long ago. Wei Jianye, hi, I'm Dr. Wei Jianye, Chief Physician of Gu Private Hospital. Wei Jianye, patient Lu Songya has been temporarily out of life-threatening danger after receiving the latest medication, and is currently in the intensive care unit, where we will be arranging for specialized care and preventing all unrelated personnel from approaching Wei Jianye. But her vital signs may not be able to maintain stability all the time. Due to her pathology is more complex, the subsequent effective treatment is likely to be affected by her own will to live. I will continue to report her treatment situation to you. Lin Yan didn't reply, but pushed his cell phone to Zhou Chuanbai across the dining table. Zhou Chuanbai nodded solemnly after looking at it for a while. I'll talk to my dad about this, and as a material witness and the only relative of an accessory, she should be reimbursed from above for her medical expenses. Aha! Lin Yan answered very softly, adding more vinegar to his bowl. Let's meet Lu Songyu again later. Maybe we can ask something. Apparently thinking of his previous experience at the Bright Candle Clubhouse, Zhou Chuanbai's eyelids twitched extremely lightly. The lab results for the wine we desperately brought back earlier have come back, and there is indeed something in it. In addition to several herbs, some suspected synthetic hormone ingredients were detected, but the specifics aren't quite clear. This result Lin Yan had expected. Even which kinds of Chinese herbs he had in mind. Lin Yan was more concerned about Chen Ruhong and the mysterious subordinate who had the bright idea to give them such a big handle than the wine. Are you still keeping an eye on Ming Candle Club, Tang Mingnan and Tang Mingdong these days? Are there any suspicious people leaving, defecting to Tang Mingdong or the Security Bureau? By the way, did that Sister Hong do anything unusual? Chapter 68. It's just about the same as Lu Bu in the world. To Lin Yan's some disappointment, Zhou Chuanbai shook his head extremely lightly. No. When the lab results came out, my dad sent plainclothes to keep an eye on the Bright Candle Clubhouse. but that kind of place comes and goes, and there's too much mobility of people for it to be good for targeting. Also, up to now, the mysterious subordinate who had invited Lin Yan behind Tang Mingnon's back and brought trouble to Ming Candle Club was only a speculation after Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had discussed the matter. Whether or not there really is such a person is still an open question. Maybe this person is Chen Ruhong? After all, at that time when they were taking the wine to leave the Bright Candle Clubhouse, it was Chen Ruhong who stopped them with her security personnel. Chen Ruhong was good to stare at, with clear facial features, but as the head of security in the Ming Candle Clubhouse, she usually ate and lived in the clubhouse, and hardly went out, so there was not much difference between staring at her and being paid to grope for fish. Recalling Chen Ruhong's little brother panel, Lin Yan's heart strangely gave birth to a few points of greed. If it were not for the fact that he, the biggest villain, had already gone straight and had not been a big brother for many years, he would have been able to resist the urge to bring in this ruthless man to be his little brother. After this period of observation, Lin Yan realized that this awful system of his was also very picky when it came to choosing his minions. Like Chen Ruhong, who was ruthless, proficient in all kinds of firearms, and quite good with his hands, the dog system recommended it. The guy who fished out a box of people's fragments before, and took the initiative to report the case, and was shined on by Lin Yan with a cleansing flashlight. The dog system just couldn't even look at it, and it was plainly written, not recommended. When he caught Xing Kengnan and the programmer who maintained the surveillance over in Shishui City, for Xing Kengnan, who was well versed in explosives and could control the portion of explosives with great precision, the dog system strongly suggested that Lin Yan take him under his wing. As for the programmer who had been groped by Lin Yan along the network cable to his hometown, he had reaped a, recruiting him would be better than raising a dog, rating. However, just from Zhou Chuanbai in the middle of the night to let him call Leng Shixiang can be connected to this point of view. Chen Ruhong this unloaded the pistol of the authentic male lead. I'm afraid that sooner or later, the protagonist aura will be the main protagonist of the creation of death. The two of them ate and chatted, from work to childhood, and from childhood to ideals, until Lin Yan had already begun to sigh at Zhou Chuanbai's voice was really resistant to being built, when a prompt box popped up steeply in front of him. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the murder, acting independently throughout and over-delivering on the mission, exterminating all of the target's social circle. Due to the special identity of this target, the host will receive one additional random reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. I'm just a mediocre master. Based on the number of individuals successfully murdered, the host will receive bonus points plus 1,300. Props, ask me anything Imperial Green. Extra reward, random treasure chest *1. Oh, come on. Just as Lin Yan suspected, he got points for killing all the goldfish raised by Zhou Chuanbai by headcount. With this calculation, the points from buying the prop backpack before were directly earned back. This kind of points that were only spent for Zhou Chuanbai's sake would have to be gleaned back on Zhou Chuanbai for Lin Yan's heart to be comfortable enough. And with the prop backpack, the dog system can no longer screw him when props are given out. Props backpack, a mysterious space in the middle of nothingness that can store all your props. When you use it, you only need to chant it in your mind, and you will be able to pull out the props you want in any pocket. Remarks, after having the props backpack, the props rewarded by the system will be automatically issued to the props backpack. Please pay attention to check and receive by yourself. There would be no more props falling from the sky and almost hitting Zhou Chuanbai's head. Lin Yan lowered his eyes and helped Zhou Chuanbai put the large bowl used by the two of them into the kitchen sink, and couldn't help but use his consciousness to directly check up on the information panel of the reward prop. Question and answer Imperial Green, a piece of Imperial Green jadeite containing mysterious power. When wearing it, you can choose any target, up to 2, and the other party will know all the questions you ask and say everything. Note, if the opponent's spirit value is too low and his spirit is not strong enough to answer too many questions, he may suddenly faint. Good stuff. A mouthful of 13 head harvest. The props given is really strong enough. Imagine if Lin Yan had already formed a full-fledged crime syndicate. As long as he wore this thing, he would know who was the undercover agent in his own minions, and it would be a matter of asking. If he had this at that time in Shishui City, wouldn't he be able to dig out as much information as he wanted from Shinganen and that programmer's brain? Maybe they can even directly put the name, Ming Ace, to the surface, saving all the time to hold in Lin Yan's heart, just afraid of when to accidentally speak out of turn. Kind of a shame. However, even though they didn't get an extra skill like hearing voices, this time, the gold content of this prop was enough, together with a random treasure chest. This wave of Lin Yan's blood money, only the goldfish raised by Zhou Chuanbai injured the world reached. Lin Yan gently shook off the water droplets on his hands, hiding all the strange colors in the bottom of his eyes, and smiled at Zhou Chuanbai. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll go back and check out the furniture and appliances they're installing. Just message me directly if anything happens. Zhou Chuanbai nodded and raised his hand to point at the refrigerator. Get a bottle of juice before you go. Lin Yan was Zhou Chuanbai hard-stuffed a bottle of orange juice, back to the opposite door of their own home, and indeed found that the furniture and appliances have basically in place, is still a little bit short of soft furnishings, like bed sheets and covers, toiletries and so on. He changed the door opening code that he had already told the installer and sent his address location to Lin Kanghai. Within an hour, Lin Songhai's assistant, Duan Yu, rushed over with 2 suitcases, and like an old mom, Lin Yan's most basic necessities were neatly arranged inside and out. As for Lin Yan, all he needed to do was to leisurely play with the piece of question and answer imperial green on the sofa and look at his information panel. When he flipped to the introduction of the newly acquired skill, Lin Yan's mood was quite complicated. I'm just a mediocre expert. Ever heard of shooting a halberd at a yamen gate? Junior. From this moment on, your accuracy will be similar to Lubu's in the world. 100 paces, 100 shots, no false starts. That's you, a mediocre gunslinger. As long as it's within the range of the firearm and the visual range of the scope. If you say you'll hit the left eye, you'll never hit the right eye. You no longer need to envy those sharpshooters, because you are synonymous with God. Although it instantly made up for the human body stroke master attribute Lin Yan had inherited from the original owner, he always felt that this skill wasn't mocking him. It said that what's missing makes up for it. Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows at the pure green emerald ring in his hand, eliminating the chaotic thoughts and silently pondering what ring setting he should set it into. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of Lin Yan's house rang clearly. Duan Yu was just about to put down the work in his hands and go over to open the door when Lin Yan had already walked over with his long legs. Just as the door opened, Zhou Chuanbai handed over a black, fully wrapped pistol pouch. Hikari, from now on, a few of us will be armed throughout the day, so keep this with you and don't leave it alone. Duan Yu? The old mom assistant and the proper man at the door looked at each other, both seeing the confusion on the other's face. Chapter 69, A Man Like the Wind. If he wasn't well versed in Lin Songhai's character and had been involved in Lin Yan's growth process for several years, Duan Yu would probably turn around right now and pretend that he hadn't seen anything. What kind of a place did his young master move to? That's the neighbor's, right? This neighbor comes to the door at night and gives a gun? Did he just walk in the door in the wrong position? Thus, Duan Yu took 2 steps backward and entered Lin Yan's master bedroom, closing the door gently. Drip! The bedroom door opened again, and Duan Yu deliberately let his right foot go out first this time. But the result was obvious. Not only had Zhou Chuanbai not left, he had come in, even as Lin Yan had taken over the black, fully wrapped gun pouch. Duan Yu only felt that gold stars were flying in front of his eyes, recalling Lin Songhai's recent mysterious behavior. The sweaty hairs on his body stood at attention, and he neatly stood at attention and rested at ease against Lin Yan. Young master, are you doing a proper job, Ryan? He knew that the author of the original book was definitely a lowlife. Don't think of the villain as a street-walking punk. Anyone who sees him will subconsciously assume that he dares to be non-faithful in his profession. This is a criminal investigation and deduction text. He's a highly intelligent criminal. The most powerful and ruthless actual people in charge of criminal gangs tend to look mild and harmless, even a bit amiable. Okay? Did the author of this original book design the characters with a brain in order to make the often brain-dead fox hero soar all the way to the top? Lin Yan felt a real need to apologize for his previous perception. The fact that Ming Zhao fell in love at first sight with Lin Yan and gave him the entire Ming Ace organization is purely because the author of the original book designed the character with personal feelings. Do you know what it means to be an outlaw? A relationship with an outlaw? Or with the leader of the outlaws? In reality, if there's such a thing, there's only one possibility: she's got her eye on your loins. How many organs do you have on you? Lin Yan had mixed feelings for a while, and the air in the clean new room fell into a somewhat eerie silence. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yan with some surprise, and then when he looked back at Duan Yu, he had a gentle and warm smile on his face, just like a spring breeze. Hello, are you? Duan Yu looked at Lin Yan, who had a speechless face on the side, and coughed a little awkwardly. I'm Lin Songhai's life assistant, Duan Yu, and I need to be in charge of the young masters settling in these days. Zhou Chuanbai smiled and nodded. Hello, my name is Zhou Chuanbai. I'm from Aribiao City Security Bureau, the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the City West Branch, and we've been dealing with very troublesome criminal cases recently. Please be sure to keep everything we do secret. It's important to us in our case. Duan Yu was suddenly surprised, but he quickly recovered his usual face. Yes, and after that, I will try to do everything about the young master's side of the work myself, and will not let anyone else come to the door. Zhou Chuanbai smiled in satisfaction and nodded to Lin Yan before turning to leave. Under the warm, bright light, Duan Yu swept a glance at the gun pouch that Lin Yan had nonchalantly worn to his waist and slowly gave a thumbs up. The young master is awesome. Now it's considered a public official. Lin Yan was amused by him, and the feeling of helplessness in his heart faded away. By the way, how's that little company handling As soon as he talked about professional issues, Duan Yu's complexion also became much more serious. Sold it to Ponzi. For Mr. Lin Sake, for about 13% more than I predicted. Nice guy. Lin Sunghai sold his company, stole his home, and transferred the money from the sale of his company to buy a house. Lin Yan pulled the corner of his lips with a complicated mood, then yawned and entered the master bedroom. You can sleep in the guest room if you don't want to leave when you're done packing, and stop by in the morning and get me some breakfast. Early the next morning, Lin Yan, who had ruthlessly made up for the big all-nighter he had stayed up and slept for nearly 15 hours, had just come out of the master bedroom when he saw a thermos box sitting on the dining room table. As he approached, there was a post-it note attached to it, in Duan Yu's thin, flowing handwriting. Young master, there's a neighbor's share for breakfast. Be careful at work. There's a reason why Lin Sunghai steadily overpaid for Duan Yu, and look at the level of care. It makes up nicely for his abstract behavior yesterday, which is a welcome relief. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had a breakfast together and went out with the printed Lu Songya's case. After it was known that the Ming Candle Club was also similar to that color video criminal gang once, both of which were very likely to be involved with the source of the residue-free stupefying drugs, that is, the Ming Ace organization. The duo agreed that prying more information out of Lu Songyu's mouth might have a miraculous effect. The car should be one that Duan Yu had someone drive over early in the morning, a fairly low-key laser blue coupe. Zhou Chuanbai drove, while Lin Yan fiddled with the ask and answer imperial green on the passenger side, intending to try and use this to pull out the information in Lu Songyu's head. Just when the two of them had traveled most of the way fairly smoothly, Lin Yan's good luck companion long lifelock, which was hidden under his clothes and attached to his chest, suddenly became a bit hot. Lin Yan was scalded by the near-scorching temperature and subconsciously grabbed the tiny golden long lifelock through his clothes. It was also at this moment that Zhou Chuanbai slammed on the brakes. Bang! Not far in front of them, a more understated black business car and a Land Rover collided, the front end of the business car instantly deflating. Lin Yan's eyelids fluttered, always feeling that something wasn't quite right, and ghostly got out of the car. The first moment he saw the man with a bloody head inside through the window of the business car, Lin Yan was already rejoicing in his heart about his decision. He made an immediate decision towards Zhou Chuanbai, shouted, "Call 120, and quickly ran towards the black commercial car. At the same time, Lin Yan also bought something in the props mall that he saw when he woke up this morning. Hanging life fixer silver needles. Ever heard of the acupuncture sage? Yes, that has nothing to do with this kit, but if you want to use the art of acupuncture to hang lives and save lives, it is definitely your best choice. Quality is guaranteed. Points 333. It wasn't until he saw the bag of silver needles wrapped in dark-colored fabric in the props backpack that Lin Yan thought with some hindsight. It turns out that as early as the moment I opened my eyes this morning, the good luck with long lifelock was already working, and from the perspective of the others, they had no idea of what Lin Yan was doing and experiencing in this moment of interactivity. Thus, those who stopped to watch on the side due to the big noise of the two cars colliding, could only see a windy man rushing to the side of the black commercial car in a puff of smoke, an elbow to create a broken window, opened the door, and leaned out the driver whose head was full of blood inside. In the rush to the traffic police shouted, "Do not destroy the scene, do not add to the workload of the medical staff." Lin Yan has already put the driver flat on the ground, from the waist of the satchel to touch out the hanging life solid soul vegetable silver needle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upon seeing the silver needles Lin Yan took out glistening in the sunlight. The owner of the black Land Rover spat viciously and began to reverse the car backwards. His eyes were filled with viciousness, and he had already turned the steering wheel, aiming to step on the gas in the direction where Lin Yan and the driver of the black commercial car were. Chapter 70 choose to run away in advance of their smart subordinates. Zhou Chuanbai, who had just finished playing 120, saw that the black Land Rover obviously had the action of crashing again, and made a decisive decision to take out a pistol from his waist, and quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly blew out the Land Rover's tires. Bang bang bang, 2 clear gunshots made the surroundings steeply silent, and the body of the traffic police officer who wanted to go forward to pull Lin Yan froze, and his face instantly turned white. Zhou Chuanbai quickly stepped forward and flashed his credentials at the very young traffic cop. "Please don't interfere with my colleague's resuscitation efforts. Thank you." Seeing that Lin Yan had begun to methodically give acupuncture to the owner of the black commercial car, Zhou Chuanbai's face grew relaxed and he nodded to the young-faced traffic cop. "Please, get that Land Rover owner under control. He's just made an obvious attempt to crash again, which doesn't follow the logic of a normal human mind. It's highly likely that he committed premeditated murder. I'll contact the CID. Thanks for your cooperation." The trainee traffic cop, whose face was a mixture of green and white, then nodded and pulled out his walkie-talkie. "This is the intersection of Evergreen Road and Minnan Avenue. According to the analysis of our brothers in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, this traffic accident may be an intentional murder. Please provide support as soon as possible. While Zhou Chuanbai was calling Zhou Yuman's side, Lin Yan's resuscitation work had already proceeded to the most critical point. Although he is not licensed to practice medicine, but with the special skill of, yes, I'm a handful of years old at a young age, he was just laying down needles like a god. Just by observing the driver's traumatic injuries and feeling for a pulse, he knew, almost instinctively, what to do to maximize the hanging of the guy's life. By the time the ambulance roared through the heavy traffic, Lin Yan had already stabbed the man into a hedgehog, and had used up about 90% of the silver needles in his needle bag. Several paramedics in white coats took over the scene, and after observing the driver's vital signs, the middle-aged doctor took the time to give Lin Yan a thumbs up. Young man, you can do it. Who is your teacher and where is your seniority? Lin Yan smiled and didn't answer, took the alcohol wipes handed by Zhou Chuanbai and casually wiped the blood on his hands, then followed into the ambulance. When the modern medical equipment gradually took over the initiative of hanging the life, Lin Yan was at the side pulling out his own silver needles one by one. It wasn't until he followed him outside the operating room that Lin Yan's thumping little heart calmed down. This feeling is too exciting for someone who has lived mundanely for 20 years. Obviously he does not have any experience in practicing medicine, but that kind of essence that has been inherited for thousands of years is like a magpie possessing the body and Hua Tua being in the world, and the powerful instinct manipulates his body, so that Lin Yan's hand under the needle does not have a trace of trembling or hesitation. With the assistance of a number of old Chinese medicine practitioners, Lin Yan was able to hang on to the guy's life without incident, and the main reason why he had such a high regard for that unlucky business car driver was because he had seen the other side's minion panel in that moment. Yan Shangyu, male, 24 years old, one of the controllers of the Ming Candle Club, with 28 human lives in his body, organizes selling, prostitution, whoring, prostitutes, gathering crowds, gambling, forcing young men and women to provide xingxing services, peddling new types of non-residual stupefying drugs, and selling shoddy liquor, managing and manipulating employees by threats, intimidation and other violent means. Sin value 3277, ruthless and extremely opinionated, but always likes to take matters into his own hands, not recommended to be taken as a junior. Of course, the situation was so urgent that Lin Yan didn't have time to read all of the contents of his little brother's panel, but instead read one of the controllers of the Bright Candle Clubhouse, and decided to save him on the spot. For no other reason. This guy really fits all their speculations about Tang Mingnan's mysterious subordinate. Both mastered the Bright Candle Club a lot of things, committed things in Tang Mingnan comparable, and just in time to be killed and silenced. Is very much like by Tang Mingnan to find a reason to send out, but chose to run away in advance of their own smart. The following are some of the most important things that you can do to make your life easier. Of course, even if this Yan Shangyu wasn't what Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had guessed, since he knew the facts of the Ming Candle Club's crimes, it was still worth saving. No matter how many dirty things this person did for Tang Mingnan in the past, how close the relationship between him and Tang Mingnan was like brothers and sisters, and how obedient to Tang Mingnan he was, how much he worshipped him as a god. The moment Tang Mingnan sends someone to threaten his life, all past emotions and ties will be cleared with one click. To be able to become one of the controllers of the Bright Candle Clubhouse, Yan Shangyu was definitely not a bad brain. Accepting the shelter of the Security Bureau and giving an account of Tang Mingnan's crimes on the basis of his guilt is much more cost-effective than fighting back and being struck again by Tang Mingnan while he is hospitalized, and living in the shadow of Tang Mingnan who will strike at any time in the future. Lin Yan sat on a chair outside the operating room, leisurely crossing his legs, and was very satisfied with the effect of the good luck together long lifelock. But Lin Yan's leisurely mood didn't last long before the door to the operating room opened steeply and an anxious-looking nurse walked out. Are you the one who gave the injured patient acupuncture earlier? Now that he can't stop the hemorrhaging, Dr. Tang asked you to go in and try. Ryan? His brow furrowed and his hand was already in his satchel, but he didn't get up first. I'm not wearing sterile scrubs and I haven't done any decontamination. Are you sure you want me to go in there and participate in the resuscitation? The nurse nodded her head like a peck, her tone undeniable. Hurry up and get in here. It's the living that qualify for germs. Well, it does make sense. The field medic was much more hardcore than Lin Yan when it came to treating the sick and saving lives. Lin Yan no longer hesitated, quickly took out his needle bag, flung his satchel to his back, and stomped into the operating room. The nurse is indeed right. The smell of blood in the operating room is very heavy. It is estimated that if it is not Lin Yan early today to Yan Shangyu hang a small life, he may not be able to live into the operating room. It seems that sometimes, the craftsmanship passed down from our ancestors is still slightly better than these cold machines. Lin Yan dismissed distractions, unfolded the needle bag and took out the silver needle, dipping it in the sterilizing solution before stabbing the tip of the needle into the acupuncture point. By the time the lights in the operating room dimmed, almost 4 hours had passed. The nurse who had gone out earlier to call out to someone had thoughtfully washed the silver needle with sterilized water and properly packed it back into the needle bag, handing it back to Lin Yan with an almost pious look on her face. Looking at Yan Shangyu, whose vital signs were basically stable, Lin Yan looked relieved and somewhat helplessly looked at the bloodstains that had been sprayed on his body. On the side, the sweaty lead surgeon gave a hijacked smile. Great, the man was saved, or else my career would have been more than likely at stake. That's true. There are strict rules in the medical business, and if the lead surgeon calls out Lin Yan, an outsider, and ends up failing to save the injured patient, his reputation is more than likely going to be in tatters. He could have let the injured patient die on the operating table due to his own lack of skill, or due to various other factors, but he could not let the injury be resuscitated after outsiders were involved. It was no exaggeration to say that this lead surgeon had gambled his life the moment he invited Lin Yan into the operating room. Lin Yan wiped the blood from his hands and raised his hand to pat the shoulder of the lead surgeon. A good doctor with medical ethics like you will shine wherever you go. It was at this instant that the "good luck together long life" lock that was pressed against Lin Yan's chest once again glowed slightly. Chapter 71. Who was so sure that the embroiderer is female? Lin Yan? He raised his eyes suspiciously and took a long look at the dampened bangs on the lead surgeon's forehead, quickly averting his gaze as if nothing had happened. It's weird. This time, the burning sensation of the "good luck together long life" lock was not as pronounced as before, and it was only slightly warm. The somewhat abnormal temperature disappeared as Lin Yan's hand retracted from the lead surgeon's shoulder. What's going on here? Lin Yan left the operating room with a calm gait, not thinking clearly about the causes and consequences of this point of abnormality until he had completely washed the bloodstains from his hands in the restroom. Props like this that don't pop up cue boxes are more or less a pain to use, but judging from today's events, the effect of the "good luck with long life" lock has been pretty good. Lin Yan returned to the ward that housed Yan Shangyu, sent the positioning and information about the ward and bed number to Zhou Chuanbai, asked him to find someone to come and guard it, and was ready to leave. Although Zhou Chuanbai is busy with this intentional murder-produced traffic accidents, but Lin Yan is now also a documented person. Into the detention center to meet with Lu Songyu or not difficult. Much like Lin Yan's previous guess, Lu Songyu showed no signs of letting up even though her face looked a lot more haggard than before. Until Lin Yan took out the photo of Yan Shangyu lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and tightly closed eyes. When she saw the face on the photo, Lu Songyu's pupils shook tremendously and her mouth opened wide almost unbelievably. Seeing that it was having an effect, Lin Yan silently put away the questionable imperial green, and continued to ride the wave of victory. It seems that you know this person and should know that he has done a lot for Tang Mingnan, but as you can see, just today, he was almost disposed of by the people sent by Tang Mingnan. Who do you think cares about your life right now besides me and the sheriff's department? You can resist to the end, and a heavier sentence is just a bullet anyway. But what about Lu Sanya? You don't naively think that Tang Mingnan, Tang Mingdong, or Yu Yuanshan's side will still care about her, do you? I don't need to break it down for you. You should be well aware that the cost of her treatment is sky high, and you think the sheriff's department will continue to reimburse you for that money if you don't contribute anything to solving the case? Speaking here, Lin Yanha's smile, eyes also cooled down. Or do you think I'm a fan of charity? Lu Songyu closed her eyes and breathed deeply for a while before she shuddered out. I'll say. Only then did Lin Yan nod his head in satisfaction and speak to the vigilante on the side. Please prepare an interrogation room and find 2 more people to interrogate with me. I'll just bring the transcripts straight back. What's that saying? That goes something like there's only so much luck. Whoever runs out first goes first. Today, the "good luck with long life" lock had very obviously taken effect twice, and Lin Yan was afraid that if he took Lu Songyu to the security bureau, something would happen halfway. It's not like he's the male protagonist of this book's world. It's not the same as Zhou Chuanbai's kind of existence where the book is written for as long as his life lasts. Tang Mingnan was ruthless and sometimes unscrupulous, so Lin Yan was better off sparing his life. 2 hours later, Lin Yan took Lu Songyu's statement back to the security bureau. Zhou Chuanbai was already in his office organizing the information, and when he saw Lin Yan, he pulled out a smile a bit reluctantly. I've already told my colleagues over at the propaganda section and the internet supervisor to pay attention. And once there's any news on the internet about you saving your life with a silver needle on the street, it will be deleted immediately. Now that the internet is developed, if Tang Mingnan brushes up to this news and knows that the person she wanted to get killed was pulled back hard from the ghost gate by Lin Yan, she can't guarantee that she'll just bite the bullet and take on Lin Yan next time. After all, she is very clear that once Yan Shangyu loosened his mouth, her good days will be more than half to the head. Might as well pull a few cushions before going in. It's worthy of Zhou Chuanbai, quite thoughtful. Lin Yan casually put the statement book on Zhou Chuanbai's workstation table, picked a workstation by the window and sat down, took off his satchel and leaned back, exhaling a long breath. I'm really admiring the surgeons now, standing for hours on end for a slightly tricky operation. Zhou Chuanbai took the book, and the corner of his lips hooked extremely shallowly. How can a job that saves lives be easy? We raided the interrogation, and that hit-and-run driver confessed to everything. He did receive money before hitting someone, but there's no direct evidence pointing to Tang Mingnan buying and killing someone. Tang Mingnan was able to make the Ming Candle Club so big, it was certainly unlikely that she would try to catch her because of this little thing. Even in Lu Songyu's statement, there was little conclusive evidence. When the guy who got hit wakes up, bring him in for questioning. I guess we'll have it. After saying that, Lin Yan picked up one of the stacks of folders laid out at each workstation and casually flipped through it. That's why their special operations group was formed in the first place. Cracked the peach blossom totem embroidered face case, and captured the embroidery lady. After only flipping through the pages for a short while, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows in some surprise. It turns out that the peach blossom totem embroidered face case does not refer to a single particular case or one or two victims, but the entire 16 cases with 18 victims in total. These victims died in somewhat different ways, but all had beautifully embroidered peach blossoms on either side of their cheeks. No clues such as murder weapon, fingerprints or footprints were found at the scene, and the only thing that can be determined now is the identifying information of those who died and the approximate time they were killed. The information shows that Embroidery Lady had completed these dozen embroidered face cases in just 3 years, and then fell silent for more than a year before using his trademark technique to kill Spade Shai Wenbin, who was in the same organization as him. Immediately after that, it's time to test the newcomer, Spirit Wind, in the case of the cat-faced clown. The explosion shredding case has little to do with the Embroidery Lady, and based on the wounds on the body parts it can be deduced that the victim was already dead when he was doing the embroidery, and that it was still Xing Keng Nan who did the real killing. Thinking back to that escape room store owner Wang Li who was almost granted the codename, Spirit Wind, Lin Yan raised his eyes fiercely to look at Zhou Chuanbai who was also ambling around not far away. Kawanabe, did you have someone look into that particular item that needed to be transported by a fast runner? Yes. Zhou Chuanbai raised his head and shook his somewhat stiff neck vertebrae before adding, since it was in need of a fast runner to transport it, I guess that item most likely involved athletic competition. So I checked the sports-related announcements issued by our city, and sure enough, I found a cross-country marathon. It's on the 21st of this month, and the venue is set for our western suburb of Tsangmeng Mountain, a cross-country marathon around the mountain. The municipal side is still repairing and maintaining the grounds these days, and there are quite a lot of officials in Tsangmeng Mountain, so those criminals definitely don't dare to show their faces. They can only use the name of testing newcomers to get them to this marathon, and it makes sense to transport the contents of the grounds along with them. It's scary to see the main male lead who's already started his career. Lin Yan sighed in his heart, his fingertips tapping the unfolded printout in his hands, and said leisurely, that Sangming Mountain is a pretty big site. Even if a few of us go over and carpet search, we might not be able to find what's been hidden by them. Zhou Chuanbai also smiled bitterly. Yeah, waiting around for the embroiderer in Sangmeng Mountain won't work at all. We can only try to see if we can ask for any clues after we invite Tang Mingnan back to the interrogation room. If we don't have it yet, we'll have to go through those 16 cases. Lin Yan nodded slightly, casually flipping through his hands, and actually happened to turn up the front-face photos of several people who had once been designated as suspects. Looking at the waterfall of female faces above him, Lin Yan frowned. Who in Kawabai is so certain that the embroiderer is female? Chapter 72. That voice sounded like Sweetie's. Ha! Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, which were completely contrary to his previous assumptions, Zhou Chuanbai also put down the information he was reading and walked over to Lin Yan's workstation to sit down. Why do you say that? Hikari, are you onto something? Lin Yan's lips pursed, and at first glance he was really caught up in Zhou Chuanbai's question. His dog system is always pitting him, but the guy is not only picky, he's also very strict. In the previous, embroidered face case, quest released to Lin Yan, since the dog system would use, he, next to a single standing person for the embroidered lady, it meant that the embroidered lady must be male. But, this thing doesn't have any clear basis at all. How can Lin Yan talk to Zhou Chuanbai directly about this? Suddenly, Lin Yan had a flash of light in his mind and flipped the information in his hand that recorded the general rules of the peach blossom totem embroidered noodle case to the part of the victim's photo. He raised his hand to signal Zhou Chuanbai to look at the photos of the scene of these victims, and although there was only one photo of each victim, their posture at the time of their deaths and a small portion of their surroundings were still captured very clearly. Lin Yan's fingertips tapped over the pictures of several male victims in turn, his voice calm. You see, just from the pictures alone, they're not exactly slim and slender, but rather the stocky type. But they were bound and immobilized in exactly the same position as several of the other female victims, all on their reverent knees with their hands and feet tied dead behind them, the whole bent almost into the shape of the letter C. If the embroiderer is a female who works independently, he's afraid he can't do the same thing to tie up this somewhat toned person. Lin Yan turned the black and gold fountain pen in his hand, the tightness in his mind fading away after finding partial support for his statement. Even if we take that special residual-free stupefying drug into account, you should know that once a person faints, the muscles in the body are in a relaxed state, leaving the body without any support.